Chapter 1. The Special Forces Soldier Reborn as a False Young Master. Mother, are you certain that planting these cans on Renze won't backfire on us? If the investigation leads back to us, we are doomed. Foolish child, your father is the factory director, and you are the true heir. This worthless wretch is merely a facade. Even if your father dotes on this false son, once he learns of his theft of public property, he will surely cast him out to the countryside. The hushed whispers reached Renze's ears, each word piercing him like a needle. What was happening? How could he hear the voices of Hu Wanli and Liang Riyue, particularly when the word theft echoed in the air? His eyelids fluttered, nearly betraying his composure. Damn it, these two despicable individuals truly dared to commit such acts. He feigned death with his eyes closed, as countless memories surged forth. It was October 1971. He had inexplicably been granted a second chance at life. He pinched his thigh fiercely, the sharp pain unmistakably grounding him in reality. This was no dream. He had truly returned to that fateful afternoon in October 1971 that altered the course of his destiny. On this very day, in his previous life, he was wrongfully accused of stealing factory materials, plummeting from the status of the factory director's adopted son to that of a thief, enduring untold hardships in the countryside. This entire scheme was meticulously crafted by Liang Riyue and her son. Ever since Hu Wanli had come seeking his biological son a month prior, this impostor had been unwelcome in his own home. Liang Riyue was determined to exile him to the countryside. How strange women can be, their affections changing in an instant. After 18 years of companionship, all feelings were cast aside upon the return of her biological son. To make matters worse, she intended to place the blame for the baby switch incident squarely upon him. Now, they sought to eliminate him completely, framing him as a thief and sending him directly to a labor camp. Had it not been for his resilience in his previous life, working tirelessly to join the military, he might have perished in that labor camp. 18 years ago, he and Hu Wanli had been switched at birth, forever altering their fates. He became the esteemed heir of the canning factory, while Hu Wanli inadvertently became a peasant. Now that Hu Wanli had come knocking, weeping, and claiming his maternal ties, Liang Riyue placed all the blame on him. Not only was he cast as a thief, unable to return to his rural home, but he also faced imprisonment. Ah, how splendid! A true display of maternal love and filial piety. The heart is more venomous than a viper. Clenching his teeth, the taste of blood on his tongue gradually steeled his resolve. In his previous life, he had been voiceless, ultimately forced to depart. But this time was different. Having been granted a second chance, he would no longer be at the mercy of others. Lower your voice, don't wake that wretch. When the time comes, it will suffice to claim he did it. Liang Riyue's voice pulled Renze back to the present. Lying on the bed, he squinted at the two of them, feigning their charade. Mother, your foresight is commendable. Father, having raised him for 18 years, would surely not let a thief go unpunished if he were to find out. Hu Wanli's eyes brimmed with hatred as he spat on ground. After robbing him of 18 years of a privileged life, forcing him to toil in the countryside, this wretch still dared to aspire for a good life? No way. As long as he is around, this scoundrel shall never lead a decent life. This brat caused our mother-son duo to be separated for 18 years. Rest assured, my son, I shall take charge. Liang Riyue cast a disdainful glance at the unconscious Renze, letting out a cold snort from her nose. Does this worthless wretch even deserve to be called my son? He doesn't even know how he met his end. Mother, we must leave quickly and summon the security personnel. Hu Wanli tugged at his mother's sleeve, not forgetting to spit on the ground before departing. Bah! A worthless life from the countryside. The door was slammed shut with a resounding thud, and Renze abruptly opened his eyes, a glimmer of cold light flashing within. Fool! Using the same trick from the last life, and now you still wish to harm me? No way. Open your eyes wide and watch how you entangle yourselves. He scoffed as he rolled out of bed, his fingertips grazing over several boxes of canned goods sealed with labels. In the scarcity of the 1970s, these meat cans could be traded for half a year's worth of food stamps on the black market. No wonder that mother-son pair sought to frame him. He turned and entered Hu Wanli's room, stuffing the cans beneath his bed, before returning to his own room to continue lying down. Soon, a spectacle would unfold. It would be best if it escalated further, allowing the canning factory personnel to clearly see the true faces of this mother and son. Let them wait for the stone they lift to crush their own feet. 10 minutes later, footsteps outside sounded like thunder, the soles of shoes pounding against the cement floor with a resounding bang. Dad, it must be that Renze who stole the cans. I saw it with my own eyes. Absolutely no mistake. Huan Li's raspy voice could be heard even through the door. Beast. Hu Jinchang's face turned as dark as the bottom of a pot as he kicked the door open. Bang! A throng of people surged in, their eyes glued to Renze as if he were a corpse. Rubbing his eyes, Renze propped himself up from the bed, his hair sticking up in tufts. What's going on? Still pretending, you damn fool. Huan Li darted forward like a monkey. Did you not consider this day, while stealing from the factory? Don't think that acting innocent will absolve you. Liang Ryu chimed in with a shrill voice, nearly poking Renze's nose with her finger. After raising you for 18 years, I never expected to raise a thief. Your father is the factory manager. Although you are not his biological son, such actions bring shame upon the Hu family. Hu Jinchang's face turned an even deeper shade of displeasure as he clenched his jaw and spoke. Wan Li reports that you stole the factory's goods, intending to sell them for profit. Is this true? Hu Wanli chimed in, poking his finger at Renze's forehead. Dad, look. This wretch is inherently poor and wretched. A dog cannot change its ways. Renze swatted the hand away and looked directly at Hu Jinchang. Dad, I did not do this. You know my character better than anyone, Dad. I am educated, capable, and have no need to resort to petty thievery. Upon hearing this, Hu Wanli immediately jumped up, raising his voice. Dad, just listen to him. This ungrateful wretch is still being stubborn. He is simply jealous of my return. That a child not born of your blood can never be truly nurtured, I am reluctant to believe that he is the thief, but I witnessed it with my own eyes. I reported him not because I want him stray, but to prevent him from going down the wrong path. Father, although you're the factory director, the canned goods belong to the public. This is a grave crime. Liang Ryue exclaimed, slapping her thigh in frustration. Old Hu, all these years have been wasted raising this ingrate. Have you forgotten that during my tenure as director, we have never taken a single item that belongs to the public? She pointed an accusatory finger at Renze, making a slapping sound against his forehead. And you? Stealing canned goods to sell? You are risking your father's life. You have disappointed your mother terribly. Renze watched the two of them perform their dramatic act, a cold smile creeping across his face. What a spectacle, one playing the villain and the other the victim. Hu Jinxiang furrowed his brow, his fists alternating between clenched and relaxed. He glanced at his wrong son and then at Renze, whom he had raised for 18 years, his throat dry with anxiety. Xiaoze, do you acknowledge what they're saying? Father, since they claim to have seen it and even brought people here. Renze suddenly burst into a grin, revealing his white teeth. Are they merely waiting to frame me? Hu Wanli instantly erupted in anger. Nonsense. You won't allow a search because you are guilty. He shouted towards Hu Jinxiang, Father. He is merely a thief trying to conceal his guilt. Our family has always been honorable. We cannot let him tarnish our reputation. Engaging in such petty theft brings disgrace upon our family and tarnishes my father's name. Renze's lips curled into a mocking smile, his gaze sharp as a knife slicing through Hu Wanli. Is that so? You wish to search my room? I consent to the search. But what if nothing is found? I dare you to wager. Do you have the courage? Chapter 2. The Two Choices After Rebirth. Hu Wanli felt a chill run down his neck under Renze's piercing stare. An inexplicable sense of unease washed over him. How could this wretch be so confident? Yet, he quickly regained his bravado. What did it matter? This kid was clearly afraid of search and was merely trying to bluff. After all, Renze had been sleeping soundly moments ago, completely unaware of the hidden items. He puffed out his chest and shouted, Regardless, I saw it with my own eyes. If nothing is found, you can do as you wish. Renze had been waiting for this very statement. He stepped aside, a cold smile gracing his lips. Very well, search away. The security personnel rushed into the room, the sound of rummaging echoing loudly. Hu Wanli stood at the doorway, reveling in his triumph as he cast a sidelong glance at Renze, taunting, keep pretending. Soon, you will see your downfall. Within minutes, a shout erupted from within the room. Found it. There's a box. Upon hearing this, Hu Wanli sprang to his feet, pointing a finger at Song Renze and cursing, caught red-handed. What else do you have to argue about? He turned to Hu Jinxiang, exclaiming, Father, look, this scoundrel refuses to admit his theft, thinking our family is a sanctuary. Even a dog knows how to wag its tail after raising him for 18 years. All we have is a thief. This is truly a disgrace to our family. Liang Ruyue chimed in sarcastically. Old Hu, now you see clearly, don't you? If he isn't a biological son, he surely cannot be nurtured. He is stolen from the factory. Hu Jinxiang's face darkened, his gaze towards Song Renze filled with disappointment. Xiaozhe, do you have anything to say? Song Renze replied calmly, I did not steal anything. What is there to argue about? Hu Wanli instantly erupted. Nonsense. It has already been found, yet you still deny it? Do you take us for fools? Song Renze let out a cold laugh, speaking slowly. You found a box and claim that I stole something? Did you even check what was inside? Everyone was taken aback. The security personnel hurriedly opened the box. Inside lay a neatly stacked collection of photographs, all depicting Song Renze with his adoptive parents. There were also awards he had received throughout his life, a pen gifted by Hu Jinxiang, and a scarf knitted by Liang Ruyue. Hu Jinxiang's eyes suddenly grew warm, his hands trembling slightly. He had not expected that Song Renze treasured these items so dearly. Hu Wanli and Liang Ruyue were stunned, their eyes wide open. Where are the canned goods? They had clearly stuffed them inside. How could this be? Suddenly, a chill crept down Hu Wanli's spine, accompanied by a sense of foreboding. Hu Jinxiang abruptly turned, glaring at the mother and son duo. Have you two caused enough trouble? Are you so intolerant of Xiaozhe that you must disturb the peace of this household? Xiaozhe is innocent. On what grounds do you accuse him of theft? While he cherishes the kindness we have shown him, have you ever considered the goodness he has exhibited over these 18 years? Song Renze sighed, feigning a troubled expression. Dad, I did not want to bring this up. His eyes turned cold, fixating on Hu Wanli and his mother. Their eagerness to frame me suggests that they might have stolen the canned goods themselves and are now attempting to shift the blame onto me. As these words left his mouth, the room erupted. Exactly, what a coincidence. I suspect they are the culprits. If they claim to have seen it, only a thief would know where the cans are hidden. Hu Jinxiang's face turned ashen, veins standing out on his forehead. Family shame should not be aired in public, but with the security personnel present, an investigation was unavoidable. Search. He slammed the table. Find out the truth. This matter must be resolved. I want to see if the canned goods sprouted wings and flew away. Liang Ruyue met Song Renze's mocking gaze, her legs nearly giving way beneath her. Could it be? She thought of stopping him, but the security personnel had already rushed into their room. We found it. The shout sent Hu Wanli's face draining of color. The security personnel emerged carrying several boxes sealed with tape, precisely the batch that had gone missing from the factory. Impossible. Hu Wanli leaped up, attempting to rush forward. It must be that bastard Song Renze framing me. Song Renze, you wretched being, you are deliberately trying to incriminate me, aren't you? You stole the canned goods, and now want to pin it on me? Liang Ruyue, too, was flustered. Old Hu, believe me, someone must have deliberately. Enough. Hu Jinxiang's furious roar shook the windows. He pointed a trembling finger at the mother and son. Hasn't this month been enough turmoil? Must the family be torn apart before you are satisfied? Even if he were his own flesh and blood, the factory director could not show favoritism in light of the undeniable evidence. Hu Jinxiang trembled with fury, pointing at the security personnel. Take him away. Conduct a thorough investigation. Dad, Hu Wanli fell to his knees with a thud, exclaiming, I am your biological son. Liang Ruyue panicked, clutched Hu Jinxiang's sleeve tightly. Old Hu Wanli has only returned for a month. He doesn't understand. Slap. A resounding blow struck Liang Ruyue's face. It is your indulgence, as his mother, that has led to this. If he is ignorant, are you not equally so? Hu Jinxiang's eyes glistened with rage. To steal from the public, and then try to frame me? I, Hu Jinxiang, have lived a life of integrity, and I will not allow it to be tarnished by your actions. The security personnel seized Hu Wanli and began to drag him away. Liang Ruyue cried out, pursuing them in a desperate attempt to intervene, injuring several members of the security team in the process. Hu Jinxiang, holding his forehead, ordered them to take her away as well for reflection. Only when you recognize your mistakes may you return. The room fell into a heavy silence. Zhoushan wiped his face. Exhaustion etched across his features as he turned to Song Renze. Xiaoze, I owe you an apology. This past month has been chaotic at home. Your mother can be quite stubborn. Do not hold it against her. He paused before continuing. The factory is looking to recruit a batch of interns. Would you like to give it a try? A flicker of interest ignited within Song Renze. His adoptive father had always been honorable, never granting favors to family. This was an offer to make amends. An internship at the factory would also provide accommodation, allowing him to escape the turmoil at home. As he hesitated, a sudden chime resonated in his mind. Ding, congratulations on your rebirth and successful alteration of destiny. You now trigger the selection of a golden opportunity. Option 1. Accept your adoptive father's gift and receive 50,000 funds. Option 2. Reject your adoptive father's gift and acquire 100 acres of space. Chapter 3. Severing Ties. Song Renze was so startled that he nearly bit his own tongue. What on earth? Every option here is utterly enticing. 50,000 yuan? In these times, a household with 10,000 yuan is a rarity. 50,000 is a staggering sum, one that could scarcely be exhausted. However, what does the space entail? Can it truly accommodate farming and breeding? After a moment's hesitation, memories of his arduous days in a labor reform farm flashed through his mind. During that time, he had never even laid eyes on his biological parents or 2 younger sisters before being dispatched to the most remote of farms. Eventually, he was conscripted, never to reunite with his family until death. Had he remained in the city, he could have evaded such a calamity. Yet his adoptive mother would undoubtedly not let it rest. Perhaps it would be better to. Dad, I made up my mind. I shall no longer be an intern. Song Renze inhaled deeply. I wish to return to my parents in the countryside. Zhoushan was clearly taken aback. Xiaoze, what do you mean? I am not meant to stay here, Song Renze replied with a bitter smile. But regardless, you will always be my father. Zhoushan's eyes glistened with emotion as he firmly patted his shoulder. Good child, even if you return to your biological parents, remember to visit often. I shall hold a farewell banquet for you. Let us enjoy a drink together tonight. Here are 300 yuan. Take it. Life in the countryside can be challenging. After all, it is my fault for not being there for you. As Song Renze was about to decline, Zhoushan's expression turned serious. Take it. Consider it your travel expense for me. Seeing the mist in his adoptive father's eyes, Song Renze ultimately accepted the money. Ding. Choice confirmed. Reject the adoptive father's gift. Acquired usage rights for 100 acres of space. The moment he stepped out of his family door, Song Renze suddenly felt a surge of warmth in his chest, as if something within him was awakening. After a dizzying whirl, he found himself standing on unfamiliar land. Surveying his surroundings, he discovered he was within a space of approximately 100 acres. At its center was a crystal-clear pond, surrounded by dark, fertile soil. The word spiritual realm recognizes its master, bestows extraordinary abilities slowly surfaced in the spring water, prompting him to close his eyes and attune himself to the sensation. In that instant of activation, he distinctly felt himself endowed with many extraordinary abilities he had never possessed in his previous life. Subaqueous breath-holding, sensing fish and shrimp, farming and breeding, strengthening the body. How delightful! Now there's space, land, and a spiritual spring. Returning to the countryside will surely enable him to lead a good life. His eyes sparkled with excitement as he couldn't help but head towards the black market he remembered. In the 1970s, the black market was hidden in a secluded alleyway in the western part of the city. Song Renze navigated the twists and turns with ease, swiftly arriving at an inconspicuous storefront. After ensuring that no one was following him, he raised his hand and knocked 3 long and 2 short times on the wooden door. Who is it? A cautious face peeked through the crack of the door. The weather has changed in the west. It's time to gather the clothes. Song Renze recited the code he had memorized from his previous life. The door creaked open. Inside was a modest courtyard, with several stalls displaying various sought-after goods. Song Renze hurried into the dry goods section, his eyes unblinking as he purchased 20 pounds of premium rice, 5 pounds of cured meat, and 10 pounds of salted fish. Young man, do you need any fishing tools? An old fisherman, weathered by the elements, approached him and whispered, We have newly arrived fishing nets, iron buckets, and shovels, all excellent goods. Song Renze's eyes brightened. I'll take them all. As far as he knew, his biological parents were located on a place called Zhoushan Island, surrounded by the sea on all sides, necessitating a complete set of supplies. Otherwise, a trip to the city would be quite arduous. Turning to the general goods area, he specifically selected several packets of vegetable seeds and 2 hoes, remembering that his little sister in the countryside still wore patched clothes to school. He also bought 2 brand-new backpacks, a few notebooks, and a large bag of fruit candies. Isn't this a bit excessive? The stall owner gazed in astonishment as Song Renze generously handed over the money. Song Renze merely smiled, quietly placing each item into his backpack. In truth, he had already discreetly transferred most of the supplies to his storage space, leaving only a few lightweight items outside to mislead others. As he exited the black market, the sun was already slanting low in the west. It was then that Song Renze lifted his legs to head home, for starting tomorrow, this would no longer be his home. Upon returning, the night had deepened. Pushing open the door, he found only a dim kerosene lamp flickering inside. His adoptive mother, Liang Ryue, and grandmother, Zhang Guifan, sat in the main room, their faces as grim as the bottom of a pot. Where's Dad? Song Renze scanned the surroundings, but did not see Hu Jinxiang's figure. Your father is on a sudden business trip, Liang Ryue replied without lifting her eyelids. The factory notified us, stating it was an upper-level directive. A cold laugh echoed in Song Renze's heart. What business trip? Most likely, he was drunk and left in a factory dormitory by these 2 women. It had been the same in his past life. Whenever they sought to discipline him, they would first send his adoptive father away. Hu Jinxiang had expressed his desire to take action himself. How could he just leave without a word? He was curious to see what trouble these 2 would stir up next. Little beast. Zhang Guifan suddenly slammed her hand on the table, her bony finger jabbing at Song Renze's nose. You have harmed my precious grandson and still have the audacity to return? 18 years of good days were not enough for you? Now that my grandson is back, you're filled with jealousy? Are you even human? Our Hu family has truly fallen on hard times to have brought back such a harbinger of doom. Saliva sprayed across Song Renze's face. Liang Ryue, her eyes reddening, stood up with a quivering voice. Renze, Wanli has suffered for 18 years on your behalf, and this is how you repay him? Now that things have escalated, he will surely face imprisonment. Will you take the blame for Wanli? I beg you, as your mother. A tremor coursed through Song Renze's heart as he fixed his gaze on Liang Ryue. Mother, he is your son, am I not? Over these 18 years, have I ever shown you both even a hint of insincerity? Liang Ryue truly was a doting mother. She wished for him to take the blame. What? Did his life not matter? Liang Ryue's eyes flickered momentarily, but she soon hardened her heart. You have eaten our food and drunk our water. After all these years, it's time to repay us. Exactly. Zhang Guifan, with a sharp tone, interjected, You impostor. You have stolen my grandson's 18 years of happiness, and now you wish to linger here for a lifetime? Let me tell you, unless you take responsibility for this matter, you shall never aspire to marry. Our family, the Hu clan, cannot harbor a harbinger of misfortune like you. We have supported your education all these years, and now that you have spread your wings, you dare to retort? Song Renze gazed upon the 2 menacing faces before him and suddenly chuckled. This was the mother and grandmother he had called his own for 18 years. In his previous life, he had endured their scorn, ultimately facing a grim fate in a labor camp. In this life, did they expect him to continue catering to Hu Wanli? A mere fantasy. What nonsense about familial affection, about being unfilial. The debt of gratitude for raising him was repaid long ago during his suffering in the last life. Since you cannot accept me, the true heir has returned. Song Renze pronounced each word with deliberate clarity, each syllable sharp as a blade. So let us sever ties. Chapter 4. Emptying Grandma's house. This phrase resounded like thunder within the room, causing both Liang Ryue and Zhang Guifan to simultaneously change their expressions. Severing ties? Liang Ryue's enamel mug clattered to the floor, scalding water splashing onto her trousers, leaving her with no time to wipe it away. How dare this wretched child speak of severing ties? Who gave him the audacity? Song Renze's survival thus far relied solely on the old Hu family. Now that he has reaped the benefits, having entangled her own son in misfortune, he thinks he can simply escape? Not a chance. What did you say, you little wretch? Zhang Guifin sprang up, her withered face turning the color of liver. The old Hu family raised you for 18 years, only to nurture a thankless wolf? On what grounds do you claim to sever ties? We haven't even mentioned how you have taken advantage of my grandson for 18 years. You heartless creature. Now that trouble has arisen, you wish to flee? Song Renze sneered. A thankless wolf? Grandma, you're being rather severe. If I am indeed a thankless wolf, then you would find no other filial child in the entire factory. Since you cannot accommodate me, why should I maintain these ties? Am I to wait to be ruined by you? You nearly sent me to prison, and I still spared you my grace? What? Am I to be bullied like this? As he spoke, he pulled out a paper he had prepared earlier and unfolded it. I have already written the letter of severance. Smack! Liang Rue slammed her palm on the table, causing the enamel mug to rattle. Sever ties? In your dreams. With reddened eyes, she lunged forward to tear the paper. You little wretch. You've harmed my son and still wish to escape? No way. You unfilial son. Aren't you afraid of divine retribution? After all these years of raising you for nothing, Zhang Guifin, even more desperate, sat down on the floor and began to wail. Oh heavens, come and witness this heartless creature. The old Hu family raised him for 18 years, and now he has caused my own grandson to sit in prison, and he wishes to sever ties. I'm over 70, my time is short. Before I die, I just want to see my grandson well. If you dare sever ties, I will hang myself at your doorstep. Let the whole factory see how you drove your grandmother to death. Song Renze coldly observed this mother-daughter pair performing their duet. One was throwing a tantrum, while the other engaged in moral coercion. In his previous life, he had been intimidated by this tactic, ultimately submitting to take the blame. Did they think he would fall for it again in this life? Seeing Song Renze silent, Zhang Guifin grew more emboldened, her triangular eyes glaring as she huffed. After all, I want to live much longer. When the time comes, I will jump into the river and, before I die, reveal to everyone that it is all your fault. Unfilial grandson, if you make my grandson suffer, I will make you suffer too. You will bear the infamy of having driven your grandmother to her grave for the rest of your life. Song Renze narrowed his eyes, observing Zhang Guifin. Her limbs flailed like a frog in a frenzy, making him feel nauseous. Since she wished to ensnare him so desperately, he would not hesitate to act like the unfilial descendant she accused him of being. Grandma, you speak so boldly. Song Renze suddenly changed his demeanor, his voice trembling. I never said I wouldn't help. Liang Rue's eyes lit up as she immediately grasped his arm. Renze, mother always knew you were a good child. As long as you were willing to confess at the police station that the canned goods were stolen by you, I assure you, I will continue to treat you as my own son. Zhang Guifin ceased her wailing and hastily rose from the ground. This is how it should be. We are, after all, a family. Song Renze lowered his head, a cold smirk curling at the corners of his mouth. When he looked up again, he feigned a timid demeanor. Well, I can take the blame, but it shouldn't be without compensation, right? Liang Rue's expression changed. What do you mean? Mother, look here. Song Renze began counting on his fingers. If I take the blame, I would be sentenced to at least 3 to 5 years. Not only would I endure imprisonment, but I would also emerge bearing the stigma of theft, making it impossible to find work in the future. Surely, you must provide some form of recompense? Zhang Guifin erupted with anger. You little beast! How dare you ask for money? Grandmother, one must not speak so. Song Renze shrank his neck, feigning pity. If you find it inappropriate, then I shall sever ties instead. He reached for the severance document on the ground. Wait! Liang Rue seized him, gritting her teeth. What do you want? Song Renze rubbed his hands, displaying a troubled expression. Mother, grandmother, my demands are not unreasonable. First, the severance document must be signed. He raised a finger, his gaze suddenly resolute. I will take the fall for Hu Wanli, and this relationship must be severed entirely. Otherwise, it will undoubtedly affect the Hu family. and perhaps even jeopardize Father S' position as factory director. Upon hearing this, Liang Ryue's expression softened slightly, a disdainful snort escaping her nose. You are somewhat sensible. What else? Second, he leisurely extended a second finger. I require 1,000 yuan. What? Liang Ryue nearly leaped up. 1,000 yuan? Why don't you go rob a bank? Zhang Guifan trembled with rage. You little beast. I knew you couldn't part with our good life. You are coveting our family's wealth. This brat has enjoyed 18 years of a young master's life. He has never endured a single day of hardship in the countryside. And now he dares to shamelessly ask for money? Not a single cent will I part with. Not demanding the initial support fee from Song Renze was a testament to my kindness. Song Renze remained unperturbed, explaining, Grandmother, do the math. If I take the blame, I would likely be sentenced to 10 or 8 years. Not only would I endure imprisonment, but I would also carry the label of theft, making it impossible to find work in the future. Furthermore, I would need to make connections while inside, right? You can't expect me to suffer in silence. Liang Ryue stomped her foot in frustration. Nonsense. This is extortion. Song Renze shrugged. Then let Hu Wanli remain incarcerated. I've heard the other inmates can be quite violent. He began to move toward the exit. Wait. Zhang Guifan immediately panicked, grasping Liang Ryue and whispering urgently, agree to his demands. Mother, our family's money is meant for Wanli. Why should it be given to this illegitimate child? Liang Ryue's eyes widened in exasperation. Are you foolish? Zhang Guifan gritted her teeth and muttered under her breath. Once he confesses, we can simply retrieve our money, can't we? He's just a country bumpkin. How could he possibly contend with our family? Liang Ryue's eyes darted, and she suddenly grasped the situation. Suppressing her anger, she forced a faint smile. All right. Mother agrees. Song Renze inwardly scoffed, yet feigned overwhelming gratitude. Really? Mother, you are so kind to me. Liang Ryue turned and entered the house, soon emerging with a cloth bag. Here is 1,000 yuan. Take it for now. Song Renze accepted the money, slipping it into his pocket without counting it. Now about that severance document. Sign. Right now. Zhang Guifan snatched the pen and scrawled a haphazard signature on the document. Liang Ryue, her expression dark, also signed her name. After all, she had no desire to acknowledge this son. Severing ties suited her perfectly. It would spare Hu Wanli any potential hindrance to his future. All right. Liang Ryue tossed the pen aside. Let's head to the police station and clarify everything. Song Renze nodded vigorously. Sure, I'll pack my things. Pack what? Zhang Guifan impatiently urged him. Hurry up. Then you should go find someone to explain the situation. Song Renze pretended to be troubled. I must at least change my clothes, right? Liang Ryue eyed him suspiciously. You wouldn't dare play tricks, would you? Of course not. Song Renze replied earnestly. I've already accepted the money. How could I go back on my word? Zhang Guifan tugged at Liang Ryue. Let's go. We need to get to the police station and arrange for someone to come. Before leaving, Liang Ryue couldn't resist turning back to threaten him. You little wretch. If you dare pull any tricks. Rest assured. Song Renze nodded eagerly. I'll just wait at home. You can bring someone to take me away. As he observed the hurried departure of the mother and daughter, the smile on Song Renze's face gradually turned cold. Take the blame? Not a chance. He pulled out the severance document, carefully folding it and placing it in his space. Let the thief sit in jail and serve his time. Standing in the courtyard, he listened as Liang Ryue and Zhang Guifan's footsteps faded into the distance, a cold smirk curling at the corners of his mouth. Old witch, you've brought this upon yourselves. Since you want me to take the blame, then I shall empty the family assets and collect some interest. Chapter 5. The true young master is sentenced to 3 years of forced labor. He swiftly entered Liang Ryue's bedroom, heading straight for the dressing table. Pulling open the drawer, he found several neatly arranged jewelry boxes. Ah, this gold bracelet was a gift from my father. Song Renze picked up a heavy gold bracelet, weighing it in his hand. It belongs to me now. Opening another box, he discovered a finely crafted golden piccio. Without a second thought, Song Renze pocketed it. This jade pendant. He lifted a vibrant green jade charm. TSK, I've heard it's part of the ancestral dowry. With a snap, the jade pendant was instantly stored away. In his search, he also unearthed a small iron box from beneath the bed. Upon opening it, he was astonished. A neatly stacked pile of deposit books, amounting to no less than 2,000. This cunning woman has hidden it well. Song Renze sneered, taking all of it. Considering that Jin Xiang had treated him decently, Song Renze decided to show some restraint. At the very least, he left the bedding intact and did not disturb the clothes in the wardrobe. However, all remaining belongings of Liang Riyue were stowed away into his space. Gold and silver jewelry, deposit books, and the radio, all taken. The cured meats from the kitchen, taken. Rice, flour, oil, all taken. Once he had nearly finished his plundering, Song Renze finally smiled. It was time to pay a visit to the old hag. He turned and dashed toward Zhang Guifen's courtyard. This old crone had bullied him mercilessly in his past life. Upon discovering he was not her biological grandson, she would often make him kneel on a washboard, even pouring cold water on his bed during winter. She had concocted numerous schemes against him in his previous life. How ironic that this old vegetarian was truly a wolf in sheep's clothing. She deserved to suffer the fate brought upon her by Hu Wanli. Today, I shall make her understand the meaning of retribution. With a forceful kick, he burst open the door and charged in. First, he lifted the mattress, and beneath it, he indeed discovered a cloth bag. Opening it revealed a trove of gold rings, silver bracelets, and a stack of ration coupons. The old hag was quite adept at hiding her treasures. Song Renze stored both the bed and the mattress into his space, leaving no part of it untouched. Next, he turned his attention to the wardrobe, ensuring that every piece of clothing was taken. The sewing kit in the drawer? Taken. The basin stand in the corner? Taken. Even the flower pot on the windowsill was spirited away, soil and all. Where could the old hag be keeping her coffin funds? Narrowing his eyes as he reminisced about his past life, Song Renze suddenly recalled how Zhang Guifen often loved to knock and tap on the doorframe. He seized a stool and smashed it against the doorframe. Bang! The doorframe cracked, revealing a hidden cloth bag within. Found it! Song Renze grinned, shaking out the cloth bag, which neatly contained over $300 and several land deeds. The old hag had concealed it quite securely. In less than 10 minutes, Zhang Guifen's house resembled a place licked clean by a dog, not a single hair remaining. Standing in the empty room, Song Renze nodded in satisfaction. This is what retribution looks like. He clapped his hands, turning to leave. As he reached the door, he suddenly turned back and dismantled the doorframe. Old Lady Qian, I wish you happiness in your twilight years. Song Renze strode out of the Hu family's gate without looking back, his figure gradually swallowed by the encroaching night. Barely had he departed when Liang Riyue and Zhang Guifen hurried back with several militia members in tow. Comrades, it's right here, Liang Riyue exclaimed, her face beaming as she pointed at the gate. That rascal has confessed, admitting he stole the canned goods. Zhang Guifen, equally animated, slapped her thigh in excitement. Yes, yes. My grandson, Hu Wanli, has been wronged. It is that little scoundrel who has framed him. The militia captain Huang Xianfeng furrowed his brow. Where is he? Wasn't he supposed to be waiting at home? He must be hiding inside. Liang Riyue charged into the courtyard, shouting, Song Renze, come out this instant. The courtyard was eerily silent, devoid of even a shadow. Where is he? Zhang Guifen, in a flurry, leaned on her cane and darted about. Where has that little scoundrel run off to? Liang Riyue's expression shifted dramatically as she rushed into Song Renze's room, only to find it completely empty, the bed neatly made. Impossible, she screamed. He promised he would stay. Zhang Guifen, in a frenzy, stomped her feet. Quick, search for him. He must be hiding. The two women scoured the courtyard like frantic hounds, turning every corner upside down. Huang Xianfeng, growing impatient, rapped on the table. Where is he? Didn't you say he confessed? But, Liang Riyue was sweating profusely. He must have fled. Comrades, you must send someone to apprehend him. Yes, he must be feeling guilty. Zhang Guifen shouted, thumping her thigh. My grandson Hu Wanli is the one who has been wronged. Huang Xianfeng's expression grew increasingly grim. Are you toying with us? You summoned us in the dead of night, yet there isn't a single trace of him? Comrade, please let me explain. Liang Riyue attempted to plead her case. Enough. Huang Xianfeng bellowed. I see you are intent on causing trouble. Your son has stolen government property, and the evidence is irrefutable. Now you wish to shift the blame onto someone else? Is this the conduct of the factory director's family? Liang Ruyue's face turned ashen. The director is a paragon of integrity. How could you have such relatives? Huang Xianfeng shook his head in disgust. This family will eventually be the ruin of itself. We know what kind of person Xiao Zhe is. How could he possibly steal? He is undoubtedly innocent, despite what he has confessed. Confess my foot, Liang Ruyue retorted. How could a foster mother and grandmother treat him this way? Have you no conscience? Zhang Guifan attempted to argue further. Comrade, please let me explain. Explain what? Huang Xianfeng ordered, waving his hand. Disband. The matter of who Wanli will be judged as it should be. Do not attempt any tricks. Wait, comrade. Liang Ruyue chased after them, but could only see the backs of the departing militia. Weak in the knees, she collapsed onto the ground. It's over. All is lost. Zhang Guifan, like a deflated balloon, plopped down on the threshold. The wretched scoundrel. He has deceived us. The two sat in the courtyard, their teeth grinding in resentment. That scoundrel took the money and fled. No. Where has that rascal hidden himself? Quickly find him. After a moment, Liang Ruyue snapped back to reality and sprang to her feet. She and Zhang Guifan, in a frenzy, rummaged through the house, turning every corner upside down. Where's my gold bracelet? Liang Ruyue suddenly shrieked, lunging towards the vanity. Why is my jewelry box empty? Zhang Guifan felt a sinking dread. This is terrible. Her savings for a coffin were hidden in the courtyard. She stumbled into her own yard, letting out a piercing wail. Cursed beast, you've brought calamity to my home. Her room was utterly bare, not even a bed plank remained. Even more shockingly, the door frame had been dismantled. Even a rat would choose to relocate overnight. Where? Where's the door? Zhang Guifan trembled, pointing at the desolate door frame, her whole body shaking with fury. It was then that Liang Ruyue discovered the rice flour. And cooking oil in the kitchen had all vanished. Even the cured meat hanging on the wall had disappeared without a trace. That wretched beast. He has deceived us. Liang Ruyue screamed in hysteria. He took the money and stole our belongings. Zhang Guifan collapsed to the ground, pounding her thighs and wailing. 1,000 yuan. My savings for a coffin. All gone. Just then, the sound of cars screeching to a halt pierced the air. A military truck came to a stop at the entrance, and over 20 individuals clad in labor reform uniforms emerged, among them Hu Wanli, his face a mask of terror. An officer in uniform stepped down from the vehicle and coldly announced, Hu Wanli's family. Your son has been sentenced to 3 years of labor reform at the fish factory, recorded officially. You have 3 minutes if you wish to say anything. Chapter 6. Aquaculture of fish and shrimp. Upon seeing his mother and grandmother, Hu Wanli immediately rushed to the side of the vehicle, crying out, Mom, Grandma, save me. I don't want to go to the labor camp. Please, save me. Liang Ruyue dashed forward in a frenzy, exclaiming, Comrades, my son is wrongfully accused. It is that wretched Renze who has framed him. Zhang Guifan, leaning on her cane, limped forward, asserting, My grandson is the son of the factory director. You cannot treat him this way. The official frowned impatiently. The evidence is irrefutable. What more is there to discuss? Regardless of your lineage, even the factory director must face labor reform for theft. Mom, Hu Wanli cried, his face streaked with tears and snot. It's all Renze's doing. You must avenge me. Liang Ruyue gritted her teeth. Do not worry, my son. I will find that beast and make him wish he were never born. Zhang Guifan cursed venomously. May that scoundrel be struck by lightning. May he meet a miserable end. Run over by a car. The official glanced at his watch. Time's up. Get in the vehicle. No. Mom, help me. Hu Wanli clung desperately to the railing of the truck, refusing to let go. 2 sturdy men approached, forcibly prying him away and tossing him into the truck as if he were mere sack. Drive. The truck roared to life, and Hu Wanli leaned against the rear railing, crying out in anguish, Mom, Grandma, I don't want to go. Liang Ruyue chased after the truck for a few steps before kneeling on the ground, sobbing uncontrollably, My son. Zhang Guifan fainted in a fit of rage. Collapsing by the roadside, the surrounding neighbors peered curiously, whispering among themselves, yet none stepped forward to offer assistance. They deserve it. Retribution. who allowed them to bully others so mercilessly. They always acted with impunity. Now they faced their consequences. Listening to the murmurs around her, Liang Ryu slumped to the ground, her gaze filled with resentment as she stared into the distance. Song Renze, I will ensure you pay for your blood debts in kind. Meanwhile, Song Renze sat aboard a train heading south. The carriage was stifling and crowded, yet he felt no irritation. His fingers lightly caressed his chest as his consciousness drifted into the realm of space. 10 acres of black soil stretched quietly, with a spiritual spring bubbling at its center. He meticulously planted the seeds he had purchased from the black market, watering them with the spring water. Observing the seeds sprouting visibly before his eyes, a smile unconsciously graced Song Renze's lips. The family he never had the chance to meet in his past life, fleeting memories of his biological parents, surfaced in his mind. During his previous existence at the labor reform farm, he had received anonymous coupons and cotton clothing. It was only later, upon joining the army, that he learned those were carefully saved by his father, Song Jiangwo. He also had 2 sisters he had never met. His eldest sister, Song Xiaomei, had married a local bachelor at the tender age of 15 to gather funds for his journey. His younger sister, Song Xiaotao, had suffered at the hands of thugs while seeking justice for him and ultimately jumped into the sea. With these thoughts, Song Renze clenched his fists. In this life, he would never allow such tragedies to repeat. After the train journeyed for 7 or 8 hours, and he transferred to a fishing boat for another 2 hours of tumultuous travel, the golden hues of the setting sun finally illuminated Yuhui Island before him. Father, mother, and sister, I have returned. At the dock, numerous villagers are gathered, each carrying buckets as they scour the sandy shores for seafood. The sea breeze sweeps over, carrying with it a briny scent that brings an unusual sense of comfort to Song Renze. As he walks along the muddy path toward the village, he notices villagers peeking out curiously. Who is this young man? He's quite handsome. He seems unfamiliar. Ignoring their whispers, Song Renze continues eastward. In the distance, he spots a low stone courtyard, where 2 small heads peek over the wall. Just as he approaches the gate, the heads swiftly retreat. Mother, someone is coming. A bright child's voice calls from within the yard. The gate creaks open a crack, revealing the face of a dark, weary woman. You are. The woman stares at Song Renze for a couple of seconds before suddenly covering her mouth. Renze? A wave of emotion washes over him. This is his biological mother, Zhoushan. In his memories, she rose before dawn to fish, her hands perpetually cracked and calloused from toil. Mother, he says, his voice slightly hoarse, I have returned. Zhoushan's hands tremble as she longs to touch him, but hesitates. Is it truly you, Renze? How? A small head peeks out from the gate. A 7 or 8-year-old girl, as slender as a bean sprout, gazes at him with wide, timid eyes. This is his little sister, Song Xiaomei. Behind her, a slightly older girl, appearing around 13 or 14, clutches her sister's clothing, watchful and protective. This is his second sister, Song Xiaotao. Song Renze crouches down and pulls 2 pieces of fruit candy from his pocket. Here, have some candy. The girl's eyes light up, yet neither dares to reach out. Song Xiaotao even pulls Xiaomei back. Mother said we shouldn't take things from others. I am your brother, Song Renze insists, directly placing the candy into their pockets. In the future, I will buy you even more delicious treats. Zhoushan wipes her eyes. Come inside quickly. It's hot outside. The yard is small, but meticulously tidy. In one corner, patched fishing nets are stacked, and a clothesline holds garments that are a patchwork of repairs. A faded character for fortune is affixed to the doorframe. Where's father? Song Renze inquires. He has gone fishing, Zhoushan replies, rubbing her hands together. Knowing you were coming back, he went to catch something nice. Just then, the gate swings open once more. A lean, middle-aged man enters, carrying a battered bamboo basket, his pant legs still dripping with water. Child's father. Zhoushan rushes to greet him. Renze has returned. Song Jiangwo is taken aback, and the bamboo basket clatters to the ground, spilling a few small fish that flop about, the largest no bigger than a palm. You're back. It's good to have you back. Song Jiangwo's voice trembles, and he wipes his hands on his trousers before daring to extend one toward him. Song Renze grasps it firmly. The hands are as rough as tree bark, calloused and cracked. "Father," he calls out clearly. Song Jiangwo's eyes well up with tears. "Ah, ah." The two little girls hide behind the door, peeking out and whispering, "Brother is truly handsome. Much better than Wan Li Ji." Song Renze smiled as he opened his satchel, revealing an assortment of white flour, rice, and cured meat, each item pulled out one by one. Finally, he produced 2 sets of new clothing. The value of these items left Yi Xiaolan trembling with disbelief. "Mother, I am now grown and can earn money," he said, handing the items to her. "From now on, I will support the family." Song Xiaomei stared longingly at the cured meat, swallowing hard. "Mother, can we have meat for dinner?" "Of course," replied Song Renze, ruffling her hair. "There will be plenty." He then turned and produced 2 new backpacks. "For you, Xiaotao and Xiaomei." The girl's eyes widened in astonishment. Xiaotao tentatively touched the straps of the backpack, asking, "Really, for me? You want to take it back?" Song Renze pretended to reclaim it. "I want it." The little girl hugged the backpack tightly, her smile radiant. Song Jiangwo squatted in the corner, rubbing his face in relief. "It's good to have you back. It's good to have you back." Yi Xiaolan wiped away tears as she headed to the kitchen. "Mother will make you pancakes." Song Renze followed her inside, secretly bringing out half a jar of lard. "Use this, Mother." Yi Xiaolan's hand trembled in surprise. "This precious stuff. From now on, our family will always have oil for our meals," he assured her. Rolling up his sleeves, he declared, "I will help you cook." The kitchen soon buzzed with activity. Xiaomei peeked through the doorframe and called out, "Brother, Wally said you're a city boy and can't work." "Who said that?" Song Renze deftly chopped the cured meat. "Your brother can manage just fine." Xiaotao whispered, then, "Will you leave again?" "Not at all," he replied, slipping her a piece of candy. "From now on, I will ensure you both enjoy a good life." Before long, dinner was served. Golden corn cakes, glistening stir-fried cured meat with wild vegetables, and a pot of mixed fish soup graced the table. In this humble home, such a feast was akin to a celebration. They had laid out their best food, fearful that their beloved son might find it lacking. Song Renze savored the meal, finding the dry corn cakes particularly delightful. Perhaps this is what familial affection means. Even in hard times, togetherness brings sweetness. After dinner, Song Renze sat in the courtyard, enjoying the cool evening air. Xiaomei and Xiaotao flitted around him, chattering incessantly with questions. He reveled in their company, engaging in conversation with the 2 girls until he could no longer keep his eyes open, eventually drifting into slumber. Seeing their son adapt so quickly, the elderly couple felt at ease and retired to rest. That night, as Song Renze lay on the wooden bed, he listened to the gentle breaths of Xiaomei and Xiaotao next door, contemplating how to swiftly bring prosperity to their home. Hunting, fishing, and farming, all 3 could yield income. The fish pond in his space had already accumulated a fair number of fish, and in a few days, when they grew plump, he could discreetly sell them on the black market. In the 1970s, people relied on the mountains for food and the waters for sustenance. Although Yuhui Island was remote, a captain was responsible for organizing labor. During times when collective work was unnecessary, he could hunt or fish. The mountains were abundant with wildlife. A single wild boar could fetch a handsome sum, not to mention the profit from its hide. Most fishermen only knew how to cast nets for fish and had no skills in hunting. Isn't it reserved for him? When the time comes, he will hunt the 1,000-pound wild boar king and the 1,000-pound bear. He will skillfully engage in both hunting and fishing. Life will be splendid. Just as Song Renze was making his plans, a commotion arose within his inner space. Chapter 7. Harvesting seafood in the reef zone. Should he encounter a small tiger, perhaps he might even manage to capture it, and then he would experience the thrill of taming a big cat. As for farming, he sank into the depths of his space, gazing at the several acres of dark soil, where wheat and rice had already sprouted tender shoots, flourishing impressively. The spirit spring truly was remarkable. At this rate, in another fortnight, the first batch of grain would be ready for harvest. By then, there would be no worries about food at home. Lost in thought, Song Renze gradually drifted into slumber. The next morning, just as dawn was breaking, Song Renze arose. He donned his clothes quietly and retrieved a pack of Qianmen cigarettes from his space, slipping them into his pocket. Exiting the courtyard, the morning mist had yet to dissipate. Song Renze walked along the muddy path towards the village center, encountering a few early rising fishermen who curiously appraised him. The production team's office was a low stone building with a weathered wooden sign hanging at the entrance. Song Renze knocked on the door, and a robust voice resonated from within. "Come in." Upon entering, he beheld a sturdy man with dark skin bent over a desk, engrossed in writing. Hearing the noise, the man lifted his head, his keen eyes scrutinizing Song Renze. "You are?" "Hello, Captain. I am Song Renze, the son of Song Jang-wo. I just returned to the island yesterday to register my household." Captain Yu Daeyong's eyes brightened, and he set down his pen, rising to his feet. "Ah, you are the little one from the Song family. Your father has been mentioning you for several days." He warmly grasped Song Renze's hand. "I am Yu Daeyong, the captain of the production team on this island. Your father is one of the best at harvesting seafood." Song Renze took out a few packs of the Qianmen. "Uncle Yu, just a small token of appreciation. This is far too generous." Yu Daeyong's eyes widened. Though he verbally protested, his hands accepted the gift with sincerity, grinning broadly. "You, my boy, are far more sensible than that Hu Wanli." Song Renze chuckled. "It is only right. Uncle Yu, about my household registration. Leave it to me." Yu Daeyong patted his chest. "I will head to the commune today to take care of it for you." He opened a drawer and retrieved the registration book. "Now, please fill out this form." While Song Renze completed the form, Yu Daeyong reflected, "Your parents have had a tough time, working tirelessly to support 3 children. It is good that you're back. Your family now has an additional strong laborer." Song Renze nodded. "Uncle Yu, why do all the crops on the island appear to be so sickly?" Yu Daeyong sighed deeply. "The seeds are inadequate, and the soil is poor. Our land suffers severely from salinization. It is a wonder anything can grow at all." He gestured towards the barren hillside outside the window. "Do you see that? Those plots were improved with the help of the military, and even they are barely surviving." Song Renze pondered thoughtfully. Have there been no attempts to improve the soil? Of course there have been. 2 years ago, experts from the province came and toiled for half a month, but to no avail. He patted Song Renze's shoulder. "It cannot compare to your city. We must make do here. However, with your return, your parents can enjoy a bit of relief. There is collective labor today, and soon you'll start working, earning work points early and giving your parents peace of mind." Song Renze nodded decisively. "All right, Uncle Yu, I shall commence my work immediately." He swiftly completed the form, bid farewell to Yu Daeyong, and hurried towards the commune canteen. A long queue had already formed within the canteen, the air imbued with a distinct fishy aroma. Indeed, being on an island meant that fish was a staple in every meal. As he stood in line to receive his food, the chatter among the patrons in front was lively. "Another bowl of rotten fish soup today. Be grateful, at least we have something warm to eat. Too much of this stuff will give you the runs." Squatting in a corner with his bowl, Song Renze took a sip of the fish soup and nearly retched. It was both pungent and bitter, with a hint of moldiness. "What's wrong?" Song Jang-wo quickly approached, patting him on the back with his rough hand. "Not used to it." Just as Song Renze was about to respond, Yi Xiaolan stealthily produced a cloth bag from her bosom. Upon opening it, he found 2 cornmeal buns. "Hurry and eat," she urged, glancing nervously around. "Mother saved these for you." Song Renze felt a lump in his throat. In these times, who didn't he struggle for grain? These buns were likely saved by his parents from their meager rations. "Mother, I'm not hungry." "Nonsense," Song Jang-wo whispered harshly. "Do you think I don't know? City folk have never tasted this." With that, he offered the only fresh fish from his own bowl to Song Renze. Gazing at the tiny fish, no bigger than his thumb, tightened his throat. This must be the only meat his father would have today. "Father, you eat. Enough with the nonsense. I've been on this island for decades. I'm used to it. You, with your tender flesh, need to eat something substantial to work." Noticing others glancing in their direction, Yi Xiaolan quickly shielded him with her body, pressing the bun into his pocket. "Hurry, eat it discreetly." As Song Renze nibbled on the bun, he felt a lump in his throat. The bun was dry and hard, yet infinitely better than the fish soup. "Eat slowly," Yi Xiaolan whispered. "Tomorrow, I'll bring you some pickles to make it easier to swallow." Just then, a whistle echoed at the canteen entrance. Yu Daeyong shouted, "Hurry up! Get ready to work." Song Jang-wo sprang to his feet, gulping down the last sip of fish soup. "Let us go." Yi Xiaolan, flustered, Stuff the remaining bun into Song Renze's pocket. Keep it safe. Eat it when you're hungry. As he felt the warmth of the bun in his pocket and watched his parents' stooped figures retreat, his eyes grew misty. These two elders, who could hardly afford to indulge themselves, were wholly preoccupied with their son who had just returned home. Taking advantage of the early tide, he knew he must earn his share of work points for the day. Following the crowd towards the beach, Song Renze rolled up his pant legs to his knees, his bare feet crunching on the wet sand. "Renze," Song Jangwo called out from behind, handing him a battered bamboo basket. "Use this. Keep your eyes sharp and your hands quick." Song Renze weighed the basket in his hand, discreetly slipping a metal shovel into it. As the tide receded, the mudflat was already teeming with people. Men, women, and children were all bent over, digging in the sand as if hunting for treasure. What a scene! Song Renze crouched down, his fingers barely brushing against the sand when the spatial pearl in the area suddenly hummed to life. 3 meters to the southeast, a faint glow flickered. Is this a hint from space? By heavens, with this extraordinary boon, wouldn't it be a mere trifle to gather treasures by the seaside? Had he not feared attracting attention, he would have activated the spatial pearl directly, summoning the treasures to gather at his feet. In a few swift strides, Song Renze rushed over, seizing the shovel to dig, the sand flying in all directions. With a resounding thud, 5 or 6 thumb-sized sand crabs sprang forth, claws flailing. Quite impressive. A lean, dark young man approached. "I'm Li Eru. Brother, how did you know there was treasure here?" Song Renze grinned. "Just lucky." As he tossed the sand crabs into the basket, the spatial pearl shimmered once more, this time directly ahead. He dashed forward, plunging the shovel into the sand. With a flick of his wrist, 2 plump sandworms squirmed out, spraying water and splattering Li Eru's face. Laughter erupted around them. Li Eru certainly took that well. This lad is on a roll. Li Eru wiped his face, his eyes wide with amazement. "Incredible. I've been gathering at the shore for 3 years and never encountered such fat sandworms." After tossing the worms into the basket, the pearl began to flash wildly. A fist-sized golden glimmer appeared beneath the sand to his left. He dashed over, thrusting the shovel into the sand, and with a quick twist of his wrist, whoosh, sand erupted, and a palm-sized clam, the king of clams, shot forth, water spraying from it, adorned with golden stripes. "Wow!" Li Eru shouted, his voice almost cracking. "The king of clams. This thing can sell for 50 cents. A crowd quickly gathered. "Goodness, it's thicker than my arm. Is this young man a reincarnation of the sea dragon king?" Song Renze shook the king of clams, which continued to spray water. He casually tossed it into the spatial fish pond. Perhaps it might breed. Li Eru moved closer, swallowing hard. "Brother, could you teach me?" "Quite simple." Song Renze pointed to the sand. "Focus on the small holes and be quick." He then unearthed a few flower clams, deliberately slowing his movements for Li Eru to observe. Li Eru imitated him, digging a couple of times, and unearthed a clam the size of a fingernail, jumping for joy. "I did it." Song Renze smiled, continuing to dig as guided by the pearl. In less than half an hour, the basket was brimming with sand crabs, clams, and even 2 stranded yellow fish. The onlookers stared in disbelief. "This is uncanny. How does he always find something? I've been digging for ages and only found 2 snails." Song Jangwo approached, carrying half a basket of seaweed. Upon seeing his son's haul, his jaw nearly dropped. "Is this all from you?" Song Renze handed the basket over. "Dad, you head back first. I'll explore the rocky area a bit more." Chapter 8. The first voyage to catch big fish. Li Eru immediately raised his hand, exclaiming, "I will lead the way. I am familiar with that area." Song Jangwo hesitated for a moment before finally patting him on the shoulder and advising, "Be cautious of the undercurrents." The 2 young men walked east along the beach, with Li Eru chattering incessantly. "Brother, your luck is truly extraordinary. I've been gathering seafood for 5 or 6 years and have never encountered anything like your luck." He rubbed his hands together, his eyes wide with excitement. "They say gathering seafood relies on luck. I must be fortunate, still in the novice protection period," Song Renze replied, scratching his head and feigning modesty before shifting the topic. "Let us go check out the rocky area." As they stepped onto the slippery rocks, Li Eru continued to impart his wisdom. Brother, remember, the crevices in the rocks are the prime hiding spots for treasures, but be wary of sea snakes. Oh my! Before he could finish, Song Rinja darted forward, his fingers deftly probing a fissure in the stone. Splash! Water splattered everywhere as a vibrant green lobster, brandishing its formidable claws, was pulled from its hiding place. Holy cow! A little lobster! Li Eru's voice cracked with excitement. This creature can sell for over $8. Song Rinja firmly held down the wriggling lobster, its size nearly that of his forearm, with its long antennae swaying above. To his astonishment, such a rare find. No wonder the orb in his spatial pocket had been pulsing with warmth earlier. If this was the case, perhaps he could explore other islands for similar treasures. Who knows? He might even catch bluefin tuna during his next outing. The rhythm of prosperity was upon him. After a lifetime of toil as a mercenary, he was finally on the brink of enjoyment. How did you know there was something there? Li Eru leaned in, eager yet hesitant to touch the catch. With a mysterious smile, Song Rinja responded, I learned from the television to watch for bubbles. In truth, it was the spatial orb flickering wildly that illuminated the lobster in his perception like a little light bulb. Li Eru was in awe. Brother, from this day forth, you are my true brother. As they spoke, Song Rinja suddenly crouched down, swiftly lifting a rock. Whoosh! 3 palm-sized swimming crabs scurried in all directions. Don't run! Song Rinja exclaimed, capturing one in each hand. The third crab was about to escape into the sea when he swiftly blocked its path with his foot. Crack! Li Eru watched in astonishment as the plumpest crab clamped onto Song Rinja's sandal. Brother, your foot! Unfazed, Song Rinja bent down, pinching the sides of the crab shell and gently twisting. Snap! The claw broke off effortlessly. No worries, the shoe is thick, he remarked, weighing the crab. Wow. This must weigh nearly half a pound. Li Eru gulped. Brother, your technique. Is this truly your first time gathering seafood? Song Rinja tossed the crab into the basket. I saw how to catch crabs on television. In reality, he had learned from local fishermen during a previous assignment in Southeast Asia. Li Eru's eyes widened. Brother, let us team up to go out to sea this afternoon during low tide. I can row steady. Just as Song Rinja was about to agree, they suddenly heard a loud splash from behind the rocks. The luminous beads of the cosmos shone dazzlingly. With a swift leap, he rushed forward and discovered a 2-kilogram grouper trapped in a crevice among the rocks. Goodness gracious! Li Eru was so exhilarated that he bounced up and down. Today is indeed a stroke of good fortune. Song Rinja picked up the net from the bucket and plunged into the water. Splash! Water erupted in all directions as the grouper thrashed wildly, its tail slapping the surface with a resounding crack. Be careful, brother. Don't let it escape. Song Rinja tightened his muscular arms, firmly enveloping the fish's body. The grouper was slippery, its scales scraping painfully against his forearm. Ha! He roared, suddenly flinging the fish onto the shore. Bang! The grouper bounced twice on the rocks before finally coming to a standstill. Li Eru dashed over to secure the fish, his voice trembling. Brother, this fish could feed a family for 3 days. Song Rinja wiped the seawater from his face, gazing at the overflowing fish basket with a broad grin. Li Eru suddenly turned serious. Brother, Li Eru, have been around this beach for 6 years and have never bowed to anyone. He patted his chest. From now on, you are my elder brother. Just as Song Rinja was about to respond, a whistle echoed from afar. Yu Daong stood on the shore, calling out, Time's up. Record your work points. Li Eru quickly helped Song Rinja carry the fish basket, whispering, Brother, shall we go out to sea together this afternoon? The glimmer in his eyes was unmistakable. Initially, I thought those returning from the city would be a burden, yet he proved to be remarkably capable. When we set sail, just let Song Rinja lead. Surely, we will have a bountiful catch. All right, see you at the dock at 2 o'clock. Song Rinja patted Li Eru on the shoulder and made his way toward the recording station with a fish basket. Yu Daong, puffing on a cigarette while weighing the villagers' catches, nearly dropped his cigarette when he saw Song Rinja's haul. Goodness, a little blue dragon? A grouper? You're quite the catch on your first day of work. The onlooking villagers gathered around. My goodness, that grouper must weigh 3 kilograms. The little blue dragon. The supply and marketing cooperative buys them for 250 each. This lad is extraordinary. Song Renze placed the fish basket on the scale. Captain, will this suffice for my work points? Absolutely. More than enough. Yu Daong calculated on his abacus. The grouper counts for 5 work points, the little blue dragon 3, and the swimming crab. He suddenly lowered his voice. Renze, this year's new policy allows for self-arrangement once you've met the basic work points. You've accumulated nearly 10 days' worth of points in one go. You need tea common this afternoon. Li Eru hurriedly chimed in. Captain, what about me this afternoon? Get lost. Yu Daong laughed and scolded. You only dug up 3 clams this morning. You're far from meeting the required points. Laughter erupted among the crowd. Song Renze submitted the grouper and the little blue dragon, packing the remaining miscellaneous fish and crabs back into the basket. Captain, can I take these home? Take them. Take them. Yu Daong waved his hand. Song Renze expressed his gratitude and headed home with the fish basket. Li Eru followed eagerly behind. Brother, let me help you carry that. Passing by the supply and marketing cooperative, Song Renze paused. Eru, can the little blue dragon really sell for 250? Absolutely. Li Eru swallowed hard. Last year, old Lu caught a small one and sold it for over 8 yuan. Yours is even bigger. Surely it will fetch a few more cents. Song Renze understood the implications. The combination of tidal fishing and aquaculture was proving to be far more lucrative than anticipated. Upon returning home, he found Zhoushan hanging laundry, who nearly dropped the clothesline in shock at the sight of the fish basket. Did you catch all this? Yes. Song Renze replied, pouring the crabs into a basin. Mom, let us have some extra dishes for lunch. Song Xiaomei came running out barefoot, exclaiming upon seeing the crabs, Brother, can I keep one? Song Renze selected the smallest crab for her. You can keep it for 2 days, but then we must cook it. Otherwise, it will lose weight. Song Jiangwo was squatting by the door, sharpening a fish spear. He looked up at the conversation. Are you going out again this afternoon? I made plans with Eru to go to sea, Song Renze said, kneeling to assist him with the knife. Dad, is our boat still seaworthy? It is usable, but... Song Jiangwo hesitated. We haven't been out in years. I worry it may not be safe. Li Eru thumped his chest confidently. Uncle, don't worry. I've been going to sea with my father since I was 7. I could navigate it with my eyes closed. All right, you two keep at it. Song Jiangwo chuckled lightly, knowing Li Eru well enough to agree. The young man claimed he needed to tidy up and slipped away before dinner. Song Renze was aware that food on the island was already scarce, with every household rationing their meals. They usually ate at the commune's canteen when working. It was a rarity for families like theirs to dine at home, which made Li Eru's reluctance to indulge in their meal understandable. Zhoushan emerged with a steamer full of crabs, looking worried. You just returned from the city, and now you want to go to sea. I'm afraid. Mom, don't fret. Song Renze cracked open a crab shell, steam rising from the golden crab roe. We'll just be fishing close to shore. Song Xiaodao secretly pushed the largest crab towards him. Brother, you eat. A warmth spread through Song Renze's heart as he opened the claw and handed it back to her. Let us eat together. After lunch, Song Renze donned an old sea sole shirt that once belonged to Song Jiangwo in his youth, fastening a fish knife at his waist. Song Jiangwo dragged out an oilcloth bag from under the bed, revealing a rusted diesel engine, a relic that hadn't been used in a decade. He wiped the spark plug with cotton thread. Give it a try. Taking the crank, Song Renze inhaled deeply and exerted force. The diesel engine sputtered, releasing 2 plumes of black smoke before stalling. Adjusting the fuel valve, he tried again, and this time, the machine roared to life, shaking the eaves and causing the swallow's nest to crumble. Good lad. Song Jiangwo clapped him on the shoulder. I filled the fuel tank for you. Remember, when the red needle reaches here, it's time to return. Song Renze coiled the rope neatly and carried the water bucket towards the dock. In the distance, he spotted Li Eru squatting by the shipyard, surrounded by fishing nets and several bamboo baskets. Brother, Li Eru sprang up. I borrowed old Lu's searchlight. The rusty mining lamp was bound with hemp rope, its lampshade cracked. Song Renze accepted the light and casually pulled out 2 new batteries from his storage space to replace the old ones. Let us go aboard. Chapter 9. The precious little yellow fish Old Song's fishing vessel is a 4-meter-long wooden motor sailboat, its paint peeling profusely, yet the joints remain sturdy. Li Eru deftly unties the ropes, while Song Renze revs the diesel engine, dark smoke immediately billowing from the stern. With a robust rumble, the fishing boat slowly departs from the dock. The briny sea breeze rushes towards them as Song Renze grips the helm, feeling the vibrations coursing through the boat. This old machine wheezes with each breath as if it might fall apart, yet it stubbornly pushes the vessel forward through the waves. Li Eru leans over the bow, directing, "Brother, northeast. There's Buffalo Island over there. My father says we can collect black gold abalone at low tide." Song Renze adjusts the course, and the rhythm of the diesel engine becomes gradually steadier. The sea transforms from a dark green to a deep blue, and the waves begin to swell. He suddenly notices a homemade compass on the dashboard, its needle painted halfway in red. Is this thing reliable? Absolutely. Li Eru leans in closer. Last year, the commune surveying team came by. The margin of error is no more than 5 degrees. The fishing boat resembles a clumsy beetle, tracing a white wake across the shimmering surface of the sea. Occasionally, flying fish leap over the bow, their silvery scales glinting in the sunlight. Song Renze is astonished to realize that he can perceive the movements of fish beneath the surface through the spatial pearl. Those points of light drift like fireflies in the sea of consciousness. Throughout their journey, schools of fish abound, yet the pearl has not shone particularly brightly. It seems they are not particularly valuable fish. "Brother, your steering is remarkably steady," Li Eru exclaims, gazing at the unwavering helm. "My father says that novices steer like they're painting dragons." Song Renze chuckles silently. In his previous life, he navigated a speedboat in the waters off Somalia. By comparison, this fishing boat feels like a toy. It is merely a bit laborious, given its age. After approximately half an hour, a bun-shaped island emerges on the horizon. As they draw closer, the island's jagged rocks and sparse shrubs come into view. "That's it." Li Eru excitedly points to the crescent bay on the island's western side. "That shallow area." Song Renze slows down, the sound of the diesel engine gradually diminishing. When the bow is still 20 meters from the rocks, he deftly shifts to neutral, allowing the boat to gently glide onto the sand with the help of inertia. "Drop anchor." Li Eru tosses the iron anchor into the shallow water, and both of them leap off the boat. The salty sea breeze mingles with the scent of rotting seaweed, and barnacles cling tightly to the crevices of the rocks. Song Renze bends down to test the water temperature, feeling the icy chill pierce through him. "Let's go." He shakes off the droplets on his hands. "Let us hunt for abalone." Stepping cautiously on the slippery rocks, Song Renze ventures forward, the hard texture of barnacles beneath his feet. Suddenly, the spatial pearl emits a gentle warmth, and he focuses intently, crouching down to part a patch of seaweed. "Eru the shovel." Li Eru hurriedly hands over the iron spade. With a flick of his wrist, Song Renze skillfully drives the tip of the spade into the crevice of the rock, prying open a palm-sized oyster with a sharp crack. "Wow." Li Eru's eyes nearly bulge out. "This oyster is bigger than my hand." The gray-black shell is encrusted with seaweed, and as it opens, succulent oyster meat is revealed. Song Renze effortlessly pried open several nearby shells, each the size of a fist. "Brother, you're incredible," Li Eru exclaimed, hurriedly stuffing the shells into a bamboo basket. "These are worth 2 dimes each at the supply and marketing cooperative." Without uttering a word, Song Renze continued along the rocky shore. The spatial orb grew increasingly warm in his grasp, and he suddenly halted before a colossal stone covered in moss. Eru stepped back. He seized an iron shovel and forcefully wedged it into the crevice of the rock. The top stone immediately plummeted into the water with a resounding splash. With a splash, the sea surged, revealing 7 or 8 black gold abalone tightly affixed to the rock face, the largest of which was as big as a fist. Black gold abalone. Truly black gold abalone. Li Eru's voice cracked with excitement. "My father hasn't seen one of these in 10 years. With a deft flick of the shovel's tip, the largest abalone plopped directly into Li Eru's arms. The lad fumbled to catch it, nearly tumbling into the sea. "Be careful," Song Renze chuckled. These are quite precious. He swiftly pried the remaining abalones free. These black gold abalones exhibited astonishing suction power without the guidance of the spatial orb. An ordinary person would have been utterly unable to locate their hiding spots. Brother, we've struck it rich. Lieru's hands trembled as he cradled the abalone. This one alone could be exchanged for 10 pounds of flour. Song Renze wiped the seawater from his face, suddenly sensing movement by his feet. Looking down, he was astonished to see a green crab attempting to burrow into a crevice. With remarkable speed, he pinched the sides of the crab's shell with 2 fingers. The crab thrashed wildly, its large pincers snapping loudly. Wow! Lieru leaned closer. That green crab must weigh over a pound. Song Renze tossed the crab into the basket when suddenly he heard a loud splash. Turning around, he saw Lieru leaning over the edge of the rock, half of his body submerged in the water. What are you doing? Brother, there's something under the rock. Lieru shouted excitedly. I saw tentacles. Song Renze approached to find. Indeed, an octopus curled in the shadows beneath the rock. Quietly, he retrieved a small knife from the spatial orb and struck with lightning speed. The blade precisely pierced the head of the octopus. The creature's 8 tentacles writhed furiously, releasing a cloud of ink. Song Renze was well prepared, sidestepping the ink and deftly pulling the octopus out. It's enormous. Lieru gasped. That must weigh 5 pounds. The gray-brown octopus squirmed incessantly in Song Renze's hands, its suckers firmly adhering to his arm. Skillfully, he flipped the octopus over and gently pressed a certain spot on its head, causing it to immediately go limp. Brother, you can even do this? Lieru stared. No. I learned it from television. Song Renze replied nonchalantly, though in truth. This technique was acquired in his past life, in Okinawa. The two continued to search among the rocks, with the spatial orb's guidance. Song Renze seemed to be on a roll. A single strike of the shovel unearthed 3 flower crabs, while lifting seaweed revealed a beached sea bream. They even caught 2 lobsters in a tidal pool. Lieru's bamboo basket soon overflowed. The lad, undeterred, removed his jacket to use as a makeshift pouch, binding the crabs within. Brother, I've never seen such plump seafood in my life. Lieru laughed heartily, his smile revealing teeth but obscuring his eyes. You strike with precision, as if you were kin to the Dragon King. Song Renze chuckled softly, only to suddenly feel the space bead growing intensely warm. Squinting, he gazed toward a seemingly unremarkable patch of rocks not far away. Within his perception, however, it radiated as if a small sun were glowing. Eru, follow me. He strode forward, seizing an iron shovel to strike fiercely at the base of the rocks. Lieru hurried to assist, and together they pried open a stone the size of a basin. My goodness! Lieru fell back into the water. Beneath the stone, over 20 abalones were tightly packed. The smallest were the size of a fist, while the largest gleamed with a rainbow sheen, unmistakably a premium specimen. Song Renze was equally astonished. This trove of abalones was deeply concealed. Without the space bead, they would have remained undiscovered. Be gentle while digging. He cautioned in a hushed tone, do not harm the flesh. The two of them cautiously pried at the abalones with the edges of their shovels. These creatures had an astonishing grip. Extracting each one required considerable effort. By the time they finished, Song Renze's arms were fatigued. Brother, Lieru's voice trembled. These are enough to trade for a radio. Wiping the sweat from his brow, Song Renze glanced at the sky. It's about time to head back. The two of them trudged back with their heavy haul. The tide had begun to rise, gradually submerging the rocks they had traversed. Song Renze led the way, when suddenly he slipped. Be careful. Lieru grasped him firmly. Looking down, Song Renze nearly stepped into a sea urchin nest. A dozen black-spined sea urchins were crammed into the crevices, their sharp spines glinting menacingly. That was close, Lieru said, shaken. A prick from one of those could hurt for weeks. Yet Song Renze's eyes brightened. No, wait, it wasn't tea, just sea urchins. He crouched down, carefully using the shovel to clear away the urchins, revealing several round, plump treasures beneath. Sea cucumbers. Moreover, they were the rare, spiky variety. Their stout bodies were covered in fleshy spines, glistening under the sun. Song Renze counted. There were a total of 8. What incredible luck today, Liera murmured. My father says these are even more precious than abalones. By the time they finally returned to the boat, the sunset had painted the sea a vivid crimson. The diesel engine roared contentedly. Lieru sat at the bow, alternating between admiring the abalones and the octopuses, grinning from ear to ear. As the fishing boat chugged away from the small island, Song Renze gripped the steering wheel, suddenly feeling the space bead begin to heat up once more. Eru, cast a net to test our fortune. He pointed to a silvery patch of water ahead. Lieru deftly set up the fishing net. Brother, do you think there is anything here? Let us take a chance. Song Renze slowed down and turned the boat. Carving a graceful arc, Lieru seized the moment, casting the net with a splash. The net glided through the water, forming a perfect circle, the lead weights swiftly sinking. Song Renze counted to 20 before softly instructing, haul in the net. So soon? Lieru, astonished, began to pull the net rope. Usually one would have to wait. Oh, the net rope suddenly tightened, nearly causing him to stumble. Song Renze hurried over to lend a hand, and together they tugged at the net rope, distinctly sensing something beneath the water, desperately struggling. Lieru's face flushed with excitement. There is something big. Chapter 10. The moral coercion of the scorer. The fishing net gradually emerged from the water, shimmering schools of fish leaping frantically within, the splashes glistening like scattered gold dust under the setting sun. Small yellow croakers. All small yellow croakers. Lieru's voice was nearly hoarse from shouting. This haul must weigh at least 30 to 40 pounds, each fish a palm's length, their golden bodies writhing in the net. Song Renze, quick of eye and hand, swiftly pinned down a fish attempting to leap back into the sea. Brother, this place has never yielded so many fish. Lieru fumbled as he untangled the net. Usually, a good catch would be 3 or 5 at most. Song Renze smiled silently, discreetly stowing away a few of the plumpest fish into his spatial pouch. These lively creatures, nurtured within the space, should be capable of breeding. Should we cast another net? He gestured towards another stretch of water. Absolutely. We must. Lieru exclaimed, his hands rubbing together in excitement. The second net was cast, bringing up over 20 pounds of mackerel and several silvery ribbon fish. The third net was even more astonishing, revealing a cluster of blue crabs, each the size of a bowl. Good heavens! Lieru swallowed hard, gazing at the hold brimming with seafood. Brother, do you have some sort of spell? Song Renze laughed heartily. I learned fishing techniques from television. In truth, it was entirely reliant on the guidance of the spatial orb. The schools of fish were as conspicuous to him as stars in the night sky. Soon, the cargo hold was filled to capacity. The yellow croakers floundered at the bottom. Mackerel and ribbonfish formed small hills, while the crabs in the corners snapped their claws. The most valuable black gold, abalone, and sea cucumbers were carefully packed into bamboo baskets, covered with damp seaweed for preservation. Brother, this trip has earned us more than others do in half a year. Eru sat atop the hold, counting on his fingers. Just those abalones alone could be exchanged for. Shoo! Song Renze suddenly pressed his hand on his shoulder. There's a boat ahead. In the twilight, a small skiff was lazily drifting towards them. At the bow stood an old man wearing a straw hat, none other than Lu Dage from the village. Oh, isn't that Jianguoyes boat? Lu Dage squinted, assessing. Renze, you can sail now. Lieru hurriedly positioned himself to shield the cargo hold. Lu Grandpa, how was your catch today? Alas, just a few small fish. Lu Dage sighed. Nowadays, it's becoming increasingly difficult to catch seafood. Song Renze discreetly adjusted the course, steering the hold away from Lu Dage's line of sight. Lu Grandpa, it's getting dark. You should head back soon. Once the skiff had drifted far enough, Lieru let out a long breath. Thank goodness he didn't TC. Song Renze nodded. He understood the wisdom of concealing wealth better than anyone. The diesel engine sputtered as the fishing boat cut through the deepening twilight towards the village. In the distance, the pier glimmered with the flickering lights of oil lamps. As the fishing boat docked, Song Renze spotted a tall, lean figure in a blue cloth shirt standing on the pier. This person held a scorebook, squinting intently in their direction. Eru, who is that? Song Renze whispered. Li Eru's expression suddenly changed. Oh no, it's that bastard Wang Fugui. He is the scorekeeper of the village, wielding his slight authority to bully others. A coward who preys on the weak. In the past, when Hu Wanli was around, he often clashed with him, and now that you have returned, this fellow will undoubtedly seek trouble. As expected, the moment Li Eru finished speaking, Wang Fugui had already begun with his sarcastic remarks. Oh, isn't this the young Master Song who has come back from the city? I heard you had quite a good haul today. Song Renze frowned slightly. He did not recognize this individual, but from Li Eru's reaction, it was clear he was a troublesome character. Scorekeeper Wang. Li Eru stepped protectively in front of Song Renze. My brother has already accounted for his work points today. You need not take note of it here. Accounted for? Wang Fugui sneered and strode closer, his gaze fixed on the cabin. Let me see what good stuff you've caught. Everything must be submitted. Song Renze calmly blocked his path. Comrade, do you have something to discuss? Comrade? Wang Fugui chuckled as if he had heard a great joke. Young Master Song has been in the city for too long to know me. I am Wang Fugui, the village scorekeeper. Only then did Song Renze realize that this man was indeed targeting him. Scorekeeper Wang. Song Renze replied with a tranquil tone. I have just returned to the village and am not very familiar with it. Today, I followed the rules and accounted for my work points. The rest belongs to my family. Belongs to your family? Wang Fugui's voice suddenly escalated. You have been absent from the village for so many years, and now that you return with such a bounty. This is a blessing for the collective. You should be grateful to the collective. He turned to the villagers who had gathered. Isn't that right? If it weren't for the village's care, could his parents still be alive after all these years? A few villagers, who were on good terms with Wang Fugui, began to cheer. Exactly. It should be submitted. Look at how deep the fishing boat is sitting in the water. Song Renze narrowed his eyes. Although he did not recognize these individuals, it was evident from their demeanor that they were looking for trouble. Scorekeeper Wang. Song Renze's voice remained steady. The grouper and the small blue dragon I caught today are worth 10 days' work points. According to the new policy, the surplus can be disposed of freely. Nonsense. Wang Fugui scoffed. Policy? What policy? In our fishing village, my word is the policy. Li Eru was infuriated, jumping up and down. Wang Fugui, don't flaunt your authority here. My brother has already contributed enough work points. What right do you have to demand more? You little brat. Wang Fugui glared. Who do you think you are to speak to me like that? He turned to Song Renze, his tone dripping with sarcasm. Young Master Song, after enjoying life in the city for so many years, you must be unaware of our fishing village's customs, right? Song Renze smirked coldly. I have just returned, and indeed, I wasn't aware that it was customary for scorekeepers to arbitrarily seize the labor of others. Such grand authority. The villagers watching were immediately in an uproar. Wang Fugui's face flushed red. What nonsense are you spouting? Li Eru seized the opportunity to strike back. Wang Fugui, you truly excel as a scorekeeper. Feasting on meat at every meal, while others can barely fill their stomachs with cornmeal. You little brat. Wang Fugui, consumed by shame and anger, raised his hand to strike. However, Song Renze, quick-witted and agile, seized his wrist. Wang, let us converse civilly. Wang struggled a couple of times, but could not break free. His breath heavy with fury. Song Renze, do not presume that your years of education grant you superiority. In this fishing village, I, Wang Fugui, have the final say. Oh, Song Renze raised an eyebrow. Shall we consult the commune for a fair hearing? Let us ascertain how your authority as a scorekeeper truly functions. As a city dweller, my sole talent lies in reasoning. I have fulfilled my work points. Why must I surrender them? Wang Fugui's complexion shifted. He had not anticipated such fortitude from a returnee from the city, nor such insolence in front of so many onlookers. Oof. He wrenched his arm free from Song's grasp. Do not think I fear you. You must submit these items. It is for the collective good. Contribution? Song Renze scoffed. Wang, I have heard that your family built a new house last year. How much of the collective timber did you utilize? Should you not contribute that as well? You. Wang Fugui trembled with rage. You speak maliciously. Li Eru chimed in. Indeed. Wang Fugui, you are truly an exemplary scorekeeper. Since you are so mindful of the collective, why do you not surrender the dried fish from your home? What the large blue crabs found just days ago? Submitting them could earn you more work points. What are you still doing as a scorekeeper? My brother has completed high school. What about you? A mere peasant. Can you recite the 300 Tang poems? The gathered villagers erupted in laughter. Wang Fugui's face burned with humiliation, and he pointed an accusing finger at Li Eru. You little brat. I shall teach you a lesson. Oh dear, I am so frightened, Li Eru retorted, his demeanor infuriatingly provocative. Wang, incensed by this mockery, waved his hand furiously. Brothers, teach these two insolent youths a lesson. Let them learn the rules of the fishing village. 3 burly young men, his usual lackeys, sprang forth. Wang Fugui, what authority do you possess to govern this matter? You wield a mere feather as a command. Li Eru shot back, yet he instinctively edged closer to Song Renze. Song remained unyielding, his eyes narrowing slightly. Years of instinct honed on the battlefield allowed him to instantly gauge the threat level posed by these men. It was negligible. Master Song, it is not too late to kneel and apologize. Wang Fugui sneered, advancing menacingly with his entourage. Among the onlookers, whispers arose. This is blatant bullying. They have fulfilled their work points. Why must they? Hush, keep your voice down. The last time I caught a blood clam, it was taken from me. Upon hearing the murmurs, Wang Fugui's fury escalated, and he lunged forward. Alas! Unexpectedly, his foot slipped, and he fell face first into the dirt, tasting the grit. Ha ha! Li Eru laughed heartily, slapping his thigh. Wang, are you performing for us, feasting on the soil? The villagers could no longer contain their laughter. Wang Fugui clumsily rose to his feet, spitting out the sand from his mouth, his face flushed with anger. Strike me. Hit me hard. Immediately, 3 brawny men rushed forward. Song Renze sighed softly and said, Eru, step back and watch as I teach this rabble a lesson. Chapter 11. Improving Saline Alkaline Land. The first assailant charged forward, swinging his fist towards Song Renze's face. With a deft sidestep, Song swiftly seized the man's wrist, twisting it with a sudden motion. Crack! A pained cry escaped the burly man's lips as his arm was dislocated. The second attacker, witnessing this, brandished a wooden stick to strike. Rather than retreat, Song advanced, blocking with his left hand while delivering a right hook that landed squarely in the man's abdomen. Gagging, the assailant collapsed to the ground, expelling his lunch. The third, sensing the dire situation, attempted to flee. With a sweeping kick, Song sent him tumbling face first into the dirt. The entire encounter transpired in less than 10 seconds. The onlookers stood in stunned silence, eyes wide in disbelief. My goodness, murmured an old fisherman, such skill. Is this city dweller truly so formidable? Wang Fugui stood frozen, his legs trembling. He never imagined that this seemingly refined urbanite could fight so fiercely. Didn't he come any closer? Wang stuttered, retreating rapidly. I'm the scorekeeper. Taking his time, Song brushed the dirt from his hands. Wang the scorekeeper, may we now converse civilly? Why yes. Wang nodded vigorously. Very well. Song pointed to the soiled corner of his garment. I suppose I need not contribute my work points now, correct? But you're in trouble. Wang's lips twitched, instinctively wanting to flee. What trouble? Raising an eyebrow, Song chuckled lightly. You've sullied my clothing. Compensate me with 100 caddies of grain tickets, and we shall consider this matter settled. 100 caddies? Wang exclaimed. Are you robbing me? With a cold smile, Song replied, refusing. Then shall we continue? He took a step forward. All right. Wang quivered in fear, hastily retrieving a crumpled stack of grain tickets from his pocket. This is all I have. Song counted the tickets, 87 caddies. The remainder shall be noted as a debt. He casually tucked the tickets into his pocket. Should you cause further trouble, the cost will not be so lenient. Wang nodded furiously, scurrying away with his 3 limping companions, their heads bowed in defeat. The crowd erupted in cheers. What a relief. It was high time someone dealt with him. Song's boy is truly impressive. Li Eru bounded to Song Renze's side, brimming with excitement. Brother, you were incredible. You fought like a martial arts master from the movies. Song merely smiled, refraining from comment. The combat skills he had honed in the special forces made dispatching a few local ruffians seem trivial. Disperse. Li waved to the crowd. Everyone should return home for dinner. As the crowd gradually dispersed, Song noted that several young men regarded him with newfound respect, tinged with awe. "Brother, you must expedite the shipment," Li urged in a lowered voice, to avoid complications down the line. Logically, the fishing boat belonged to his family. The seafood was sourced by him, and Li Eru would earn merely a meager 2 work points for his toil. However, Song Renze deemed this lad to be quite genuine, and having him by his side could prove beneficial in the future. "Eru, take this 5 pounds of large yellow fish, along with 2 black gold abalones, and treat yourself to a feast," he said, presenting the goods to Li Eru. Li Eru hastily waved his hands. "Brother, I cannot accept this." "Take it," Song Renze insisted, giving him a reassuring pat on the shoulder. "If you work alongside me from now on, you shall reap the rewards." He continued, "Once we set sail, I will compensate you according to your work points. What do you say?" Upon hearing this, Li Eru's face brightened with joy. Accompanying Song Renze on the sea journey surely meant catching substantial catches. His parents would surely beam with pride back on the island. Without a moment's hesitation, he nodded emphatically. "Brother, my life from now on belongs to you." "Very well. You may head back for now," Song Renze replied with a smile. "Do you not need my assistance in unloading the cargo?" Li Eru scratched his head, feeling restless when not engaged in work. "Not at all. You may return. I can manage this myself." "Then, all right," Li Eru said, carrying the water bucket and scampering off. Once he departed, Song Renze, ensuring the coast was clear, waved his hand and stored everything in his space. Selling goods at the dock? Not a chance. Aside from rare items, other seafood on Yuhui Island was priced significantly lower than on the mainland. By allowing his goods to rest in the space for a while, he could fetch a higher price during his next trip to the city. He placed a few fish in the water bucket, intending to take them home for a treat. As he walked along the path, Song Renze began to ponder. The black gold abalone could be nurtured within the space for reproduction, and the ration tickets would sustain the family for a spell. With the reputation he had garnered today, it was likely that no one in the village would dare to cause trouble again. Most importantly, the pearls within this space were indeed quite useful. With this golden opportunity, achieving prosperity in such times was merely a matter of time. Upon returning home with the water bucket, darkness had fully descended. Zhoushan was hanging laundry in the yard, and upon seeing him, she hurried over. "Why have you returned so late?" "Mother, look at this," Song Renze said, placing the water bucket on the ground, revealing several large yellow fish and a few plump crabs still flailing about. Zhoushan's eyes widened in astonishment, her hands trembling. "Did you catch all of these?" Hearing the commotion, Song Jangwo emerged from the house and was equally taken aback by the sight in the bucket. Goodness, such large yellow fish. His 2 younger sisters also rushed out to witness the spectacle. Song Xiaomei crouched beside the water bucket, cautiously poking at the crab shell with her finger. "Brother, can we eat this?" "Of course we can," Song Renze replied, ruffling his sister's hair. However, before he could finish, Zhoushan interjected. "Jangwo, take these to the supply and marketing cooperative tomorrow. They will fetch a good amount of money." Song Jangwo nodded. "Yes. These fish are fresh and should sell for a decent price." Song Renze quickly interjected. "Father, mother, there's no need to sell them." He pulled out 300 yuan from his pocket and placed it in Song Jangwo's hand. "I have already sold the big one. These are reserved for us to eat. From now on, our family will cook for ourselves and no longer dine at the commune's canteen." 300 yuan? Zhoushan's voice trembled. "Where did you acquire such a sum?" "Today, I managed to procure quite a few valuable items, which were taken from the dock." Song Renze casually fabricated an excuse, and there's this. He pretended to rummage through his backpack, but in reality, he retrieved 10 jin of flour, 5 jin of rice, and 2 barrels of oil from his storage space. These were exchanged at the supply and marketing cooperative. Henceforth, we shall no longer need to scrimp on food. Upon seeing these provisions, Zhoushan was overwhelmed with emotion and tears streamed down her face. "Renze, you came from a city to the countryside, yet you still take care of this family. It is your parents who have wronged you." Song Jangwo's eyes also glistened with tears, his rough hands tightly clutching the stack of money. "Child, keep this money for yourself." "Damn, Song Renze interjected. "We are family. There's no need for apologies. From now on, I shall support this household." He crouched down and said to his 2 younger sisters, "Tomorrow, I will cook you some delicious rice, all right? The two little girls' eyes sparkled as they nodded vigorously. Song Jianguo wiped his face and suddenly straightened his back. Excellent. My son has prospects. Tonight, we shall feast on fish. After dinner, Song Renze lay on his bed, gradually succumbing to sleep while listening to the sound of the waves outside. In the following days, he worked alongside the production team, clearing fish enclosures, mending nets, and drying seaweed, leading a busy yet fulfilling life. Song Renze gradually acclimatized to the island-esque way of life. The commune's canteen predominantly served fish at every meal. Various kinds of fish were available, but consuming it daily dulled the palate. Fortunately, the provisions he had brought from the city were sufficient, and with the harvest from his storage space, providing for the family was entirely manageable. Soon, it was time to cultivate the vegetable patch. One morning, Song Renze accompanied the villagers to a vast expanse of farmland at the eastern edge of the village. The sight before him caused him to frown. The soil was cracked and pale. The vegetable seedlings drooped lethargically, their leaves exhibiting an unhealthy yellowish-green hue. They appeared even more wilted than when observed from afar, as if on the brink of death. Can these vegetables be consumed? Song Renze couldn't help but nudge the nearby Li Eru. Brother, this is how it is on our island. Li Eru kicked at the clump of dirt beneath his feet. We barely have enough fresh water to drink. The soil is too saline and alkaline, and managing to grow this little is already commendable. This very plot of land was only made cultivable because experts came to tend to it. Otherwise, we wouldn't have any land to farm at all. Song Renze crouched down, grasping a handful of soil and rubbing it between his fingers. This land can be improved. Once it is rehabilitated, won't we be able to cultivate it? What use is this little land to anyone? Chapter 12. Wang Fugue seeks trouble. No wonder the commune's cafeteria lacks fresh vegetables. It seems devoid of any vitality. What? Improvement? Li Eru's eyes widened in astonishment. Indeed, Song Renze replied earnestly, by reducing the salinity and alkalinity of the soil, one could cultivate fine produce. This method is straightforward, relying on knowledge from future generations for enhancement. However, it need not be so complicated now. Simply using spring water would suffice to rejuvenate the soil. Huh! An elderly farmer nearby erupted in laughter, slapping his thigh. The city boy is truly Navi, utterly oblivious. The surrounding villagers chimed in, their voices overlapping. This land has been like this for decades. If it could be improved, it would have been done long ago. Little song, you may be well read, but farming is not merely a matter of education. Even if a deity came, they could not grow vegetables on this salt-soaked land. City children love to boast. Team leader Yu Daong approached, patting Song Renze on the shoulder. Little Song, this land is unique. We are on an island. The soil is permeated with seawater, and even the water we irrigate with is saline. The meager crops we grow are the result of improvements made by agricultural experts. And still, we rely on transporting fresh water from the mountains daily. Squatting down, Song Renze meticulously examined the soil and whimsically declared, Captain, I interned for 6 months at the Agricultural Research Institute in the city, specializing in salinity and alkalinity improvement techniques. May I attempt to enhance a small plot of land? If successful, we shall no longer worry about sustenance. At this proclamation, the crowd erupted in a cacophony of disbelief. What? Saline soil improvement? The city boy loves to talk big. If this land could be improved, I would write my name backward. Exactly. If agricultural experts cannot solve it, how could he? Yet, a few young individuals appeared hesitant, exchanging glances. This land issue has tormented everyone for years. If it could be resolved at its roots, the village would thrive. Li Eru was the first to voice his support, shouting, my brother says he can try. So, let him. Last time you all doubted him during the fishing trip. And what was the outcome? Others nodded in agreement. Yes, he is a scholar from the city. Perhaps he truly has a solution. Don't waste the seeds. Old fisherman Lu Day expressed his concerns. Seeds are precious these days. As the crowd began to grow restless, Song Jianguo suddenly stepped forward, thrusting the hoe into the ground. Enough of this bickering. If my son says he can try, let him. If he fails, let it come from our share of rations. Yi Xiaolan also took a step forward, her slender figure standing tall. Yes, we believe in our son. If it fails, our family can simply eat less. A warmth surged within Song Renze. Though his parents were not highly educated, their unconditional trust was invaluable. Yu Daong stroked his chin, contemplating for a moment, his gaze shifting back and forth between Song Renze and Song Jianguo. Finally, he decisively slapped his thigh. Very well. Little Song is the only educated person in our village. Let him give a try. If it fails, we all eat a little less, considering it a contribution to the collective. He cast a glance around before raising his voice. However, let us agree, only a small plot for testing, so as not to disrupt normal cultivation. Thank you, Captain. Song Renze nodded solemnly. Yu Daong waved his hand dismissively. No need for thanks. It is all for the collective. If you truly manage to improve this saline alkali land, you will be a great benefactor of Yuhui Island. Without hesitation, Song Renze set to work, marking out a 2-meter square experimental plot in the field. He pretended to search for several wooden barrels, pouring some seawater into them, and then sprinkled in handfuls of wood ash. Will this work? Li Er squatted nearby, watching Song Renze's actions with curiosity. Let us give it a try, Song Renze replied with a feigned air of mystery, pulling out a small cloth bag from his pocket. This is a special formula I brought from the city. Wang Fuguwei, leaning against a nearby post with his arms crossed, scoffed sarcastically. What a charade. I reckon he's just trying to avoid work. Exactly. His lackey echoed immediately. What formula? It looks like a pile of muck to me. Ignoring them, Song Renze continued adding ingredients to the barrels. Fishbone powder, wood ash, everything he could think of that might help neutralize the acidity and alkalinity, while also serving to obscure his intentions. Seizing a moment when no one was paying attention, he quietly poured some spring water from his space into the mixture. The clear spring water mingled with the murky seawater, momentarily glowing with a peculiar blue light, before reverting to its original state. What is this secret formula you're concocting? Wang Fuguei, seeing he was being ignored, approached boldly. It wouldn't happen to be some poison brought from the city, would it? Wang Fuguei. Song Jianguo barked angrily. Stop your nonsense. Did I say something wrong? Wang Fuguei retorted defiantly. Who knows what he is adding in there? What if he ruins the land? Song Renze, unfazed, continued to stir the mixture in the barrel. He added some dried fishbone powder and shell powder, excellent for neutralizing soil acidity. All right, he declared, standing up and brushing the dust from his hands. We can water the land now. Is it really that simple? Li Eru's eyes widened in disbelief. Indeed, it is that simple, Song Renze replied with a smile, scooping up a ladle of the mixture and evenly sprinkling it over the experimental plot. A miraculous scene unfolded. The once hardened, white soil visibly softened upon contact with the mixture. The layer of salt and alkali began to dissolve, revealing the moist earth beneath. My goodness! Li Eru was the first to exclaim, the soil, it's softening. The onlookers gathered around, chattering excitedly. How is this possible? Am I seeing things? The soil has truly become loose. Look, the color of the earth has changed. This city boy indeed has some remarkable skills. Wang Fuguei's face turned ashen, and he muttered, it must be a trick. Perhaps it will return to normal by tomorrow. Yu Daong crouched down, poking at the improved soil in astonishment. Rendered speechless, this. Song Jianguo and Yi Xiulan exchanged glances, their faces brimming with pride. Yi Xiulan wiped her eyes, declaring, I told you my son would achieve greatness. This is merely the first step. Song Renze humbly remarked, let's wait a couple of days to observe the results. Then we can plant the seeds. Excellent. Yu Daong exclaimed, excitedly patting Song Renze on the shoulder, the creases of joy appearing on his dark face. Little Song, you are indeed a great benefactor of our Yuhui Island. If we can truly grow good vegetables, I shall be the first to commend you. The surrounding members of the collective raised their thumbs in approval. The scholar from the city is truly exceptional. This young man has real talent. There is hope for our island now. Wang Fuguei stood at the edge of the crowd, his expression increasingly grim. He abruptly shoved past those in front of him and sarcastically declared, isn't it just pouring some muddy water into the ground? What's so impressive about that? I can do it too. If you're capable, then go ahead. Li Eru immediately retorted. Who was it that just said he was playing tricks? Exactly. Several young people chimed in, jeering, if you have the skill, why not improve a patch of land yourself? Yes, yes, all talk and no action. While we have witnessed the results. Wang Fugue, incensed, shouted defiantly, "Who can't do it? It's merely seawater mixed with wood ash. I can add even better ingredients." With that, he snatched a wooden bucket and, mimicking Song Renze, poured seawater into it and sprinkled wood ash. His henchmen cheered him on. "Brother Wang, go for it. Show them what we can do. Whatever the city folk can do, we can too." Song Renze stood by with crossed arms, a faint smile playing on his lips, eager to see what tricks Wang Fugue would attempt next. Wang Fugue pretended to stir the mixture in the bucket, even spitting into it for effect. This is what one calls a secret formula. Ugh! The onlookers expressed their disgust. Wang Fugue, how revolting! Yi Xiulan, defending her son, couldn't help but murmur her discontent. Ignoring the crowd's reactions, Wang Fugue triumphantly poured his concoction onto a patch of land. However, the hardened saline alkali soil remained utterly unchanged. Not even a hint of the surface salt dissolving. This is impossible. Wang Fugue's complexion shifted as he scooped another ladle of water and poured it on. "Spare yourself." Li Era laughed so hard he could barely stand. Brother Song only needed one ladle to see results, and you pouring 10 has achieved nothing. It must be that there's not enough water. Wang Fugue, humiliated and enraged, threw the entire bucket of water onto the ground. This caused the saline alkali soil to transform into a muddy pit, splattering several nearby onlookers with mud. "Wang Fugue, what are you doing?" Yu Daong was so infuriated that his mustache curled up. "Keep misbehaving, and I will deduct your work points." Chapter 13. Engine Maintenance. I. Wang Fugue stammered, unable to articulate his thoughts, his face flushed with embarrassment. "Get out of the way. Don't hinder the task at hand." Yu Daong waved his hand impatiently, urging him to continue with his duties. Wang Fugue shot a venomous glare at Song Renze, then sulkily carried away the empty bucket. His followers, too intimidated to speak, hurriedly followed suit. "Bah, what a joke." Li Eru spat towards Wang Fugue's retreating figure. "All he does is boast." Yu Daong turned to Song Renze, his face once again beaming with a smile. "Little Song, this plot of land is entrusted to you. Feel free to ask for anything you need. The team will provide full support." For the next several hours, Song Renze energetically led the team in enhancing the saline alkaline land. He directed everyone on how to proportionally mix the ameliorants, while Li Eru and several young men eagerly assisted him in their tasks. Mix the wood ash and fishbone powder in a 3-to-1 ratio, Song Renze demonstrated while explaining. "The shell powder needs to be ground finer." "Got it," Li Eru responded loudly, swiftly following the instructions. Watching the bustling scene before him, Yu Daong's dark face broke into a wide grin. "Little Song, if this method truly works, it will resolve a significant issue for our island. Rest assured, Captain." Song Renze wiped the sweat from his brow. "You will see results by tomorrow." He deliberately understated his confidence, fully aware that with the influence of the spring water, this piece of land could indeed be completely ameliorated. By noon, the originally planned all-day improvement work was unexpectedly completed ahead of schedule. The team members gathered around the improved land, chattering excitedly. "This soil feels much softer. It doesn't smell as salty anymore. If we can really grow vegetables, we'll be in for a treat." Yu Daong clapped Song Renze on the shoulder, his voice booming as he announced, "We're finishing early today. This afternoon, we'll go out to sea for fishing. If the land truly recovers by tomorrow, I will report to the commune and apply for a reward for Little Song." "Great." The team cheered in unison. On the outskirts of the crowd, Wang Fugue wore a sullen expression, his fists clenched tightly. His followers gathered around him, whispering furtively. "Brother Wang, that kid is really stealing the spotlight now. Indeed, look at his smug face. If he succeeds in the improvement, one tea he be strutting around the island?" Wang Fugue gritted his teeth and muttered tonight, "Let us enhance this piece of land." One of his followers made a slashing gesture across his throat. Wang Fugue smiled ominously. "Let us ensure he can't take the credit tomorrow." His followers nodded in agreement, their eyes glinting with malice. Meanwhile, Yu Daong was already instructing the team to tidy up their tools. "Everyone go back for lunch. Let's gather at the dock at 2 this afternoon. We'll catch plenty of fish." As Song Renze walked towards the cafeteria with his parents, he sensed several hostile glares directed at him from behind. When he turned to look, he caught sight of Wang Fuge and his group huddled together, whispering conspiratorially. "What's the matter, son?" Song Jiangwo asked with concern. "Nothing," he replied. Song Renze withdrew his gaze, yet a cold smile curled at the corners of his mouth. The communal dining hall was particularly lively at noon, with members gathered in small clusters, savoring the stewed kelp with assorted fish while discussing the miraculous transformations of the improved saline alkali land from morning. Holding his lunchbox, Song Renze sat beside his parents, as Zhoushan persistently added fish to his bowl, urging him to eat more for the laborious afternoon at sea. "Mother, that's enough." He chuckled, gently blocking her hand. "You and father should eat more as well." Song Jiangwo pushed a few bites of rice into his mouth, then lowered his voice. "Son, be cautious this afternoon when you go to sea. Wang Fugue is a cunning one. I fear he may play tricks." "Father, you need not worry." Song Renze poured his father a cup of hot water. "His petty schemes are beneath my notice." "Your father speaks wisely," Zhoushan remarked anxiously, casting a glance at Wang Fugue and his group in the distance. "That family is notorious for their shrewdness. Your father had his disagreements with Wang Fugue's father in his youth." "Enough, mother. You and father should rest well this afternoon." Song Renze redirected the conversation. "By the way, did the team leader say those over 45 need not go to sea?" "Indeed," Song Jiangwo nodded. "After a lifetime of toil, this old body deserves a break this afternoon." Just then, Li Eru rushed over with his lunchbox, excitement radiating from him. "Brother Song, the team leader wants me on the same boat as you." "That's splendid," Song Renze replied with a smile, shifting to make room. Li Eru plopped down, whispering conspiratorially. "Brother Song, I just saw Wang Fugue and his lot heading towards the dock, sneaky as can be. It can't be anything good." Song Renze narrowed his eyes. "Let them be. We shall adhere to the rules." After finishing their meal, the members gradually gathered at the dock. Upon arrival, Song Renze couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. To his astonishment, Wang Fugue was the one distributing the boats. Li Eru's expression mirrored his concern. "Brother, this is a disaster. That fellow surely has something up his sleeve." Sure enough, Wang Fugue flashed a grin at the two, then called out, "Everyone stand in line. I will assign the boats." He pretended to inspect several fishing vessels before announcing loudly, "Boat 3 goes to Old Liu and his group, Boat 2 to Uncle Li and his crew." Finally, he pointed to the most dilapidated little boat in the corner. "Song Renze, you and Li Eru will take that one." The crowd erupted in outrage. That decrepit vessel not only had a worn hull, but also a malfunctioning diesel engine, relying solely on manpower for rowing. It was typically used for near-shore kelp harvesting, utterly unsuitable for deep-sea fishing. "Wang Fugue, what do you mean by this?" Li Eru protested, hopping in frustration. The others echoed their discontent. "Seriously, Wang Fugue, at least provide something reasonable. This is personal vendetta. Indeed, how can we catch fish in that boat?" Wang Fugue feigned innocence. "What's the matter? Are there not enough boats? If anyone wishes to relinquish their vessel, feel free." He provocatively surveyed the crowd, and the previously indignant members fell silent. After all, no one wanted to risk their safety aboard that rickety boat. "It's fine. We shall take that one." Song Renze restrained the eager Li Eru and calmly remarked. Wang Fugue feigned astonishment, exclaiming, "Oh dear, I completely forgot that the boat's engine is broken." However, with Song Jiqing's remarkable skills, paddling should pose no challenge. "Right?" he added with a sarcastic tone. "Just be cautious not to let the oar slip into the water. It won't be retrievable." "Don't say I didn't warn you." His companions erupted into laughter. "Ha! A city dweller paddling a boat. Don't fall into the water. Should we get you a life preserver?" Li Eru trembled with rage. "Wang Fugue, you are crossing the line." Yet, Song Renze gently patted his shoulder, saying, "Let's go." As they approached the dilapidated vessel, the onlookers murmured among themselves, "This is quite the bullying. Wang Fugue is truly a scoundrel." Young Song has far too good a temper. Wang Fugue, brimming with self-satisfaction, leaped onto the finest fishing boat and called out mockingly to Song Renze's back, "Hey, would you like me to teach you how to row?" "Ha ha ha." Song Renze did not turn around, merely curling his lips into a cold smirk. He had long anticipated Wang Fugue's tricks. However, the outcome remained uncertain. Li Eru, anxious, stamped his feet and tugged at Song Renze's sleeve, whispering, "Brother, this wretched boat is truly unfit. Last time we went out, we nearly capsized. Paddling by hand can't compete with the pull of the waves." Song Renze glanced back at Wang Fuge, who was reveling in his own arrogance, eyebrows raised in a challenging manner, a smug expression plastered across his face. As if to say, "What can you do about it?" "Fear not." Song Renze suddenly raised his voice. "I can repair boats." The moment those words left his mouth, a hush fell over the dock. "Ha ha ha." Wang Fugue was the first to burst into laughter. "Song Renze, you can repair boats? A scholar from a city who has barely touched an oar, right? All you do is boast. Do you think repairing a boat is as simple as farming?" His lackeys joined in the ridicule. "Indeed. What a blowhard. This engine has been broken for half a year, and even old Zhang couldn't fix it. Don't end up dismantling the boat and having to pay for it." Ignoring them, Song Renze turned to Li Eru and said, "Eru, let us return for the tools." The two hurried back home, and Song Renze dragged a wooden box from beneath the bed, pretending to search for tools while secretly retrieving engine parts and repair tools from his spatial storage. "Brother, when did you learn to repair boats?" Li Eru curiously examined the specialized tools. "I learned from mechanics at the factory while in the city." Song Renze casually fabricated an explanation. "Now, let's show them what we are capable of." Chapter 14. Setting off for fishing on the island. Fortunately, he had previously served in the military and was well-versed in various tasks. Otherwise, he might have found himself in a dire predicament. Upon returning to the dock, Wang Fugue and his companions were still gathered around that dilapidated boat, pointing and whispering. As soon as they spotted Song Renze's return, they immediately adopted a mocking tone. "Oh, you really brought the tools? Quite the act you have going on. Just be careful not to sink the boat in your attempts." Ignoring their jibes, Song Renze knelt down to examine the engine. With practiced ease, he removed the outer casing, revealing rusted components within. "Goodness, this engine hasn't been serviced in at least 5 years," he muttered, shaking his head. "The piston rings are completely corroded." Gradually, a few curious onlookers from the community gathered around, whispering among themselves, "He sounds quite professional. What is a piston ring? Could he actually repair it? Can a city boy really do this? Surely, this boat ought to be retired." Wang Fugue's expression shifted, and he feigned bravado, retorting, "What good is just talk? If you're so skilled, why don't you fix it?" Without lifting his gaze, Song Renze remained focused on replacing the parts. His dexterous hands swiftly removed the old components and replaced them with new ones from the space beside him. "Erhu, hand me the wrench," he called out. Li Eru hastily passed him the tool, his eyes wide with astonishment. "Brother, you're incredibly skilled." With the final screw tightened, Song Renze wiped the grease from his hands. "All right, let us give it a try." He pulled the starting cord, and the diesel engine roared to life with a series of sputtering sounds, astonishingly operational. "Oh my, it's really fixed. Incredible. This city boy has some talent." Old Zhang had been at it for half a year without success, and he managed to finish it in no time. The onlookers were in awe, chattering excitedly. Yu Daong rushed over, his mouth agape at the sight of the running engine. "Xiaosong, you possess such skills?" Song Renze smiled modestly. "I learned a bit in the city." He intentionally raised his voice to Li Eru, saying, "Once we have the funds, we should take this small boat out and trade it for a larger fishing vessel. This boat is too small to hold much fish." Li Eru nodded vigorously, excitement evident on his face. "Brother, you're amazing. If we could switch to a bigger boat, imagine how many more fish we could catch in a day." Wang Fugue's expression darkened, and through gritted teeth, he spat out, "Anyone can boast." He sneered, "Just the two of you? How many fish can you really catch?" Song Renze had been waiting for this moment. He turned to Wang Fugue, meeting his gaze directly. "How about a bet?" "A bet on what?" Wang Fugue asked, his neck stiff. "Today at sea, we two will catch a total of 300 pounds of fish," Song Renze declared, holding up 3 fingers. "If we succeed, your word points for this month will belong to me. If we fail, mine will go to you." A wave of astonishment rippled through the crowd. 300 pounds? Just the two of them? That's impossible. The fish are hard to catch these days. Wang Fugue's eyes glinted, nearly bursting into laughter. He immediately agreed, "All right, it's settled." Let everyone bear witness. Free war points, why not? This lad truly exhibits a lack of wisdom, daring to wager on such a matter. Indeed, he is akin to a naive calf unafraid of tigers, oblivious to the challenges of fishing. 300 pounds. Even 5 individuals may struggle to retrieve that. Wang Fugue chuckled slyly, not missing the opportunity to mock. Song Renze, let us hope you don't end up catching even 30 pounds. That would be utterly embarrassing. Song Renze smiled without a word, his heart already brimming with joy. With the spatial spring at his disposal, 300 pounds was but a trifling feat. Even 3,000 pounds would pose no challenge. The harvest of labor points was assured. Upon hearing the news, Song Jiangwo and Yi Xiulan hurried to the scene, distressed to learn that their son was engaging in a bet. Son, don't act impulsively. Song Jiangwo grasped Song Renze's arm firmly. The sea is unpredictable, what if? Father, please rest assured, Song Renze reassured, patting his father's hand. I am confident. Yi Xiulan, filled with concern, cautioned, please prioritize your safety. Whether you catch more or less is inconsequential. Returning safely is of utmost importance. I understand, Mom, Song Renze nodded, turning to leap aboard the fishing vessel. Eru, let us set sail. Li Eru swiftly untied the mooring ropes, the engine sputtering to life as the small boat gradually departed the dock. Wang Fugue, standing on his larger vessel, called out to Song Renze's retreating figure. Don't forget our wager. I'm eagerly awaiting your labor points. Without turning back, Song Renze simply raised his hand, signaling an okay. As the small boat drifted further away, the crowd at the dock boarded their own vessels, preparing to venture into the sea. The fishing boat cut through the water, and Song Renze expertly maneuvered the steering wheel, his gaze sweeping over the tranquil surface of the sea. He discreetly urged the beads within his spatial realm, attuning himself to the ocean's rhythms. The beads emitted a gentle warmth, guiding him toward the western direction. Eru, let us head west. Song Renze adjusted their course. Li Eru scratched his head in confusion. Brother, there aren't too many fish in that area, right? Everyone says it's a dead zone. Trust me, Song Renze replied with a mysterious smile. Today, you shall witness something extraordinary. With the spatial realm at hand, how could it possibly be false? The fishing boat carved a white path across the ocean, and after approximately half an hour, the outline of a small island emerged in the distance. This sea indeed appeared as Li Eru described, unnaturally calm, with even seabirds being a rare sight. Brother, if this continues, perhaps we should change locations? Li Eru looked anxiously at the placid waters. There isn't even a shadow of a fish here. Yet Song Renze remained unperturbed, cast the net. Huh? Li Eru's eyes widened in disbelief. Will that even work? Just do as I say. Song Renze chuckled, giving him a playful kick. Though filled with doubt, Li Eru obediently cast the fishing net into the water. Seizing the opportunity, Song Renze activated the beads, sending forth an invisible wave. As time passed, the atmosphere of the ocean grew increasingly vibrant. It seemed that schools of fish were beginning to converge. Li Eru, with wide, owl-like eyes, kept his gaze fixed on the surface of the water. Oh no, our net might come up empty, brother. Should we head back now? The pressure of the wager weighed heavily, as Song Renze had indeed made a bet with another. What if we fail? That would be disastrous. This entire month would be in vain. If worse comes to worst, he knows a few uncles who have ventured out to sea. He could always shamelessly ask them for a little help. Let's get through this hurdle first. Bring in the net. Song Renze suddenly exclaimed. So soon? Li Eru nearly bit his tongue in astonishment. We've only just cast it a few minutes ago. Just bring it in. Oh, I understand now. Brother Song is wise. If this net yields nothing, we can always cast another. Before he could finish his sentence, the young man fell silent. The two of them worked together to pull up the fishing net, when Li Eru suddenly felt a heavy pull on his hands. Holy smokes. There's something in it. As the net broke the surface of the water, they were greeted with a dazzling sight of shimmering silver, the fish tails splashing water everywhere. The net was filled with plump sea bass, each weighing over a pound, with the largest weighing an impressive 4 pounds. This, Li Eru stammered, unable to find his words. Brother, this is incredible. This net must hold at least 70 or 80 pounds. Song Renze feigned surprise. It seems we have been fortunate. They hurriedly emptied the fish into the cargo hold, with Li Eru's excitement turning his face crimson. Brother, how did you know there were fish here? It's amazing. Intuition, Song Renze replied mysteriously, winking as he glanced at the water surface. Let's cast another net. The second net brought an equally astonishing haul. This time, it was a mix of assorted fish, yellow croaker, ribbonfish, pomfret, easily weighing 50 to 60 pounds. We struck it rich. Li Eru laughed joyfully. This place is usually deserted. Who would have thought it harbored so many fish? The third net yielded an equally bountiful catch, another 50 to 60 pounds of prime seafood. The deck was alive with flopping fish, the pungent scent of fish mingling with the salty sea breeze. Brother, we hit the jackpot. Li Eru wiped the sweat from his brow, his eyes gleaming with excitement. In just over an hour, we've nearly accumulated 200 pounds. 300 pounds will be a breeze. Song Renze glanced at the sun. Let us take a break. We can head to that small island, quench our thirst, and pick some coconuts to replenish our hydration. They hurriedly stowed the fish into the cargo hold, which now occupied a significant portion of the space. Under ordinary circumstances, Li Eru would have turned back by now. It was sheer luck to catch so many fish. The fishing boat slowly approached the nearby small island, and the young man continued to chatter excitedly. Wang Fugue certainly didn't expect us to catch this many fish. Just wait and see how he lament. As the boat reached the shore, Song Renze leapt onto the sandy beach, the fine sand yielding softly beneath his feet, crunching with each step. This island isn't very big, Li Eru remarked, looking around curiously. Brother, can we really find coconuts here? The tops of the trees look bare. Song Renze squinted towards the few towering coconut trees in the center of the island. Where there are trees, there are coconuts. Come on, let us take a look. Just as they rounded a cluster of rocks, they suddenly heard a loud splash. Chapter 15. Li Eru was struck on the rear. To his astonishment, Li Eru's eyes widened as he witnessed a robust grouper suddenly leap from the crevices of the rocks, landing with a thud upon the sandy shore. Its tail thrashed violently, sending sand flying into the air. Quick, hold it down, shouted Song Renze. Li Eru, like a hungry tiger pouncing on its prey, lunged forward and firmly grasped the fish by its gills. I've got it. Brother, this fish must weigh at least 5 pounds. Song Renze crouched down to inspect it. The fish's blue-gray body was speckled, and its fins continued to flail energetically. It's a blue grouper, a prize catch, he declared. This fish is peculiar. It's jumping onto the shore by itself. Li Eru exclaimed, his face beaming with delight. Our luck is truly extraordinary. Let us catch the fish first, then gather coconuts. Song Renze drew a small knife from his waist. You go collect some dry twigs. We'll roast it for a meal. Li Eru scampered off to gather firewood, while Song Renze deftly scaled and gutted the fish, rinsing it thoroughly in the seawater. Noticing the buoyant swim bladder within, he tucked it away, knowing it could be sold once dried. Before long, Li Eru returned with an armful of dry branches. Brother, is this enough firewood? Plenty, replied Song Renze as he found 2 Y-shaped branches to drive into the sand, then skewered the fish onto a straight stick. Let us start a fire. Flames leapt up, and as the fish was placed over the heat, it sizzled, releasing a mouth-watering aroma that wafted through the air. Delicious, truly delightful. Li Eru inhaled deeply, his gaze fixed on the roasting fish. Brother, your culinary skills are exceptional. It's even more fragrant than what old Lu from the commune prepares. Song Renze slowly turned the stick. Back in the army, during camping in the city, I often roasted fish. The skin of the fish gradually turned a golden crisp, while the flesh remained snowy white. Song Renze tore off a piece and tasted it. It's done. Without a moment's hesitation, they both began to devour the fish, ignoring the heat. Li Eru, puffing from warmth, stuffed his mouth eagerly. This was worth it. Our sea trip was immensely rewarding. Wang Fugue's grandson surely never expected us to be enjoying such a feast. Song Renze pried open the fish head, revealing its glistening, gelatinous interior. This part is the most nourishing. You should eat it. Li Eru grinned broadly, touched by his brother's generosity. Brother, you truly are kind to me. In no time, The sizable grouper was reduced to nothing but a skeleton. That was satisfying, Li Eru said, patting his round belly as he reclined on the beach. Brother, let's take a break before we get back to work. Song Renze leaned against a coconut tree. All right, let us rest for half an hour. The gentle sea breeze swept over them, carrying a salty scent. Li Eru squinted up at the sky. Brother, wouldn't it be wonderful if we could live like this every day? Fresh fish to eat, coconuts to drink, without having to endure Wang Fugue's grandson's sour face. Song Renze chuckled softly. Once we have a big boat, we can enjoy good food every day, right? The coconuts. Li Eru suddenly sprang up. I nearly forgot about the task. The two of them approached the coconut tree, Li Eru craning his neck to count. 1, 2, 3. Brother, there are at least a dozen coconuts up there. Song Renze removed his jacket and wrapped it around his feet. Watch me. He embraced the tree trunk, his soles rubbing against the coarse bark as he ascended with nimble movements. Beneath, Li Eru gaped in astonishment. Brother, are you a monkey? How daring you are to climb this towering tree. Upon reaching the summit, Song Renze unsheathed a small knife and deftly struck the coconut stem, producing a sharp crack. With a resounding thud, the first coconut plummeted onto the sandy ground, rolling away for quite a distance. Subsequently, Song Renze chopped down 3 more. Li Eru, scrambling to catch 2, was still struck by one that landed on his shoulder, exclaiming, ouch. These are surprisingly heavy. Before long, 7 or 8 green coconuts lay piled on the ground. Song Renze descended the tree, seized one, and smashed it against the reef, cracking the shell and releasing a rush of sweet, refreshing juice. Delightful. Li Eru eagerly cupped it in his hands and took a generous sip. This is even tastier than the sugar water from the supply store. Brother, you must try it. Song Renze also took a sip, the icy coconut water sliding down his throat, bringing him immense comfort. The two sat beneath the shade of the tree, one after the other, swiftly consuming 5 or 6 coconuts. Li Eru, patting his round belly and burping contentedly, remarked, Brother, this grouper is truly exquisite. I've devoured nearly half, and now there's finally some sustenance in my belly. Song Renze chuckled as he nibbled on the fish's tail. You should eat more meat. I've left a fatty belly for you. Of course. Li Eru grinned, licking his fingers. In these times, a month could pass without a morsel of meat, leaving me thoroughly craving it. Brother, why you only eat the flesh on the back of the fish? I've grown accustomed to it, Song Renze replied, tossing the fish bones into the fire. This grouper is a rarity in the city, quite expensive. Li Eru scoffed. No matter how costly, it's still just fish. Eating fish daily has made my mouth taste as bland as a bird's. If you ask me, nothing compares to the aroma of fatty pork. Now that's rich. He swallowed hard at the thought. There's truth in his rough words. Those who reside year-round on the island yearn for a taste of richness. Too much fish merely scrapes away the fat. Where is the nutrition in that? No wonder the locals are not fond of fish. Only this exquisite grouper, so rare, tempts him. Song Renze gazed contemplatively at the fire. Fish can be rendered for oil too. When we return, let's catch some fatty mackerel and ribbon fish to bring back for oil extraction. Fish oil? Li Eru scratched his head. Isn't that rather pungent? How do you consume it? Once rendered, it loses its fishy odor, Song Renze explained. Just a bit in your cooking, it's quite similar to lard. Don't you have 2 younger sisters? A little fish oil is beneficial for their health. Li Eru's eyes brightened. Really? Then we should catch plenty. My little sister is as thin as a bean sprout. She could use some nourishment. Song Renze rose, brushing the sand from his trousers. Let us go while the sun is still high, and cast out a couple more nets. I reckon if we catch another 100 or 80 pounds, we'll have enough for 300 pounds. Just as they were about to leave, a sudden bleat echoed from the thicket at the island's center. Song Renze abruptly halted. A sheep? Li Eru's eyes widened in disbelief. Are there goats on this island? Song Renze frowned. Where do sheep come from on an island? This is truly astonishing. Brother, you might not know, Li Eru said excitedly, rubbing his hands together. Some large islands actually have them. I heard that fishermen brought them here many years ago, and they went wild afterward. However, they are quite rare. Encountering one is pure luck. As he spoke, he swallowed hard and glanced at the woods. If only we could catch one. Song Rinja chuckled. What a coincidence. I just happen to have a homemade gun. What? Li Eru exclaimed, nearly jumping up. When did you bring that? I didn't see it. It's tucked away in the cabin. Song Rinja casually replied, Wait here, I'll go get it. He quickly returned to the boat, and when Li Eru wasn't looking, he retrieved the old gun from his storage space. This gun was something he had brought back from the countryside. Just the other day, he had mentioned to his father that he wanted to go hunting, not expecting it to come in handy so soon. Wow, you actually have one. Li Eru exclaimed joyfully as Song Rinja reappeared with the gun, bouncing in excitement. Now we're in for a feast. Song Rinja checked the chamber, loaded it with gunpowder and iron shot. Let us go take a look. It would be nice to bring back a sheep to show my father. The two of them crept stealthily toward the direction of the bleeding. The sea breeze rustled through the bushes, making a soft sound, and they could occasionally hear a few more bleats. Li Eru followed closely behind, eagerly rubbing his hands together and murmuring lamb oil, lamb soup. Song Rinja raised a finger to hush him and crouched down to part the bushes in front of them. In a clearing about 20 meters ahead, 3 or 4 gray-brown wild goats were grazing on the low grass. One particularly robust ram stood alert, scanning the surroundings. Song Rinja narrowed his eyes, slowly raising the gun to aim at the largest ram. Li Eru crouched behind him, nervously swallowing, his fingers gripping the hem of Song Rinja's clothes so tightly that it made him wince. Brother, Li Eru's voice trembled. Why does that ram look so strong? Its horns are like 2 curb blades. Shoo, Song Rinja whispered. If you keep talking, the sheep will hear us. No sooner had he spoken than the ram perked up its ears, abruptly turning its head toward the bushes where they were hiding. Song Rinja's heart sank. This was bad. They had been discovered. Bah! The ram let out a sharp alarm, scraping its hooves against the ground and kicking up a cloud of dust. Run! Song Rinja shouted, pulling the trigger with a sudden rush. Boom! The homemade gun erupted with a burst of flames, the iron shot spraying out in a fan shape. Unfortunately, the distance was too great, and most of the shot landed harmlessly on the ground, only a few pellets grazing the ram's hind leg, leaving a few bloody marks. Darn it! Li Eru exclaimed, jolted by the gunfire and stumbling backward, landing hard on his backside. Brother, your gun is louder than firecrackers on New Year's. The startled ram, instead of fleeing, charged toward them with bloodshot eyes. Only then did Song Rinja notice that the creature's horns were long and sharp, glistening menacingly in the sunlight. Eru, get out of the way. Song Rinja hurriedly stepped back to reload his powder, fumbling in a frantic manner to retrieve the powder bag from his waist. Just as Li Eru managed to rise, the ram charged forward, lowering its head with fierce determination. With a cry akin to that of a slaughtered pig, Li Eru emitted a desperate wail as he received a solid blow from the ram's horn to his posterior. Oh, my backside! This beast has a penchant for targeting the rear. Chapter 16. Who dares to act so arrogantly among the rotten fish and stinky shrimp? He clasped his rear and leaped 3 feet high, turning on his heels to flee. The ram, relentless and unyielding, pursued Li Eru's backside with fervor. As Li Eru ran, he cried out, resembling a cat whose tail had been stepped on. Brother, save me. This sheep has become a demon. Song Rinja, in a flurry, poured gunpowder into the barrel, unable to suppress a chuckle as he watched Li Eru dart around the mountains. Oh, run to the left. Circle that crooked tree. Damn it. Ouch. Li Eru made a sudden turn, and his trousers ripped with a loud rip, revealing a patchwork of undergarments. This beast bears a grudge against me. The ram continued its pursuit, circling the crooked tree 5 times before abruptly halting and charging towards Song Rinja. Watch out! Song Rinja's hand trembled, spilling half the gunpowder. He swiftly sidestepped. The ram's horns grazed his pant leg, slicing it open, and a chilly sea breeze rushed in. Brother, it's coming for you again. Li Eru shouted from afar, when an idea struck him. Brother, quickly imitate a ew's call. Enchant this beast. As Song Rinja scrambled up the rocks, he cursed, damn. Meh, meh, meh. The bleat he produced was utterly unmelodious, momentarily bewildering the ram. Seizing the opportunity, Song Rinja finally loaded the gunpowder, followed by iron shot, compacting it with a ramrod. At this moment, the ram had regained its composure and lowered its head, preparing to charge at the rocks. Eru, Distracted, Song Renze shouted. Li Eru hobbled over, suddenly removing his tattered straw sandals, and swung one at the ram's head. Hey, silly sheep, come chase me. The sole of the sandal stunned the ram, causing it to shake its head and, as expected, turned back to pursue Li Eru. This time, Li Eru had learned to be clever, darting into the thickets. The ram's horns became ensnared in the vines, rendering it unable to break free, furiously pawing the ground in frustration. Seizing the moment, Song Renze leaped down from the rocks and aimed his gun. Bang! The shot struck true, hitting the ram squarely in the neck. The beast emitted a piercing cry, staggered a few steps, its front legs buckling as it knelt, struggling to rise again. Not dead yet, Li Eru exclaimed, seizing a thick wooden stick to rush forward. Don't go near it, Song Renze quickly interjected. Injured beasts are the most dangerous. Indeed, the ram, its eyes bloodshot, charged once more, though this time with significantly reduced speed. Song Renze, unhurried, readied the final round of ammunition, and as the ram approached within 10 paces, he steadily squeezed the trigger. Bang! The shot struck the ram's forehead directly, and its massive body finally collapsed with a thunderous thud, its forehooves twitching a few times before becoming still. I hit it, Li Eru cheered, only to wince and clutch his rear. This beast really hurt me. Brother, look at my pants. They're torn. Song Renze approached the fallen prey, noting that the ram weighed at least 100 pounds, its body muscular and its coat glossy. The horns measured half a meter in length, the tips still stained with blood. Without a doubt, it must be from Li Eru's rear. It's certainly worth it. Song Renze patted the sheep's belly, proclaiming, This will sustain us for several days. Your rear end has certainly paid off. Li Eru limped over, a mysterious glint in his eyes, and said, Brother, I've heard that applying sheep fat to the spot where one has been butted by a sheep aids in recovery. Oh, spare me. In a moment, I'll share a leg of sheep with you. Look at you so greedy. Song Renze jestingly tossed him the rope. Hurry up and lend a hand to tie this creature up. If we dawdle, it will be dark. After considerable effort, they finally secured the ram. As Li Eru tied, he muttered braised lamb leg, lamb chops and soup, stir-fried lamb tripe with chili. Brother, do you think lamb testicles are particularly nourishing? Song Renze nearly choked on his own saliva, exclaiming, What are you thinking at such a young age? Those testicles should be soaked in wine to remedy father's rheumatism. As the sun set, the two lugged the heavy ram toward the fishing boat. With each step, Li Eru winced, yet his face radiated joy. Song Renze contemplated. The sheep hide can be tanned into a vest for father, the horns can serve as decoration, and the meat can be shared with a few well-connected families in the team. Although Li Eru had suffered a mishap, their venture was undoubtedly a resounding success. The sun's waning rays spilled golden light across the sea surface. They secured the goat at the stern of the boat, while Li Eru rubbed his rear, grimacing, yet his eyes sparkled like stars. Brother, shall we cast a few more nets? Li Eru eagerly rubbed his hands together. Did you not say you wanted to catch some fatty fish for oil? We're still a bit short of 300 pounds. Song Renze nodded, patting the deck of the boat. Today has been fortunate. Let's make another catch. He stood at the bow, squinting toward the distant sea. Upon sensing a promising current, his eyes brightened. There, head southeast, he pointed. There are plenty of fish that way. Li Eru wasted no time and steered the boat in that direction. The small vessel sliced through the tranquil waters, leaving behind gentle ripples. After rowing for about half a mile, Song Renze suddenly called for a stop. Right here. He dipped his hand into the water to gauge its temperature and scrutinized the color of the sea, nodding with satisfaction. Eru, prepare to cast the net. All right. Li Eru swiftly organized the fishing net. Song Renze took the net rope, weighed it in his hands, and with a graceful flick of his wrist, the net unfurled like a blooming flower, tracing a perfect circle on the water surface. Brother, your net casting skills are extraordinary, Li Eru exclaimed, astonished. You're even more agile than old Zhang. Song Renze merely smiled in response. This was not merely skill. It was the spatial awareness that provided him with precise placement. Before long, as the net sank, he felt the rope quivering violently. We've got something, he called, pulling upwards with Li Eru. Even before the net emerged fully from the water, They could see a shimmering bounty within. When they finally pulled it up, both were left utterly astonished. The net was brimming with plump mackerel and hairtail fish, each as long as a forearm, their scales gleaming with an oily sheen. "My goodness," exclaimed Yeru. "How much do you reckon this weighs?" Song Renze estimated, at least 70 or 80 pounds. He seized a mackerel, its belly round and taut, and upon pressing it, oil oozed forth. "Look how fatty this is. Perfect for oil extraction." They paid no heed to rest, swiftly pouring the fish into the ship's hold. The lively creatures flopped about in the bottom of the hold, splashing water everywhere. "Let us cast another net," Song Renze exclaimed enthusiastically. This time, he deliberately chose a deeper spot. As soon as the net descended, a greater force tugged at it. "This one's heavier." Song Renze gritted his teeth, the veins on his arms bulging. Lieru's face flushed. "Brother, could be we've caught something big?" The two exerted every ounce of strength to pull it up. As the fishing net broke the surface, a shimmering silver was revealed within. Besides mackerel and hairtail fish, there were also several plump Spanish mackerel. "We've struck gold," Lieru joyfully exclaimed, bouncing in delight. "This catch must weigh over 100 pounds. However, Song Renze noticed a few particularly small fish floundering at the bottom of the net. Crouching down for a closer look, he saw several palm-sized yellow croakers. "Eru, let us set aside these little ones," Song Renze advised. "Huh, they're too small, not even enough to fill a gap." Lieru replied, puzzled. Song Renze smiled mysteriously. "They will be useful." While Lieru busied himself with the net, Song Renze quietly tucked the small yellow croakers into his spatial storage. He had long wished to experiment with fish farming in that space, and these little ones were perfect subjects. They cast 2 more nets, each returning laden with fish. The hold was piled high, resembling a small mountain, leaving scarcely any space to stand. "That's enough." Lieru wiped his brow, his face beaming with joy. "This should yield enough oil for several jars." Song Renze glanced at the sky. It's time to head back. The sun had dipped below the horizon, leaving behind a brilliant tapestry of twilight hues. The sea breeze grew cooler, dispelling the heat of the day. The two rowed back, Lieru humming a tune, while occasionally glancing over his shoulder at the goats and the overflowing fish in the boat, as if fearing they might sprout wings and fly away. "Brother, do you think our good fortune today is a sign from our ancestors?" Lieru asked, beaming with delight. Song Renze smiled without replying. He gazed at his palm, where the residual warmth of the spatial sensation seemed to linger. Today's bounty was less about luck and more a gift bestowed by the space. No wonder so many in later generations resort to cheats and games. This feeling of having an advantage is truly exhilarating. The small boat glided slowly towards the shore, its bow slicing through the tranquil sea, leaving behind a widening ripple. As the sun set, the surface of the sea shimmered with golden reflections. At the fishing port, other fishermen were gradually returning, unloading and tallying their catches. "Oh, isn't that Wang Gongfen?" A young man with a sharp face leaned closer to Wang Fugue and remarked, "Look, the tide is nearly receding. Yet that rascal Song Renze has not returned. Could it be that he is returning empty-handed, too ashamed to show his face?" Chapter 17. Becoming the Squad Mechanic. Wang Fugue, with a cigarette dangling from his lips, squinted at the ocean, a self-satisfied grin stretching across his face. "Humph, what skills could the educated youth from the city possibly possess? Fishing is no mere child's play. A month's worth of work points? He is surely destined to lose." Indeed. Several followers chimed in eagerly. "I heard he wagered this morning with Wang Gongfen that he would catch 300 pounds. A man with a face full of freckles remarked sarcastically. 300 pounds? Wang Fugue erupted into exaggerated laughter. "I'd be surprised if he even manages 30. Fish have become so elusive these days. They're not that easy to catch." A lanky fellow quickly added, "Wang Gongfen is right. Look at our most capable fisherman, old Zhang. He barely caught over 200 pounds today." "Exactly." Wang Fugue puffed out smoke, brimming with arrogance. "If that kid Song Renze can catch 300 pounds, I'll write my name backwards." Just then, a small black that appeared on the distant horizon of the sea. What is that?" Someone pointed towards the water. Wang Fugue squinted further. finally decided to come back. I'm curious to see what rotten fish and shrimp he brings back. As the small boat gradually approached, the crowd on the shore began to stir with excitement. Something seems off. The freckled man scratched his head. Why is that boat sitting so low in the water? Just a trick. Wang Fugui scoffed, sneering. They probably picked up a few bundles of useless seaweed as ballast. When the small boat finally docked, Li Eru was the first to leap ashore, limping and clutching his backside, yet his face beamed with joy. Fellow villagers, come and see. Today we've had a bountiful harvest. Wang Fugui snickered. Oh, is this a performance? Let me see how much you've gathered. Before he could finish, his eyes widened in disbelief. Song Renze emerged from the cabin, hauling basket after basket of glistening fish, each as long as a forearm. The crowd erupted with excitement. My heavens! How many pounds could this be? At least 400 or 500. Li Eru puffed out his chest in pride, though the movement tugged at his injury, making him grimace. Wang Fugui's complexion turned a ghastly shade of pale, his cigarette but falling to the ground. This is impossible. Song Renze leisurely jumped off the boat, brushing fish scales from his hands. Wang Gongfen, care to count? The crowd buzzed with chatter, voices overlapping. Goodness. There are even grouper. Look at that ribbon fish. It's thicker than my arm. What on earth is that? A goat? How could there be a goat on the boat? As Song Renze and Li Eru hoisted the robust goat onto the shore, the entire dock erupted in jubilation. Wang Fugui's face shifted from pale to white, his lips trembling. Why, you must be cheating. Where'd a goat come from on an island? Wang Gongfen. Song Renze replied with a smile. There was nothing in the wager that stated hunting was off limits. This goat weighs over 100 pounds, and even without counting the goat, the fish that Eru and I caught easily surpasses 300 pounds. Li Eru chimed in, exactly. Wang Gongfen wouldn't dare to renege on the bet, would he? Everyone is watching. Wang Fugui trembled with rage, suddenly pointing at the goat and exclaiming, this goat must have been stolen from elsewhere. I will report you to the commune. Wang Fugui. A resonant voice suddenly emerged from the back of the crowd. The onlookers parted, revealing the production team leader, Yu Daong, who approached with a composed expression. Do you think I'm blind? This goat clearly appears to be wild. Its coloration and physique are unlike those of domesticated ones. Old Zhang squatted down to examine the goat's horns, nodding in agreement. Indeed, it is a wild goat. What a remarkable skill you possess, Song Jiqing. Seeing the situation turning against him, Wang Fugui attempted to argue. But what? Li Eru interjected loudly. Comrade Wang, you made a bet in front of the entire team. Now you wish to go back on your word? The crowd began to jeer. Exactly. One must honor the wager. When you deduct our points, you never hesitate. Wang Fugui's face alternated between crimson and pale, ultimately gritting his teeth and declaring, Fine. Song Renze, you are indeed cunning. This month's points will be credited to you. Thank you very much. Song Renze chuckled, relishing the unexpected gain, as Wang Fugui, still trembling with indignation, turned to leave. He caught a glimpse of Song Renze's laden fishing boat, a flicker of malice flashing in his eyes. Enjoy your triumph while you can, Song Renze. He cursed inwardly. After tonight, let us see how you maintain your arrogance. At that moment, team leader Yu Daong patted Song Renze on the shoulder, laughing heartily. Well done. Lad, you possess remarkable talent. Not only can you fish, but you have also managed to repair this dilapidated boat so well. Song Renze smiled modestly, responding, Captain, I have learned a few skills in the city. I can repair fishing boats, tractors, and electrical appliances. What? You can even fix tractors? Yu Daong's eyes brightened, excitedly slapping his thigh. That is splendid. Our old tractor breaks down every few days, and the technician sent by the commune always delays. If you can fix it, that would save us a lot of trouble. After a moment of contemplation, he decisively announced, From today onwards, you shall serve as our team's mechanic, and your points will be calculated at double. Furthermore, you may use any tools from the team as needed. I will issue you a pass to collect parts from the commune. You will no longer have to work alongside everyone else at sea. Any fish you catch will belong to you. Upon hearing this, the crowd erupted in excitement. Double points? The freedom to use tools? Such treatment was even better than that of the commune's technicians. Wang Fugui, who had already taken several steps away, abruptly turned back, his face flushed with rage as he pointed an accusing finger at Song Renze. On what grounds? His outburst drew the attention of the entire assembly. You, Song Renze, a lad from the city, have only been here for a few days. Why should you receive special treatment? Wang Fugue gritted his teeth, his voice trembling with fury. There are so many seasoned fishermen in our team, each with decades of experience. Why should he, upon arrival, be entitled to double points? If Song Renze were to seize this opportunity, would it not be akin to him riding upon our heads in disdain? His agitation grew as he spoke, spittle flying. Captain, you are biased. What is Song Renze, after all? Merely someone who can repair a broken boat. Who's to say it wasn't merely a blind cat stumbling upon a dead mouse? Perhaps our fishing vessel is the one that is sound. What right does he have to such favorable treatment? Upon hearing Wang Fugue's words, Yu Daiyong's countenance darkened instantly, his fierce eyes widening in disbelief. Wang Fugue, what nonsense are you spewing? He strode forward, pointing an accusatory finger at Wang Fugue. Simply because Song Renze possesses the ability to repair boats, to mend tractors, and to engage with technology. What do you know? You can barely recognize a few characters, and you can't even tally your work points. Yet here you are, acting like a pig's nose inserted into a green onion, pretending to be someone of significance. The onlookers erupted in laughter. Wang Fugue's face flushed with anger, and he was about to retort when Yu Daiyong interrupted him with a wave of his hand. If you dare to cause more trouble, I will deduct a month's worth of your work points. Now get lost. Wang Fugue, chastised and humiliated, retreated 2 steps, casting a resentful glare at Song Renze before turning away in defeat. Bah, what a fool. Yu Daiyong spat on the ground, then turned to Song Renze with a smile. Little Song, pay no mind to that scoundrel. Tomorrow, go to the agricultural machinery station to inspect that tractor. If you manage to repair it, I shall record double work points for you. Chapter 18. Strike me hard. Song Renze nodded eagerly. Thank you, Captain. He selected several of the plumpest mackerels from the pile of fish, strung them together with a piece of grass rope, and handed them over. Captain, take these back to extract oil. They'll make the dishes truly delectable. Yu Daiyong's eyes sparkled as he accepted the fish, weighing them in his hands. Goodness, this must weigh over 10 pounds. You're quite generous. He patted Song Renze on the shoulder and lowered his voice. Rest assured, I'll always have your back in the team. Li Eru, watching enviously from the side, was beckoned over by Song Renze. Eru, come here. He then divided another large portion of fish and even cut off a leg of lamb. This is for you. It must weigh at least 30 pounds. Take it home to nourish your sisters. Brother, this is too much. Li Eru exclaimed, his hands fidgeting excitedly, his eyes glistening with emotion. Take it. Had it not been for your help today, we wouldn't have caught so many fish. Song Renze stuffed the fish into his embrace. Hurry home now, and remember to apply some lamb oil on your injury. Once the crowd dispersed, Song Renze called for his parents to come and assist. Song Xiaomei and Song Xiaotao beamed with joy as they surrounded the fish, unable to contain their smiles. Their family had never experienced such prosperity. It seemed that as soon as their brother returned, fortune followed. Song Jianguo gazed at the boat filled with fish and the robust goat, grinning from ear to ear. What a fine lad. You surpass your father in endurance. Together, they transferred the fish and goat onto a cart. Yi Xiaolan gently touched her son's hands, which had turned pale from the seawater. Go home and rest. I'll prepare fish soup for you. As the sun set, the family pushed the laden cart homeward. Song Renze felt warmth in his heart as he observed his parents' stooped figures. Today's endeavor had been splendid. Once they returned home and rendered the fish oil, life would undoubtedly improve. Song Renze and his father worked together to maneuver the cart filled with fish into the yard. His 2 sisters, Song Xiaomei and Song Xiaodao, flitted around the cart like cheerful little sparrows. Brother, so many fish, Song Xiaomei exclaimed, her eyes sparkling as she gingerly touched the largest ribbon fish. And a goat. Song Xiaodao pointed excitedly at the wild mountain goat. Brother, you are amazing. Song Renze chuckled and ruffled the hair of his 2 sisters. Tonight, we shall feast. Yi Xiaolan emerged from the house with a large wooden basin, while Song Jianguo skillfully began to prepare the plump mackerel. Meanwhile, Song Renze retrieved a long-unused large iron pot from inside and set it over the earthen stove in the yard. "Mother, I'll render the fish oil," Song Renze declared, rolling up his sleeves. "I learned this skill in the city. I assure you, it won't smell fishy." Zhoushan hesitated, then nodded in agreement. Watching her son's deft movements filled her with both pride and sorrow. These hands, which ought to belong to a young master in the city, were now engaged in such laborious tasks. Once the iron pot was heated, Song Renze placed the prepared fish pieces inside and began to stir-fry. Soon, the fish oil started to ooze out, filling the yard with a rich aroma. His two sisters squatted by the stove, inhaling the delightful scent. "It smells wonderful." Song Xiaodao swallowed hard. Song Renze carefully ladled the golden fish oil into the prepared ceramic jars. The scent of fish oil grew increasingly potent, enticing even the neighbor's dog to pace restlessly at the gate. "Brother, this oil is truly beautiful, glimmering like gold." Song Xiaomei gazed longingly. "We'll use it for cooking later." Song Renze chuckled. "I assure you, it will be more fragrant than lard." Zhoushan quietly kneaded cornmeal beside them, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. After finishing with the fish, Song Jianguo swiftly attended to the goat, his movements deft. "Father, keep the goat skin. I'll make you a vest," Song Renze suggested. Song Jianguo paused momentarily, muttering, "No need, we can sell it. We don't lack for this." Song Renze insisted, "Winter is approaching, and your legs are not strong." As night fell, a kerosene lamp flickered to life in their humble living room. The family gathered around the wooden table, adorned with golden corn cakes, steaming fish soup, and a generous platter of stir-fried vegetables, prepared with freshly rendered fish oil, their aroma intoxicating. "Eat up." Zhoushan served each person a hearty bowl of lamb soup. The two younger sisters eagerly took bites of the corn cakes, dipped in the fragrant sautéed greens, their eyes squinting with bliss. "So delicious." Song Xiaodao mumbled through a mouthful. Song Jianguo sipped his lamb soup, his brow relaxing. "This broth is exquisite." Watching his family's satisfied expressions filled Song Renze's heart with warmth, though their surroundings brimmed with abundance. He understood that such gradual improvements were the most acceptable for his family. Otherwise, these simple rural folk might feel it was a burden from his adoptive parents, making it difficult for them to accept wholeheartedly. Zhoushan discreetly wiped her eyes and offered her son the fattest piece of lamb. "Eat more. You look so thin." "Mother, I'm fine." Song Renze laughed, sharing the lamb with his two younger sisters. "Our family's future will only get better." After a hearty meal, the parents and younger sister retired early to bed, under the dim light of the kerosene lamp. As Song Renze lay down to sleep, he suddenly heard soft footsteps outside the courtyard. He rose quietly and peered through the window. There stood Wang Fuge, holding a kerosene lamp, followed by 3 or 4 henchmen, sneaking toward the edge of the village. Why aren't they sleeping at this hour? What are they up to? This scoundrel surely has no good intentions. Song Renze listened intently. The night breeze carried their hushed voices. "Brother Wang, are we really going to spread lime? If we're discovered..." "Shut up," Wang Fugue interrupted fiercely. "When the seeds fail to sprout tomorrow, let us see how that Song fellow explains it. Improving saline alkali land? Bah, we'll just say he messed it up." A pockmarked-faced accomplice snickered in agreement. Song Renze narrowed his eyes, a cold smile creeping across his lips. What a scheme. They intend to frame him. Not to mention, improving the saline alkali land was a matter that concerned the entire village. This rogue was far too audacious. He quickly donned a coat and stealthily slipped out of the courtyard. The night breeze brushed against his cheeks, carrying the scent of the sea. In the distance, Wang Fugue's group moved like will-o'-the-wisps, lanterns swaying as they headed towards the experimental field. "So, they wish to play dirty?" Song Renze murmured softly to himself. "I shall indulge you in a grand spectacle." He turned and swiftly made his way towards Li Eru's residence, his footsteps as light as a cat's. Under the moonlight, his shadow stretched long and slender. In no time, he arrived at Li Eru's home. "Eru, open the door." Song Renze knocked quietly. A rustle emanated from within, followed by the drowsy voice of Li Eru. "Who is it?" "It's me. Urgent matter." The door creaked open, revealing Li Eru, rubbing his eyes, his trousers patched at the back. "Brother, what is the matter at this late hour?" Song Renze seized him by the arm. "Come, I shall take you to witness something extraordinary." Upon hearing of the excitement, Li Eru's sleepiness vanished, his eyes wide with curiosity. "Brother, what marvel awaits?" Song Renze signaled for silence and led him stealthily towards the experimental field. In the moonlight, they could see Wang Fuguwei and a few others crouched in the dirt, surreptitiously scattering something into the soil. "Wang, if you spread that lime, the seeds will surely fail to sprout tomorrow," said the pockmarked face, chuckling quietly. Wang Fuguwei, filled with pride, spat disdainfully. "Isn't Song supposed to be skilled? Let him improve the saline alkali land. When the seeds rot in the ground tomorrow, let us see how he boasts then." "Indeed," chimed in the tall, lean fellow. "By then, the entire village will know he is just blowing hot air, and the captain will certainly revoke his double work points." As they indulged in their banter, suddenly, "You scoundrel!" Li Eru charged forward, delivering a swift kick to Wang Fuguwei's rear. "How dare you commit such a vile act?" "Ouch!" Wang Fuguwei tumbled forward, landing face first into the freshly spread lime. Choking and coughing, who the hell? The lime cascaded down like a spectral shroud in the moonlight. Song Renze seized him by the collar, lifting him effortlessly as if he were a chick. "Wang, what brings you to fertilize the experimental field at this hour?" Upon recognizing Song Renze, the others recoiled in terror, letting out a collective yelp. I was merely relieving myself," Wang Fuguwei protested defiantly. Legs flailing in the air, "Urine can fertilize the fields." Li Eru, infuriated, kicked him again. "Stop your nonsense. I saw you spreading lime with my own eyes." Seeing the situation turning against them, Wang Fuguwei's lackeys attempted to flee, only to be brought down by a sweeping kick from Song Renze. The pockmarked face clutched his knee, wailing, "Brother Song is hitting people. Indeed, it is you vile miscreants who deserve it." Li Eru rolled up his sleeves, spitting words at Wang Fuguwei. "Improving saline alkali land is a matter of utmost importance for the village, and you dare to sabotage it?" The tall, lean fellow, hiding in the back, stammered, Who is causing trouble? We are merely passing by." "Passing by?" Song Renze scoffed, picking up a handful of lime from the ground. "Is this substance something that fell from your trousers?" Wang Fuguwei, suddenly brimming with bravado, retorted, "Song, who do you think you are? I'm a points member of the brigade. You'd best let us go swiftly, or else." Before he could finish, Song Renze swung his arm and delivered a resounding slap. The crisp sound of a slap echoed resoundingly through the night. What else could it be? Song Renze gripped his collar tightly. What can a mere worker do to turn the tables? Wang Fuguwei, dazed from the blow, had one side of his face swollen grotesquely. Yet he continued to utter threats. "Why you wait for me? My uncle is with the commune. Just wait." Li Eru charged forward, delivering a punch that left Wang with a black eye. "I can't stand people like you who rely on connections." Chapter 19. Mischief in the Night. A few followers attempted to come to aid, only to be swiftly dispatched to the ground by a kick from Song Renze. "Eru, hold him down." "Got it." Li Eru, invigorated as if infused with adrenaline, plopped down onto the back of the pockmarked-faced boy, causing him to roll his eyes in agony. Song Renze seized Wang Fuguwei by the hair and forced his head into the pile of lime, saying, "You enjoy flinging lime, do you? Let's see how much you can endure today." "Help! I can't breathe." Wang Fuguwei struggled desperately, his mouth filled with lime, tears and mucus streaming down his face. A lanky boy attempted to flee, but Song Renze delivered a flying kick, sending him crashing to the ground, his face meeting the dirt. "Brother, this rascal is trying to escape." "Lieru Shota." Song Renze rushed over, yanking the lanky boy by the ear as he pulled him back. "Run? If you dare, I'll break your legs." "Ouch, be gentle. My ear is going to come off." The lanky boy stomped his feet in pain. Seizing the opportunity, Wang Fuguwei attempted to rise, but Li Eru swept his leg, knocking him down once more. "Behave yourself." Li Eru delivered a kick to his backside, threatening, "If you move again, I'll hang your shorts at the village entrance." Song Renze piled the followers together and stepped on Wang Fuguwei's back. "Speak. Who instigated this?" No one instigated." Wang Fuguwei still held his ground. Still trying to wriggle out of it, Li Eru picked up a bag of lime and dropped it onto his head. The evidence is right here. Suddenly, the pockmarked-faced boy cried out, "Brother Song, spare me." It was all Wang Fugui's idea. Nonsense. Wang Fugui struggled to rise. It was clearly your suggestion. The lanky boy quickly distanced himself from the blame. Yes, yes. Wang said he wanted to ruin the experimental field and make Brother Song lose face in the team. Shut up. Wang Fugui trembled with rage. You traitors. Song Renze chuckled coldly, pulling Wang Fugui's hair to force him to look up. Did you hear that? Your so-called brothers have betrayed you. Under the moonlight, Wang Fugui's face, smeared with lime, appeared ghastly, tears and mucus marring his visage. Brother Song, I was wrong. Now you realize your mistake? Li Eru kicked him again. What were you thinking when you were scattering lime in the experimental field? I was just momentarily confused. Wang Fugui quivered like a frightened quail. Song Renze released his grip and clapped his lime-covered hands. Eru, go fetch the team leader. On it, Li Eru dashed towards the village, shouting as he ran, "Thief! Someone is sabotaging the experimental field." Wang Fugui lay on the ground, trembling. Brother Song, let us discuss this. Now you wish to talk? Song Renze squatted down and patted his face. It's too late. In the distance, the sounds of hurried footsteps and barking dogs grew closer, the light of torches advancing towards them. Wang Fugui's face turned ashen as he suddenly clutched Song Renze's leg. Brother Song, spare me this once, and I shall serve you like a beast. Get lost. Song Renze kicked him away. Save that for the team leader. Moments later, a commotion erupted from afar. The light from the torches grew ever closer as Li Eru led Captain Yu Daong and a dozen villagers charging forward. Which scoundrel dares to vandalize the experimental fields? The captain's roar preceded his arrival. Upon hearing Yu Daong's voice, Wang Fugui was so frightened that he dove into a pile of lime, resembling an ostrich attempting to hide. Captain, it was them. Li Eru pointed at a few disheveled individuals on the ground. I saw Wang Fugui pouring lime into the soil with my own eyes. Yu Daong rushed over in haste, and upon illuminating the scene with the torchlight, his beard bristled in anger. Wang Fugui. He seized Wang Fugui by the collar and delivered a resounding slap. Are you tired of living? The slap echoed loudly, causing Wang Fugui to spin around and land squarely in the lime pile. The onlooking villagers erupted in outrage. Damn it! How dare you vandalize the experimental fields? If this truly spreads, will we have any crops to plant next year? You vile creature, harmful to others and detrimental to oneself. The pockmarked-faced man attempted to defend himself. Captain, we are wrong. Wronged? Yu Daong kicked over the bag of lime. What in the world is this? Did it leak from your trousers? The lanky fellow shrank back. We were just passing by. Passing by my foot. Li Eru interjected with a kick. You think you can just stroll past the experimental fields at this hour? Were you here to steal manure? Laughter erupted among the crowd. Song Renze picked up a handful of lime from the ground. Captain, look, they've already spread quite a bit. Yu Daong crouched down to examine the soil, his expression darkening further. You Wang Fugui, how dare you destroy collective property? Wang Fugui wore a woeful expression. Captain, I truly did not intend to cause harm. Nonsense. Yu Daong trembled with rage. Once this lime is spread, will the seeds even sprout? You are threatening the livelihood of the entire team. The villagers grew increasingly agitated. Beat him. What use is such a pest? Send him to the commune. Upon hearing the threat of being sent to the commune, Wang Fugui began to bow his head repeatedly. Captain, spare my life. I was just momentarily foolish. Foolish? Yu Daong scoffed. I see you are quite cunning. He turned to Song Renze. Xiao Song, what do you propose we do? Before Song Renze could respond, Li Eru jumped up. They must pay. They should be held accountable for the labor lost. Indeed, Yu Daong slammed his thigh. From tomorrow onward, you few are responsible for restoring the experimental fields. You will be docked for the lost labor. Upon hearing that their points will be deducted, Wang Fugui turned pale. Captain, Silence. Yu Daong kicked him again. If you utter another word, I'll send you to the commune for a prison meal. Suddenly, the pockmarked-faced man felt his knees. Song Gu, you are magnanimous. Please spare us. The lanky fellow followed suit. Bowing his head, we shall never dare again. Song Renze sneered. Now you know, to plead for mercy? What were you thinking when you were pouring lime into the soil? Yu Daong waved his hand decisively. It is settled. Wang Fuguei, you and your companions shall commence retilling the land tomorrow, and all the labor points lost will be deducted. Moreover, he gestured towards Song Renze. Compensate the young Song with 5 yuan for emotional distress. 5 yuan? Wang Fuguei's eyes nearly bulged from their sockets. Captain, 10 yuan. Yu Daong directly raised the stakes. Wang Fuguei immediately fell silent, resembling a wilted eggplant. Disperse. Yu Daong waved his hand. It's late at night. Return to your homes and rest. The villagers, as they strolled back, murmured among themselves, serves him right. Such a person ought to be dealt with properly. The Song lad truly is admirable. Once the crowd had dispersed, Yu Daong patted Song Renze on the shoulder. Young Song, tomorrow you should check on the tractor. Do not take this matter to heart. Song Renze nodded. Thank you, Captain. Yu Daong then kicked Wang Fuguei. Aren't you leaving? Are you waiting for me to treat you to a late-night snack? Wang Fuguei scrambled away, followed by his subordinates, who departed with their tails between their legs. Li Eru spat at their retreating figures. Bah, what disgrace! Song Renze observed the pitiful sight of the group, a smirk curling at the corners of his mouth. It seemed that Wang Fuguei had thoroughly fallen from grace within the team. Let's go. It's time to rest, Song Renze said, wrapping his arm around Li Eru's shoulder. We have important matters to attend to tomorrow. The two walked under the moonlight towards the village. As the night breeze carried the distant wails of Wang Fuguei crying out for his father, Li Eru chuckled with glee. Brother, listen. That scoundrel is getting a beating from his father. Song Renze couldn't help but laugh as well. That battle was truly satisfying. The next morning, Song Renze, with a blade of grass between his teeth, sauntered into the experimental field. Wang Fuguei and his lackeys were already toiling away, looking as disheveled as a group of plucked chickens. Oh, Comrade Wang, working diligently are we? Song Renze deliberately raised his voice. The hoe in Wang Fuguei's hands clanged painfully against his foot, causing him to gasp, yet he dared not utter a sound. Song brother. The pockmarked-faced lackey approached with a bow. How do you find our work in the field? Song Renze kicked at a clod of earth. Is this what you call digging? My grandmother with a cane could dig deeper than you. Li Eru, carrying a shovel, burst into laughter. Brother, Comrade Wang is delicate and tender. How could he ever perform such rough labor? Nonsense. Wang Fuguei's face flushed with indignation. Huh? Song Renze narrowed his eyes. Wang Fuguei immediately cowered, lowering his head to continue digging, swinging the hoe as if embroidering. Comrade Wang, Song Renze squatted on the ridge, leisurely saying, the captain mentioned that this experimental field must be dug to a depth of 1 foot. You Haven-T even reached 3 inches. I'll dig. Is that not acceptable? Wang Fuguei gritted his teeth, swinging the hoe with the ferocity of someone intent on murder. Under the scorching noon sun, the trio of miscreants were drenched in sweat. The lanky one stealthily tried to inch towards the shade, only to be bellowed back by Song Renze. That comrade. Can't you see the manure bucket is empty? Hurry up and fetch it. The tall, slender figure wore a mournful expression as he lamented. Brother Song, I have already carried it 8 times. Only 8 times? Li Eru exclaimed, counting on his fingers with the 20 pigs in our team. We still need to make at least 20 more trips. Upon hearing this, Wang Fuguei dropped his dung ladle into the bucket, splattering himself in the process. Oh my goodness! Li Eru exclaimed, pinching his nose and leaping back. Comrade Wang, are you planning to fertilize the dung? The onlookers erupted in laughter. Wang Fuguei's face flushed a mix of red and white, and in a sudden outburst, he threw down the ladle, declaring, I quit. Unfazed, Song Renze pulled out a small notebook from his pocket, saying, Very well, I shall note this down. I will report to the team leader that Wang Fuguei has maliciously gone on strike, resisting the brigade's tasks, and whether this indicates a reactionary tendency against the construction of socialism. Chapter 20. Hunting the Bear in the Mountains. Stop, stop, stop. Wang Fuguei immediately panicked, picking up the dung scoop and hastily dipping it into the bucket. I can do it. Is that not enough? The force of his scoop was so vigorous that it splashed all over his face. Ugh! The pockmarked face retched immediately. Song Renze covered his nose and took a step back. Comrade Wang Fuguei, your dung scooping has quite the aroma. Liera chimed in with a jab. Indeed, it mirrors your character, reeking from the inside out. Wang Fugui trembled with rage, but dared not retort, stifling his anger as he continued to shovel dung. His posture resembled that of a frost-bitten eggplant. By the third day, the gang of ruffians had lost all semblance of dignity. Wang Fugui's hands were blistered, and he limped as he walked. His two lackeys had sunburnt skin resembling that of a mottled dog, their shoulders raw and bloody. Song-ge, the pockmarked face, approached tearfully. "Could I trouble you for a sip of water?" Song Renze leisurely unscrewed the water bottle. "Call me father." "Father," the pockmarked face shouted, his voice ringing clear. Liera nearly burst out laughing. "Brother, you've just adopted a son for free." From a distance, Wang Fugui's eyes turned red with envy as he was forced to continue digging the dung pit. With one swing of the shovel, the splattered dung hit his face perfectly. Ha! Even the passers-by from the production team erupted in laughter. On the fourth day at noon, Wang Fugui could no longer hold back. Seizing an opportunity when no one was watching, he knelt before Song Renze, exclaiming, "Song-ge, Song grandfather, I was wrong. Please, have mercy on me." Song Renze casually dug at his ear. "What did you say? Speak louder. I can't hear you." Wang Fugui gritted his teeth and shouted, "I Wang Fugui am no good. If I oppose you again, I'd be a son of a dog." His voice echoed, reaching half the production team. Liera laughed heartily, slapping his thigh. "Good. I will remember this." Only then did Song Renze nod in satisfaction, tossing a few band-aids from his pocket. "All right, finish filling the dung pit and then take a break." Wang Fugui felt as if a great weight had been lifted from his shoulders, nodding and bowing as he hurried back, only to step into the dung pit he had dug and tumble in. "Help!" he cried, rolling around. Song Renze shook his head and turned to the onlookers. Everyone saw it. He jumped into the dung pit himself. Laughter erupted among the crowd, with someone teasing, "Comrade Wang, how fragrant is it?" Wang Fugui felt a surge of anger. "Song Renze, I shall remember this. If you wish to make a name for yourself in this village, I will fight you to the end." After extinguishing Wang Fugui's arrogance, life returned to relative tranquility for the following week, with no further conflicts. Song Renze fully integrated into the life of the production team. He fished during low tide, dove for shrimp, and mastered all that the village children could do. Each day, he carried a bamboo basket to the rocky shore to catch fish and crabs, and finally, there was meat on the dining table at home. Yi Xiulan's frown eased a bit, and her two younger sisters also grew healthier, their faces flushed with color. However, that night, Song Renze was startled awake by a sudden fit of sobbing. He turned over and got off the bed, and by the light of the moon, he saw Yi Xiulan tightly holding on to Song Xiaotao, the young girl writhing in spasms, her teeth clenched, and a painful whimper escaping her throat. "Mother, what has happened to Xiaotao?" Song Renze hurried forward, reaching out to touch his sister's forehead, which burned like fire. Yi Xiulan was in tears, her voice trembling. "She's been seized by the wind again. It's worse than the last time." A tightness gripped Song Renze's heart. This was the third occurrence this month. Each time, Song Xiaotao seemed to lose her soul, convulsing and struggling to breathe. The barefoot doctor had visited, shaking his head and stating that the illness was difficult to treat, and unless bear bile was used in the medicine, prolonged suffering could cost her life. "I will go find the bear bile," Song Renze declared solemnly. Yi Xiulan suddenly looked up, gripping his arm tightly. "No, there are no bears on this island. You must go to the mountains on the mainland, where wild beasts abound. I've heard there are even tigers that killed a man last year." Song Renze gently pried her hand away, his gaze resolute. "Mother, do not worry. I'll be fine. Xiaotao cannot wait. As her brother, I must go." Yi Xiulan wept as she embraced her son. "Oh, my child, it is our burden that has brought you to this." "Mother, take good care of Xiaotao. I will seek out the bear first thing tomorrow morning to procure the bile for my sister's treatment." After comforting his mother for a while, Song Renze went to bed early. The following morning, Song Renze packed his things and sought out Liera. Upon learning that they were going to hunt for bears, Liera was instantly exhilarated. "Brother, if we manage to catch a bear this time, won't we be the talk of the village for half a lifetime?" He was aware of his elder brother's abilities, and the two of them together would surely succeed in capturing a bear. Naturally, he envisioned the prestige of bringing down a black bear and perhaps even attracting a wife. Look at you, thinking one bear will earn you bragging rights? Wait until I buy a large ship and take you to hunt tiger sharks. Then you will truly be the man of the village, Song Renze replied. Huh, you are the ambitious one, brother. If we can hunt a killer whale, all the girls from the 10 neighboring villages will be knocking on our door, Li Era chuckled. All right, let us get on the boat and set off. To hunt whales, we first need to save money for a big fishing boat. With our current means, we can't even afford a decent vessel. Soon, they gathered their supplies, piloted the fishing boat, and headed towards the shore. After running for over half an hour, they reached the shore and transferred to an ox cart for another 2 hours, finally arriving at the foot of the mountain where bears were rumored to roam. Brother, how we catch a bear? The mountain is so vast, we can't just wander around aimlessly, Li Eru said, staring at the towering mountain in bewilderment. If they were to rely on luck, when would they find a bear? We can catch some wild chickens and honey. Bears have an excellent sense of smell and will come for the scent. With that, Song Renze began to lead the way up the mountain, scattering some corn kernels soaked in spring water along the path to attract wild chickens and rabbits. Before long, they had caught 5 or 6 wild chickens, and their fortune continued as they soon discovered a beehive in a tree. Not far away, on a tree about half a meter thick, hung a beehive the size of a wash basin, golden honey dripping down. Fortune has smiled upon us. With such an abundance of honey, we could fill more than half a barrel. Li Eru, rubbing his hands in anticipation, was about to rush forward when Song Renze firmly grasped the collar of his shirt. Wait a moment. Do you think the bees are mere decorations? If you simply go and grab it, you might end up with a face like a pig's head. Song Renze rolled his eyes in exasperation, then pulled out a tattered cloth bag from his pocket, revealing a patched-up old garment. He then took some damp moss and wrapped it around a stick, producing a match to ignite it. As the thin smoke began to rise, the beehive erupted with a furious buzz. Li Eru widened his eyes in astonishment. Brother, how do you have everything? Learned it in the city, replied Song Renze, extending the smoking stick forward. Just wait, we need to ask our bee brethren to relocate. The dark swarm of bees, enveloped in smoke, indeed scattered in a flurry of complaints. Elated, Li Eru leaped with joy, brandishing a machete to chop off branches. Hold on. Song Renze suddenly pressed down on his shoulder. Something is approaching. The bushes rustled ominously, causing Li Eru's hair to stand on end. Could it be a bear? Squinting, Song Renze chuckled. Better than a bear. It's a badger. 2 round, plump badgers were busy foraging for wild fruits, blissfully unaware of the impending danger. Eru, the one on the left is yours. Song Renze whispered as he raised his earth gun. Li Eru, trembling with anxiety, found his palms sweaty, hesitating to throw the machete. Coward! Song Renze teased, pulling the trigger. Bang! The iron shot flew forth, striking the badger on the right, which immediately fell over. The other, startled, leapt 3 feet into the air, colliding directly with Li Eru's leg. Oh my! With eyes shut tight, Li Eru swung down his machete, surprisingly striking the badger's rear. The creature let out a yelp, limping away, only to be swiftly subdued by Song Renze's foot on its neck. Well done, Eru, he exclaimed, lifting the bloodied badger triumphantly. Tonight we feast. Just as they reveled in their success, a few wild chickens suddenly flapped overhead, their feathers gleaming like gold in the setting sun. Quick as a flash, Song Renze raised his gun. Bang! A plump wild chicken spiraled down, landing squarely on Li Eru's head. Ouch! He exclaimed, clutching his head while still holding the flapping chicken. Brother, your marksmanship is divine. Song Renze casually blew on the barrel of his gun. Just standard procedure. They secured the badger and the wild chicken, when suddenly Li Eru pointed at the beehive. Brother, honey! Golden nectar trickled down the tree bark, making their mouths water. Song Renze licked his lips. Let us harvest this hive. Tonight we shall enjoy honey-glazed badger. With deft movements, he climbed the tree, carefully prying down a large chunk of the beehive with his machete. The golden honey oozed from the cut, its sweet aroma enveloping them. Brother, let me have a taste. Li Eru eagerly reached out. What is the rush? Song Renze tossed him a piece of the hive. Get to work first. While Li Eru busied himself indulging in the honey, Song Rinja discreetly retrieved a few drops of spiritual spring water from his space, sprinkling it over the remaining hive. The aroma of honey suddenly intensified several-fold, drawing the surrounding wild bees in a buzzing frenzy. Goodness, why is this honey so fragrant all of a sudden? Li Eru exclaimed, inhaling deeply with a look of ecstasy. Song Rinja smiled enigmatically. Wild honey has that effect. The fresher it is, the more intoxicating the scent. Let us get to work and dig the trap. The two men sought out a beast path frequented by wildlife and began to excavate the pit with their shovels. As he dug, Li Eru muttered, "Brother, is this hole deep enough? What if a bear leaps out unexpectedly? Let's dig a bit deeper." Song Rinja wiped the sweat from his brow. Bears have immense strength. They can stand on their hind legs. It needs to be at least 2 meters deep. Once the pit was ready, Song Rinja drove several sharpened wooden stakes into the bottom, then covered the opening with branches and dried leaves for camouflage. Finally, he suspended the honeycomb, soaked in the essence of the spring, from a nearby branch, allowing its sweet fragrance to waft through the air. Done. Song Rinja clapped the dirt from his hands. This aroma will surely attract bears for miles around. Li Eru swallowed hard and asked, "Brother, what do we do now?" "Let us retreat and wait," Song Rinja replied, pointing to a large tree not far away. "Climb up and stay quiet when a bear arrives." Just as they ascended the tree, a sudden crack echoed through the forest. Li Eru startled, nearly tumbling from his perch. Song Rinja swiftly grabbed him, signaling for silence. The underbrush in the distance began to shake violently, and they could faintly hear heavy breathing. The bear was coming. Chapter 21. The Successful Hunt of the Bear. Li Eru trembled in fear, nearly losing his grip on the tree. Song Rinja swiftly pulled him back, gesturing for silence. In the distance, the bushes rustled violently, and heavy breaths could be heard. Li Eru clung tightly to the trunk, his trousers dampening with fright. Emerging from the thicket was a massive, dark figure. Good heavens! Li Eru's teeth chattered. Is that a bear? It is clearly a mountain of flesh. Song Rinja narrowed his eyes. This black bear weighed no less than 300 pounds, towering over them when standing, its sleek, shiny fur glistening in the setting sun. Most terrifying were its gigantic paws, resembling large fans, with claws sharp as sickles, capable of eviscerating a man with a mere swipe. The bear sniffed the air and lumbered toward the trap. It clumsily climbed onto the camouflage branches, causing a thunderous crash as it fell into the pit. "We got it!" Li Eru was so excited he nearly jumped from the tree. However, Song Rinja furrowed his brow. Something feels off. A furious roar erupted from the trap, and soon after, dirt began to cascade down from the edges. The two men gazed in horror as they realized the bear was climbing back up. The wooden stakes were being crushed under its weight, serving as stepping stones. It clawed at the walls of the pit, nearly escaping. "Damn, this beast has become cunning." Li Eru turned pale. Without hesitation, Song Rinja leapt down from the tree, grabbing his firearm and rushing forward. Just as he reached the edge of the pit, a furry paw landed on the ground. Good grief! Such a creature should not be engaged in close combat. Although he was a seasoned mercenary, he did not possess that level of confidence. He scrambled back up the tree in haste. The bear had now emerged, standing upright and growling fiercely. This made it even more intimidating, towering over 2 meters tall like a wall. Bang! Song Rinja decisively fired his shot. The iron pellets struck the bear's chest, splattering blood. Roar! The bear, in pain, let out an enraged roar and charged toward their hiding tree. It was much faster than anticipated, reaching the base of the tree in the blink of an eye. Goodness! Li Eru nearly wet his pants. "Brother, can it climb trees?" "It can't." Song Rinja hurriedly reloaded his weapon. "Quickly, climb higher." The bear had begun clawing at the trunk, its sharp claws leaving deep gashes in the bark. The entire tree shook, leaves raining down. Song Rinja finished loading the powder and aimed for the bear's head, firing once more. Bang! The shot grazed the bear's ear, causing it to shake its head in pain but grow even angrier. It began to violently shake the tree, and Li Eru nearly lost his grip. "Rope!" Song Rinja shouted. "Throw the rope around its neck." Li Eru, trembling, fumbled at his waist, untying the hemp rope and clumsily forming a noose, quaking as he lowered it. Aim more carefully. Song Renze, in a fit of desperation, cursed, put it over its head. Suddenly, the bear stood on its hind legs, inadvertently thrusting its head into the noose. Li Eru yanked sharply, and the rope tightened around the bear's neck. Pull tighter. Song Renze leaped onto a sturdy tree branch and secured the other end of the rope to the trunk. The bear writhed in agony, its eyes rolling back, struggling fiercely. Its strength was formidable, causing the thick branch to creak ominously. "Brother, it's going to break," Li Eru shouted, just as the rope snapped with a resounding crack. The bear, now free, went into a frenzy. It struck the tree trunk with its paw, sending bark and wood chips flying. The branch beneath Song Renze cracked, prompting him to hastily jump to a nearby limb. "Eru, the axe!" Song Renze bellowed. Flustered, Li Eru fumbled for the axe at his waist and tossed it over. Song Renze caught it midair and aimed for the bear's eye with a swift strike. With a howl, the bear was wounded, blood gushing from its eye. It flailed wildly, nearly knocking Song Renze off his perch. Seizing the moment, Song Renze loaded another shot and pressed the barrel against the bear's head. Bang! The iron shot lodged in the bear's mouth, causing it to roll in pain. Yet, astonishingly resilient, it rose again, charging at the tree with ferocious force. "Brother, the tree is going to fall," Li Eru wailed. The trunk began to tilt, and Song Renze knew he could wait no longer. Gritting his teeth, he leaped from a more than 3-meter-high branch onto the bear's back. Roaring in rage, the bear twisted violently, attempting to throw him off. Clinging to its fur, Song Renze raised the axe and struck at its neck. The bear's thick hide thwarted his efforts, merely slicing through its flesh without delivering a fatal blow. The bear violently shook, and Song Renze was flung to the ground. As he attempted to rise, the bear lunged at him. In a moment of desperation, Li Eru jumped down from the tree, striking the bear's head with a shovel. "Brother, run!" The bear turned its attention to Li Eru. The young man sprinted away, faster than a rabbit, shouting, "Brother, shoot it!" Gritting his teeth against the pain, Song Renze picked up the earth gun and loaded it with his last remaining single-shot bullet, reserved for emergencies. "Eru, get to turn." Li Eru executed a sharp turn, and the bear clumsily followed suit. Seizing the opportunity, Song Renze aimed for the bear's skull. Bang! The shot was true, the bullet piercing through the bear's head. The black bear staggered, then collapsed, legs twitching briefly before going still. The two men, exhausted, collapsed to the ground, panting heavily. Li Eru's trousers were completely soaked, and Song Renze bore several gashes on his arm from the bear's claws. "Brother, are we still alive?" Li Eru's voice trembled. Song Renze kicked the bear to confirm its demise, then sighed in relief. "We're alive, though we almost met the king of hell." After catching their breath, they began to process their prey. Song Renze took out a dagger and commenced skinning the bear from its belly. The bear pelt is remarkably thick, enough to craft 2 grand coats. Song Renze skillfully skinned the bear, removing the paws as he had heard that the large restaurants in the city pay handsomely for them. Li Eru assisted by holding the bear's leg, suddenly recalling something. "Brother, what about the bear bile? For Xiao Tao's medicine." Song Renze cautiously opened the bear's belly and extracted a dark green gallbladder. "Here it is. This should suffice for Xiao Tao for half a year." After completing the skinning, the two fashioned a simple wooden raft using several sturdy branches, binding the bear meat and pelt atop it. Dragging over 300 pounds of bear, along with a few badgers and wild chickens, proved to be quite the laborious task. "Brother, you struck it rich." Li Eru, drenched in sweat, grinned widely. Song Renze wiped his brow. "We must hurry back. Nightfall is upon us." The two maneuvered the wooden raft through various means, including ox carts and fishing boats. And by the time they reached the village entrance, dusk had settled in. Upon entering the village, they encountered several members of the collective returning from work. "My goodness," old Lu exclaimed as his smoking pipe clattered to the ground. "Is that the bear?" Li Eru puffed out his chest, nostrils flaring with pride. "Indeed, my brother and I brought it down ourselves. A magnificent beast of over 300 pounds. The news spread like wildfire, and soon half the village had gathered around. "Wow, that bear paw is larger than my pot lid." Younger Song truly possesses remarkable skills, taking down even a bear. Eru, why are your pants damp? Surely you haven't tea wet yourself? The crowd erupted in laughter at Lee Eru's predicament. His face flushed, he stammered in defense. Nonsense. That's just do. Song Renze, chuckling, sliced off a generous piece of bear meat and handed it to him. Take this home. Let your mother stew it for nourishment. Lee Eru's eyes sparkled, though he feigned reluctance. Brother, this is far too precious. Quit the chatter, Song Renze insisted, stuffing the meat into his embrace. If it weren't for your shovel, I might have lost my life. No need for formality. Only then did Lee Eru express his heartfelt thanks and depart. Amidst the envious gazes of the villagers, Song Renze continued to drag the raft home. The bear was indeed heavy, but with the help of a few eager villagers, they successfully made it back. Mother, I'm home, Song Renze called as he pushed open the yard gate. Zhoushan was boiling porridge at the stove, and upon hearing his voice, she rushed out. The sight of the bloodied bear nearly caused her to faint. Chapter 22. Do you even deserve to repair fishing boats? Child, are you unhurt? Her eyes immediately reddened. Mother, I am fine. The bear gallbladder has been retrieved. Song Renze pulled out the gallbladder wrapped in oil paper from his bosom. Xiao Tao is saved. Zhoushan, trembling as she accepted it, let tears fall freely. I will go brew the medicine right away. Inside the room, Song Xiaotao curled up on the Kong, her small face pale, with blood marks on her lips from biting them. Song Xiaomei was wiping her sweat with a damp cloth and, upon seeing her brother return, cried out with tears in her eyes, Brother, Xiao Tao is convulsing again. This is the third time, woo woo woo. Song Renze hurried over in 3 swift strides, gently prying open his sister's tightly clenched jaws to place a chopstick for her to bite. He turned and scooped a bowl of water from the vat, secretly adding a few drops of spring water. Xiao Tao, have a sip. The little girl, in a daze, took a few sips, her brows gradually relaxing. At that moment, Zhoushan entered with the brewed bear gall medicine, feeding it to her 1 spoonful at a time. Before long, Song Xiaotao's breathing steadied, and she fell into a deep slumber. Zhoushan touched her daughter's forehead and exclaimed joyfully, The fever has broken. It truly has. Song Xiaomei leapt into her brother's embrace. Brother, you are amazing. Song Renze ruffled his sister's hair, finally feeling a sense of relief. He vowed to take good care of his family, ensuring that their lives would improve from here on. Meanwhile, Wang Fugue squatted on his courtyard wall, glaring at the lively scene in the Song family yard, his teeth grinding in frustration. Oomph. So they killed a bear? What is there to gloat about? He spat vehemently. It's downright bizarre how that lad seems to have all the good fortune. Well, lucky bear. He grumbled. Why not just squash him flat instead? A pockmarked man leaned closer, sourly remarking, Brother Wang, I heard that bear is worth a fortune. Just the paws alone can be sold for. Shut up. Wang Fugue slapped him, seething. What is there to envy? He glared menacingly in the direction of the Song family, gritting his teeth. Just you wait, Song Renze. Once this commotion dies down, I'll show you how to deal with it. He meticulously noted every humiliation he had endured during this time. As night deepened, the aroma of stewed bear meat wafted from the Song family courtyard. Meanwhile, the oil lamp in Wang Fugue's house burned until the early hours. Faint sounds of objects being thrown and curses could be heard. The next morning, Song Renze was in the yard processing the bear meat when Yu Daong burst in like a whirlwind. Xiao Song, come with me at once. Yu Daong grasped his arm. The village fishing boats are broken. We need to deliver supplies to the station troops tomorrow. There's no time to waste. Song Renze wiped the blood from his hands. All right, I will go take a look. The two hurried to the dock, where several fishermen surrounded an old fishing boat, looking distressed. The diesel engine at the back was belching black smoke and making strange, sputtering noises. It was loud, but utterly unresponsive. Step aside. Our technician has arrived. Yu Daong shouted. Let Xiao Song take a look. The crowd parted immediately, anxiously watching Song Renze. He approached, crouched down, and swiftly identified the problem. He removed his jacket and retrieved his portable tools from his pocket, managing to repair the engine in less than half an hour. Give it a try, he exclaimed, wiping the sweat from his brow. The fishermen started the fishing boat, and the diesel engine immediately emitted a steady roar. Remarkable. Yu Daong clapped Song Renze on the shoulder. Your skills are truly impressive. Even the experts from the city cannot compare to you. The Song family is indeed fortunate. Song Renze humbly smiled. I learned a bit in the city, just scratching the surface. This scene was coincidentally witnessed by Wang Fuqiu, who was passing by with a dung cart. From a distance, he glared at Song Renze, surrounded by admirers, his teeth grinding in frustration. Bah, so he can fix a broken boat. He spat vehemently. I could do that too. Strutting around like a peacock, what is so impressive about it? A few of his lackeys immediately began to flatter him in unison. Brother Wang is smart. Whatever he learns, he masters. Indeed, he is far superior to that wild brat. Once Brother Wang learns, we shall see how he flaunts himself. The captain will surely favor Brother Wang. Hearing their sycophantic praise, Wang Fuqiu felt a swell of satisfaction. He straightened his chest, envisioning himself as a technician. What is so difficult about repairing machines? He could learn too. In due time, he would become a mechanic, doubling his work points, and would be able to look down on Song Renze. He would tread the path that Song Renze took, leaving him with no options. That night, as the moon ascended the treetops, Wang Fuqiu stealthily approached the dock with 2 lackeys in tow. Brother Wang, are we really going to learn to repair boats? The 2 lackeys asked, somewhat apprehensive. Wang Fuqiu smacked one on the back of the head, exclaiming, nonsense. If I don't learn, how will I have a place in the production team in the future? After all those days of hauling dung, are you not furious? If he can master the craft, why can't we? Once the 3 of us learn, won't good days be just around the corner? We must outdo that scoundrel Song Renze. The 2 lackeys exchanged glances, scratching their heads in uncertainty. But we don't even know how to use a screwdriver. Ridiculous. Wang Fuqiu glared at them. That wild brat Song Renze can learn, and I am 10 times smarter than him. What is so difficult? We just need to know that screws go into screw holes and that pliers are for cutting. The trio reached the side of the fishing boat and peered at the diesel engine under the moonlight. The dark machine appeared like a menacing hunk of iron, intimidating to behold. Where do we even begin? Both lackeys stared blankly. Wang Fuqiu was equally at a loss. He had boasted, but now what? They couldn't just stand there and stare, could they? After a moment of shared contemplation, the 2 lackeys exchanged glances, their eyes darting with a newfound idea. Brother Wang, we need to take it apart first. How else will we understand the structure inside? I've heard that to learn repairs, one must first learn to disassemble. Once we take it apart, we can piece it back together, and that would count as our initiation. Good point. Wang Fuqiu slapped his thigh and gave a thumbs up to his lackeys. Song Renze must have disassembled it first to learn. Without hesitation, Wang Fuqiu pulled out the pliers he had surreptitiously taken from home and began to unscrew the bolts. With a satisfying click, the first bolt came loose. Huh, simple enough. Wang Fuqiu felt invigorated, swiftly removing several more with ease. The pockmarked face leaned in, asking Brother Wang, what is this iron pipe for? It's an oil pipe. Wang Fuqiu pretended to demonstrate, only to spill a handful of black oil. The tall, thin fellow was taken aback, exclaiming, it's leaking oil. What is there to panic about? Wang Fuqiu wiped his face. It needs to be taken apart before we can put it back together. This is a technical job. Let us dismantle everything first. The 3 of them grew increasingly enthusiastic, and soon the deck was cluttered with parts. However, they now faced a dilemma. The 2 lackeys held up a heavy iron piece, asking, Brother Wang, how do we put this back together? Wang Fuqiu stared in disbelief. All the parts were mixed together, and he couldn't recall which belonged where. They were all there, big and small, but he had completely forgotten where each piece had been removed from. What a mess. The tall, thin fellow's legs began to tremble. We need to deliver supplies tomorrow. Wang Fuqiu feigned calmness. What are you afraid of? Just reassemble them in reverse order. The 3 began to hastily reassemble, but the situation only grew more chaotic. Brother Wang, this bolt won't screw in. The pipes don't align. We're doomed. The oil is leaking even more. Diesel gushed forth, forming a puddle on the deck. The pockmarked face whimpered. How much will this cost to fix? Wang Fuqiu turned pale, kicking the ground in frustration. It's all your fault for your foolish suggestions. The tall, thin fellow protested, but Brother Wang, you said we should take it apart. Shut your mouth. Wang Fuqiu snapped. Let us get out of here. No one knows it was us. The 3 fled in disarray, with the tall, thin fellow slipping on the oil and falling flat on his back. Wang Fugui didn't look back, sprinting faster than a rabbit. The pockmarked face shouted while running, "Brother Wang, wait for me." The trio vanished into the night, leaving behind a fishing boat dripping oil onto the moonlight. The next morning, at dawn, chaos erupted at the dock. "Which fool did this? You scoundrels! How could you be so reckless?" Yu Daiyong's roar startled even the seagulls into flight. Fishermen gathered around the boat, their faces flushed with anger. "Xiao Song just repaired this yesterday. This was clearly deliberate sabotage. Who will take responsibility for delaying the supplies to the troops?" Wang Fugui mingled among the crowd, feigning innocence as he looked around. "Oh dear, what happened to this boat? Perhaps it was repaired properly and fell apart on its own. Look at all this oil leaking. It's such a hassle." "Shut your mouth." Yu Daiyong shot back. "I tested the boat after Xiao Song repaired it, and it was perfectly fine." Wang Fugui shrank back, muttering under his breath, "How would anyone know? If you don't know, keep quiet." Yu Daiyong glared. "I know it was you who did this." Neglecting the essential matters, one takes pleasure in adding insult to injury. Wang Fugui immediately jumped up in protest. "Captain, you cannot unjustly accuse an innocent person. I was sound asleep at home last night." Song Renze crouched by the edge of the boat, meticulously inspecting the area, when he suddenly pointed to the deck. "Captain, look here, there are footprints." The crowd quickly gathered around. Although the muddy prints had been somewhat washed away by the dew of the night, their general shape remained discernible. "Oh, the tread pattern of these soles!" Li Eru suddenly shouted at the top of his lungs. "It's identical to Wang Fugui's pair of rubber shoes." Chapter 23. A visit from the young female educator. Wang Fugui's face turned pale. "Nonsense. Don't rubber shoes look like this?" The villagers erupted in uproar. "You scoundrel. Just yesterday, you claimed you wanted to learn boat repair. Can't stand to see others thrive. Can you?" The pockmarked faced man anxiously tugged at Wang Fugui's sleeve. "Brother Wang, what should we do? What are you panicking for?" Wang Fugui retorted defiantly. "The footprints are all muddled. Why accuse me?" Nearby, Lu Laosi spoke out in indignation. It was definitely him. He had a grudge against our comrade, Xiao Song, jealous of his boat repair skills. He must have deliberately sabotaged it. Wang Fugui has always been petty. It must be him. "You're talking absolute nonsense." Wang Fugui glared fiercely at the villager who had just spoken. "Lu Laosi, if you keep babbling, I'll sue you for defamation. Accusing without evidence. Do you want to taste my fist? I can see you're itching for a beating." Song Renze calmly stood up. "Captain, there is actually another way." He pulled out a handkerchief to wipe the oil pipe. "The person who came to vandalize yesterday definitely didn't wear gloves. As long as their hands touched the boat and the oil pipe, there must be fingerprints left behind. It didn't rain yesterday, so the evidence is still intact. We can surely find the culprit." "What? What prints?" Yu Daiyong did not understand. "The impressions left by fingertips," Song Renze explained, "can be revealed with a special solution. Everyone's prints are unique." Wang Fugui's legs began to tremble. Who are you trying to scare?" Song Renze fixed his gaze on him. "It's still not too late to come clean, once we find out." I. Wang Fugui's forehead was beaded with sweat, his lips quivering. The two sycophants were so frightened they nearly wet their pants, shrinking back into the crowd. Suddenly, Song Renze raised his voice. "How about this? Let us take everyone's fingerprints for comparison." "Yes, let us take fingerprints." Li Eru immediately joined in the uproar. Wang Fugui suddenly jumped up. "On what grounds do you take fingerprints? This is an invasion of privacy." Yu Daiyong sneered. "If you have nothing to hide, why fear the knock at the door? What are you panicking for?" Seeing Wang Fugui's reaction, Song Renze's suspicions were confirmed. It seemed to align with what Lu Laosi had said. This fool wanted to learn, but ended up making a mess. A failed attempt at theft. Song Renze raised an eyebrow and pretended to address Yu Daiyong. "Captain, since Wang Fugui refuses to admit it, why don't we all take fingerprints to see? If it matches, we can parade him through the streets. If he admits it now, he might receive leniency. Otherwise, the entire village could drown those few beasts with our spit." Upon hearing the term parade through the streets, Wang Fugui's legs seized up, and he collapsed to the ground with a thud. His lips trembled, cold sweat streaming down. "I just want to learn a bit. Learn my foot." Yu Daong kicked him. You call this learning? Do you wish to learn the art of destruction? Truly a remarkable talent. Our encounter with you on Zhoushan Island has indeed brought us misfortune beyond measure. The delay in delivering supplies to the troops is something for which your heads combined could never compensate. Two sycophants, sensing the impending doom, immediately pointed at Wang Fugui. It was him. He insisted on dismantling it. We cannot dissuade him. Brother Wang said that by taking it apart he would learn to repair the boat and even snatch Song Ji's work. Nonsense. Wang Fugui sprang up, ready to strike. You two scoundrels, wasn't it your idea last night? And now you place all the blame on me? Enough. Yu Daong bellowed. You foolish pigs. Do you even have the brain capacity to operate this machinery? The delay in sending materials to the troops means you will all face consequences. I shall not concern myself with this anymore. You must find a way to fix it. If you fail, I will personally ensure you face the repercussions. Upon hearing the threat of imprisonment, Wang Fugui and his companions were utterly panicked. How could they possibly repair it? Had they possessed the skills, they would not have found themselves in such a predicament. At present, there were no experts in the village. The only one capable of repairs was Song Renze. A wise person recognizes the situation. As long as they avoided imprisonment, they would acquiesce to anything he desired. The next moment, all three of them knelt down in desperation. Songge, Grandpa Song, Wang Fugui cried, tears streaming down his face. Please, have mercy and save us. Song Renze crossed his arms, leisurely observing him. Oh, so now you seek my help? Just moments ago, you were hurling insults at me. How could a scoundrel like you know how to repair a tractor? The gathered villagers erupted in laughter. Ha! Wang Fugui, look at you now. You weren't so arrogant before, were you? You deserve this. Letting your hands get the better of you. A scoundrel only knows how to dismantle. Wang Fugui's face fluctuated between shades of blue and white, yet he dared not retaliate. Instead, bowing repeatedly, Songge, I was wrong. Truly, I was wrong. Please, have mercy and assist us. Song Renze scoffed. Very well, I can help with the repairs. However, the parts you damaged will need replacing, and my labor must be compensated. Additionally, the spilled oil must be reimbursed. He began to tally with his fingers. All said and done. It will amount to about $500, I suppose. What? 500? Wang Fugui's eyes nearly bulged out. You are extorting me. Such a greedy demand. Fix it or don't. Song Renze turned to leave. Regardless, the delay concerns the troops, and it is not I who will face the consequences. Wait. Wang Fugui clutched his leg. I will fix it. I will fix it. Though he verbally agreed, his heart seethed with resentment. Song Renze cast him a sidelong glance. If your attitude is poor, I shall not assist. Wang Fugui nearly coughed up blood from frustration, but dared not retaliate, forcing a smile that was more grotesque than tears. Songge, I implore you. Only then did Song Renze leisurely crouch down to begin inspecting the fishing boat. In truth, the issues with the vessel are not as grave as they appear. It is merely disassembled in a chaotic manner, and reassembling it should suffice. Were it not for the funds already exchanged and the urgency to deliver supplies to the troops, he would have imparted a stern lesson to these inept individuals. Nevertheless, tidying them up is still feasible. Song Renze deliberately dawdled, repairing while shaking his head and sighing. Alas, these screws are stripped, the oil pipe is cracked. TSK, this oil pump is misaligned. With each utterance, Wang Fugui's countenance grew more pallid. Ultimately, Song Renze replaced a few minor components, tightened the screws anew, and added a bit of oil. The fishing boat finally sputtered to life. There we go. He clapped his hands. Let's hasten to deliver the supplies. Yu Daong let out a sigh of relief and turned to scold Wang Fugui. What are you standing there for? Pay up. Wang Fugui, with a mournful expression, tremulously pulled out a wad of crumpled bills from his pocket. Brother Song. Song Renze swiftly took the money, counted it, and nodded with satisfaction. If you misbehave again, it won't be as simple as 500 next time. Internally, Wang Fugui cursed profusely, yet maintained a feigned smile. Yes. The fishing boat chugged away from the dock, and only then did the crowd relax. Yu Daong also breathed a sigh of relief, wiping the sweat from his brow. At least we didn't delay matters. Just as he turned to speak with Song Renze, he suddenly slapped his forehead. Oh no, I almost forgot. The county is sending new educated youth today. We need to arrange someone to pick them up. Upon hearing of this opportunity to shine, Wang Fugui immediately stepped forward. Captain, I'll go. I'm quick on my feet. You? Li Eru scoffed. With that pockmarked face of yours, don't frighten the city folks. The villagers watching erupted in laughter. Exactly. Those educated youth are cultured. Can they understand your rural dialect? Can you even speak Mandarin? Don't scare them off with your mouth. You can't even say hello, can you? Wang Fugui's face turned crimson, and he stammered out a few words. I can. And I how? His clumsy Mandarin sounded as though he had a piece of hot tofu in his mouth, prompting even more laughter from the crowd. Ha ha ha. Is that Mandarin? It's hilarious. Stop embarrassing yourself. Wang Fugui, mortified, wished for a hole to hide in and shamefacedly squeezed his way out of the crowd. Yu Daong shook his head and turned to Song Renze. Xiao Song, it's better if you and Eru go instead. You're from a city. You'll communicate well with the educated youth. Eru is familiar with the route, and you'll have each other's backs. Song Renze nodded. All right, I'll go right away. Just as he was about to turn, he seemed to recall something. By the way, Captain, regarding my house. Oh yes, Yu Daong exclaimed, slapping his thigh. You mentioned you wanted to renovate last time, right? Indeed, my family is cramped in that leaky, dilapidated house. It's quite unbearable in winter. Yu Daong, with a sense of decisiveness, promptly retrieved a small notebook and inscribed a note. I shall issue you a permit tomorrow. Once it is granted, you may commence your work. Song Renze accepted the note with a smile, expressing his gratitude. Thank you, Captain. There's no need for such formality. Yu Daong waved his hand dismissively, hastened to fetch the educated youth. We mustn't keep them waiting impatiently. Remember, you both represent the dignity of the entire village. We cannot afford to lose face. Li Eru chuckled heartily. Rest assured, Captain. Observing the boy's demeanor, Yu Daong couldn't help but shake his head. What concerns me is your potential to embarrass us. I have faith in Xiao Song. Laughter erupted among the group, and even Li Eru himself grinned widely. The two brothers arrived at the dock. Song Renze and Li Eru boarded the fishing boat, which then chugged towards the county pier. Brother, I heard that over 20 educated youth have arrived this time. Li Eru exclaimed excitedly, rubbing his hands together. I wonder if there are any beautiful young ladies among them. Chapter 24. The Temperament of the Capitalist Miss. Song Renze chuckled and scolded. You rascal, you're always preoccupied with this. Upon arriving at the county dock, they indeed spotted a group of young individuals clad in blue garments standing at the water's edge. Clearing his throat, Song Renze called out, Comrades from Zhoushan Island, gather here. At the sound of his voice, the group of young intellectuals turned in unison. Li Eru, with keen eyes, quickly noticed a girl in blue among the crowd. The girl, with her hair braided into two plaits and fair skin, stood out distinctly amidst the sea of grimy faces. Bro, look, she's truly stunning. Li Eru excitedly tugged at Song Renze's sleeve. Following his gaze, Song Renze met the girl's clear, sparkling eyes. She shyly smiled at him, and his heart suddenly skipped a beat. Form a line, one by one onto the boat. Song Renze hastily averted his gaze, raising his voice to maintain order. The young intellectuals, laden with bags, made their way onto the vessel. The beautiful girl was the last aboard, carrying a suitcase in her hand. Comrade, let me help you with that, Song Renze offered, reaching out to take it. Thank you, I'm Meng Jingtian, she replied, her voice soft and soothing, warming the heart. I'm Song Renze, here to receive you all. Just as they were conversing, a sudden splash interrupted them. Someone had fallen into the water. Chaos erupted at the dock, where an elderly woman flailed in the water, seemingly on the brink of sinking. Without hesitation, Meng Jingtian thrust her suitcase into Song Renze's hands and plunged into the sea. Oh my, that girl, gasped those on the shore. Alarmed, Song Renze shoved the suitcase into Li Eru's arms and jumped in after her. Together, they managed to drag the elderly woman back to the shore. She had swallowed a considerable amount of water, her face turning blue, and lay motionless. Make way, make way. Meng Jingtian knelt down, expertly administering CPR. Suddenly, a derisive voice broke through the tension. She has been submerged for minutes. It's hopeless. Your compression technique is all wrong. You're wasting your effort. Turning around, Song Renze saw a young woman with curled hair, standing with her arms crossed, mocking the situation. Zhoushan, keep your comments to yourself. They're trying to save a life here. If you're not going to help, don't make things worse. Others chimed in, unable to tolerate her remarks. Ignoring her, Song Renze discreetly took out a small vial from his pocket, dripping a few drops of miraculous water into the elderly woman's mouth. Meng Jingtian continued her steadfast compressions. 1, 2, 3. Suddenly, the elderly woman coughed and sputtered, expelling water and opening her eyes. She's alive. Truly miraculous. The onlookers erupted in cheers. The elderly woman's family rushed over, eager to bow in gratitude to Meng Jingtian. Our benefactor. Thank you, dear benefactor. Meng Jingtian quickly waved her hands, feeling a bit shy. It's nothing. It's what we should do as young intellectuals going to the countryside, helping everyone. Zhoushan, standing nearby, scoffed. Just a coincidence, and she thinks she is some great savior. I bet that old woman was perfectly fine. Do you really take what others say seriously? What is wrong with you? Li Eru could no longer contain his frustration. He had long found this woman intolerable. She had just been making sarcastic remarks, and although she appeared to be a decent young lady, her words were more repugnant than a latrine. People were saving lives, and yet she chose to mock them. Are you even human? Zhoushan rolled her eyes in disdain. What business is it of yours? Country folks are so naive. They see someone who can press a few buttons and treat them like a deity. Uncultured. Simpletons. Song Renze furrowed his brow. Comrade, your remarks are excessive. Oh, defending her now? Zhoushan shot him a sidelong glance. You two aren't having an affair, are you? Typical country folk, calling every woman a wife. How long have you even known her? You. Meng Jingtian's face flushed with anger. Li Eru exploded. My brother is a genuine city dweller. You a country bumpkin, dressed up yet with such a venomous tongue, calling others country folk, yet you might never return to the city in your life. You came here as a privileged youth. What airs do you have? Zhoushan was struck at her weak point and instantly retaliated. Shut your mouth. What do you country bumpkins know? Why was in the city? Enough. Li Eru interrupted. Is this the quality of city folk you represent? Bah. Zhoushan trembled with rage. You provincial simpletons. Never seen the world, to stay here in this poor mountain gorge eating dirt for the rest of your lives. Her insults grew more vicious, saliva flying everywhere. Look at your dilapidated boat. Your shabby dock. You don't even have a proper toilet. And you dare to argue with me? What are you even worth? No gentlemanly demeanor. Bullying a girl. Li Eru found her words amusing. Me bully you? I can't stand you bullying others. You act as if you're entitled, complaining about everything. Do you think I want to come pick you up? Zhoushan stamped her feet in anger. Who will want to ride your filthy boat? It smells of fish. Utterly disgusting. If you have the ability, don't board. Li Eru shouted, Brother, let's go. Let her find her own boat. The onlooking youth chimed in, Zhoushan. Perhaps you should tone it down. This is the only boat at the dock. The sky is nearly dark. If you don't leave, we will. Song Renze wrung out his damp sleeves and looked up at Zhoushan. Last question. Are you boarding or not? Zhoushan pinched her nose and stepped back. Who will want to board your shabby boat? It's filthy. Country bumpkins can sit on anything, but I certainly won tea. I'm a privileged youth, not a convict. Even city labor reform inmates have better treatment. All right, Song Renze chuckled lightly. I've done my duty. He never expected to encounter such a dramatic woman, even after being reborn in the 70s. He was not a foolish man and would not indulge her. If she wished to act like a spoiled princess, let her. After all, it was not he who would suffer. Li Eru swiftly untied the ropes and deliberately raised his voice to proclaim, the tide will rise tonight. Some people might just meet their fate. The fishing boats roared to life. Zhoushan stood on the dock, hopping in frustration. You bunch of country bumpkins. Sooner or later, you'll face retribution. Li Eru made a face at her and hastily urged Song Renze to set sail, fearing that the woman might have a change of heart. Even as the fishing boat ventured far away, Zhoushan's curses could still be heard. Meng Jingtian sat at the stern and quietly asked Song Renze, Is this not a bit inappropriate? What could possibly be inappropriate? Li Eru interjected. That woman deserves it. Comrade Meng, you didn't hear how harshly she spoke just now. Song Renze shook his head. Let her be. Our task is to return the others on time. If she wishes to throw a tantrum, so be it. Chapter 25. Choking on steamed cornbread. The sunset painted the sea a vivid crimson. Fishing boats cleaved through the waves, heading towards Zhoushan Island. As the boats approached the shore, twilight had already draped the horizon. Yu Daong, with a pipe clenched between his teeth, squatted on the dock and stood up as he spotted the silhouettes of the vessels. Where's the missing person? Narrowing his eyes, he counted. Li Eru leaped ashore in a single bound, animatedly recounting Zhoushan Islands' incident. At the height of his excitement, he flailed his arms, mimicking her gesture of covering her nose. That woman claimed our boat stinks and absolutely refused to board. Yu Daong's frown deepened. He finally spat out the remnants of his tobacco. Stinks? Why doesn't she mind the stench of her own mouth? We at Zhoushan Island do not indulge such ancestors. He turned to give Song Renze a thumbs up. Well done. It is high time we curb the arrogance of these city folk. The newly arrived, educated youths stood awkwardly to the side, while Meng Jingtian subtly shifted half a step behind Song Renze. It was then that Yu Daong noticed her damp pant legs. What is wrong with this girl? Comrade Meng just saved an elderly woman who fell into the water at the county dock, Captain. Song Renze stepped aside to make room. If it weren't for her, that elderly woman might have. Yu Daong's expression softened immediately, and he patted Meng Jingtian on the shoulder. Good girl. Our production team needs someone like you. With a solid heart, he then shouted to the crowd, Old Lou, bring 2 new blankets from the educated youth dormitory, and brew some ginger soup. As the smoke wafted from the brigade office, the workers finishing their shifts were heading in small groups towards the dining hall. Yu Daong waved his hand grandly. Today, we celebrate the arrival of our new educated youths. Everyone will partake in the communal feast. The dining hall immediately buzzed with activity. Song Renze squeezed to the serving window with his bowl, receiving his portion of rice. Upon returning to the table, he found Meng Jingtian delicately sipping her corn porridge. How could this satisfy her hunger? Without a word, he discreetly retrieved some jerky from his bag. Here, he pushed the enamel bowl towards her. The seaside air is damp. Eat some meat to fend off the chill. This is not appropriate. Meng Jingtian hastily waved her hands, reluctant to accept. In these times, meat is a rare luxury. How could one casually share it? Li Eru leaned in with a grin. Comrade Meng, don't be shy. This is bear meat my brother hunted just the other day. It's delicious. Meng Jingtian's ears turned slightly red as she trembled while picking up the jerky. Teach, thank you. Comrade Song, just call me Renze. Song Renze caught a glimpse of her nibbling cautiously, as if fearing it would vanish, and added, There's more in the pot. Go help yourself again after finishing this. On the way to the educated youth dormitory after dinner, the evening breeze, laden with a salty tang, enveloped them. Meng Jingtian stumbled along, clutching her newly received blankets, and Song Renze unceremoniously took the burden from her. Let me carry that for you. She felt a bit embarrassed, softly uttering a thank you. Song Renze led her straight into the female educated youth dormitory. The scent of lime lingered in the air. He deftly helped her spread the blankets on the bed by the window and swept away the cobwebs from the corners with a broom. Just as he turned, he nearly collided with Meng Jingtian, who was entering with a basin of water. Watch out. He steadied the swaying basin, splashes of water dampening the corners of their garments. In the halo of the kerosene lamp, the droplets on the girl's eyelashes sparkled. She cast her gaze downward, twisting the hem of her clothing. Thank you so much. Song Renze placed the broom against the wall, a smile unconsciously curving his lips. It's merely a trifling effort. Tomorrow, I shall take you to fetch the labor tools. Feel free to reach out to me anytime you need assistance. With that, he stepped outside, the moonlight elongating his shadow. Meanwhile, Zhoushan was still en route. The waves crashed against the boat, and Zhoushan clutched the railing tightly, her complexion ashen. Just as she opened her mouth to curse, a wave surged forth, causing her to retch onto the deck. Oh dear, Captain Zhou, with concern, gazed at the soiled deck. Miss, perhaps you ought to vomit into the sea instead. This deck is meant for fish. Do you even know how to sail? Zhoushan wiped her mouth, her damp curls clinging to her face. The ferries in the city aren't this turbulent. If your sailing skills are lacking, why should I be blamed for my sickness? Moreover, your boat was filthy to begin with. Old Zhou, infuriated, had his beard bristling. This is a fishing vessel. Do you think it's a pleasure boat in a park? He pointed towards the dimly visible lighthouse in the distance. Fuming. If it weren't for the impending darkness and your pitiable state as a young lady willing to pay, who would willingly take on such a task? It turned out that Zhoushan Islands had been causing a ruckus at the dock until the sun dipped low, realizing in a panic that the last ferry had departed. Initially, she dismissed the shabby ferry, then complained about the stench of engine oil from another boat, ultimately offending all the boatmen at the dock with her pickiness. Only this dilapidated fishing boat was willing to take her aboard. Ugh! Another wave hit, and Zhoushan Islands was overwhelmed with nausea. The briny seawater mixed with her vomit drenched her entirely, her meticulously curled hair now resembling a drenched chicken. After enduring the tumultuous journey, she finally reached the shore, trembling as she fished out $1, only to suddenly retract half of it. Just 50 cents? For such poor handling, how can you still demand full fare? Old Zhou, hands on his hips, attempted to seize the money. Do you think I care about ferrying you? He pointed at the mess still swaying in the boat's cabin. The cleaning fee, isn't even covered. This is robbery. Zhoushan screeched. Do you dare believe I will report you to the commune? Go ahead. Old Zhou stood at the bow, hands on hips. Let the crowd judge. You, a young, educated youth sent to the countryside, I risked my neck to bring you across at night. And now you throw a tantrum like a spoiled rich girl? We agreed on $1, and now you wish to renege? What kind of person are you? You're worse than us honest country folk. Fishermen gathering at the dock to witness the commotion grew in number. Someone jeered. Old Zhou, does this lady not like your boat? Indeed. Old Zhou spat into the sea, complaining about this and that. After scouring the dock, she still had aboard my rickety boat. Zhoushan, feeling her dignity slipping away, stomped her foot and cursed. You bunch of rascals. Are you all conspiring to bully an outsider? Bullying you? Old Zhou, incensed, pounded the side of the boat. You vomited on my vessel, and I haven't even settled that with you yet. Chapter 26. Allocating the cow shed. The argument between the two individuals intensified, echoing throughout the village. Upon receiving the news, Yu Daong hurriedly brought Renze and others to the scene. What is happening? I could hear the commotion from afar. Yu Daong frowned as he pushed through the crowd. Old Zhou, upon seeing the captain's arrival, immediately began to complain. Captain, this female, educated youth refused to pay the full fare for the boat. It was agreed upon as 1 yuan, yet she only offered 50 cents upon arrival. She exhibits no decency, attempting to swindle us simple villagers. How dare you? Zhoushan screamed, stamping her foot. It was your poor boating skills that made me nauseous the entire journey. I was uncomfortable, so what if I only paid 50 cents? You should consider yourselves fortunate. Standing at the back of the crowd, Renze let out a cold laugh. Li Eru immediately raised his voice. Captain, it's her. At the county dock. She refused to board our boat, claiming it was too shabby, and now she shirks her payment. Meng Jingtian quietly added, Indeed. She was the one who complained about our boat first. Yu Daong's expression darkened significantly. Comrade Zhoushan, you are showing a lack of respect for the laboring people. With such turbulent waters, old Zhou took a risk to transport you, and you still find fault? How absurd! Zhoushan retorted, pointing a finger at Renze. They bullied me first. They deliberately refused to take me aboard. They carried other educated youths away. What was I supposed to do? They're just picking on me because I am new. Shut your nonsense. Li Eru, fuming, exclaimed, You were the one who deemed our boat unworthy and refused aboard. My brother Song even asked you twice, but you chose not to get on, acting like a spoiled princess. Do you even possess the means to carry such airs? Now you wish to slander others without cause? Have you no shame? How can a respectable young lady speak in such a manner? The villagers, witnessing the scene, chimed in to corroborate. Indeed, we all saw it. This young lady has quite a sharp tongue. Is this the demeanor of someone from the city? With a wave of his hand, Yu Daong silenced the crowd. He addressed Zhoushan with a serious demeanor. Comrade Zhao, here on Yuhui Island, we do not allow individuals to travel by boat without paying. You have two options. Either pay the outstanding fare now or be sent to the salted fish base for voluntary labor until you have earned enough to return. If you wish to throw a tantrum, you have come to the wrong place. Zhao Xiaolan's face turned pale. She had heard tales of the salted fish base being foul and laborious, and she had no intention of engaging in such arduous work. I, she stammered, biting her lip, before finally tremblingly producing a yuan and tossing it at old Zhou's feet. Take it, you miser, complaining over 50 cents for so long. Old Zhou bent down to pick up the money, letting out a cold chuckle. This money doesn't burn my hands. As the matter came to a close and the crowd began to disperse, Zhao Xiaolan suddenly clutched her stomach and asked, Where can I eat? She had exhausted herself throughout the day and was on the verge of starvation. Surely, she could enjoy a decent meal? Without turning back, Yu Daong replied, The canteen opens at 7. We do not wait for latecomers. At this hour, everyone has already eaten. Do you expect us to wait for you? If you wish to eat, remember to be on time next time, or you shall go hungry. It is already 8:30. Zhao Xiaolan shrieked. Do you intend to starve me? Li Eru made a grimace, exclaiming, Serves you right. Who told you to dawdle until now? You refuse to act in unison with the group and expect everyone to wait for you. Yu Daong pulled a cornbread from his pocket and handed it over, saying, This is all that's left. Have a bite for now, and we'll eat together at the commune tomorrow morning. Zhao Xiaolan's eyes widened at the sight of the cornbread. In her fury, she swatted it away, declaring, Who would want to eat the pig food from your countryside? This stuff is too hard, even for pigs. The cornbread rolled on the ground for a couple of turns, becoming covered in dirt. The atmosphere instantly turned eerily silent. Yu Daong bent down to retrieve the cornbread, his face dark enough to drip water, and said, Comrade Zhao Xiaolan, what do you mean by this? Whose family hasn't subsisted on coarse grains? What kind of young lady attitude is this? Remember, you came to the countryside as a sent-down youth to contribute to the island's development, not to indulge in luxury. If you don't want to stay, then leave. Our fishing village does not welcome capitalist young ladies. Chapter 27. Reverse Moral Coercion. Zhao Xiaolan gazed at the fallen corn bun, her eyes immediately reddening. You are deliberately bullying me. How dare you offer me such fodder for livestock? Li Eru exaggeratedly exclaimed. The young lady from the city is indeed precious. We, the impoverished farmers, have been consuming these corn buns for decades, and now they are deemed fit only for pigs in your presence. Indeed, Zhao Xiaolan stamped her foot, her curly hair trembling. It's hard and dry. I can barely swallow it. At home, I feast on steamed buns made from fine flour, this coarse fare. Then go home and eat. A voice from the crowd shouted, inciting a wave of laughter. Yu Daong wiped the dirt from the corn bun on his clothing, his face darkening as he turned to leave. Eat if you wish, you'll starve tonight. One uproar upon arrival. Did he truly believe that the captain was of a gentle disposition? Captain, Zhao Xiaolan, exasperated, stamped her feet. Does this wretched place possess no sense of hospitality? I have traveled for so long. I deserve a decent meal. They should slaughter a chicken or serve some cured meats and sausages. That would befit her stature. Song Renze coolly interjected. Didn't you refuse to board our shabby boat? You. Zhao Xiaolan's lips trembled with rage as she turned to her fellow educated youths for support. Look at their attitude. Several female comrades averted their gazes silently, while only 2 or 3 quietly advised, Xiaolan, just make do for now, tomorrow. Keep your feigned kindness to yourself. Zhao Xiaolan shoved one of them aside. What are you pretending for? The speaking comrade turned pale. Her face drained of color as she haughtily walked away. Yu Daong dispatched someone to settle Zhao Xiaolan, as he genuinely wished to avoid serving this princess. Out of sight, out of mind. Upon arriving at the educated youth point, Zhao Xiaolan's shriek nearly lifted the roof. What? You expect me to sleep in this shabby bed by the door? In the earthen house, the bed by the door was situated next to a drafty window, its straw mat so thin one could count the individual straws. A broom and dustpan were haphazardly piled in the corner, clearly serving as storage. All other beds were occupied. The female comrade in charge of arrangements remained expressionless. You came late, and you arrived last. All other beds are taken, leaving only this one. I refuse. Zhao Xiaolan flung her luggage to the ground. This wretched place is cold and damp, and it reeks of mildew. I demand a single room. Li Eru, peering in from the doorway, chuckled. Young lady, do you think this is a hotel? A single room? Even our production team's secretary sleeps in a communal dorm. You may sleep in a communal dorm, but I cannot. Am I comparable to you rustic folk? Zhoushan scoffed. Her nostrils nearly pointed skyward. Precisely. Lu Feng, a short-haired female comrade accompanying Zhoushan, chimed in. Xiaolin has her own room in the city. Your conditions are utterly deplorable. This blanket is even yellowed. How can one possibly cover with it? And it has a strange odor. An older, educated youth, bending to help Zhoushan make her bed, softly remarked. I brought extra sheets. You can use them for now. Who wants your tattered sheets? Zhoushan forcefully brushed her hand aside. What a pretender. I shall inform you. Tomorrow you must arrange for me to change rooms, or I will write to the city and report your mistreatment of the youth. Upon hearing her words, both the new and old youth in the room could hardly contain their discontent, casting glances of dismay at Zhoushan. Why must they share a room with someone like her? Would it not mean endless days of misery ahead? Even choosing a bunk, boarding a fishing boat, or eating a simple bun would surely lead to complications. Who knows what other troubles she might conjure in the future? Chapter 28. What? He can repair fishing boats? Meng Jingtian was in the midst of tidying her bed when she heard Zhoushan's words, causing the blanket in her grasp to tumble to the floor. She inhaled deeply, turning around with her eyes alight with suppressed fury. Comrade Zhoushan. Her voice was soft, yet each word struck the air like nails. We are all educated youth responding to the call to build our rural communities. Why do you carry yourself with such airs? One moment you refuse to eat cornbread. The next you refuse to sleep on a bed. Are you here to enjoy a life of luxury or to serve as an educated youth? Zhoushan was taken aback, clearly unprepared for the sudden outburst from this seemingly gentle girl. She immediately sneered. Oh, so now you've taken it upon yourself to lecture others? You arrived early and claimed the best bed. Of course, it's easy for you to speak. What prime bed have I claimed? Meng Jingtian retorted, pointing to her own cot against the wall. Is there a single spot in this room that is any better? If the window leaks, just find a piece of cloth to block it, and if the mattress is thin, add another layer of straw. We came to the countryside to endure hardships, not to indulge in comforts. Huh. Zhoushan exaggeratedly rolled her eyes, acting all high and mighty. You merely arrived a few hours earlier and know a couple of people. Why act so superior? What have I done to act superior? Meng Jingtian's voice quivered with anger. Just look at what you've done along the way. You complained about the boat being shabby, the food being poor, and now you even nitpick over your sleeping arrangements. Do you think this is your home? Exactly. A nearby girl with braided hair could no longer hold her tongue. Xiaolin, we all agreed before coming here to share joys and sorrows. We signed a declaration when we came to the countryside. Shut up. Zhoushan abruptly turned, her finger nearly poking the girl's nose. You all pretend to be so virtuous. If you have the guts, then swap beds with me. Meng Jingtian seized Zhoushan's wrist. What are you doing? Are you planning to hit me? What if I do? Zhoushan violently shook off her grasp, her voice piercingly shrill. You country bumpkins think you can gang up on me, don't you? Let me tell you, I, Zhoushan, am not someone to be trifled with. As she spoke, she reached to snatch Meng Jingtian's blanket, but Meng Jingtian swiftly pressed down on it. Are you out of your mind? Out of my mind? Zhoushan laughed hysterically. It's you who are insane. This wretched place is unworthy of my stay. My father is. Your father doesn't matter here. Meng Jingtian could no longer contain her anger, her voice rising sharply. Here, we are all equal as educated youth. It's not about connections. If you don't want to stay, pack your bags and go home now. The room fell silent, everyone stunned as they gazed at the usually soft-spoken girl. Zhoushan's expression shifted between shades of pale and red. Her lips trembled, yet she could not utter a word. Fine, very well. She finally managed to choke out, her voice quaking. Just wait. I'll write home tomorrow and let you know the consequences of crossing me. Write a letter? Meng Jingtian scoffed. Go ahead and write. Just let the organization see how certain individuals wield the banner of the educated youth while throwing tantrums like spoiled princesses. I am eager to witness the extent of your father's influence that could possibly shield you. Zhoushan trembled with rage, on the verge of launching herself to tear into them. when suddenly the door was thrust open with a loud bang. What is all this commotion? Yu Daong stood at the threshold, his face darkened, the pipe in his hand striking the doorframe with a heavy thud. It's the middle of the night. Can't anyone get some sleep? Upon seeing Yu Daong, Zhao Xiaolin immediately changed her demeanor, tears streaming down her cheeks. Captain, she sobbed, wiping her eyes. They are ganging up on me. This room is damp and foul. I can't sleep. I have a light sleep, and if I don't rest well, how can I work tomorrow? Please arrange a single room for me. I beg you. Just look at the remaining beds. They're clearly doing this on purpose, targeting me. Chapter 29. You must stay in the cattle shed even if you don't want to. Renze stood at the door, rolling his eyes in exasperation. Goodness. Even after being reborn in the 70s, he still encountered such a scheming woman. Her act of feigned helplessness was quite the performance. Arriving late and then complaining about the lack of a comfortable bed. Who could be blamed for that? Yu Daong, with a pipe in his mouth, let out a derisive laugh. A single room? Sure, I can arrange that for you. Zhao Xiaolin's eyes brightened. Really? Thank you, Captain. The others were taken aback, gazing at Yu Daong in disbelief. What did this mean? Was this woman truly going to gain an advantage? Don't rush to thank me. Yu Daong tapped the ash from his pipe. In our production team, the cattle shed is the only single room available. If you don't mind, you can move there tonight. What? Zhao Xiaolin's face turned pale. The cattle shed? I want a single room. A grand residence. What use is a cattle shed? What is the matter? Not satisfied? Yu Daong narrowed his eyes. Didn't you ask for a single room? The cattle shed is spacious and quiet. I assure you, no one will disturb you. The educated youth in the room stifled their laughter, their faces flushed. Zhao Xiaolin, furious, stamped her foot. You're doing this on purpose. Can anyone live in a cattle shed? Why not? Yu Daong shot back, his gaze stern. Old Yellow the ox has a temperament far better than yours. Old Yellow doesn't mind the decrepit condition of the shed, nor does he begrudge the cost of travel for his fellow villagers. You can either stay there or here. The choice is yours. Zhao Xiaolin bit her lip, tears welling in her eyes as she turned to Renze. Comrade Song, you must judge this fairly. Renze took a step back. The captain is correct. Zhao Xiaolin nearly choked in fury. This country bumpkin was not even willing to speak up for her. I want to go back to the city, she screamed. I cannot stay in this wretched place for even a day. Yu Daong chuckled. Go ahead, leave right now. However, I must remind you that leaving the educated youth site without justification will be noted in your record. Zhao Xiaolin immediately wilted. Being recorded was no trivial matter. Her father, no matter how powerful, could not shield her from that. 3 days. Yu Daong held up 3 fingers. Stay in the cattle shed for 3 days. And if you behave well, I will relocate you back. If you cause any more trouble, he deliberately left his sentence unfinished. But the implication was clear. Zhao Xiaolin cried even harder. You were bullying me. Bullying you? Yu Daong scoffed. You asked for a single room, and now you're backing out? Hurry up and pack your things. I'll have someone take you to the cattle shed. Seeing no alternative, Zhao Xiaolin could only sob and gather her belongings. Before leaving, she shot a glare at Meng Jingtian. Just wait. Meng Jingtian completely ignored her. Renze approached Meng Jingtian, pulling out a small bottle from his pocket. Here, this is for repelling mosquitoes. There are many in the cattle shed, so spray some before you sleep. The bottle contained a potent essence, effective for warding off insects. Meng Jingtian accepted it, her face slightly flushed. Thank you, Comrade Song. Don't mention it. Renze waved his hand dismissively. Get some rest. We have work tomorrow. With that, he turned and left. Upon witnessing this scene, Zhao Xiaolin stamped her feet in frustration, demanding to know why she should be subjected to living in a cow shed. Yu Daong, growing impatient, waved his hand dismissively, urging her to hurry along, warning that any further delay would result in an additional day of hardship. Reluctantly, Zhao Xiaolin followed the villagers, weeping pitifully as she went. Her cries so mournful that one might mistake them for the lamentations of a pig being slaughtered. Clutching her bedding tightly, she trudged towards the cow shed, stumbling with every step. The night wind howled, chilling her to the bone, and she frequently stepped into cow dung, which made her gag in disgust. This wretched place. This accursed place. she muttered through gritted teeth, cursing the rustic folk who dared to treat her in such a manner. Chapter 30. Unexpected Gains. The impatient member leading the way urged, "Hurry up, no dawdling. If we delay any longer, the cows won't rest easy." Zhao Xiaolin rolled her eyes in frustration but dared not retort, suppressing her anger as she followed into the cattle shed. Upon entering, she was immediately assaulted by a pungent stench of manure that almost made her retch. "This is it," the member casually gestured to a corner. "Set up your bedding yourself. And don't disturb the cows at night. If you frighten them, you'll regret it tomorrow." With that, he turned his back and left, offering her no chance for negotiation. Fuming, Zhao Xiaolin stomped her foot in frustration, but there was nothing she could do. Holding back her nausea, she flung her bedding onto a pile of hay. Just as she settled down, a swarm of mosquitoes buzzed around her, viciously attacking her exposed arms and legs. "Ah, get away," she cried, swatting at them. But they only multiplied, leaving her skin crawling with bites. "Damn mosquitoes! Damn cattle shed! Damn Songrenja! Damn Ming Jingtian!" She cursed while scratching at her itching skin. If it weren't for their instigation, how could I have fallen to such depths? The more she pondered, the angrier she became, and her stomach grumbled in protest. Having gone without dinner, she felt as though her belly was pressed against her back. Yet who cared for her? Those two wretched souls. A heartless bunch. When I return to the city, I shall make my father deal with you. She angrily wrapped herself tighter in her blanket, but the cattle shed was drafty, and the sea breeze howled through the night, chilling her to the bone. This wretched place doesn't even have a windbreak. Tears welled in her eyes from the frustration. Yet she dared not cry out, fearing it would disturb the cows and earn her another reprimand the next day. Ultimately, she had no choice but to grit her teeth and lie down, scratching at the mosquito bites while mentally cursing Songrenja and Meng Jingtian. "Just wait. Once I turn the tables, you'll see how I deal with you." As she continued her tirade in her mind, she finally succumbed to fatigue and fell into a fitful sleep. Yet in her dreams, she was still tormented by mosquitoes and suffocated by the stench of manure, kicking her legs in agitation. At the break of dawn, the production team's whistle blared, jolting her awake. Zhao Xiaolin emerged from the cattle shed with 2 dark circles under her eyes, her body covered in mosquito bites, and bits of hay tangled in her hair. She looked utterly disheveled, yet she still made an effort to apply some powder to her face, which appeared as pale as a corpse. "This dreadful place," she muttered, scratching at the welts on her arms, "not even allowing me to sleep in." Dragging her feet towards the assembly point, she encountered several members hauling buckets of manure, the foul odor forcing her to cover her nose. "Ugh, what is that smell?" she exclaimed, dramatically gagging. "Country folks just don't know about hygiene." The members, overhearing her, retorted without reservation, "Oh, isn't this the city girl? Did you sleep well in the cattle shed? Ha ha, look at those bites. Were you fighting mosquitoes last night?" Zhao Xiaolin's face turned green with anger. You, and what about us?" they replied. A young colleague deliberately leaned closer to her and provocatively asked, "Would you like to take another whiff? It's quite fresh." As he shook the dung bucket, Zhao Xiaolin recoiled in horror. "That's disgusting. Stay away from me," she shrieked as she fled, only to be met with a chorus of laughter behind her. Upon reaching the assembly point, the other educated youth had already formed a neat line. Meng Jingtian stood at the front, exuding vitality, a stark contrast to Zhao Xiaolin's disheveled appearance. "What are you staring at?" Zhao Xiaolin glared fiercely at Meng Jingtian. "Stop pretending to be so enthusiastic." Chapter 31. A Respite on the Island. Yu Daong ambled over, a pipe clamped between his teeth, and surveyed the assembled team. "Is everyone here? Today we will be weeding the eastern field, and at noon." Suddenly, Zhao Xiaolin raised her hand, interrupting, "Captain, why haven't Song Renze and Li Er shown up?" Yu Daong exhaled impatiently, releasing a plume of smoke. "They've already accumulated sufficient work points, so they need not attend." "Why should that be?" Zhao Xiaolin erupted with indignation. "This is utterly unfair. We all must labor. Why do they get to be idle? All of us are members of the commune. Does their local status entitle them to our assistance in earning work points? We all dine at the commune canteen. Why must we toil to provide for their meals as well?" "Precisely. Wang Fugue had mysteriously joined the fray. Captain, isn't this against the rules? Finally, someone on the island shared his disdain for Song Renze. That little scoundrel ought to undertake the dirtiest and most arduous tasks, preferably until he collapses from exhaustion. Yu Daong smirked coldly. Song Renze repaired the fishing boat yesterday and also brought back a wild boar. His work points have long surpassed the requirement. Lieru worked alongside him and earned his quota as well. If you possess the skill, go hunt a wild boar yourself, and I will gladly grant you a reprieve. Laughter erupted around them. Ha! She probably can't even lift a hoe. A city girl. She likely doesn't even know what a pig looks like. Comrade Song is capable. Why are you envious? Fuming, Zhao Xiaolin stamped her foot. You are all covering for them. I will report you to the commune. Go ahead. Yu Daong defiantly adjusted his pipe. Go right now. If you don't, you're a coward. But let me warn you, absenting yourself without cause will cost you this month's grain rations. Zhao Xiaolin immediately deflated. She hadn't eaten the previous night and was now famished. The prospect of losing her rations filled her with rage. Wang Fugue, sensing her predicament, mocked. Captain, our delicate city girl needs some light work, perhaps? Light work? Yu Daong scoffed. Fine, go shovel manure. That should be light enough. I suspect you've been idling about all day. Have you even finished your own tasks? Why are you speaking up for others? If you lack ability, stop pretending to be a hero. Zhao Xiaolin felt nauseated at the thought of such filthy work. I refuse to do such degrading tasks. Suit yourself. Yu Daong was thoroughly incensed. If you don't want to work, get lost. We on Yuhui Island have no need for a youth like you. Laughter erupted once more. Exactly. Acting like a spoiled princess all day. If you disdain dirt, stay out of the countryside. Go back to the city and be a princess. You look down upon our village. Left speechless by the barrage, Zhao Xiaolin could only grit her teeth and return to her place in line. Wang Fugue leaned closer and whispered, Comrade Zhao, don't stoop to their level. Zhao Xiaolin glanced at him, noting his shifty eyes, yet he was on her side. You also find them intolerable? She asked in a hushed tone. Absolutely. Wang Fugue spat disdainfully, particularly at Song Renze, who flaunted his mechanical prowess with such arrogance. And as for Meng Jingtian, what a pretentious facade of superiority she put on. Zhao Xiaolin instantly found a kindred spirit in this sentiment. Indeed, they are nothing but a pair of despicable scoundrels. As their conversation grew more animated, they continued their tirade while walking through the fields. That Song Renze is clearly up to no good. Meng Jingtian is even more revolting, acting like a pure white lotus. We must devise a plan to give them a taste of their own medicine. Absolutely. They must suffer some consequences. Chapter 32. Hunting on the Island. Upon reaching the designated area, Yu Daong distributed hoes to each individual. Zhao Xiaolin held the hoe with a look of disdain, as if she were handling something filthy. What is this? It's so heavy, she complained. Not even a pair of gloves? What if my hands get blisters? Wang Fugue quickly stepped forward, eager to please. Comrade Zhao, shall I help you? Really? Zhao Xiaolin's eyes brightened, but she quickly grew wary. You don't have any ulterior motives, do you? Of course not. Wang Fugue rubbed his hands together. I just can't stand seeing them bully a city girl like you. Satisfied, Zhao Xiaolin nodded. At least you know what's good for you. Once we return to the city, I'll have my father arrange a job for you. Wang Fugue beamed with delight. That's wonderful. Comrade Zhao, rest assured. I'll look after you on Yuhui Island. As they were conversing, Yu Daong's voice boomed from afar. What are you mumbling about? Get to work. Do you want to skip lunch? Zhao Xiaolin pouted, reluctantly crouching down, pinching the tips of the grass with her fingers and pulling them out one by one. How long is this going to take? She lamented, my hands are going to get calluses. Wang Fugue quickly approached. Comrade Zhao, take a break. I'll handle it. Zhao Xiaolin finally smiled. At least you're considerate. Sitting on the ridge of the field, she observed the others struggling with their tasks, feeling a sense of balance restored in her heart. Let them bully me, she thought proudly. When the opportunity arises, she would establish her foothold on the island. She would make sure to subdue this group of country bumpkins one by one, especially Song Renze and Meng Jingtian. She would ensure they begged for mercy on their knees. Meanwhile, Song Renze awoke naturally, stretching as he climbed out of bed. The sunlight, streaming through the window, enveloped him in warmth. He had slept comfortably. Rubbing his eyes, he took a generous sip from the water jug at his bedside. The night before, he had mixed spiritual spring water with well water, and now he felt particularly invigorated. Boss, Li Eru's loud voice boomed from outside. The captain wants us to head to the brigade office. Song Renze donned his clothes and opened the door. What's the rush? I haven't even eaten yet. Oh, the captain mentioned something about the approval forms. Li Eru rubbed his hands together, his face alight with excitement. The materials for the house you wanted have been approved. Song Renze's eyes sparkled. So soon? He had thought it would take a couple more days. But he was pleasantly surprised by Yu Daiyong's efficiency. Let us go to the brigade office. The two of them jogged to the brigade office, where Yu Daiyong was sitting at his desk smoking. Upon seeing them, he pulled out several approved forms stamped with red seals from his drawer. Here, everything is approved. Yu Daiyong handed over the forms, 20 cubic meters of timber, 5 carts of river sand, 30 bags of cement. Song Renze took the forms and scrutinized them before smiling. Captain, your efficiency is truly commendable. Stop flattering me. Yu Daiyong chuckled. Hurry up and get that house built. It'll ease your mother's worries. After all, the Song family has been diligent for many years. The village has endured considerable toil. Now, with his own son achieving such success and earning accolades as the captain, he must certainly not lag behind. Li Eru approached to inspect the list, his eyes widening in astonishment. So many materials. Enough to construct 3 grand tiled houses. Indeed, Yu Daiyong exhaled a puff of smoke. Song, my boy, ensure you build it well. Do not squander these resources. Rest assured. Song Renze carefully folded the list and tucked it into his pocket. I guarantee it will be solid and spacious. Upon exiting the brigade office, Li Eru was so exhilarated that he rubbed his hands together. Chief, shall we proceed to gather the materials now? Chapter 33. How could you commit such an unscrupulous act? Let us proceed. Take the tractor. The tractor rumbled its way to the sand factory, situated 30 miles away. From afar, a few workers were seen lazily leaning against the wall, basking in the sun. Song Renze dismounted the vehicle and made his way directly to the office. Comrade, we have come to seek Director Zhang's approval for building materials, Song Renze politely stated. A stout man, his face adorned with a multitude of folds, emerged from the inner room, squinting as he scrutinized them. What brings you here? Song Renze handed over the note. We are from the village, here to collect materials for construction. Hu Xianfeng casually took the note, glanced at it with indifference, and suddenly his eyes brightened. Oh, river sand. He tossed the note onto the desk and leisurely seated himself. River sand is currently in short supply. I fear you will have to wait for a while. Li Eru grew anxious. Comrade, we are in urgent need of building a house. The note has already been approved. A note? Hu Xianfeng scoffed. What use is a note? Resources are scarce and must be allocated based on the actual situation. Song Renze narrowed his eyes. So what you mean is? Hu Xianfeng rubbed his fingers together, revealing a knowing smile. Young comrade, getting things done nowadays is not easy. Li Eru looked bewildered. What do you mean? Song Renze inwardly scoffed. This shameless Hu Xianfeng was brazenly asking for a bribe. Is this how things are done on the island? He had previously thought such a mentality only existed in the city. Just by looking at Hu Xianfeng, one could tell how much he had plundered from the people. Comrade, would this arrangement be acceptable? Song Renze feigned sincerity. We truly need it urgently. Could you perhaps make an exception? Seeing their obliviousness, Hu Xianfeng's expression darkened. Make an exception? Do you think this is a marketplace? He slammed his hand on the table. Right now, there is only sea sand. Take it or leave it. Li Eru, who was quite straightforward, completely failed to grasp the insinuation in his words. He grew agitated. That is not right. The note clearly states river sand. Are you blind? Hu Xianfeng pointed at the note and cursed. I said it's sea sand. If you keep talking nonsense, you won't even get any sea sand. Song Renze restrained the furious Li Eru, forcing a smile. Comrade, please calm down. We are from small place and do not understand the rules. Hu Xianfeng grunted and settled back down. That is more like it. He crossed his legs and spoke leisurely. Young comrade, let me be frank. River sand is currently in high demand, and you'll have to wait in line. However, he rubbed his fingers together. If there is something in it for me, I could possibly help you skip the queue. Li Eru finally caught on, his face reddening with anger. You are soliciting bribes. I will report you to the commune. Report me? Hu Xianfeng laughed, as if he had heard a delightful joke. Go ahead. Let us see who the commune leaders believe. He cast a sly glance at Song Renze. Young comrade, you are a sensible person. 100 yuan, and I will take care of this matter for you. Otherwise, he gestured towards the towering pile of sea sand outside. You can use that for your construction. The saline content of the coastal sand is exceedingly high. A house constructed from it will succumb to dampness within a year, causing the plaster to peel away. Hu Xianfeng, increasingly pleased with himself, spoke with fervor, his saliva flying. When the house collapses, do not blame me for not having forewarned you. Song Renze maintained a smile upon his face, yet his eyes grew cold. Comrade, you are being quite unreasonable, are you not? Reasonable? Hu Xianfeng erupted in laughter. Here, I am the very embodiment of reason. He abruptly rose, pointing a finger at Song Renze's nose. Either pay up or get lost. Chapter 34. Casting the net for fish. The other staff members in the office lowered their heads, feigning ignorance, clearly accustomed to this scene. When Hu Xianfeng noticed their silence, he grew even more arrogant. What's the matter? Short on cash? Then why bother building houses? Might as well go home and sleep in the cattle shed. Upon hearing this, Song Renze couldn't help but burst into laughter. Did he actually think he could demand money from him? What a delusion. To deal with such a person, one must be even more audacious. Comrade, Hu Xianfeng, your words are rather misplaced, he retorted leisurely, pulling out a document and waving it in the air. This black and white document, stamped with the commune's red seal. You dare say it's ineffective? Who has consumed my river sand? Did it just vanish into your stomach? And what about sea sand? What is the price of sea sand compared to river sand? Hu Xianfeng's expression darkened. You little brat, can't you understand human language? I said river sand is in short supply. In short supply? Song Renze scoffed. There's a mountain of river sand piled outside, and you dare tell me there's a shortage? Have your eyes grown on your backside? An immediate silence enveloped the office. A few staff members cautiously lifted their heads, their faces reflecting shock at this young man who dared to challenge Hu Xianfeng. Truly a case of a newborn calf fearing no tiger. Hu Xianfeng had good relations with their superior. Who would dare offend him? Hu Xianfeng's face flushed crimson as he slammed his palm on the table. Are you seeking death? How dare you speak to me like that? Seeking death? Song Renze countered, forcefully slamming his hand on the table, causing the teacups to rattle. You're just a mere sand overseer. Do you really think you're a local emperor? You refuse to acknowledge the document issued by the state. Yet you demand 100 yuan, just like that? Who do you think you are? I have the document clearly stating my entitlement, and here you are, extorting and hoarding. What a parasite on society. Li Eru joined in, shouting exactly. Is it easy for us poor farmers to build a house? You're here, siphoning off our resources. Have you no shame? Outside, several villagers who had come to collect sand heard the commotion and gathered to witness the spectacle. Upon hearing the conversation, they instantly chimed in with heated remarks. Hu Xianfeng is at it again. That bastard. Last time he demanded 2 cigarettes from me, just to approve my sand. Bah, what a piece of work. Hu Xianfeng's facade crumbled as he pointed an accusatory finger at Song Renze. You little brat, keep your voice down. Are you looking to die? Dare to oppose us? Oppose you? Song Renze forcefully pushed his hand away. Today, I shall indeed oppose you. He turned to the onlooking villagers, calling out, Folks, this scoundrel is obstructing our building materials and lining his own pockets. Don't you think he deserves a scolding? Yes. A chorus of voices erupted in agreement. Hu Xianfeng, how much of our materials have you withheld? Last time half of my tiles went missing. Did you pocket them? You scoundrel. We demand an explanation today. Seeing the tide turning against him, Hu Xianfeng began to sweat profusely. You don't listen to this brat-ass nonsense. Song Renze seized his collar. Nonsense? Do you dare to bring out the account books for a comparison? Indeed, the account books. Li Eru echoed, urging the crowd on. Outside, the villagers were gathering in ever-increasing numbers, all clamoring. Check the accounts. Investigate his finances. Hu Xianfeng's legs weakened, and with a fa of bravado, he shouted, You are inciting a riot. I will call the police. Go ahead. Song Renze forcefully pushed him back into his chair, declaring, "It is precisely the right moment for the authorities to witness the multitude of unsavory secrets hidden within your office." Chapter 35, A Bet. In the midst of a heated dispute, a sudden shout erupted from outside. What on earth is going on? It's utterly outrageous. A middle-aged man, sporting a prominent beer belly, stormed in with a grim expression, flanked by two burly security guards. Song Renze narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing this unexpected intruder. The man stood under 5'7", weighing at least 200 pounds, his visage marred by excess flesh and a protruding belly that resembled a woman in her 9th month of pregnancy. Most repulsive were his yellowed teeth, revealing a mouth stained by smoke whenever he smiled, reminiscent of a wretched toad. "Everyone disperse. Go about your business." The rotund figure waved his hand dismissively, exuding impatience. Although the onlooking villagers were reluctant, they gradually began to disperse. Song Renze's heart harbored a cold chuckle. The moment this man arrived, he ordered everyone away, clearly indicating something dubious was afoot. "Comrade," the hefty man turned, forcing a smile upon his face. "I am Lu Daqiang, the manager of the sand and gravel factory. I have heard about the earlier incident. It's all a misunderstanding indeed." Song Renze, maintaining his composure, stepped back subtly and quietly activated the recorder hidden in his pocket. Despite Lu Daqiang's cheerful demeanor, his eyes betrayed a sinister nature, unmistakably indicating he was no good. "Director Lu," Song Renze raised his voice deliberately, "we came with a permit issued by the commune to collect river sand, yet Comrade who insisted we pay extra. How can this be considered a misunderstanding?" Lu Daqiang's smile faltered momentarily before re-emerging, albeit more strained. "Young man, you cannot handle matters in such a manner. It lacks transparency." He leaned in closer, lowering his voice. "This is simply policy. Resource allocation operates this way. The commune has its rules, and I have mine." Internally, Song Renze cursed. This scoundrel was cut from the same cloth as Hu Xiangfeng. "Director Lu," he feigned ignorance. "Is your rule to demand additional payments? That hardly seems compliant with regulations. Does it?" Lu Daqiang's smile gradually vanished, replaced by an ominous expression. "Comrade, one cannot phrase it that way. Now, if you desire sand, even if it is beach sand, based on the previous receipts, the price must double, or you shall receive nothing." Li Eru, seething with anger, exclaimed, "Isn't this outright robbery?" Observing Lu Daqiang's grotesque countenance, Song Renze's internal laughter intensified. "Robbery?" Lu Daqiang's belly quivered as he retorted, "Little brat, do you know whose territory this is?" He waved his plump hand in front of Song Renze. "I am not afraid to tell you. In this area, I am the law. Today, if I say no river sand, then there will be no river sand." Lu Daqiang slammed the table, causing the teacup to jump. "What is a commune permit worth? My word is law. Even the King of Heaven would have to line up obediently. I spoke to you kindly before, and you chose to play dumb. Now you want me to clarify?" Beside him, Hu Xiangfeng wore an expression of triumph. "Kid, are you going to keep being arrogant? Isn't that your forte? Keep shouting. If you don't pay the tribute, you won't take a single grain of river sand today." Song Renze feigned a troubled expression. "Director Lu, what you're doing? It hardly seems right. Is there no law left to uphold? Is there no one to oversee you? Is it not distressing?" Lu Daqiang sneered as he leaned closer, the acrid stench of smoke wafting over to Song Renze's face. "Allow me to enlighten you on what distress truly means." He extended 3 fingers, as thick and stubby as sausages. "The price has now risen. 300 yuan. Not a single cent less will allow you to carry away even a grain of sand. This sand and gravel factory is my dominion. I am the one who calls the shots. Who dares to challenge my authority?" Chapter 36, The Battlefield Shenanigans. Li Eru's face turned an ominous shade of green with anger. You are robbing us? Robbing?" Lu Daqiang burst into raucous laughter. "Ha ha ha. So what if I am?" His laughter suddenly ceased as he fixed a menacing gaze upon the two. "You country bumpkins know nothing. Do you even comprehend who stands behind me? The deputy secretary Li from the county is my uncle by marriage." Lu Daqiang patted his belly with pride. "Go ahead. Report me. Let us see who would care." Song Renze pretended to be afraid, taking a step back. "Director Lu, aren't you afraid?" Of retribution? Retribution? Lu Daqiang erupted into a fit of laughter, as if he had heard the most ludicrous joke. In this territory, I am the retribution. He kicked over a nearby stool, declaring, "Let me make myself clear. Either pay up obediently, or—" He made a slicing gesture across his throat with a sinister smile. "You'll regret it. You impoverished fools aren't even worthy to carry my shoes." With that, Lu Daqiang spat on the ground. Still dreaming about river sand? Forget it. Observing Lu Daqiang's excessively arrogant visage, Song Renze chuckled inwardly. "Fool! Keep talking. The more you say, the better. Otherwise, how could we ensure this scoundrel ended up behind bars?" Director Lu, Song Renze feigned trepidation, trembling as he spoke. "Aren't you concerned we might expose you to the reporters? This is utterly lawless." Reporters? Lu Daqiang appeared to find this notion absurdly amusing, laughing uncontrollably. "With a single phone call, I could close down the newspaper." Suddenly, his mirth vanished, replaced by a ferocious glare directed at Song Renze. "You little brat, I've indulged you with my words today because I'm in a good mood, but my patience is finite. Now immediately, either pay up or get lost." He roared while pounding the table, adding with a sinister grin, "Remember, in this territory, I am the law." Song Renze gazed at Lu Daqiang's exceedingly arrogant face and suddenly broke into a smile. "Director Lu, I've taken note of everything you just said." "Taken note?" Lu Daqiang was momentarily taken aback, then burst into laughter again. "What nonsense! I've said countless things. Who can prove I said them? What a fool!" Song Renze leisurely retrieved a recording device from his pocket and pressed the play button. Lu Daqiang's boisterous and domineering voice immediately emanated from the device. "In this place, I'm a sky. The commune's officers are nothing. With a word from me, even the king himself must line up. The deputy secretary from the county is my uncle. Go ahead, report me. Let us see who would care." Lu Daqiang's complexion turned ashen. You. He pointed a trembling finger at Song Renze. "How dare you record me? Where did this kid get a recording device?" He had not even seen it before. It was as if he had encountered a ghost. The realization of his previous words caused his face to drain of color. If others were to discover this, not only would he be unable to maintain his position, but he might also find himself imprisoned, leading to a ruinous fate. How intriguing! Song Renze let out a cold laugh. Wasn't Director Lu quite arrogant just now? Are you feeling fearful now? Suddenly, Lu Daqiang erupted with fury, his corpulent frame lunging towards Song Renze. "Hand over the recorder." Anticipating the move, Song Renze deftly sidestepped, delivering a swift kick to Lu Daqiang's ample belly. Bang! Lu Daqiang crashed to the ground like a hefty boar, emitting a wretched wail akin to that of a slaughtered pig. "Ah, you corrupt official! Do you still wish to seize my recorder?" In a fit of rage, Song Renze shouted, seizing a nearby wooden stick and charged forward. "I shall make you pay for your greed, for your oppression of the common people." Chapter 37. Reporting corrupt officials. With a resounding crack, the wooden stick struck Lu Daqiang's ample backside, producing a sharp sound. "Ouch!" Lu Daqiang rolled in agony, crying out, "Help! Someone save me! This scoundrel is trying to kill me." Observing this, Hu Xianfeng seized a chair, intent on smashing it over Song Renze. "Damn you!" Li Eru delivered a swift kick from behind, sending Hu Xianfeng sprawling. "Boss, I'm here to help," the eager young man exclaimed. Song Renze swung the stick again, landing a blow on Lu Daqiang's thigh. "This strike is for the innocent citizens you have wronged. Crack! This one is for the villagers you have extorted. Crack! And this blow is for all those you have bullied." Lu Daqiang writhed on the ground, his face smeared with snot and tears. "Stop! Please stop! I was wrong." "Wrong?" Song Renze scoffed, delivering another blow to Lu Daqiang's belly. "It's too late. Weren't you just boasting? Keep boasting." The impact tore Lu Daqiang's clothing, exposing his flabby flesh, a vivid red mark appearing immediately. "Ouch!" Lu Daqiang let out a wretched cry. My belly! My belly!" Unappeased, Song Renze stepped on Lu Daqiang's pudgy face. "Corrupt official, weren't you so confident? Didn't you claim we would suffer the consequences? Now, who is facing the consequences?" "Huh!" With that, he ground his foot down, distorting Lu Daqiang's face. "Ah!" Lu Daqiang screamed in agony. "My face! This is murder!" Meanwhile, As Xianfeng was regaining his footing, Li Eru swept his leg, knocking him down again. This is for your extortion. This is for your arrogance. Li Eru mounted Hu Xianfeng, delivering a flurry of slaps. Smack! 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 Hu Xianfeng's face quickly swelled, resembling that of a pig, blood oozing from the corners of his mouth. Stop! Please stop! Hu Xianfeng pleaded. I was wrong. I truly was wrong. It's not my fault. Song Renze struck Lu Daqiang's ample backside once more. Didn't you claim to be the law here? Huh? Now who embodies the law? Crack! Ouch! Lu Daqiang rolled his eyes in pain. You are the law. You are the law. Song Renze smirked, lifting the stick to deliver a fierce blow to Lu Daqiang's face. Crack! Lu Daqiang's golden-rimmed glasses flew off, shattering into pieces on the ground. My glasses! Please stop! He wailed, covering his eyes in despair. Little did he expect that this young man possessed such formidable fighting prowess. Song Renze struck him again on the mouth. Let us silence your foul words. With a sickening sound, two of Lu Daqiang's front teeth flew from his mouth, blood gushing forth. Ah! Lu Daqiang howled, as if mourning a death in his family. On the other side, Li Eru was equally relentless, seizing Hu Xianfeng's hair and slamming his head against the ground. This is for bullying others. This is for extortion. Thud! 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 Hu Xianfeng's forehead quickly swelled into a large lump, and he saw stars. Help! Murder! Hu Xianfeng shouted at the top of his lungs. Song Renze, increasingly enraged, swung his stick mercilessly at Lu Daqiang's rotund belly. Soon Lu Daqiang's pale, plump stomach was covered in red welts, writhing on the ground like a flayed maggot. Lu Daqiang wept bitterly, tears and snot streaming down his face. I will provide you with river sand, free of charge. Whatever you need, I will give it all. Chapter 38, To the Deserted Island. Now you realize the need to submit? Song Renze scoffed, striking Lu Daqiang's thigh with his stick once more. It's too late. Ouch! Lu Daqiang winced in pain, exclaiming, Grandfather, ancestor, you are my dear ancestor. Spare me, please. Unappeased, Song Renze prepared to strike again when suddenly, a flurry of hurried footsteps and shouts echoed from outside. The militia is coming. The militia is coming. Li Eru immediately halted, anxiously looking towards Song Renze. Boss, what should we do? With a cold snort, Song Renze sheathed his stick. What is there to fear? We are ridding the people of evil. As he spoke, he delivered a kick to Lu Daqiang. Corrupt official, prepare for prison. Captain Wang Dezhu of the militia burst in with a team of men, his expression darkening at the sight of the disarray in Lu Daqiang's bruised face. What is happening here? Who is causing trouble? Unfazed, Song Renze stepped forward. Captain Wang, I report this man for embezzlement. He produced a recorder and pressed play. Lu Daqiang's arrogant voice instantly reverberated through the office. In this territory, I am the law. The Commune's regulations mean nothing. With a single word from me, even the king must obey. Deputy Secretary Li from the county is my uncle. Go ahead, report me. Let us see who will listen. Upon hearing the recording, Lu Daqiang's face turned ashen as he crawled forward. Captain Wang, please let me explain. Explain what? Wang Dezhu kicked him aside. Well, Lu Daqiang pretending to be respectable while secretly engaging in such vile acts. He turned to Song Renze, giving him a thumbs up. Young comrade, you did the right thing. Such parasites must be reported. Song Renze humbly smiled. Thank you, Captain Wang. In a society of equality, it is our duty to do so. Well said. Wang Dezhu nodded in appreciation, then waved his hand. Take these two parasites away. Lu Daqiang cried out in desperation. Captain Wang, I was wrong. I have elders above me and children below me. Silence. Wang Dezhu commanded sharply. Take them away. Once the militia escorted the two away, Wang Dezhu patted Song Renze on the shoulder. Young comrade, what is your name? Which village are you from? Song Renze, from Yuhui Island. Good. I shall remember you. Wang Dezhu nodded. The river sand you requested is ready for loading, and I will personally supervise to ensure no sea sand is mixed in. Thank you, Captain Wang. Soon, 5 trucks of river sand were loaded. Before departing, Wang Dezhu specifically instructed, in the future, should you encounter such matters, come directly to me. Certainly, certainly. The tractor rumbled back to the village, laden with its bounty. Li Eru, brimming with excitement, rubbed his hands together. Boss, you were truly impressive. Those two scoundrels were thoroughly subdued by you. Song Renze smiled. Such individuals require discipline. Now, let us return to the village. As the tractor came to a halt, Song Renze leapt from the vehicle, brushing off the sand from his clothes. Oh, gather a few brothers to unload the river sand while I seek the captain for a logging permit. Li Eru beamed with a smile. Boss, rest assured, I shall summon the others at once. Song Renze turned and made his way towards the team headquarters, where he soon spotted Yu Daong crouched at the entrance, smoking a cigarette. Captain, the river sand has returned. Song Renze produced a list and handed it over. We are still short on timber. I intend to take some men to the adjacent deserted island to procure some. Chapter 39. The Venomous Serpents of the Island. Yu Daong took the note and frowned as he read. Indeed, the trees on our island cannot be disturbed. The salinization has become quite severe. However, caution is paramount when venturing to the deserted island. That place is rife with snakes. Rest assured, I carry realgar powder, Song Renze replied with a smile. Yu Daong nodded and turned to write a note. I trust you to handle this matter. By the way, bring along several strong laborers. A few dozen logs is no small task. I've already sent Eru to gather people, he added. By evening, Li Eru arrived at the Song family door with 7 or 8 robust young men, each broad-shouldered and well-equipped for labor. Boss, everyone is here, Li Eru exclaimed excitedly. We set off early tomorrow morning. Song Renze invited everyone inside for a meal. Zhoushan had prepared a hearty feast. A large pot of mixed grain rice served alongside salted fish and wild vegetables, and most importantly, a pot of meat stew. While simple, it was filling. Eat well, everyone. You'll need your strength for tomorrow, he encouraged. Song Jangwo served the young men, his face adorned with a genuine smile. After dinner, Song Renze bid farewell to his guests and returned indoors. Zhoushan was mending clothes under the lamp, while his 2 younger sisters washed the dishes by the stove. Mother, I will be cutting wood tomorrow. Please take care of things at home, Song Renze said as he squatted next to her. Zhoushan set down her needlework and gently stroked her son's head. You, my child, always returning home to provide for the family. It truly burdens you. It is no burden. Song Renze grasped his mother's rough hand. I am your son. It is my duty. Song Xiaodao leaned over, her large eyes sparkling with excitement. Brother, are we really going to build a new house? Indeed, Song Renze chuckled, playfully pinching his sister's cheek. Each of you and Xiao Mei will have your own room. No more crowding in the big dormitory. Song Xiaomei leapt up in joy. I want to hang New Year pictures on the wall. The family laughed together. Song Jangwo, smoking a pipe, looked on with a glimmer of pride in his eyes. Renze, your father lacks talent. The family relies on you now. Father, please don't say that, Song Renze replied earnestly. You and mother have worked hard all your lives. It is time for you to enjoy life. As night deepened, the lights in the Song family's courtyard gradually dimmed. Lying on the calm, Song Renze listened to the chirping crickets outside, contemplating the journey ahead. At the break of dawn, Song Renze rose. Zhoushan had already prepared pancakes, wrapped in oil paper and tucked into her son's arms. Eat on the road, don't go hungry. Mother, you should sleep a little longer, Song Renze gently suggested. In the courtyard, Li Eru and the sturdy young men awaited, each with an axe at their waist and ropes slung over their shoulders, brimming with energy. Boss, the boat is ready, Li Eru reported with enthusiasm. Song Renze nodded. Let's depart. The group made their way to the seaside and boarded the fishing boat. The sun was just rising above the horizon, casting golden rays upon the shimmering surface of the sea. Set sail, Song Renze commanded, and the fishing boat slowly departed the dock, heading toward the distant deserted island. The sea breeze caressed their faces, laden with a salty, damp scent. Standing at the bow, Song Renze gazed at the approaching island, a smile gracing his lips. The timber for their new home was now within sight. After the fishing boat docked, Song Renze was the first to leap onto the shore, presenting the document to the old fisherman, Grandpa Zhang, who stood by the water's edge. Uncle Zhang, this is the authorization from our team. We are here to procure some timber, Song Renze spoke with utmost respect. Grandpa Zhang squinted at the document, nodded in acknowledgement, and said, Go ahead, The grove to the east is quite good, with straight trees. However, exercise caution, for this island harbors many snakes, particularly the green bamboo viper, which is highly venomous. Chapter 40. The blood clam. Thank you for the reminder, Uncle Zhang. We have brought the realgar powder, responded Song Renze with a smile. He turned to the others and waved his hand. Brothers, let's get to work. Li Eru took 5 men to the east, while the remaining workers accompanied Song Renze to the west. Remember, only chop down the marked trees. Leave the ones that are thick enough for a person to embrace for future generations. The group echoed in unison, eagerly grasping their axes and ropes, dispersing into the forest in small clusters. Before long, the rhythmic sound of lumberjack work resonated from a distance, startling a flock of seabirds into flight. Observing the bustling scene, Song Renze patted Li Eru on the shoulder. Let them work for now. Let's go gather some seafood to treat everyone. Li Eru's eyes lit up. Boss, you can do that too? Of course. Growing up by the sea, how could I not know how to fish? Song Renze chuckled as he retrieved a fishing rod and bucket that he had prepared earlier from the cabin. Come, let us check the rocks. The 2 men, equipped with their tools, strolled eastward along the coastline. The tide had just receded, unveiling a vast expanse of wet rocks covered with oysters and barnacles. In the distance, waves crashed against the rocks, sending up frothy white sprays. This place must be teeming with fish, Li Eru exclaimed excitedly, rubbing his hands together. Boss, how many do you think we can catch today? Song Renze chuckled lightly. Let us fill the bucket first. As they stepped cautiously over the slippery rocks, the pools left by the retreating tide shimmered with glimmers of light. Song Renze crouched down and casually turned over a dark green rock. Wow! Lieru spot. Beneath the stone lay a dense cluster of blood clams, their bluish-gray shells adorned with dark red patterns, all gaping open to reveal their tender white flesh. There's just too many. Li Eru scrambled to scoop them into the bucket, the clams plopping in with a crisp sound. 1, 2, 3. With each clam he collected, a grin spread wider across his face. What incredible luck! Every time he accompanied Song Renze, they stumbled upon treasures. If only he could achieve such yields every day, he would surely rise to prominence in no time. Seeing the boy's foolish grin, Song Renze couldn't help but smirk slightly, discreetly storing away a portion of the clams in his space. Once they finished collecting the blood clams, Song Renze continued to explore the crevices of the rocks. Suddenly, his fingers brushed against something slippery. An octopus. Upon feeling the texture, he acted swiftly, grasping the wriggling tentacle. Li Eru rushed over, and upon seeing Song Renze clutching a plump octopus, its 8 tentacles thrashing wildly, he exclaimed, Boss, that thing is hard to catch. Song Renze expertly flipped the octopus over and gently squeezed its head, causing its tentacles to slacken immediately. He tossed it into the bucket. Tonight's feast. The 2 continued to weave through the rocky terrain, while Song Renze quietly stored the finest seafood in his space, appearing to only select moderately sized specimens to place in the bucket. The finer the seafood, the more delightful it is to let it rest in the space for a while. Perhaps it might even elevate the ambience. Boss, look at this. Just as Song Renze was lost in thought, Li Eru suddenly shouted. Approaching, Song Renze beheld a rock's reverse, teeming with fuzzy clams, their grayish-white shells adorned with delicate tufts, resembling a sweater draped over the stone. There must be hundreds of them. Li Eru beamed with joy, scrambling to gather them into his embrace. Chapter 41. Blood Clams. Hairy clams. Octopus's Song Renze could not help but chuckle. He bent down to pick up several clams, feeling the unique slickness and chill of the seafood between his fingers. Each of these hairy clams was plump, and a gentle touch would cause them to spray tiny jets of water. In less than half an hour, the bucket was brimming with clams and a few plump blue crabs jostling together. Boss, our luck is simply extraordinary. Li Eru wiped his brow, his face radiating the joy of a bountiful harvest. If we sell these at the market, we could make quite a fortune. Just as Song Renze was about to respond, he suddenly caught sight of a glimmer beneath the surface of the water near a rocky area. That was no ordinary fish. Its movements were exceptionally graceful. Eru grabbed the fishing rod. Song Renze squinted, There's something valuable over there. What kind of fish is that, boss? Li Eru stood on tiptoe, peering into the sea, tightly gripping the fishing rod. Song Renze narrowed his eyes, fixated on the elusive silver flash. By the looks of its movements, it's likely a yellow croaker. This fish is quite precious, its flesh tender and perfect for a delicious stew. As he spoke, he deftly baited the hook with the freshly dug sea worms and executed the casting motion seamlessly. The fishing line traced a graceful arc through the air before splashing down 20 meters away. Eru, remember, patience is key when fishing. Song Renze lowered his voice. This yellow croaker is quite discerning. We must wait until it swallows the bait completely before reeling it in. Li Eru nodded vigorously, imitating the baiting and casting technique, only for the hook to nearly hit his own face, causing him to leap back in fright. Puffed. Song Renze couldn't help but laugh. Your casting style resembles that of someone practicing Tai Chi. Come, let me teach you. This lad, despite being a local, was indeed too immature. He lacked the expertise of someone who had lived 2 lifetimes like himself. Standing behind Li Eru, Song Renze placed his hands over Li Eru's, guiding him to feel the power in the cast. Wrist motion like this, yes, exactly, just as he was instructing. Song Renze's fishing rod suddenly began to shake violently. I've hooked something. His eyes lit up as he swiftly grasped the rod. In an instant, the tip bent into an exaggerated arc, the line taut, and emitting a whirring sound. Boss, reel in quickly. Li Eru watched enviously, stamping his feet in urgency. However, Song Renze remained calm, slightly loosening the reel. No rush. This fish is strong. We must tire it out first. Beneath the surface, the fish was clearly unwilling to be captured, thrashing madly from side to side. Song Renze alternated between letting out line and reeling it in, his movements as fluid as a seasoned performer. Under the sunlight, beads of sweat trickled down his forehead, yet the corners of his mouth remained uplifted. At that moment, the sea was a tumultuous dance of splashes, obscuring the depths below. All that could be seen was the fishing line being relentlessly tugged. Almost there. After about 5 or 6 minutes of this tug-of-war, the speed of the line being pulled out began to wane. The tautness of the line gradually relaxed. Song Renze gave a symbolic tug, sensing a significant decrease in resistance at the hook. Suddenly, he exerted force, quickly rotating the reel. The fishing line crackled, and the sea surface stirred up a frothy white wave. With a splash, a magnificent golden fish leapt from the water. Beneath the sun, the scales of the fish shimmered with a brilliant golden light, its tail thrashing vigorously. It was a splendid yellow croaker, truly a remarkable specimen. Li Eru, filled with excitement, rushed over to assist. Chapter 42. Yellow croaker. Song Renze grasped the gills of a yellow croaker, weighing over 3 pounds, and hoisted it up. The gills flared open and closed, and the water droplets from the fish's tail splashed onto their faces. Ha ha! We are in for a treat tonight. Song Renze wiped the seawater from his face and laughed heartily. Li Eru, in a flurry, placed the fish into a bucket and hurriedly rebaited Song Renze's hook. Boss, let us catch another one. The two cast their lines into the sea once more. This time, it wasn't long before Li Eru's fishing rod suddenly plunged down. I think I caught one. The young man's voice quivered with excitement. Steady. Don't reel in too quickly. Song Renze quickly instructed. Yes. Just like that. Let it swim for a bit. Li Eru's fishing rod bent like a drawn bow, and he trembled slightly, a mix of anxiety and exhilaration. Below the surface, the fish clearly was not one to concede easily, suddenly darting down into the depths. Release the line. Quickly. Song Renze shouted. Li Eru, in a panic. Loosen the reel, but it was too late. The fishing line buzzed ominously. In the next moment, with a sharp snap, the line broke. Li Eru stomped his foot in frustration. It got away. Song Renze patted his shoulder reassuringly. It's all right. This indicates there are bigger catches down there. Come on, let us switch to a sturdier line. After re-equipping, the two resumed fishing. The subsequent haul was simply astonishing. A shimmering ribbon fish, as long as an arm, emerged from the water like a silver sword. 2 plump cods with snow-white bellies, and several black sea breams, their fins glistening with a blue sheen. With each catch, Lieru was as exhilarated as a child on his first fishing trip. Eventually, their bucket overflowed, and they had to string the fish together and hang them at their waists. "Boss, we're going to strike it rich," Lieru exclaimed, eyes gleaming at the bountiful catch. "Imagine if we sell these fish in the county." Song Renze chuckled and shook his head. "Sell what?" "Tonight, let everyone enjoy a fresh feast. Come on, let us pack up and head back." As the sun dipped below the horizon, the sea was painted in hues of gold and crimson. The two trudged back with their heavy catch, leaving a trail of wet footprints behind. In the distance, the sounds of lumberjacks persisted, but soon they would be replaced by the tantalizing aroma of a seafood banquet. By the time they returned to the campsite, the others had nearly finished cutting wood. "Heavens, have you two cleared out the Dragon King's fish pond?" exclaimed a young man, nearly dropping his load upon seeing their bountiful return. Lieru puffed out his chest proudly. "Of course, when my boss makes a move, even the Dragon King must comply." The crowd quickly gathered around, voices overlapping in astonishment. "Goodness, so many yellow croakers. This ribbon fish is longer than my rolling pin. Look at this cod. It's so fat it's almost oozing oil." Song Renze laughed as he placed the catch down on the ground. "Don't just stand there gaping. Hurry up and get ready. Tonight, we feast on grilled fish. Long live Brother Song." The young men erupted in cheers, eagerly lending a hand. Song Renze directed the group. "Dezhuang, gather some dry twigs. Taiju, clean the fish. Eru, assemble the fire pit." Before long, a roaring bonfire blazed at the center of the camp. Plump sea fish were skewered on branches, sizzling over the flames, while golden fish oil dripped into the fire, creating a crackling sound. The air was filled with an irresistible aroma, making one's mouth water. "Boss, your culinary skills are extraordinary," Lieru exclaimed, gnawing on the perfectly roasted yellow croaker, his mouth glistening with oil. "You're even better than the chefs at state-run restaurants." Chapter 43, Catching Blue Crabs. Song Renze, smiling, handed him another grilled ribbon fish, advising him to eat slowly to avoid choking. A group of young men gathered around the bonfire, indulging in their feast. Under the moonlight, their youthful faces glowed a warm red from the fire, and laughter danced on the sea breeze. After satisfying their appetites, the young men drifted off to temporary shelters in pairs, and soon the campsite was filled with the sounds of their rhythmic snores. Just as Song Renze was about to recline, he noticed Lieru still seated by the fire, fiddling with a fishing hook, his expression hinting at lingering excitement. "What's the matter? Still not satisfied?" Song Renze inquired as he approached. Lieru sheepishly scratched his head. "Boss, I can't shake off the feeling that the fish that got away today was particularly large." Glancing at the moonlit sky and the receding tide, Song Renze spoke in a hushed voice. "Do you want to catch some blue crabs in the mangroves?" "Really?" Lieru sprang to his feet, his eyes sparkling like twin stars. "Are we going right now?" Song Renze gestured for silence. "Keep your voice down. We don't want to wake them." He swiftly gathered a flashlight and a bamboo basket. "Let us go." Lieru eagerly rubbed his hands together, enthusiastically responding, "Let us go." The two departed quietly from the campsite, heading east along the coastline toward the mangroves. Under the moonlight, the dark silhouette of the mangroves loomed like a towering wall, with the sound of the tide washing against the roots faintly audible. The unfamiliar surroundings made Lieru somewhat apprehensive, not to mention the mangroves here. He had scarcely visited those on the island, always accompanying the old fisherman. "Boss, no one dares to come here normally," he whispered, the beam of his flashlight flickering over the muddy shore. "I heard that last year. Wang Laowu was bitten by a blue bamboo spear here and almost didn't make it back. Plus, it's easy to fall into the water and get lost." Song Renze retrieved a packet of realgar powder from his bag and sprinkled some on their pant legs. "What is there to fear? With this, snakes will keep their distance." Squinting as he sensed the spiritual energy emanating from the mangroves, a slight smile graced his lips. Besides, it's only in perilous places that one finds treasures. It's no wonder they say the best catches are in the mangroves. The beach is filled with small fish and shrimp, which are hardly worth anything. But blue crabs are different. A single blue crab can fetch 2 to 3 yuan at the supply and marketing cooperative. If we catch 5 or 6, that could equal a worker's monthly wage. And if luck is on our side, we might even snag a giant. With cautious steps, the two ventured into the mangroves. The tide had just receded, leaving the muddy shore littered with shell fragments and seaweed, crunching underfoot. The surroundings were eerily quiet, save for the rhythmic sound of waves lapping against the roots in the darkness. Brother Song, should we move some stones to search? Li Eru shone his flashlight on the inky black roots. It's too dark to see anything. Catching blue crabs, isn't easy. If it were, they wouldn't be so valuable. Song Renze replied with a mysterious smile, pulling out an oiled paper package from his pocket. We'll use this. Li Eru leaned in closer, astonished to the point of nearly dropping his jaw. Pork? Liver? Boss, you brought this with you? Goodness. How had he not known that Song Renze had packed such an item? When venturing into the world, one must always prepare some tidbits. Song Renze maintained a composed facade as he spun a tale. In truth, this was freshly retrieved from his space, still glistening with the essence of the spiritual spring. Swiftly, he attached the pork liver to the fishing line. Watch closely, this is how we fish. The two sought out a natural pool formed by encircling tree roots. Song Renze crouched down, dipping his fingers into the water to gauge its depth, his eyes sparkling with realization. This is the spot. He gently lowered the line adorned with pork liver into the water, the beam of the flashlight piercing the surface. Can this really work? Lieru kastionat sumawat skeptikal. Of course, Song Renze chuckled lightly. Blue crabs are attracted to light and possess a hearty appetite. This pork liver, he paused for effect, has been marinated with a secret recipe, making it a veritable feast for them. No sooner had he finished speaking than the fishing line suddenly went taut. Chapter 44. The Explosion. Here it comes. With a swift flick of his wrist, Song Renze abruptly lifted the fishing line. 3 or 4 blue crabs clung tenaciously to the pig liver, thrashing wildly as they were pulled from the water. Each one was the size of a palm, their dark blue shells glinting with a metallic sheen under the beam of the flashlight. My goodness! Li Eru was so excited he nearly leaped up. This is incredible. Song Renze tossed the blue crabs into the bamboo basket, where they continued to flail their formidable pincers. He reattached a piece of pig liver. Want to give it a try? Remember, swift movements are essential. Blue crabs are quite cunning. Li Eru took the fishing line, his hands trembling with anticipation. He gently lowered the pig liver into the water, his gaze fixed intently on the surface. In less than half a minute, the fishing line suddenly plunged. Pull! Song Renze commanded in a low voice. Li Eru summoned all his strength and yanked, and 2 plump blue crabs burst forth from the water, one nearly pinching his fingers. Ha ha ha! I caught one. Li Eru beamed with joy, carefully placing his prize into the bamboo basket. Boss, your method is brilliant. Song Renze patted him on the shoulder. You continue fishing here. I'll check the muddy area nearby. With that, he picked up another bamboo basket and ventured deeper into the mangrove forest. Li Eru nodded enthusiastically, eagerly reattaching another piece of pig liver. As Song Renze trudged through the soft, wet mud, each step sank half a foot deep, producing a squelching sound. Under the moonlight, the exposed mudflats shimmered with silver, revealing small fish and shrimp abandoned by the retreating tide. Suddenly, he spotted a flounder thrashing in a shallow puddle, its flat body covered in fine grains of sand. Hey there, little fellow. Song Renze bent down to pick up the flounder, which was about the size of his palm. Wriggling in his hand, unfazed, he tossed the fish into the wooden bucket with a plop. Since he was here, he might as well take whatever came his way. Continuing onward, Song Renze retrieved a thin iron wire from his space, bending one end into a small hook. As he walked, he gently tapped the wire against the water's surface, producing a rhythmic sound. This method is significantly faster than using pig liver, he mused, feeling the surge of spiritual energy emanating from the space as he made his way toward a puddle entangled with tree roots. Blue crabs are ferocious and territorial. If they're disturbed from their slumber or rest, they will snap awake and clamp down on the wire with their pincers. At that point, a simple tug could bring the blue crab up. This technique was something he had heard from an old fisherman in his past life, and now he was eager to test its effectiveness. After just 2 taps with the wire, the water suddenly erupted with a loud splash. In the next moment, a pair of pincers shot up. A blue crab, as large as a bowl, clamped down fiercely on the wire, its pincers gripping tightly while its 8 legs flailed wildly in the air. Under the moonlight, the crab's shell gleamed with a dark metallic luster, and the serrated edges of its pincers were clearly visible. Good heavens! Song Renze reacted swiftly, grasping the sides of the crab's shell and effortlessly lifting it. The blue crab weighs at least 2 pounds, its claws spread wider than an adult's palm. What a stroke of luck to encounter such a magnificent specimen. He chuckled as he tossed the blue crab into the wooden barrel, the sound of its claws striking the wood resonating like a dull thud. The crab, however, was not pleased. It attempted to climb upward within the barrel. Unfazed, Song Renze continued his search, confident that once he captured a second crab, this one would be unable to escape. Pressing onward, Song Renze employed the same technique. With less than 10 strikes of the wire against the water surface, he successfully hooked another blue crab. Chapter 45. The tide has risen. This immense creature, when it clamped down on the wire, even splashed water around it, stirring the sea into a frothy chaos. Goodness, has it become sentient? Song Renze gazed at the gigantic blue crab, larger than his face, its shell adorned with moss. Clearly a long-time resident of this aquatic domain. With deft hands, he grasped the crab's shell. The blue crab waved its claws in fury, yet could not grasp him. Stop struggling. I shall grant you a swift end tonight, he chuckled, gently placing the colossal creature into a wooden barrel. What followed was utterly astonishing. As Song Renze traversed the edge of the mangroves, blue crabs were caught one after another. Some clung to the wires stubbornly, while others, startled, emerged directly from their muddy burrows, and a few even engaged in a scuffle over the wire. It was not him searching for blue crabs, but rather the blue crabs were seeking the wire. A sharp clattering sound echoed. He had caught another one. Perhaps it was the effect of the spring water. For wherever Song Renze went, the blue crabs seemed to follow, as if he were unearthing generations of their ancestors. In less than half an hour, the barrel was brimming with crabs. The crabs clamped at one another, producing a cacophony of clicks, with several attempting to escape, only to be gently pressed back down by Song Renze. What a bountiful harvest! Wiping the sweat from his brow, he retrieved several lengths of hemp rope from his spatial storage and began to bind the claws of each crab. His movements were skilled, and in no time, he secured the claws firmly. These claws were valuable. Losing them would mean a significant reduction in price. He mused, recalling his previous life's visits to seafood markets, where merchants were fiercely protective of intact blue crabs. Having finished binding the last crab, Song Renze looked contentedly at his spoils. Under the moonlight, the barrel was teeming with blue crabs, at least 20 in number, with the largest weighing an estimated 3 pounds. Li'eru should be nearly done as well. With the heavy barrel in hand, Song Renze strolled back, leaving a trail of deep footprints in the mud, soon to be submerged by the encroaching tide. The blue crabs within the barrel occasionally rustled, and as he hummed a tune, he began to calculate how much grain and daily necessities he could exchange for these crabs. "Boss! Boss!" a distant voice called out, excitedly belonging to Li'eru. "Come quickly and see how many I've caught." Following the sound, Song Renze found Li'eru squatting beside a large puddle, holding a string of blue crabs, his face beaming with joy. "Boss, look how many I've caught," Li'eru exclaimed, raising his bamboo basket, which was packed with crabs, at least a dozen. "Goodness." Song Renze approached, and couldn't he help but give him a thumbs up. "You've done remarkably well. Your skills are almost on par with seasoned fishermen." Li'eru, filled with pride, shook the bamboo basket. "Thanks to your excellent teaching, boss. This method of using pig liver to catch blue crabs is simply brilliant." He pointed to a few empty oil paper bags nearby. "I used up all the remaining pig liver, and these blue crabs are top quality." Peering in, Song Renze confirmed that indeed, they were all plump and splendid specimens. The smallest crab was no larger than a palm, while the largest claw was thicker than Li'eru's fist, resembling a hammer in its might. "Indeed, indeed," Song Renze exclaimed, patting Li'eru's shoulder. "Tonight, we have certainly reaped a bountiful harvest." Li'eru's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Boss, shall we not continue for a while longer? There are so many blue crabs here." Song Renze gazed up at the sky and felt the sea breeze. No, we must return. Ah, Li Eru expressed reluctance. But it's still quite early. Listening to the sound of the waves, Song Renze perked up his ears. The tide has already begun to rise. Chapter 46. Aquaculture in Space. It was only then that Li Eru noticed the sea, which had originally lapped at his ankles, had now risen to his calves. The distant waves crashed with greater ferocity than before, striking the mangrove roots and producing a thunderous roar. Tides in the mangroves are perilous. Song Renze elucidated. When the water rises, the path becomes indistinct, making it easy to lose one's way. If swept away by the waves, one's life would be in grave peril. Otherwise, the village wooden tea repeatedly warned everyone to steer clear of the mangroves. Li Eru recoiled slightly then. Let us hasten back. Let us go, Song Renze declared, lifting the wooden bucket. These will suffice for several hearty meals tonight. The two retraced their steps, the water now reaching their knees. The clear footprints they had left were entirely submerged, forcing them to rely on memory to navigate. Be cautious, follow my lead, Song Renze instructed, glancing back occasionally to ensure Li Eru was safe. Avoid the deep pits. Li Eru followed closely behind, gripping the heavy bamboo basket, yet he could not conceal his excitement. Boss, how much do you think these blue crabs will fetch? Song Renze calculated. At market price, they sell for over $3 per pound. The two buckets combined must weigh at least 40 to 50 pounds. Over $100? Li Eru exclaimed, nearly dropping the bamboo basket into the water. My father earns only 30-some after a month at the commune. Shoo! Song Renze gestured for silence. We must keep our fortune discreet. Li Eru quickly covered his mouth, though his eyes sparkled with elation. After a strenuous trek, they finally emerged from the mangroves and returned to the beach, where the water had now risen to their thighs. If they delayed any longer, it would indeed become perilous. Phew! Li Eru sighed with relief. Boss, your foresight is commendable. Song Renze smiled knowingly. To make a living by the sea, one must learn to observe the sky and tides. Now, let us return and enjoy a good night's rest. Upon reaching the campsite, they found the bonfire extinguished, leaving only faint embers. From within the hut came the rhythmic sounds of snoring. The young men were soundly asleep. The two placed the buckets aside and crawled into the hut, quickly drifting into slumber. The following morning, at the break of dawn, Song Renze was roused by the chorus of birds calling from the forest. He quietly emerged from the hut to discover Li Eru crouched by the fire, grilling the leftover fish from the previous night. Boss, you're awake, Li Eru exclaimed, proudly presenting the grilled fish. I've warmed it up. Let us eat it while it's hot. Song Renze took a bite of the fish, the golden, crispy skin crackling delightfully in his mouth. Your skills are impressive. Indeed, I learned from my mother, Li Eru replied, scratching his head, but his eyes kept darting toward the shade of the trees. Boss, about those blue crabs. Understanding his companion's implication, Song Renze rose and walked over to the shade, lifting the damp cloth. Both buckets of blue crabs were still lively, the largest one clicking its claws against the side of the bucket. Come, select a few, Song Renze encouraged. Take them back for your parents to taste. Li Eru's eyes brightened, yet he hesitated. This might not be appropriate. It is all caught by the boss. Although he managed to fish a little, the pig liver was brought by Song Renze. Moreover, having worked alongside Song Renze, he has earned his share of work points. Each month, he receives his fair share of rations, so how could he possibly feel justified in taking crabs from Song Renze? Enough of the nonsense. Song Renze promptly picked up the largest crab, declaring, "This one is for your father to enjoy with his drink." He then swiftly selected 3 plump crabs, stating, "These are for your mother and sister." For him, the size of the blue crabs was inconsequential. After all, if placed in storage for a couple of months, they would grow to weigh 3 to 4 pounds. Chapter 47. The foolish idea of a lackey. One could only wonder whether it was possible to raise a colossal creature weighing 7 pounds. Li Eru took the task at hand, his eyes reddening. "Boss, Enough, enough," Song Renze interjected, waving his hand. "Quickly wrap it in seaweed. We mustn't let the crab fall. If it dies, it loses its freshness and could cause a stomach upset." While Li Eru busied himself. Song Renze feigned arranging the bamboo basket, secretly stowing away the remaining blue crabs into his spatial pocket. These lively treasures would thrive and grow plumper in there, and it could wait until they returned to the village to be revealed. "Brothers, rise and get to work," Song Renze called out towards the makeshift shelter. The young men, rubbing their eyes, emerged to see the blue crabs cradled in Lieru's arms, all of them enviously clicking their tongues. "Don't be greedy," Song Renze chuckled. "Once the timber is transported back, there will be a share for everyone. 1 crab each." Upon hearing this, the young men instantly perked up, seizing their axes and rushing into the woods. By midday, dozens of sturdy logs had been felled and trimmed. Song Renze directed the group to roll the timber down to the shore, binding them into rafts with robust hemp ropes. They then secured the rafts to the anchor line with thicker ropes. When the boat set sail, these rafts would drift back with the tide. "Boss, will they really float back?" Lieru gazed at the rafts bobbing on the water, a hint of concern in his voice. Song Renze was confident. "The tide flows towards our island, and with the fishing boat towing them, there's no issue. The only concern is that the fishing boat is rather small. If we lift it up, it might sink." As noon approached, everything was in readiness. The fishing boat began its slow departure from the deserted island, dragging 3 rafts, the logs undulating on the waves like a serpentine dragon. The journey back was smooth. Within 2 hours, the outline of Zhoushan Island appeared on the horizon. A number of villagers had gathered by the shore, having heard of the timber's return and come to lend a hand. "Brother, over here," Song Xiaodao waved vigorously from atop a rock, her 2 braids bouncing with her movements. Once the fishing boat reached the shore, the young men leaped into the shallow waters, working together to drag the rafts ashore. Song Renze stood in the waist-deep water, directing the operation, his drenched clothing clinging to him, accentuating his muscular physique. "Careful with that left log." "Yes, gently. Watch your step." Through their collective efforts, all the timber was safely transported to the beach. Yu Daong approached, a pipe in his mouth, kicking one of the logs. "Good material. This will last decades for building." "Captain, can we start the work tomorrow?" Song Renze wiped the seawater from his face. Yu Daong nodded. "I'll send the accountant to the commune for cement. You all rest today. Tomorrow morning, the entire production team's strong laborers will come to help." Upon hearing this, the surrounding young men erupted in cheers. In the countryside, assisting someone in building a house was a significant affair. The host not only provided meals, but also offered gifts of gratitude upon completion. With Song Renze's generous nature, there would surely be plenty of delicacies, making everyone eager to lend a helping hand. Especially those few young men accompanying the logging expedition, each proudly holding a blue crab in hand, exuded an air of distinction. A heartfelt thanks to the captain. "Once the house is completed, I shall invite everyone to a warm feast." Song Renze beamed with a smile. Upon hearing these words, the crowd erupted with even greater excitement. "Excellent, excellent." Yu Daong laughed heartily, his eyes sparkling with delight as he clapped Song Renze on the shoulder. "You, my friend, are destined for success. Building a new home and marrying a wife, your life is bound to flourish." Chapter 48. Seeking Evidence. Amidst the lively chatter of the crowd, voices erupted. "Brother Song's house, once built, will surely be the finest in our village. We must be invited to the wedding feast. The grand brick house, adorned with blue tiles, would surely bring joy to the new bride." With a smile, Song Renze clasped his hands in gratitude. "Thanks for the kind words, everyone. Once the house is completed, there will be plenty of food and drink." The group dispersed in laughter, each carrying their share of blue crabs back home. Under the moonlight, Song Renze gazed at the pile of timber, warmth swelling in his heart. The following day, before dawn had fully broken, the Song family's courtyard buzzed with activity. With a splash, Yi Xiaolon poured steaming hot water into a large iron kettle, calling out from the stove, "Xiao Tao, Xiao Mei, take the tea bowls outside." The 2 maids swiftly carried stacks of coarse porcelain bowls out, nearly colliding with Lieru, who was entering with a ladder. "Slow down," cautioned Song Jiangwo, crouched in the courtyard sharpening a chisel. He looked up to remind, "The ladder's legs are loose. You must wrap it with iron wire first." Outside the courtyard, the creaking sound of a cart filled with bricks could be heard as several sturdy young men pushed it inside. The leader shouted at the top of his lungs, "Brother Song, old John from the brick kiln has saved us the finest bricks. None are chipped." Song Renze emerged from the house, rolling up his sleeves to reveal his muscular arms. "Unload them by the east wall. Uncle Wong, could you check if this beam is infested with termites?" The bearded old carpenter knocked on the beam, the sound resonating solidly. "Good timber. It will stand straight for another 20 years. As the sun crested the treetops, the courtyard erupted with the sounds of hammers and chatter. Some squatted on the roof removing old tiles, others mixed mud for the walls, while two young boys swung stone hammers to tamp the foundation, sweat flying far and wide. "Tea time. Time for tea," Zhoushan called, pouring water from a large teapot, while the two maids distributed millet pancakes in a basket. Song Xiaomei tiptoed to hand a pancake to a young man on the ladder, cheerfully exclaiming, "Brother Taiju, my mother says you must eat well to have the strength to work." "All right." Taiju quickly devoured the pancake, wiped his brow, and resumed nailing rafters to the beam. Shavings fell like snowflakes, mingling with the tune hummed by the plasterer. In February, the spring sunshine arrives, as every household builds a new home, carrying a newly sawn board. Song Renze entered, followed closely by Li Eru with a bundle of straw. They exchanged a glance and hurried towards the west wall, where an old tiler was grumbling. "Which brat mixed this mud? It's as thin as soup. Let me handle it." Song Renze grabbed a shovel and began to mix. The yellow clay blended with chopped straw, gradually thickening enough to hold the shovel upright. The old tiler tested the mixture, finally nodding in approval. "This is much better." As the sun climbed to its zenith, Zhoushan called the women to prepare lunch. In a large aluminum basin, steaming millet rice was piled high, accompanied by a bowl of salty fish stewed with tofu, glistening with oil. Those working gathered in a circle, chopsticks clattering merrily. "Sister-in-law's cooking is exceptional. Indeed, I heard Brother Song went crabbing last night and brought back extra dishes." Squatting beside the sharpening stone, Song Renze devoured his meal, his eyes fixed on the east wall being plastered. The once cracked area is now smooth and even, with the newly applied cement still drying under the sun, exuding a muted grayish hue. 3 days have elapsed, and the Song family's old residence has undergone a complete transformation. The previously slanted beams have been replaced with new cedar wood, and the thatched roof has been lifted to make way for blue tiles. The fissured earthen walls have been coated with cement and painted with a pristine white lime. In the new abode of the two maidens, a heated bed has been installed, with the stove venting to the outdoor fire pit, allowing for warmth while preparing meals in winter. The window frames require another coat of tung oil. Song Renze, feeling the texture of the newly crafted grid window, turns and calls out, "Eru, go to the cellar and bring that barrel of oil." Chapter 49, Trouble. Li Eru responded with a sound, and as he passed through the kitchen, the enticing aroma captivated him. The large iron pot on the stove bubbled merrily. Zhoushan was stewing mixed fish, while a basket nearby held several golden corn cakes. "Aunt, are we having this for dinner?" Lieru inala depoli. Zhoushan smiled as she lifted the pot lid. "There's also marinated crabs. You've all worked hard these past few days. You deserve a hearty meal." As dusk enveloped the sky, Song Renze stood in the courtyard, surveying the rejuvenated home. The freshly painted white walls reflected the evening glow, and the tiles were arranged as neatly as fish scales. A chicken coop had been constructed beneath the west window, and he planned to go to the market tomorrow to buy chicks. "Brother," Song Xiaodao poked her head out of the new house, her cheeks flushed. "The Kong is nice and warm. I saved you a spot by the window." Song Renze responded with a smile, turning to see his father squatting on the doorstep, smoking. The old man squinted at the new house, the glowing embers in his pipe flickering like the remnants of many years of hardship turned to ash. Outside the courtyard wall, Wang Fugue squatted on a dirt slope, smoking, his gaze fixed intently on the Song family's new home. "Damn it," Wang Fugue spat harshly. "That grandson Song Renze really thinks he can be the king of the island. To hell with him." Two sycophants behind him quickly chimed in, "Exactly. Look at him flaunting himself. The whole village is here to fawn over his new house. If we don't do something, Yuhui Island will belong to the Songs." Wang Fugue narrowed his eyes, the cigarette but glowing dimly in the dark. "I'll turn his new house into a graveyard." A young underling whispered, Brother Fugue, how about tonight? Another immediately followed up, right? Let's show him some colors. Wang Fugue grinned maliciously as he extinguished his cigarette, but let us go grab the tools. The three of them stealthily crept down the dirt slope, their shadows stretching long behind them. In the distance, laughter echoed from the Song family's courtyard. The freshly plastered lime walls gleamed blindingly in the moonlight. As night deepened, the last lamp in the Song family's new house was extinguished. Wang Fugue crouched behind a haystack, gripping half a bag of coarse salt, his knuckles cracking ominously. Brother Fugue, they're all sound asleep. One of the sycophants sneaked back from the wall's edge, excitement radiating from him. Wang Fugue spat out the grass root in his mouth. Let us go. I'll ensure he doesn't spend 3 nights in that new house. The trio hunched low, reaching the foundation of the new house, the stark white lime walls glaring under the moonlight. Damn it, they even painted it this white. Wang Fugue kicked the base of the wall viciously, drawing out the bag of salt from his waist. Spread it evenly for me. The salt cascaded into the sand pile. Wang Fugue cursing as he sprinkled, Song Renze, you bastard. Think you're capable? I'll make sure your wall rots through. Tomorrow, you'll be crying for your mother. The sycophants stuffed salt into the crevices of the wooden beams, their mouths not idle either. Brother Fugue's plan is brilliant. Once the salt dissolves and corrodes the wood, a gust of wind will surely bring it down. It'll crush that turtle grandson. The more Wang Fugue spoke, the more spirited he became, raising his voice. What SA song? Does Zhoushan Island belong to him? I can achieve more with a single piss than he can. In the midst of an animated tirade, a blinding beam from a flashlight suddenly illuminated the surroundings, causing the 3 individuals to freeze in place. Having quite the merriment, are we? Came the chilling voice of Song Renze, as frigid as shards of ice. Damn it! Wang Fugue exclaimed, momentarily blinded by the flashlight, causing the bag of salt he held to fall with a thud onto the sandy ground. Squinting his slanted eyes to discern the figure, he quickly straightened his neck and shouted, Song Renze, are you out of your mind? It's the dead of night, and here you are playing tricks. Chapter 50. I count to 3. Song Renze thrust the flashlight closer to Wang Fugue's face, the blinding light forcing the latter to lean back. I haven't even asked you yet, he exclaimed. What are you doing sneaking around my house in the dead of night? Are you a rat? Earlier that afternoon, he had spotted these scoundrels lurking about, clearly up to no good. And now they dare to come here? What nonsense! Wang Fugue kicked a bag of salt at his feet, sending dirt flying into the faces of his 2 henchmen. Did you pave this road? I can go wherever I please. He deliberately scraped the mud off his shoes against the wall of the new house, leaving a dark smudge. Song Renze's expression darkened immediately. The 2 henchmen swiftly flanked him, one of them, resembling a skinny monkey, squawking in a high-pitched voice. Exactly. Our brother Fugue is just taking an evening stroll. What business is it of yours? Who do you think you are playing God here? In a flash, Song Renze seized Wang Fugue by the collar. The sound of tearing fabric echoed in the night as several coarse salt grains tumbled from Wang's pocket, glimmering like pale stars in the moonlight. A stroll? Song Renze held up a grain of salt before Wang Fugue's eyes. Are you really taking a walk with half a pound of sea salt? What? Afraid you won't be salty enough? You think you can wreak havoc on my new house? You think I'll let you? Wang Fugue's expression shifted multiple times before he suddenly grinned, revealing a mouthful of yellowed teeth. He forcefully shrugged off Song Renze's grip, his confidence surging as he leaned forward slightly. So what if I sprinkled some salt? He deliberately raised his voice, spitting saliva onto Song Renze's face. Let me tell you, Song, in this little corner of Zhoushan Island, I am the law. The 2 henchmen rushed forward, their fingers nearly poking Song Renze's nose. Exactly. Those who know better should quickly bow and apologize to Brother Fugue. Do you know why old Lu's family moved away in the dead of night 2 years ago? Because they crossed our Fugue brother. We're only sprinkling salt on your foundation out of respect. Keep talking, and I swear tomorrow your doorstep will be covered in this stuff. Emboldened by the situation, Wang Fugue ripped open his shirt to reveal a tattoo of a green dragon on his chest, slapping it with a loud thud. See this? Brother who from town is my sworn brother. Try laying a finger on me. I dare you. He suddenly lowered his voice, his breath carrying the scent of fish as it wafted into Song Renze's face. "Kneel down and give me 3 bows, and hand over the deed to your new house. I might consider letting you off the hook." The group burst into laughter. No matter how capable Song Renze was, he was merely an outsider from the city. He could never match the local natives. Suddenly, a crack echoed in the night as the glass cover of the flashlight in Song Renze's hand was crushed, spiderweb-like cracks spreading across its surface. Mistaking the sound for fear, Wang Fugue spat a blood-tinged loogie on the ground, grinning with triumph. "If you're scared, you better hurry. Otherwise tomorrow, I'll bring my brothers over to warm up your house. I guarantee your family will remember it for life." The 2 henchmen beside him were equally arrogant. "Brother Fugue, why waste words with him? Tonight, let's draw some blood first. If he refuses to pay, we shall give him a good lesson, so he understands who truly holds authority over Zhoushan Island." Seizing the moment, Wang Fugue grasped his collar tightly. "Did you hear that? I will count to 3. Song Renze's expression darkened, and in the next instant, he delivered a resounding slap across his face. Chapter 51. Capturing the wrongdoers, a resounding slap echoed through the stillness of the night, causing Wang Fugue to spin like a top, 2 bloodied yellow teeth flying far away, tracing dark red arcs in the moonlight. "You think you're deserving of my respect?" Song Renze flicked his wrist, his gaze as frigid as the ice of midwinter. Wang Fugue clutched his face, staggering backward, gasping for breath. Taking a moment to grasp that he had been struck, his slanted eyes widened in fury, and he spat blood. "Song Renze, I'll—" Before he could finish, Song Renze's fist, accompanied by a gust of wind, crashed into his nose. With a sharp crack, Wang Fugue's nose instantly bent to one side. Blood gushing forth like a tap, turned wide open. He collapsed onto a pile of sand, his legs flailing like a fish out of water. "Brother Fugue." The 2 lackeys finally reacted. The lanky one drew a rusty machete from his waist, while the other picked up a shovel from the ground and swung it towards Song Renze. Song Renze sidestepped the shovel, seizing the assailant's wrist with his right hand and twisting it. With a sharp crack, the lackey howled like a pig being slaughtered, dropping the shovel with a clatter. Song Renze then kicked the lackey's knee, causing him to collapse, clutching his arm and writhing in pain. The machete sliced through the air, but Song Renze advanced instead of retreating, trapping the attacker's wrist with his left hand while driving his right elbow forcefully into the lackey's abdomen. The lanky one gasped, his eyes bulging, bending over to retch. Seizing his hair, Song Renze forced him down, delivering a solid knee strike to his face. The lanky one rolled on the ground, covering his face as blood seeped through his fingers. Just as Wang Fugue managed to rise, he saw his 2 henchmen sprawled on the ground, groaning pitifully, causing him to panic. He turned to flee but was yanked back by Song Renze, who gripped the collar of his shirt. With a ripping sound, the shirt emblazoned with a azure dragon was torn in half, exposing Wang Fugue's gaunt back. Thinking of escaping? Song Renze scoffed, lifting his foot to kick the back of Wang Fugue's knees. Wang Fugue collapsed onto the sandy ground, his knees scraping against the sharp stones. "Song, brother," he stammered, turning around with a face smeared in blood. "It's a misunderstanding, all of it." Song Renze placed a foot on his chest. "A misunderstanding? The grains of salt scattered on the ground falling onto your face. Is that also a misunderstanding?" Wang Fugue, blinded by the salt, winced in pain. "I was wrong. Brother Song, I was wrong. Please forgive me. You were magnanimous. Now you realize your mistake?" Song Renze yanked his hair, slamming his head against the ground. "Weren't you quite arrogant just now? Weren't you planning to turn my new home into a graveyard?" Thud, thud, thud. 3 muffled thumps left Wang Fugue's forehead bruised and swollen. The 2 lackeys attempted to rise to assist, but were swiftly kicked back down by Song Renze. The lanky one groaned, clutching his stomach. "Song, brother, spare us. We will never dare again." Song Renze undid a bundle of twine from his waist, quickly binding the 3 of them like dumplings. Wang Fugue, still yearning to resist, was struck with such force that stars danced before his eyes. Dare to move again? The 3 men found their clothes stripped away, left as vulnerable as slaughtered pigs, bound to the beams of the newlyweds' chamber. The night breeze chilled Wang Fugui to the bone, causing him to tremble uncontrollably, his front teeth chattering. Song Renze emerged from within the room, wielding a bronze gong, and began to strike it with fervor. Help! Capture the wrongdoers. Chapter 52. Dare to trespass into my home again, and I shall end you. In the stillness of the night, the sound of gongs echoed far and wide. Before long, the lights in every household flickered to life, accompanied by the sound of footsteps and distant barking of dogs. The first to arrive was Li Eru, who rushed over, his shoes hastily donned, carrying a pole. Brother Song, what's going on? Following closely were Song Jiangwo and Yi Xiulan, the elderly couple draped in their garments, holding a kerosene lamp. Two young girls trailed behind, rubbing their sleepy eyes, and upon seeing three naked men bound, they gasped and covered their eyes. What is this? Yi Xiulan stammered in shock. In no time, Yu Daong arrived with a dozen villagers, forming a raucous circle around the scene. Some held torches, and the flames illuminated the disheveled state of Wang Fugui and his companions, leaving them nowhere to hide. My heavens! Yu Daong exclaimed, nearly dropping his pipe. What on earth is happening here? Song Renze kicked a sack of salt on the ground. Captain, you must adjudicate this matter. In the dead of night, Wang Fugui brought people to my new house to scatter salt, claiming it would rot the foundation and cause it to collapse with the wind. You scoundrel! Li Eru's eyes turned red as he charged at Wang Fugui, delivering a swift kick to his backside. We toiled endlessly to help Brother Song build this house, and you resort to such underhanded tricks? The crowd erupted in outrage. How despicable! If the salt truly damages the foundation, won't it collapse when it rains? Wang Fugui, you heartless fiend! Has the Song family wronged you in any way? Yi Xiulan trembled with fury, pointing an accusing finger at Wang Fugui. We are all from the same village. How could you commit such a heinous act? What has the Song family ever done to deserve this? Wang Fugui cowered, too frightened to speak, while the emaciated lackey attempted to maintain bravado. Who saw us scatter salt? Song Renze is slandering us. Is it only when faced with the grave consequences that you choose to feign innocence? Song Renze retorted, pulling a handful of salt from Wang Fugui's pocket. Is this relic of yours a family heirloom? Yu Daong squatted to inspect the foundation, scooping up a handful of sand to sniff, his face turning a deep shade of anger. Wang Fugui, what further excuses do you have? Realizing he could no longer deny the accusations, Wang Fugui suddenly broke down in tears. Captain, I was momentarily foolish. It was these two rascals who instigated me. The two lackeys immediately protested. Enough of your nonsense. You were the one who said you wanted to deal with Song Renze. The three men erupted into a chaotic brawl, as villagers pointed and jeered, some even spitting in their direction. Yu Daong rapped his pipe for silence. Enough. Wang Fugui, this matter cannot simply be brushed aside. You must either compensate or face imprisonment. Your choice. Upon hearing the prospect of jail, Wang Fugui quickly relented. I will pay. I will pay. 500, he exclaimed, his voice rising in pitch, nearly fainting at the thought. Captain, I don't have that. Then it shall be 600. Yu Daong added impatiently, raising another finger. We will not tolerate actions that harm the community for selfish gain on our island. If it comes to that, to send them to jail. I'll pay. 500 it is. Wang Fugui lamented with a sorrowful face. Only then did Song Renze release them. The three of them, stripped bare, attempted to flee, but were halted by Li Eru. Wait. Put on your tattered clothes. Don't soil Brother Song's ground. The trio fumbled to don their garments, shuffling out amid the laughter of onlookers. Just as they reached the courtyard entrance, Song Renze suddenly called out, Halt! Wang Fugui shuddered, nearly wetting himself. Song Renze stepped up to him and unexpectedly delivered a kick to his rear. If you dare to come to my home again to cause trouble, I swear I'll make you pay dearly. Now get lost. Chapter 53, Resentment. With a forceful kick, Wang Fugui was sent sprawling outside, landing unceremoniously. Two lackeys hurriedly helped him up, and the trio limped away into the night. Laughter erupted in the courtyard. Yu Daong clapped Song Renze on the shoulder, saying, Renze, you handled that splendidly. We must not show leniency towards such scoundrels. Yi Xiulan wiped the corner of her eyes and added, "Thank you, fellow villagers. It's time for everyone to return home. We have work to do tomorrow." The crowd gradually dispersed, and the Song family courtyard returned to tranquility. Turning around, Song Renze spotted his father squatting on the threshold, the embers in his pipe flickering dimly. The old man's brow was furrowed, worry etched in the creases of his face. "Father, do not take it to heart," Song Renze said as he approached, picking up a twig to draw patterns in the dirt. "Wang Fugui is just a ruffian. He cannot stir up much trouble." Song Jianguo sighed heavily, knocking the pipe against his shoe. "That good-for-nothing. He nearly brought ruin upon our new home. Renze, your father is growing old." "Father." Song Renze firmly grasped his father's hand. "Why speak like that? You have me." He squeezed his father's rough palm reassuringly. "From now on, if anything happens at home, you and mother need not worry. I will take care of it." Yi Xiaolan approached with a bowl of hot tea, her eyes still red. "Here, have some tea to calm your nerves. Can you believe how wicked Wang Fugui is?" "Do not fear, mother." Song Renze accepted the tea, a determined smile emerging amidst the steam. "If he dares to return, I will ensure he regrets it." Song Xiaodao and Song Xiaomei peeked through the doorframe, their little faces pale with fright. "Come here, let me see you," Song Renze beckoned. The two girls rushed over, each clutching one of his arms. Song Xiaomei looked up, tears still glistening on her lashes. "Brother, why would they want to harm our new home?" "Some people simply cannot stand to see others thrive," Song Renze replied, ruffling his sister's hair. He stood up, taking one sister by each hand. "Come on, let's go see the new Kong. I promise it will be warm." Yi Xiaolan watched her son's retreating figure, wiping her eyes with her apron. "Your father, Renze, has truly grown up." Song Jianguo tucked the pipe behind his waist, the wrinkles on his face easing. "Indeed, he is capable now, stronger than I was." In the main room, Song Renze tucked his two sisters in, arranging their blankets snugly. The newly constructed earthen Kong exuded a fragrance of dried grass, and the residual warmth from the stove enveloped the bedding in comfort. "Sleep well. Tomorrow I will take you to the market to buy some chicks." He gently closed the door, hearing the muffled cheers of the girls from within. Moonlight filtered through the newly installed window, casting dappled shadows on the floor. Standing in the yard, Song Renze inhaled the briny night air deeply. The doorframe of the new house still bore the scent of tung oil, grounding him in a sense of security. Meanwhile, at the Wang family home on the west side of the village, chaos erupted. Smack! A resounding slap landed on Wang Fugui's face, sending him staggering against the doorframe. "Useless! Prodigal! How could I have given birth to such a wretched creature?" Wang Laoshuan seized the door beam and swung it toward his son. 500 yuan. "Do you think my money comes from the wind?" Wang Fugui, clutching his head, dashed around the room. "Dad! Dad! Please stop! I was wrong." "Wrong?" Wang Laoshuan relentlessly pursued him, the door beam falling like a torrential downpour upon his son's back. "You have utterly disgraced me. The entire village witnessed you bare-bottomed, bound to the beam of the Song family's house. How am I supposed to hold my head high in the village now? That damned fisherman from the Song family can ride on my back. This is truly madness." Chapter 54. The Banquet. What is Song Renze? Wang Laoshuan paused to catch his breath, his grizzled beard twitching with indignation. A wretched creature returned from the city, who hasn't even familiarized himself with the village paths. Dares to defecate on the head of our Wang family? That Song Honglin was tolerable, but now we have this city slicker, more troublesome than a country bumpkin. Do you intend for me to live my life with my head held low? Seizing the opportunity, Wang Fugui hid behind the table, his swollen face muttering, "Dad, I have a way to deal with them." "You?" Wang Laoshuan scoffed. "You can't even handle a sent-down youth. What prospects do you possess?" A glint of malice flickered in Wang Fugui's eyes. "Isn't Song Renze's 7th aunt married in Qingluo Island? They say those old crones are quite fond of a bargain." Wang Laoshuan's brow furrowed slightly as he narrowed his eyes. "Go on. Tomorrow, I will send someone to convey a message, saying that Song Renze has struck it rich on Yuhui Island and built a grand house with blue bricks." Wang Fugui leaned closer to his father's ear. "That old hag will surely bring her whole family to take advantage." The kerosene lamp in the room crackled, the flame leaping high, casting a shifting light on the faces of the father and son. Wang Laoshuan stroked his beard in contemplation, then suddenly broke into a grin, revealing 2 gold teeth. Good lad, you've finally started to use your brain. He patted his son's shoulder. Doesn't the Song family want to live well? I shall ensure he has no peace. Dreaming of climbing over me. Wang Fugui chuckled with satisfaction, only to wince at the pain from his injuries. Off to bed. Wang Laoshuan kicked his son. You're to take care of this first thing in the morning. Wang Fugui limped back to his room, and as he passed a mirror in the hall, he caught sight of his bruised reflection, gnashing his teeth in hatred. Song Renze, I will make you pay. In the dead of night, the wind rose, and the sound of waves echoed faintly. Wang Laoshuan lay in bed, listening to the snoring of his son next door, a cold glint flickering in his murky old eyes. Song Jiangwo, your son has brought shame upon my family, and I shall ensure your family suffers loss. While one side rejoiced, the other mourned. As the Wang Fugui household was in disarray, the Song family's new home underwent a remarkable transformation at a visible pace. The walls of blue bricks were coated with cement, and the pristine white lime walls gleamed blindingly in the sunlight. The newly laid blue tiles on the roof were arranged perfectly, with rainwater flowing down the eaves into the newly crafted stone trough. No longer dripping water throughout the house as before. Song Renze, accompanied by Li Eru and a few young men, moved the old furniture piece by piece into the new home. Yi Xiulan, along with 2 maids, scrubbed the doors and windows, ensuring even the dust in the crevices of the door frames was swept clean. Brother, look! Song Xiaomei excitedly pointed at the Kong in the west room. I've laid a new mattress. Song Renze affectionately patted his sister's head. Once we go to the market and buy some chicks, we'll keep them on your windowsill. Really? Song Xiaodao jumped up. I want to feed them worms. Song Jiangwo squatted in the courtyard, sanding down the corners of the newly crafted dining table. The elderly man squinted his eyes, occasionally extending his hand to ensure that no splinter would prick his granddaughter's delicate fingers. On the evening of the 5th day, the new home was completely tidied up. Yi Xiulan had been busy in the kitchen all afternoon, simmering a large pot of salted fish with tofu, steaming 2 baskets of multigrain buns, and stir-frying fresh vegetables plucked from her own garden. Renze, go invite the neighboring villagers who lent a hand to join us for dinner. Yi Xiulan wiped the sweat from her forehead, particularly grateful to Captain Yu and Li Eru, who had put in considerable effort over the past few days. Chapter 55, Mischief Behind the Scenes. Song Renze nodded and was about to step out when he noticed Li Eru arriving with 7 or 8 young men, followed closely by Yu Daong and several village elders. Brother Song, Li Eru called from afar. We caught a whiff of something delicious and couldn't resist coming over. Yu Daong, puffing on his pipe, chuckled. Renze, your mother's culinary skills could make a child weep from 2 miles away. As they entered the courtyard, laughter filled the air as they marveled at the transformed house. This house is even more impressive than the brigade's headquarters. Someone exclaimed, just look at those windows. How perfectly arranged they are. Indeed, the Song family lad is quite remarkable. This home is immensely better than it was a few years ago. With such a capable youth in the family, they are all enjoying the fruits of his labor. Song Renze invited everyone to sit at the newly crafted long dining table. Yi Xiulan brought out steaming dishes, while 2 young girls bustled about pouring tea for the adults. At that moment, a bright female voice rang out from outside the gate. Is Brother Song home? Turning around, they saw Meng Jingtian standing at the entrance with a bamboo basket containing several vibrant red tomatoes. The educated youth has arrived. Li Eru immediately teased, come in, just in time for dinner. Meng Jingtian stepped in, a bit shyly. I heard Brother Song's new house is completed, so I brought a little something to congratulate you. Yi Xiulan hurried over. Oh, young Meng, you are too kind. Please have a seat. Li Eru nudged Song Renze playfully. Brother Song, now that the new house is built, shouldn't you consider marrying? I think young Meng would be a fine choice. Laughter erupted among the crowd, and Meng Jingtian's face turned as red as the tomatoes in her basket. Song Renze laughed and scolded, oh, come on. Young Meng is an educated youth from the city. Why would she be interested in someone from the countryside like me? Meng Jingtian lowered her head and softly replied, the countryside is actually quite nice. Her words elicited another round of good-natured laughter. In my opinion, young Meng is well-educated, and my brother has talent. In this village, there are few who could match young Meng. While Li Eru munched on a chicken leg, he continued to play matchmaker. Yu Daong, concerned that the young lady might feel shy, tapped his pipe against his head and said, "You can't stop talking even during a meal. Young Meng is a girl and feels bashful." "Ha, Eru is just a big oaf who doesn't understand a girl's heart," came the response. "Come on, let's eat and celebrate the completion of the Song family's new home." The aroma of the dishes wafted through the courtyard, and the group feasted heartily. Song Renze served a piece of fish to Meng Jingtian, saying, "Try my mother's cooking." Meng Jingtian smiled, taking small bites. Sunlight streamed through the newly installed lattice windows, casting dappled shadows across her face. Meanwhile, at the home of Wang Fugue on the west side of the village, he squatted on his own courtyard wall, gazing distantly at the lively scene at the Song family's house, his nose twitching at the enticing aroma of the food wafting through the air. "Bah!" he spat disdainfully. "What show off?" Inside, Wang Laoshuan's voice boomed. "What are you doing squatting there? Hurry up and urge the people from Qingluo Island." Wang Fuqiu leaped off the wall, brushing off the dust from his hands. "Father, I just returned from a call to the brigade office. They inform me that Aunt Chi is already on her way and will arrive shortly." Wang Laoshuan squinted his eyes and replied, "Excellent, splendid indeed. ISN Song Renze, quite capable. When he arrives, I shall witness how he handles the situation." The father and son exchanged glances, sharing a silent, sardonic laugh. Wang Fuqiu ascended the wall once more, glaring fiercely in the direction of the Song family. Hearing the sounds of laughter emanating from their courtyard, he trembled with rage and spat a thick gob of phlegm. "Song Renze, just you wait. If I cannot have peace, neither shall you." Chapter 56. The poor relatives come to beg. As the revelry reached its peak, with wine flowing and dishes savoring a variety of flavors, an abrupt clamor echoed from outside, followed by the piercing sound of curses. "Oh, you Song Jiangwo, have you moved into your new home without even inviting your own great-aunt? A heartless wretch. Now that you've tasted prosperity, you disregard your impoverished relatives? Is it merely because a son from the city has returned? Have you grown so lofty as to look down upon others?" The laughter within the courtyard came to a sudden halt. Song Renze dropped his chopsticks and lifted his gaze towards the entrance. There stood an elderly lady in a blue cloth shirt, hands on her hips, with a disreputable young man trailing behind her, both of them shaking the courtyard door with their kicks. "This." Yishulan nearly dropped the bowl in her hands. The crowd erupted in whispers. "Oh, isn't that from Qingluo Island? We haven't been in touch for quite some time. Why have they suddenly shown up? What brings the old Anne of the Song family here? By the looks of it, she's not here to extend congratulations. The young man behind her must be her good-for-nothing son, right? Alas, how unfortunate for the Song family to encounter such a scene on a day of celebration." Song Jiangwo's expression changed drastically. He hurriedly stood to greet them. "Oh, Aunt, look at the commotion you've caused. Please, come in, come in. We have a seat reserved just for you." Yishulan quickly donned a cordial smile, not for any other reason than that her son had finally built a house, and on this auspicious day, she could not allow him to lose face. Zhao Jinfeng waved her arm dismissively. "Spare me the pleasantries." Her squinty eyes scanned the table laden with fish and meat, her voice rising further. "Well, well, enjoying a feast while treating your own great-aunt as a stranger? TSK, TSK. I can barely afford coarse rice anymore. Yet you all are hosting a banquet for outsiders. Is it proper to neglect your own kin in such a manner?" The young man behind her spat onto the ground. "Mom, I told you the old Song family never considers us family." Song Renze narrowed his eyes. He recognized the elderly lady as Zhao Jinfeng, a distant aunt from his father's side, notorious for her fiery temperament. The young man, Zhao Baolai, was her son, over 30 and still living off his parents. Yishulan forced a smile. "Aunt, you misunderstand. This isn't. Misunderstand what?" Zhao Jinfeng interrupted, shoving Song Jiangwo aside and pulling her son towards the dining table. "Baolai, sit here." Zhao Baolai, resembling a famished ghost, seized his chopsticks and began stabbing at the fish, splattering oil onto those nearby. The expressions of the guests turned sour. Yu Daong cleared his throat. "Dear elder sister, let us discuss this calmly." "Discuss what?" Zhao Jinfeng plopped down, shoving aside a young intellectual to gnaw on a steamed bun. My great-nephew returns from the city, build a new house. And doesn't he even send a word to his great-aunt? She suddenly turned to glare at Song Rinja. I hear you become quite capable? Huh. Not even as good as Hu Wanli. He still remembers to send me 2 pounds of brown sugar during the festivals. Truly a heartless city dweller. Having grown apart from family, you lack all sentiment. No matters whatsoever. As she spoke, her gaze swept across the dishes on the table. As everyone had nearly finished their meal, with hardly any remnants left, a wave of irritation washed over Zhao Jinfeng. She slammed her chopsticks onto the table, her triangular eyes rolling in disdain. Is this all we get? Are we being treated like beggars? Harson, zahabolai, ikwit har sentiment. Pushing his bowl aside with a sarcastic tone. Mom, they've made it big now and look down on us poor relatives. Just look at this fish. It's gone cold, the oil has congealed. Zhao Jinfeng poked at the fish with her chopsticks, her face contorted in disgust. This tofu has turned to mush. It's fit only for swine. Li Eru, unable to tolerate the scene any longer, interjected, "Aunt, the dishes have just been served and are still warm. Nobody has hardly touched them. If you wish to eat, then do so yourself. It's one thing to make do, but do you really think so highly of yourself? Coming here and complaining. Who are you trying to impress? This is clearly Brother Song's warm gathering, and now you waltz in uninvited, shamelessly expecting to partake. You're ruining the mood for everyone. Who do you think you are?" Zhao Jinfeng shot him a fierce glare. "You are an outsider. This is a conversation among relatives. And who are you to interject?" Chapter 57. Come and take advantage. You won't get away unscathed. Zhao Baolai chimed in. Indeed, we traveled all the way from Qingluo Island, and there's not even a decent feast? Song Rinja, is this how you welcome your elders after returning from the city? You clearly do not regard us as family. Zhao Jinfeng waved her hand dismissively. What do you mean by warming it up? Cook it new. Look at this table. There isn't even a proper piece of meat. She gestured at the dishes, her words laced with disdain. My grandnephew returns from a city, having built such an extravagant house, yet you can't even spare a proper banquet? Exactly, Zhao Baolai echoed. Mother, he has just returned from the city. He must be wealthy. Zhao Jinfeng's eyes glinted with malice as she donned a scornful expression. Song Rinja, after so many years in the city, you must have reaped considerable benefits, haven't you? Otherwise, how could your father, that spineless wretch, have turned his fortunes around so swiftly? When you were poor, you came to borrow rice from our home. Now that you are prosperous, you look down on your impoverished relatives? Zhao Baolai sneered. Mother, he is now a city dweller. Why would he remember us country relatives? Indeed, Zhao Jinfeng slammed her hand on the table. Everyone in the village knows how pathetic your father was. If it weren't for you leeching off your adoptive parents in the city, could you afford to build this house? Now that you've made it, you won't even acknowledge your own aunt? You ungrateful wretch. No conscience. Raised in the city, and yet so lacking in upbringing. Their mutual insults grew increasingly vitriolic, echoing in the silent yard, where all present wore grim expressions. Song Jiangwo clenched his fists, while Yi Xiulan lowered her head, her eyes reddening. Seeing no one dare to speak, Zhao Jinfeng became even more emboldened, her slanted eyes gleaming. What? Have you all gone mute? Since you are so affluent, perfect. My Baolai wishes to marry, but lacks funds. As relatives, you ought to lend a helping hand, shouldn't you? Zhao Baolai quickly added, Indeed, Song Rinja, you must have brought back many fine gifts from the city. Why not share some to let us bask in your glory? In a fit of rage, Song Rinja slammed his chopsticks down, shattering them on the tiled floor. You old hag. He overturned the dining table, spilling broth all over Zhao Jinfeng. You think you're entitled, do you? Who do you think you are, coming to my home to take advantage? The onlookers gasped in shock. Zhao Jinfeng, drenched in fish soup, trembled as she pointed a finger at him. You, what about me? Song Rinja kicked aside a stool in his path. My father calls you aunt. And you actually believe you're some kind of noble bird? Gaping with your mouth wide open, waiting to be fed? Coming all the way from Qingluo Island to take advantage? I've never seen such eagerness even at a funeral. He seized the slop bucket from the stove and crashed it onto the ground. Eat. Aren't you hungry? Help yourselves. Zhao Baolai sprang up, ready to retaliate. only to be seized by the collar and lifted off the ground by Song Renze. Moreover, you scoundrel, in your 30s, still relying on your mother for sustenance. A useless being, a wretched creature. Are you attempting to extort money from me? Do you wish to freeload? Have you not grown hands of your own? In your 30s, yet unable to find a wife, and you blame my family's new house's feng shui, do you? Zhoushan sat down abruptly, slapping her thigh. Oh dear, those returning from the city lack conscience. Intellectuals from the city disrespect their elders. Elders? Song Renze shoved Zhao Baolai against the wall. Are you so impoverished on Qingluo Island that you have lost all shame? Coming all this way to beg while pretending to be a superior? Furthermore, I am now a fisherman from Yuhui Island. I specialize in dealing with those arrogant fools who rely on their age. The crowd erupted in a cacophony. Exactly. Where were you when Brother Song was building his house? That old hag cursed Uncle Song with extinction last year. Have you forgotten Zhao Baolai's theft of the production team's fertilizer? Suddenly, Zhoushan lunged at Yi Xiaolan. It's all your fault, you harbinger of doom. If it weren't for you back then. Song Renze stepped forward and slapped her sharply. The old hag spun around 3 times, her dentures flying far away. Do you still wish to strike my mother? Song Renze grabbed her collar and lifted her. Old coffin stuffing, have I given you face? Zhao Baolai picked up a bench to smash, but Li Eru, accompanied by several young men, rushed in. Dare to touch Brother Song? Li Eru swung a pole and struck his leg. Do you Qingluo Island folks wish to trample on Yuhui Island's dignity? Zhao Baolai fell to his knees, a large wet patch forming on his pants. Zhoushan continued wailing, unfilial. May lightning strike you. Song Renze directly tore open her clothing. Scream one more time, and I will strip you naked and parade you through the streets. The old woman was instantly silenced. Get out. Song Renze kicked the pair out of the courtyard. If you dare return, I will stuff you into a fishing net and sink you into the sea. Zhao Baolai limped far away, supporting his mother, suddenly turning back to shout. Song Renze, you wait. I will report you to the commune. Report your mother's leg. Li Eru hurled a clod of dirt at him. I will testify that you initiated the violence. The onlooking villagers burst into laughter. The old hag ran faster than a turtle. Brother Song is valiant. How dare those Qingluo Island folks wreak havoc on our island? Song Renze turned to assist his parents. It's all right. Let us continue eating. Yi Xiaolan, wiping her tears, trembled. Renze, perhaps. Should we give them some grain? Mother. Song Renze pressed her shoulder. The softer you are with such people, the more they will take advantage of you. Song Jiangwo suddenly slammed the newly made dining table. What my son says is right. We owe them nothing. Yi Xiaolan wiped her eyes. Renze, I've embarrassed you. Embarrass what? Song Renze embraced his mother's shoulder. From now on, anyone who dares bully our family will enter upright and leave horizontally. He turned to a young lad. Zhuzi, quickly, retrieve the small bamboo box from beneath my bed and bring forth the blue cloth bag. Ensure you do not mistake it. It is the one embroidered with the character. The pillar turned pale with fright, his legs trembling almost to the point of collapse, and he hurriedly nodded, exclaiming, I shall run now. He dashed towards the village. Song Renze turned back, deftly extracting a cloth pouch from his waist, taking out a few medicinal herbs. While instructing Aunt Li San, fetch a piece of clean hemp cloth and boil some warm water, just enough to be bearable to the touch, and be swift. Aunt Li San hurried off, scrambling to comply. With nimble hands, Song Renze crushed a handful of dried mugwort and patchouli, mixing it with several drops of the yellow bile ointment he carried, applying it to the palms and foreheads of the 2 women. While prying open their jaws to administer water, they were still gasping for breath, their pupils unresponsive. Let me see if I can employ the toxin extraction method, he murmured, a glimmer of determination flashing in his eyes. Those surrounding him held their breath, each gaze fixed on Song Renze's actions, their faces etched with anxiety and trepidation. Brother Renze, what if we cannot save them? A girl whispered. Silence. Song Renze did not look up, noting that their tongues remained supple, indicating the poison had not yet fully taken hold. This was not the moment for idle chatter. No sooner had he spoken than the pillar returned, panting heavily, presenting the blue cloth bag with both hands. Brother, I found it. At the place you mentioned, I recognized the character at a glance. Excellent. Song Renze accepted the bag, skillfully untying it to reveal a collection of finely packaged medicinal powders and several specially crafted silver needles. Gather close and shield them from direct sunlight, he commanded. Aunt San, along with a few other women, swiftly constructed a makeshift shelter with straw raincoats, encircling the two women within. This is one method to counteract the red bone poison, Song Renze stated gravely, reciting the incantation he had memorized. He first pierced the philtrum, followed by the tiger's mouth and the taichon point, using the needles to draw out the stagnant blood. Having completed his tasks with swift precision, he watched as one of the women suddenly retched violently, her mouth spilling forth a pool of dark, bloodied liquid. Brother Renze, she has vomited, Aunt San exclaimed. A good omen. Song Renze narrowed his eyes, sensing the toxic vapors beginning to dissipate. He did not pause, continuing to apply needles to the other woman, first the philtrum, then the tiger's mouth, and taichon. After finishing, he gently tapped her chest several times and administered a few sips of diluted salt water. Moments later, that woman too succumbed to a fit of severe retching, clutching her chest. Before expelling a stream of dark blood, her consciousness gradually returning. Brother Renze, it is you, the woman uttered, her eyes wide open. Do not speak yet. It is enough to know you are awakening. Song Renze replied softly, though his expression still bore a hint of tension. Before nightfall, they must not be exposed to the chill nor move too much. Very well. I shall return to prepare some porridge, soft and warm. Aunt San nodded eagerly. Meanwhile, another elder woman chimed in. I shall fetch some ginger juice to help warm their stomachs. All is well, Song Renze cautioned. These poisonous fruits bear a striking resemblance to mountain jujubes. Henceforth, should anyone encounter such fruits, remember, thin skin, red seeds, and not in clusters. These are toxic. An onlooker interjected. Renze, had you not been here today, they would have been doomed. If a life had been lost, our village. Enough, interrupted Song Renze, raising his head, his voice slightly hoarse. As long as they were saved, it is well. However, from now on, any fruit not seen in the mountains must not be consumed. Did you hear that? Aunt San echoed loudly. We heard. If they do not learn their lesson next time, I shall tear their mouths. Another elder sister fumed. Which of our families is not impoverished? We cannot afford to be so reckless with our lives. As they voiced their agreement, they assisted the two women back home, while Song Renze, carrying a medicinal bag, walked silently at the rear. Once the commotion at the village's entrance subsided, Song Renze had barely settled in when Captain Lao Feng arrived, breathless. Renze, I heard you save lives. Is it true? Indeed, Song Renze affirmed, recounting the incident involving the two women who consumed the poisonous fruit. Captain Feng furrowed his brow, exclaiming, that was a matter of life and death. Your skills are truly a treasure to our village. Captain, Song Renze replied earnestly, do not merely praise me. I must bring up a matter. Such occurrences must not happen again. Many in our village lack education and cannot distinguish between fruits. We need to create a notice depicting common poisonous fruits, to be posted at the granary and in the fields so everyone can see. What a splendid idea, Captain Feng exclaimed, thumping his thigh. I will take charge of organizing it. You shall illustrate. Very well, I will illustrate and simultaneously draft a few precautionary notes. Song Renze rose, adding, furthermore, it will be beneficial to hold a monthly wild fruit identification meeting to ensure everyone learns diligently. Not just the women, but the men as well. Absolutely. Captain Feng nodded vigorously. Let us begin tomorrow, starting with a session in your yard. The team will help gather the people. Agreed, Song Renze replied readily. As Captain Feng departed, he clapped Song Renze on the shoulder, saying, Renze, you have done splendidly. Once this initiative is established, the team shall commend you. I seek nothing else, Song Renze murmured. As long as no further incidents occur in our village, my life will have been worth it. As evening fell, a gentle breeze swept through the fields, ruffling a coarse paper recently affixed to the trunk of a locust tree. On it, a series of fruits were illustrated with a brush, red seeds, white star fruits. Earth roots alongside a bold proclamation. Do not consume wild fruits. Preserve your life. Beneath the paper, several children squatted, intently examining the illustrations, while a little girl pointed at the red seeds and asked her grandmother, "Grandma, isn't this the kind you ate last time?" The elderly woman shuddered in fright, exclaiming, "No, no, no. If you ever eat that again, I shall slap your mouth. We owe it all to Brother Renze," remarked a young man nearby. "If it weren't for him, we would have lost 2 lives today." The evening glow painted the sky a vibrant red, and the village's loudspeaker announced, "Tomorrow at 7, a poisonous fruit identification meeting will be held at Renze's home. All ages are welcome. Attendance will be recorded." A wave of discussion rippled through the village, with some voices rising in excitement. "A splendid initiative. This is truly a service for us common folk. Come on, I'll take my mother along. She only remembers how to catch frogs and cannot identify poisonous fruits." Laughter ensued, and Ah Fu swiftly crouched down, grinning as he remarked, "The mud on this stretch is soft today. We should be able to unearth a few large flower crabs. Sometimes the tide recedes just right. It all depends on your agility." Alan smiled, rolled up her sleeves, and stepped onto the muddy shore, deftly beginning her search. As darkness fell and the sea had retreated significantly, vast expanses of moist tidal flats emerged, the soil glistening black, the briny scent mingling with the salty breeze wafting through the air. Suddenly, Ah Fu exclaimed, pointing a large flower crab he had pulled from the mud. "Look at this fellow. Its claws are thicker than my fingers." Renze leaned in for a closer look and nodded. "Indeed, these large ones are favored by city dwellers for steaming soup, said to replenish energy and blood. In the past, who would have thought that crabs could be nourishing? Back then, we harvested from the sea merely to satiate our hunger." Ah Fu chuckled as he carefully placed the crab into a bamboo basket. Alan gestured towards a distant mound of mud, saying, "There might be a clam bed over there. I'll go dig a bit." "Go ahead, but be careful not to get stuck," Renze cautioned, returning his attention to foraging on the tidal flat. Nearby, seabirds scavenged in the shallow waters, occasionally fluttering overhead. Glancing at the twilight sky, Ah Fu remarked, "It's getting dark. Once the sun dips behind those clouds, we should call it a day. There's always tomorrow. We can come back after the high tide." Bending down, Renze focused intently on the mud, knowing that this task required both keen eyesight and diligence. "Brother Renze, is this a sea oyster?" Alan suddenly called out. Renze approached, nodded, and smiled. "Yes, those are the old oysters growing in the crevices of the rocks. They need to be pried off. Use this," Ah Fu offered, handing over a small flat iron spade. Alan took it, saying thanks. "Ah Fu, keep an eye on her. The edges of the oyster shells can be quite sharp," Renze advised. "Don't worry, I'll watch," Ah Fu reassured. The group busily engaged in their task, and soon the bamboo basket brimmed with flower crabs, shellfish, and a few scallop shells. "Alan, you've gathered quite a lot in such a short time," Ah Fu observed, grinning at the small basket beside her. "Of course. I have been honing my skills since childhood," Alan replied, her chin lifted with a hint of pride. Renze smiled. "This work requires meticulousness. Look at the mud patterns here. Upon closer inspection, don't they resemble trails left by clams?" "Yes, they do resemble little grooves." Alan squatted down to examine closely. "Right, those bubbles rising near the shell usually indicate clams are beneath," Renze pointed out. Ah Fu clicked his tongue. "You're imparting valuable skills. We should learn as much as we can now. It will be useful later on." "Indeed," Alan said earnestly. "It's far better than relying on work points. Those meager points can hardly fill our stomachs." Renze smiled slightly, lowering his head without uttering a word. Ah Fu, while digging, remarked, "The atmosphere has gradually changed over the years. The villagers are well aware that relying solely on the old ways of land and grain distribution is scarcely sufficient. Those of us who have ventured into the sea or scaled the mountains have found our paths. But we mustn't let too many people know." Renze whispered, "You all understand that some in the team cannot stand to see others thrive." "Indeed," Alan sighed softly. "There's a woman from my side." As soon as she heard I was following Brother Renze to the sea, she rushed to my mother to gossip. "One cannot expect ivory from a dog's mouth," Ah Fu scoffed. "They're unwilling to put in the effort, yet are envious of others' bounties. Remember this." Renze glanced into the distance from now on. We will speak only of what must be spoken, and keep tight-lipped about the rest. Understood. Alan nodded, and Afyu smiled, giving a thumbs up. Just then, Alan suddenly exclaimed from the edge of the ditch, "Oh, my hand touched something slippery." What? Afyu, alerted, rushed over. "It's not a sea snake, is it?" Songrinja dashed forward. "Don't move." When the group gathered around, they saw a grayish-white, striped creature writhing in the muddy water, its body slick. Could it be an eel? Afyu's eyes widened. No, look closely, it's a ribbonfish. Songrinja crouched down, swiftly grasping its tail and pulling it ashore. This creature must have been stranded by the receding tide. Goodness, this one weighs at least 2 pounds. Alan's eyes sparkled. "We can make fish soup tonight." "Exactly." Songrinja laughed heartily. Collecting seafood relies not only on keen eyesight, but also on fortune. Laughter filled the air, the atmosphere vibrant. The sun had buried half its body beneath the horizon, painting the sky with hues of sunset, the afterglow casting a golden sheen over the tidal flats. Wiping the sweat from his brow, Songrinja raised his eyes to the distance and said, "Let us pack up. If the tide rises again, our return will be troublesome. Come, lift this basket carefully." Afyu handed his bamboo basket to Alan. "Don't overexert yourself, girl." "Iem mifine," Alan replied, steady on her feet. The three of them, with shoulders burdened and hands filled, made their way back to shore. Afyu suddenly whispered, "Brother Rinja, when shall we commence the matter you mentioned?" "Let us first stabilize the situation," Songrinja responded. "Right now, we must slowly store the seafood. Once we have enough, I plan to take a batch to town. By sea or land?" "By sea." "Don't you have a relative working at the dock in town? We can arrange for him to give us a word when the time comes." Afyu nodded. "All right, I'll speak to him." "Alan, can your family spare a room? We need to hide these goods for now." Songrinja looked at her inquiringly. Alan hesitated briefly before nodding. "I'll talk to my mother. We'll tidy up and clear out the back room. As long as we keep it discreet, no one will chatter." "I'm just worried about your aunt," Afyu interjected. "She might start gossiping in the village." "She wouldn't dare." Alan raised an eyebrow. "Last time she made a fuss at the village entrance. My mother chased her away with a broom." With a smile, Songrinja remarked, "I quite appreciate your mother's straightforward nature. It's refreshingly brisk. You certainly have a way with words." Alan pouted slightly, but couldn't suppress a smirk of pride. As the sea breeze began to rise, the group ascended the sand dune, where the village stood quietly in the twilight, wisps of smoke curling upwards. "Let us go. The harvest today has been bountiful, and we shall indulge in a fine meal tonight." Songrinja clapped the bamboo basket and turned to say, "I shall prepare some oyster pancakes for you both." "Oh, that is indeed a rare delight," Afyu grinned, adding, "Your wife will surely be salivating at the thought." Alan cleared her throat, her cheeks slightly flushed. "I'm not at all tempted." Old Lady Lee squinted at the sky. "Judging by the weather, we should expect a thorough rain in about 10 days. At that time, we can irrigate our fields and everything will be secure." Songrinja nodded. "I need to make another trip to the town in the next few days. I must devise a way to exchange the fertilizer tickets owed to us. Relying solely on manure will not suffice." Old Lady Lee patted the earthen wall beside her, her face etched with concern. "Take care. The town can be quite complicated. Do not let yourself be deceived, as you were last time." "Do not worry, Annie." Songrinja smiled reassuringly. "I am well aware." At that moment, Li Ergu and Lu Baoju approached, wielding hoes and chattering excitedly. "Brother Rinja," Li Ergu exclaimed, planting his hoe firmly into the ground, "you have made the earth exceedingly level. After a whole day of toil, it seems we have accomplished less than you have in half the time." Songrinja chuckled. "Hasten your pace with purpose, lest you find yourselves needing to redo your work. Make sure to finish clearing your plots soon, so you're not flustered when it comes time to sow the seeds." Lu Baoju interjected, "Ergu and I have been discussing. If you'd lend us a hand, we would credit you with 5 work points." "What do you say?" "You two certainly have a keen plan," Songrinja laughed, shaking his head. "My assistance is out of goodwill, not for points. Should your crops yield well, do remember to share some quality seeds with me." "Ah." Li Ergu's eyes sparkled. "Brother Rinja, I shall hold you to that. When my soybeans flourish, I will certainly reserve a bag of the finest for you." Lu Baoju chimed in, "And do not dismiss my corn. I will save the best ears for you as well." As they conversed, a commotion erupted from the east side of the village. "Let's see what is amiss." Old Huang's cow has caused a ruckus again, straying into Widow Zhao's vegetable patch. Oh dear, Li Ergu smacked his forehead. That same cow knocked over my manure basket last time. The group laughed as they hurried toward the source of the noise. Indeed, a crowd had gathered at the village entrance, where a tall, gaunt middle-aged man was straining to hold onto the reins of the cow, shouting, "Stop running, you beast!" Widow Zhao, do not strike it. It did not act with malice. Widow Zhao, hands on her hips, seethed with rage. Not intentional, you say? Just look, my freshly planted cucumber seedlings are trampled to ruin. You shall compensate me, Huang Lao-san. Huang Lao-san wore a pained expression. My cow did not mean to, but your fence was too flimsy. It collapsed with the slightest nudge. How can you blame me? Widow Zhao retorted sharply. At that moment, Song Renze squeezed through the crowd, frowning as he surveyed the small vegetable plot belonging to Widow Zhao. Indeed, the cucumber seedlings were trampled to disarray by the cattle, with several roots exposed. Uncle Huang approached, his voice measured, asserting that a resolution was necessary. Your cattle have repeatedly committed this offense. Just a few days ago, the team specifically mentioned the need to securely tether them. Yet here we are again. It's difficult to plead your case. Huang Lao-san cast a furtive glance at him, feeling both shame and annoyance, but ultimately refrained from lashing out, muttering under his breath, I suppose I'll compensate her a bit. Compensate? Widow Zhao scoffed. When have you ever truly compensated? Last time you promised to pay for the damage to the radish field. Yet not a single cent was ever seen. Among the crowd, some began to stir, voicing their concerns that if this issue was not taken seriously, it would lead to further calamities in the future. After a moment of contemplation, Song Renze suggested, Here, essay proposal. Uncle Huang, take your cattle back for now. I will assist Sister Zhao in straightening these seedlings. In return, you can provide her with a bag of wood, ash, and half a gene of chicken manure as a base fertilizer. If the cucumbers fail to thrive, you may then offer her 5 gene of soybeans. Does this seem fair? Widow Zhao opened her mouth to protest, but, glancing at the assembled onlookers, ultimately refrained, merely muttering, All right then, I'll trust you this once. Huang Lao-san nodded vigorously. Very well, I shall lead the cattle back at once. The spectators gradually dispersed, with Li Ergu murmuring nearby, Brother Renze, look at your current stature. You wield more authority than the village accountant. Do not jest, Song Renze chuckled. In this village, it is essential to uphold reason and order. If one can lend a hand, they should. If one can offer counsel, they ought to do so. We are all in this together. Lu Baozhu agreed. That makes sense. Come, let us assist Sister Zhao with her cucumber seedlings. As evening approached, the horizon blushed with crimson, wisps of smoke curling from the west side of the village, where the cook, Old Wang, rang a gong, announcing dinner is served. The villagers set aside their tools and meandered towards the dining hall in small groups. Along the way, Widow Zhang approached, carrying a clay pot, and smiled at Song Renze. Renze, today your porridge was exceptionally fragrant. I caught a whiff by the kitchen door, and it made my little Bao's mouth water. Ah, Aunt Zhang, you flatter me. Song Renze replied with a smile. The porridge was merely made from some leftover sweet potato pieces at the bottom of the pot, enhanced by a vigorous fire. Do not be so modest, Widow Zhang shook her head. Who in the village does not know you are an excellent cook? My little Bao remarked that your meals are as delightful as those during the New Year. Just as Song Renze was about to respond, he heard someone call from behind. Brother Renze. Turning around, he saw Xiao Chun, clad in a patched blue shirt, breathlessly approaching with a small bamboo basket. Brother Renze, my mother sent this for you. She said you didn't have a proper meal at noon, so she prepared some cornmeal pancakes and fried an egg for you. Song Renze was taken aback as he accepted the basket, lifting the cloth cover to reveal several golden, fragrant pancakes and a dish of scrambled eggs with chives in an old enamel bowl. He felt a touch of embarrassment, scratching his head. This is too generous? I must thank her in person. My mother said you have been busy in the fields all day, so this gesture is nothing significant, Xiao Chun replied, her head lowered, her ears slightly flushed, her voice softer. Nearby, Li Ergu grinned mischievously. Oh, who claims it's nothing significant? This is indeed the first time in our village that someone has specially brought a meal for Renze. Go away. Song Renze shot him a glance. Xiao Chun smiled slightly. handed over the basket, and then ran off. Watching her petite yet nimble figure, Song Renze felt a sudden warmth in his heart. He carried the basket towards the kitchen, and from a distance he spotted old Wang, the cook, flipping a pot by the stove. "Uncle Wang, what delicious food do we have today?" "Oh, you came at just the right time," old Wang replied without looking up. "Corn porridge with pickles, and there are still some sweet potato strips left at the bottom of the pot. I'll add a spoonful for you." "Thank you." Song Renze accepted the bowl and squatted in a corner to eat. Soon, Afu came over with his own bowl, eyeing Renze's dish of scrambled eggs with chives enviously. "Wow, you're quite fortunate. In this day and age, who can afford to fry eggs? And a whole bowl at that." "Stop joking," Song Renze said, taking a bite. "If you keep staring, I'll give you a chopstick full of chives." "Deal." Afu quickly grabbed a bite, savoring the salty and fragrant dish. Xiaoqin's cooking is really not bad. Song Renze remained silent, his focus on his meal. After finishing, he walked to the entrance of the team building to find the captain. "Renze, you've been running around these past few days, working hard," the captain said, looking up at him. "If you're willing, I plan to have you take over the upcoming planning tasks, especially that piece of saline alkali land. Didn't you say you had a method to suppress the salt? Perfect. Let us give it a try." Song Renze's eyes brightened, and he replied earnestly, "Captain, I have a plan. First, we soak the field repeatedly with fresh water. Then shallow till and let it dry in the sun. Once it whitens, we'll sprinkle it with wood ash to suppress the salt and cover it with a layer of straw. It may take about a month, but I assure you it will be effective." Old Chin coughed and pretended to glare at her. "You shouldn't be too proud of your findings. After all, it was thanks to Renze that you discovered them." "I know, Grandpa." Xiaomei stuck out her tongue and turned back to smile at Song Renze. "Renze, can I stick with you every day from now on? If you follow me, you must first learn how to swim well. Otherwise, next time we go to the sea, if the tide rises and you fall into the ditch, who will save you?" Song Renze teased her, his tone devoid of any condescension. I swim faster than my brother." Xiaomei crossed her arms defiantly. Old Chun chuckled and shook his head. "Xiaomei is tough on the outside but soft on the inside. If you hadn't been with her today, she would have been in tears long ago." The group walked along the beach towards the village, the sea breeze carrying shells and pebbles that brushed against their feet, bringing a salty tang to the air. Along the way, they encountered several fellow villagers who had also come to gather seafood. Upon seeing the heavy basket on Song Renze's back, they all crowded around to take a look. "Hey, Renze, you went to the sea early today and came back with a harvest? Let us take a look. Let us take a look." Song Renze lifted the basket to reveal an abundance of freshly dug oysters and mussels, not small in size. "Wow, this must weigh 30 to 40 pounds, right?" "About that." Song Renze nodded. "Once it dries, I'll take it to the supply and marketing cooperative to exchange for some salt or oil." Salt is quite scarce now. What the team supplies is hardly enough, and the cooperative requires tickets for it. Thus, one must hastily collect items of value." Old Man Shin sighed, lamenting that his several children could barely afford a bowl of thin rice porridge for each meal. Suddenly, a tall, gaunt, middle-aged man in the crowd interjected. "Have you all heard? There's a buyer over in town specifically seeking these dried mussels, claiming they will be traded down south." Song Renze's eyes flickered with interest. "What's the price?" "I didn't catch it all, but it's certainly higher than what the supply and marketing cooperative offers, around 20 cents per pound." 20 cents. Little May gasped, her mouth agape. "That means I could sell my basket for over 10 yuan. Old Man Chin shot her a disapproving glance. "How much do you think you'll actually earn? You should consider who took you there." Little May immediately grinned, her eyes narrowing with delight. "That is still a decent amount. I can buy some brown sugar for my mother." Song Renze remained silent, yet his mind raced with thoughts. The buyers in town were likely involved in smuggling and trade. 20 cents per pound was significantly above the planned price, indicating an unorthodox route. However, in these times, who was surviving through a bit of underhandedness? "All right, let us head back to the village. After tidying up, I'll gather more information to see if this opportunity is genuine." As he spoke, he quickened his pace. By the time they returned to the village, the sun had already begun to set, casting a golden hue upon the mud-walled, thatched cottages. Song Renze first emptied the mussels onto a bamboo mat to spread them out for drying. Then asked Little May to fetch a basin of clean water to soak the oysters, saying, "We need to wash out the sand. We'll clean them thoroughly tonight and let them dry tomorrow." While handling the oysters, Little May grumbled, "Such a hassle. These oyster shells are all covered in fuzz. That is called seaweed. If we don't clean it properly, we'll end up with a pot of muddy soup." Song Renze chuckled. "Hurry up. Once you're done, I still need to make a trip to the forest farm." "Why are you going to the forest farm?" she inquired. "To find Secretary Zhao. If the buyer in town is legitimate, I must give him a heads up." He paused, adding, "Otherwise, if I'm caught for speculation, it won't be a trivial matter." "Then, I'll go with you," Little May exclaimed eagerly. Old man Chen poked his head out from the house. "You'd only be a nuisance. It's better for Renze to go alone and keep it efficient." Little May pouted, "Fine, but come back early. I'll heat up your meal for you." Upon arriving at the forest farm, Secretary Zhao was seated in his office, perusing a newspaper. As soon as he noticed Song Renze enter, he set the paper aside and smiled. "Ah, Renze, what brings you here so early? You've tanned quite a bit. I collected some items from the sea." Song Renze replied, closing the door behind him and stepping closer. In a hushed voice, he asked, "Secretary Zhao, I heard there is someone buying seafood in town. Is it sanctioned from your end?" Zhao's expression shifted as he furrowed his brow. He stood up and locked the door, lowering his voice significantly. "Who told you this?" "Several members of the cooperative who returned from town." "Listen to me. This matter is indeed true." Zhao took a sip of tea from his cup. "There is a channel in place, arranged by the county for foreign trade, operating under the banner of cooperative export. However, not just anyone can participate. We must proceed with caution. Can I sell my seafood through this channel? The price is quite tempting, and I intend to exchange it for some much-needed supplies." Zhao pondered for a moment before nodding. "You are a perceptive individual. Very well. I will facilitate your introduction, but you must adhere to my guidance. Do not act independently, for should any mishap occur, no one can offer you protection." "I understand," Song Renze replied readily. "Then, bring the samples to my house tomorrow morning. I shall send Wang winching to the town to make the necessary connections." As he journeyed back, dusk had already fallen, with the moon just beginning to rise, and wisps of smoke curling from the village chimneys. Xiao Mei stood at the gate, scanning the horizon, and upon spotting his silhouette, rushed to greet him. "Renze ge. How'd it go? Did Secretary Zhao say anything?" "He did," Song Renze said, ruffling her hair. "We are to bring the samples tomorrow morning. You will assist us." "That's wonderful," Xiao Mei exclaimed, leaping with joy. "Then we must clean the oysters tonight." She turned to dash into the house, but was halted by old Chun, who grasped her arm. "You reckless girl, what's the rush? Finish your meal first." Song Renze couldn't help but chuckle. "Listen, old Chun, one must eat well before working. After dinner, we shall sit down as a family and carefully sort through them, ensuring that no sand spoils the entire batch." That evening, the room was lit by a kerosene lamp, and a small table was adorned with assorted oysters, while a pot of sweet potato porridge simmered on the stove. "Renze, if all these sell, how much could we make?" Old Chun inquired, as he helped himself to some vegetables. "According to the town's prices, roughly 15 yuan. 15 yuan, Xiao Mei exclaimed, her hand trembling, nearly dropping her bowl. "Then I could buy a sweater for Mother. If your mother hears you say that, she will likely be distressed." "Saying you squander money," Song Renze laughed. However, Old Chin shook his head, reflecting. "In these times, some eat husks while others feast on oil. A few yuan can sustain a family or lead them to ruin." Song Renze's gaze was resolute. "What we gather through our own efforts is honest. We neither steal nor cheat, and by following the right path, we shall surely carve out a life for ourselves." "Well said." Old Chin raised his bowl. "Now, let us toast to this seafood feast." "Cheers," Xiao Mei responded, lifting her bowl with a smile, as warmth filled the room under the soft glow of the lamp. The next morning, Song Renze selected the dried samples and, accompanied by Xiao Mei, hurried to Secretary Zhao's house. Upon seeing the samples, Secretary Zhao nodded in approval. "Well done. The quality is commendable." He then called for Wang winching and offered a few instructions. "You two accompany him to the town. Inform them that this is our village's special supply. Make the connections first, and once secured, we can proceed in larger quantities." "Understood. I will adhere to the rules." Song Renze responded firmly. "Remember, everything must be done in the name of the collective. Do not entertain any personal schemes. As they walked, Xiaomei mused, Renze Gu, if this works out, can we organize the villagers to dig together? Oh, Renze Gu, look over there in the crevice. Is something moving? Chen Erge called out, one hand holding a rusted iron hoe, the other pointing toward a rock fissure repeatedly eroded by the waves. Song Renze squinted, sensing the luminous essence of the spirit bead in his palm, its glow pulsating like a heartbeat. There is movement, he whispered, placing the basket down and cautiously crouching closer to the crevice. Wait, he gestured to Chen Erge to hold still. The two of them lay flat on a smooth rock, using the last light of day to observe the gap. The shadow ebbed and flowed, at times retreating and at others emerging, moving with a graceful agility akin to that of an oversized eel, its scales shimmering with an ethereal blue luminescence. This was no ordinary fish. Look at its form, Song Renze murmured. So sleek, its scales reflecting light. Like a spirit fish. A spirit fish? Chen Erge's eyes widened. You mean that rare creature which can survive 3 days without succumbing, and even when dead, it does not emit a foul odor? The kind that the apothecary in town pays handsomely for? Song Renze nodded. Oldly mentioned that wherever luminous spirit spring pearls are found, treasures often lie in wait. If we were to capture such a fish, not only could we sell it for a fortune, but even its gallbladder could serve as an antidote. Then let us act swiftly, Chen Erge exclaimed, seizing a hoe to descend. Wait, that creature is exceedingly cunning, Song Renze cautioned. If you frighten it with that hoe, it will dart into the crevice, and we will be left with nothing. He then extracted a small piece of wild sheep bone from his backpack, swiftly scraping off some flesh with his nail. Next, he produced a slender hemp rope from his sleeve, fastening one end to the bone and the other to a bamboo skewer. I shall fish for it. Chen Erge was astonished. You intend to use sheep bone to catch a fish? The spirit fish is omnivorous, particularly attracted to strong scents, Song Renze replied, casting the bone into the rocky crevice and waiting with unwavering focus. The waves crashed and receded, and suddenly the shadow in the crevice stirred, erupting forth as the bone was swiftly dragged within. We've hooked it, Chen Erge exclaimed, eyes wide with excitement. Song Renze tightened the rope. The bamboo skewer taut as he pulled back, the creature thrashing violently, splashing water in all directions. Erge, come help. They both tugged backward and within the crevice. A bluish shadow writhed intensely, ultimately snapping the bamboo skewer with a loud crack. Oh no, it's escaping, Chen Erge cried, his frustration palpable. It hasn't gone far, Song Renze replied, frowning as he tossed aside the broken skewer. It cannot swim too far in its injured state. It will resurface. He fixated on the rippling water, and indeed, moments later, the surface near the crevice began to ripple once more, faint glimmers of blue visible beneath the water. An idea sparked in Song Renze's mind. Let us encircle it. He gestured toward a nearby rock formation. Can that slab be pried loose? Chen Erge gritted his teeth and tested it. It's quite heavy. We'll need a lever. Use my hoe, Song Renze offered, throwing it over. Chen Erge crouched, straining as he slowly pried the slab, which groaned as it lifted, revealing a shallow channel connected to the crevice, water flowing toward it. Indeed, it is the escape route, Song Renze noted, raising an eyebrow. You guard this side while I block it from behind. The two coordinated seamlessly. Song Renze circled to the other side of the rock, tossing in the remaining bone to lure the spirit fish, then stealthily pushing another rock into the mouth of the channel to seal off its retreat. Now, he shouted, as Chen Erge slammed the pried slab down with force. Bang! The commotion erupted, water splashing everywhere. A sudden cacophony of flapping sounds erupted as the azure spirit fish was forced out of the waterway, thrashing wildly upon the rocks, emitting a sharp hissing noise. Quick! The net! Song Renze hurled the frayed fishing net he had prepared earlier, ensnaring the fish perfectly. Chen Erge lunged forward, pinning it down, exclaiming, Got it! The spirit fish struggled fiercely, its tail whipping and sending Chen Erge staggering, but its resistance gradually waned. Is it dead? Chen Erge wiped the water from his face and inquired. No, it's feigning death, Song Renze replied calmly. The spirit fish remains still for 3 breaths before it escapes the moment you let go. As he spoke, he retrieved a piece of coarse burlap from his basket, carefully wrapping the fish until only its head was exposed, then struck a blow to its neck with a stone. Crack. The fish quivered and lay motionless. We did it! Chun Erga cheered. Heaven has opened its eyes. This one could sell for at least 5 coins. That's enough to cover my family's rice debts. Yet, Song Renze did not rush to celebrate. He caressed the spirit pearl, sensing its luminescence had not faded, but rather intensified. Is there more? He murmured to himself. What? Chun Erga was taken aback. There are treasures yet to be found, Song Renze proclaimed, pointing towards a distant rock formation. But the sun is setting. Beyond that lies the low tide line. It's perilous. Are you afraid? Song Renze chuckled. Afraid of what? Chun Erga retorted defiantly, though his legs trembled slightly. The two ventured once more onto the exposed rocks, taking advantage of the receding tide. The spirit pearl grew increasingly radiant, culminating in a brilliant flash before a partially collapsed cave. Song Renze halted abruptly, suddenly kneeling to sift through the sea sand beneath a pool of water. In his hand grasped a rusted copper ring. With a tug creak, the stone door shifted. What on earth? Chun Erga gasped. Could it be an ancient treasure cave? Song Renze murmured, igniting a torch as he stepped into the darkness. The cave was not deep, and after a few strides, they reached the end. Inside it was damp, with a row of dilapidated wooden chests against the wall. Some were already decayed, yet one box, edged with iron, remained intact. He opened it with a flick of his hand. My goodness! Chun Erga's eyes nearly popped out. Silver dollars. And several packets of unrecognizable powder. Song Renze opened one packet, bringing it closer to his nose, and his expression shifted dramatically. It's golden thread grass. This is a legendary herb that can prolong life. We're rich, Chun Erga exclaimed, bouncing with excitement. Are we destined to become affluent? However, Song Renze quickly covered his mouth. Lower your voice. Do you want others to know? This must remain a secret. We must handle it discreetly. Understood, I'll keep quiet. The two each carried a wooden chest, one with the spirit fish, hastening back before the retreating tide sealed their path. On their way back, Chun Erga could not contain himself. Brother Renze, you truly are remarkable. Do you think this pearl could be a relic left by the immortals? Ah, fortune is also a part of skill. A Xiaomei, who had been helping to collect crabs, interjected, Renze, every time you come to the shore, you manage to gather a substantial haul. My mother said that when my brother returns, he must learn to do the same as you. Your brother? Song Renze was taken aback. Oh, it's my brother who is in the army. He wrote a letter recently saying there might be a troop transfer and he could come back for the new year. At that moment, old Chun chuckled with narrowed eyes. Your brother was quite the rascal in his youth. Unlike you. You were so composed. Xiaomei blushed and whispered, I'm not. Renze is the most level-headed person. Song Renze pretended not to hear and lifted the filled bamboo basket, shaking it lightly. Old Chun, Xiaomei, we have gathered quite a bit today. Let us hurry and load it on a cart. The market in town is still open. If we get there early, we might fetch a good price. All right. Old Chun swiftly shouldered the basket filled with shells and crabs, adjusted his shoulders, and declared, I'll go fetch the ox cart first. Xiaomei closely followed, asking as they walked, Renze, how do you plan to sell this king clam? First, we will take it to Old Lee in town. He knows his stuff. If he can leverage an old connection with the supply and marketing cooperative, we might sell it for a high price. If not, I have a backup plan. What plan? We can keep a few to raise. Allowing them to purge sand for a few days. They will be worth even more then. Song Renze explained softly, his pace unwavering. By the end of the year, with high market demand, I won't worry about selling even one. Old Chun turned back with a teasing tone. Oh, so you can raise clams now? You truly are a clever one. Of course, Song Renze smiled. Old Chun, if more king clams emerge from the sea in the future, I'll save one for you to taste. No need for that. Old Chun waved his hand with a hearty laugh. You should take care of yourself first. At my age, I'd be afraid that a single bite of fresh food might be too much for me. The three continued their light-hearted banter as they returned to the village entrance. Beneath the old locust tree at the village entrance, several members of the cooperative were sitting and smoking. Upon seeing their return, they hurried over. "Oh, is this a harvest from ashore? Hee, look at that full load. Crabs, shells, clams, what treasures!" One cooperative member exclaimed, "Song Renze, you've become a role model again. This trip to the sea was worth it." As Song Renze set down the bamboo basket, he beckoned everyone to gather around and take a look. "Come and see. We have some rare goods this time." While speaking, he carefully lifted the king clam from within and presented it to the crowd. "Wow, it's so large. In my 40-plus years, this is the first time I've seen such a clam. Indeed, the meat looks exceptionally glossy. Didn't T. Oldly say that the shinier the clam meat, the fresher it is? This must be a fine catch. If you sell this in town, you'll make quite a bit, right?" Song Renze nodded with a smile. "Selling is certain, but I want to sell them all. I plan to select a few for breeding and try raising them by the salt ditch behind my homestead." At that moment, Old Chen chimed in. "Renze's idea is excellent. We have plenty of water here, and with the saline alkali land, converting some shallow areas into clam farms could potentially become an industry." Hearing this, several cooperative members began to ponder the possibility. Can it really be done? Could our family's barren pond finally be put to use? Song Renze confidently asserted, "It can be cultivated. However, this is not a venture that will yield riches overnight. It requires experimentation and contemplation. I shall initiate a pilot project, and, if successful, we can all engage in it together." Upon hearing this, the crowd immediately became animated. "All right, Renze, you take the lead, and we shall support you. If we truly can thrive by farming clams, we must erect a monument in your honor." As the crowd buzzed with excitement, the village secretary, Old Zhao, suddenly approached from a distance. Upon learning of the matter, he raised an eyebrow. "Song Renze, are you genuinely considering establishing a pilot project?" "Indeed, Secretary Zhao," Song Renze replied earnestly. "I am not merely thinking of personal gain. I believe that with our few acres of land, even if we plant rice twice a year, the yield is minimal. However, if we can utilize this tidal flat for a side business, everyone will be able to enjoy a decent meal." Old Zhao stroked his beard and nodded. "That's a commendable idea. Please draft a trial application. I will report this to the commune." The current policy supports the development of side businesses. As long as it is not done recklessly, you will have our backing. "Thank you for your trust, Secretary Zhao." Song Renze quickly bowed in gratitude. "With young folks like you leading the way, our village's future looks promising." Old Zhao then addressed the gathered villagers. "Listen closely. If anyone is truly interested in pursuing a side business, think it through before acting. Let us not rush in if issues arise. It will be Renze who bears the blame." "Yes, yes." The villagers chimed in agreement. Once the crowd dispersed, Song Renze selected a portion of the remaining clams, placing them in a specially designed bamboo basket, adding some moist sea sand and covering it with burlap. Xiao Mei, intrigued, couldn't he help but ask Brother Renze, "Can you really keep them alive?" "I am uncertain." Song Renze paused, his tone resolute, "but I must attempt it." That evening, while sorting the clams under the light of a kerosene lamp, he carefully examined the prize clam once more. "You must survive," he murmured. "If you do, come next year. There will be a multitude of little clams, and our village will thrive because of you." The following morning, he rose early, harnessed the ox cart, and set off towards town with a basket full of seafood. The market had yet to open, but many people were already gathered at the entrance, familiar faces, visitors from other villages, and even a few procurement agents clad in gray uniforms. Song Renze was well prepared. He laid out a mat and arranged the clams and crabs in neat rows, soon attracting customers. "These clams look quite plump. How much are they?" "These crabs have hard shells and shine. Were they just caught?" "Wow, this one is enormous. What is it?" "This is the king clam," Song Renze replied calmly. "A rare variety with exceptionally firm and delicious meat. It is priced higher, but well worth it." "You're not trying to fool us, are you?" A man from another village frowned. "I assure you, if you doubt it, let's open one right here. If it's not tasty, I will compensate you with 10 pounds of ordinary clams," Song Renze stated without flinching. This declaration immediately attracted even more onlookers. "Quick, let us see one. Come, come, come. I shall contribute some funds to join the revelry." Song Renze chuckled and took out a magnificent clam, deftly slicing it open. releasing a briny aroma that wafted through the air. The flesh was thick and glistening, resembling a palm in size. An elderly connoisseur approached, extending his fingers for a touch before leaning in for a closer whiff. This is a genuine sea clam, a true premium specimen. Should this be transported to a restaurant in the provincial capital, it would fetch over 8 yuan. 8 yuan. The crowd gasped in astonishment. In this day and age, how much grain could one buy for 8 yuan? I'll offer 5 yuan. Will you sell me one? No way. I'll offer 6. Song Renze, are you selling or not? If not, I might just take it. In an instant, the stall was abuzz with excitement. Yet Song Renze remained seated on his small stool, his voice calm and composed. Ladies and gentlemen, I have only 3 of these clams for sale, with a limit of 1 per person. It's first come, first served, and the highest bidder shall prevail. Upon hearing this, the enthusiasm of the crowd intensified. Before long, the 3 clams were sold for a total of 21 yuan, and the onlookers marveled at the young man's discernment. Just as the crowd began to disperse, a middle-aged man clad in a Zhoushan suit and polished leather shoes approached. Speaking softly, "Young man, do you have any more of these clams?" Song Renze raised an eyebrow. "And you are?" "I am Gu, the head of the Aquatic Products Department at the Supply and Marketing Cooperative. Our organization is considering procuring some specialty seafood for holiday gifts, and I would like to discuss a potential collaboration with you." Collaboration? A thrill surged through Song Renze's heart, yet he maintained a composed facade. "I must first consult with Secretary Zhao from our village. This is not a decision I can make unilaterally." The sea wind howled, carrying a salty tang, while the waves crashed against the rocks, sending up sprays of white foam. Song Renze squinted, gradually moving towards the crevice indicated by the Lingquan pearl. He quietly set down the basket on his shoulder, extracted a sharpened bamboo fork, and stealthily approached the dark silhouette. Chun Ergu clenched his fists behind him, not daring to make a sound. Suddenly, a rush of seawater surged forth, causing the dark shape to sway, revealing a pair of bright, glistening eyes. It was a blue crab. Song Renze's gaze sharpened as he whispered, "It's quite substantial. It must weigh around a pound." "Huh? A crab?" Chun Ergu's eyes sparkled with excitement as he whispered, "Brother, how do we catch it? Should I run with it?" "Stay still." Song Renze's focus remained fixed on the blue crab as he instructed softly, "It is currently on guard. Wait until it ventures out a bit more. I will jab it with the fork, and you can scoop it up. Otherwise, it may retreat, and that would be troublesome." The 2 crouched behind the rocks, their bodies pressed low. The blue crab, indeed alert, extended its formidable pincers and began to inch outward. As the sea surged once more, it boldly crawled out entirely, about to turn towards another rock crevice. Now, as the moment, Song Renze struck swiftly, the bamboo fork piercing the crab's shell with precision. "Quick!" Another woman pointed toward a rice pot, claiming they started vomiting shortly after eating, saying their stomachs hurt. Song Renze rose and hurried over, using a branch to pry open the lid of the pot, and a wave of sour stench mixed with an unusual fishy odor assaulted his senses. His expression grew colder as he reached out to pinch a bit of residue, bringing it close to his nose for a sniff, immediately understanding the situation. It was snail meat, not fully cooked. He turned sharply, questioning who allowed them to consume such a thing. They had gathered it themselves, having picked it from the ditch that morning, claiming they wanted to replenish their strength, one woman hastily explained. Song Renze replied coldly, "It has rained these past few days, and the fields are slow to drain. The mud is oxygen-deprived, causing the snails to be filled with dead bacteria. Eating them without proper cooking is a recipe for poisoning." Will they be saved, Renze?" A voice trembled with fear. Without responding, Song Renze rolled up his sleeves and retrieved a small cloth pouch from his waist, containing a few herbal remedies he always carried for emergencies. His movements were swift as he opened a packet of locust beans, another of perilla, and took out a few dried and powdered rhizomes of coptis. He poured half a bowl of well water into a small enamel bowl and mixed the herbs into a paste. "Come, help me lift them up. I will administer the medicine." A few brave souls stepped forward to assist, as Song Renze opened their mouths and carefully fed them the herbal concoction, forcing them to drink some warm water. They were running a fever and sweating, the toxins were attacking their systems, and he needed to expel the poison quickly. As he spoke, he grabbed a thin vine and tied it around the wrists of the two women, tightening the ligature, then unsheathed a small knife, expertly making a small incision at their fingertips. Ouch! One onlooker gasped, turning away in fright. Yet, in the next moment, a dark purple blood seeped from their fingertips, clearly tainted with an unpleasant odor. Tighten it further, he instructed those nearby. Do not allow the blood to flow back. You're incredible, Renze, exclaimed Aunt Shun, who was watching, her foot tapping anxiously. If it weren't for you, those two would be lost today. Silence. Let them lie still for a while longer. Song Renze's demeanor remained composed as he loosened their clothing to help them cool down. Has anyone touched this food container? No, no one. The crowd quickly shook their heads. In the future, if you come across any wild delicacies that are not properly cooked, do not touch them without my permission. Understood? Song Renze's voice rose, and his piercing gaze swept across the crowd, who nodded in agreement. Before long, the two women who had been given the medicine began to stir slightly, the red foam at the corners of their mouths receding, and their breathing became steadier. They're waking up, someone shouted excitedly. The older woman blinked her eyes open, looking dazedly at Song Renze. What happened to me? You have been poisoned, he replied gravely. You must return home and rest with plain congee and rice for a few days. No meat or strenuous activity during this time. But my family. She attempted to rise, only to be held down by Song Renze. Is your life more important or your land? If you had waited even a moment longer today, your life would have been in jeopardy. His tone left no room for argument. Yes. Listen to Renze, and take care to rest. Those nearby quickly urged. As noon approached, the team leader, Zhang arrived, his face etched with anxiety. What's going on? I heard there was a death? No death. Someone interjected with a laugh. We owe thanks to Renze. Without him, there would have been trouble today. Upon hearing this, Zhang hurried over to grasp Song Renze's hand. Renze, it's truly a blessing to have you with us. Our team can stand firm thanks to you. Captain, returning to the matter at hand, stability must be maintained even in my absence. Song Renze cast a glance at him and declared that henceforth, a rule must be established. Anyone who indulges in wild game without permission shall bear the consequences. Absolutely. Zhang nodded vigorously. I will address this at the upcoming meeting. Splendid. Old Chin responded, rising with the aid of his bamboo staff. His legs felt somewhat stiff, yet he smiled broadly, proclaiming that the day had been worthwhile. The baskets they had collected could easily fetch 4 or 5 coins. Xiaomei cradled her small bamboo basket in both hands, carefully guarding its contents, fearful of losing anything. She looked up with a smile and remarked, if my father were to see this, he would surely be delighted. Song Renze approached her side, securing the bamboo basket in the larger carrying frame with a smile, saying, you being so slender once we sell the oysters. I shall bring some seafood to your mother for a nourishing soup. Thank you, Brother Renze. Xiaomei's eyes sparkled with delight, her voice bright and clear. The trio strolled along the coastline towards the village, their feet sinking into the soft sand, leaving behind footprints smoothed by the relentless waves. Halfway, they encountered 2 familiar faces, old Zhang from the village and his younger son, Zhang Chong, who were returning with a bundle of seaweed. Holmes, quite a bountiful haul you have there. Old Zhang, with sharp eyes, instantly noticed the basket brimming with oysters and approached with a jovial smile. Song Renze chuckled in response. It's decent enough. I dug them up during low tide when the water level receded, exposing many oysters. Zhang Chong clicked his tongue in envy, exclaiming, my father and I spent the entire day fishing, and all we managed were a few broken shells and a handful of small crabs. Look at your luck. It's not merely luck, Old Chin interjected with a chuckle. It's keen eyesight and experience. Your father, in his youth, was no less skilled than Renze. It's you who have grown lazy. Zhang Chong sheepishly scratched his head. Old Zhang waved his hand dismissively, stopped teasing him. It's his first time back at the shore. Get him some time. Once he learns the ropes, I too shall have a chance to rest. By the way, Old Zhang, Song Renze suddenly inquired, is your old yellow cow still suffering from diarrhea? Old Zhang furrowed his brow. Alas, it hasn't completely recovered. A few days ago, It seemed able to eat some grass, but yesterday it became listless again. I suspect it still has some undigested food in its belly. After a moment's thought, Song Renze suggested, when you return, brew some ginger tea and mix it with roasted barley sprouts for the cow to drink. That should help alleviate the cold and bloating. If it doesn't improve, come find me tomorrow, and I will prepare some herbal remedies. Oh, I can't thank you enough. Old Zhang expressed his gratitude. This cow is the lifeblood of our family. If anything were to happen to it, I wouldn't know how to cope. No worries, rest assured. Song Renze reassured him with a pat on the shoulder. After bidding farewell to old Zhang and his son, the three continued their journey, circumventing a patch of damp rocks, and finally arrived at the village entrance. As they entered, they spotted a middle-aged woman standing by the village office. Though her attire was worn, it was neatly maintained. She was Li Auntie, the village woman's director. She was engaged in a quiet conversation with several others, glancing over towards Song Renze with an expression of urgency. Renze. Upon seeing them, Li Auntie immediately beckoned. Come over here for a moment. Song Renze furrowed his brow and quickened his pace as he approached. Aunt Li, what has happened? Aunt Li pulled him aside and lowered her voice. At the east end of the village, Mrs. Wang's grandson, the little one you saved last year, has fallen into the ditch while playing by the river. When they pulled him out, he was shivering, his lips were blue, and now he lies unconscious, unresponsive to calls. Where's he? Song Renze's expression darkened. I had his mother take him to the village clinic, but doctor, son is out at the market and won't return for a while. Let us go. Take me there quickly. Without hesitation, Song Renze grabbed his basket and set off. Old Chin was taken aback, but immediately followed suit. I'll go see. If there's anything I can do to help, I'm at your service. Xiao Mei hurriedly exclaimed. I'll take the things home first. Chapter 58. I want to be your partner. For the next 2 hours, everyone indulged in delightful food and drink. Once the banquet concluded, Song Renze carried the kerosene lamp to escort Meng Jingtian back to the youth station. The moonlight cast elongated shadows of the two, while frogs croaked incessantly by the field's edge. Regarding today's events, Meng Jingtian fidgeted with the hem of her garment, saying, Don't take it to heart. Taking care of your own little family is far more significant. Song Renze flashed a grin. Such relatives come by every year, but this year seems particularly abundant. He kicked a stone aside. That's how it is in the countryside. The softer you are, the more they take liberties. Meng Jingtian chuckled. I didn't expect you to be so fierce. I thought those returning from the city were all cultured individuals. Cultured individuals? Song Renze mimicked her urban tone. Those so-called cultured folks in the village have been entirely devoured, leaving not a bone behind. He playfully plucked a blade of foxtail grass to chew on. You need to learn to be tough too, so you won't be bullied. Meng Jingtian blinked. I can't curse. Simple. Song Renze slapped his thigh. Next time someone causes trouble, just emulate what I did today. He abruptly turned and shouted at the roadside ditch. Get lost, you scoundrel. If you keep yapping, I'll teach you a lesson. This startled a chorus of frogs into leaping into the water. Meng Jingtian laughed so hard she could hardly stand, her braids swaying. You're outrageous. Under the moonlight, the girl's laughter made her eyes crescent-shaped, filling Song Renze's heart with sweetness. He scratched his head, by the way. In a couple of days, I'll be going crabbing. Would you like me to bring you some? Really? Meng Jingtian's eyes sparkled. I adore swimming crabs. I'll bring plenty. Song Renze thumped his chest. I'm quite skilled at diving. I can catch them with precision. As they spoke, they reached the youth station. Meng Jingtian stood at the fence gate, the moonlight illuminating her profile with a silver hue. Thank you for walking me back. For what? Song Renze handed her the kerosene lamp. I heard the commune will be screening a movie soon. Shall we go together? Meng Jingtian smiled with pursed lips. That sounds great. Just as she turned to leave, Song Renze suddenly slapped his forehead. Wait. He swiftly pulled out a small cloth pouch from his pocket and placed it in Meng Jingtian's hands. Almost forgot. This is for you. Meng Jingtian opened it with curiosity, and her eyes widened in astonishment. Inside lay a delicate Shanghai brand women's watch, accompanied by 2 bottles of moisturizing cream, each adorned with golden embossed blessings. This is too extravagant. She hurriedly tried to return it. I can't accept this. Song Renze chuckled, scratching his head. What's extravagant about it? I'm just a big man who has no use for these things. He pointed at the watch. Didn't you always mention forgetting the work hours? With this, you'll be on time for meals and field work, saving yourself from the captain's scolding. He then gestured to the moisturizing cream. The seaside wind is harsh. Your lovely face could get chapped. A bit of this will keep it smooth. Meng Jingtian's ears flushed crimson. You understand this? Not at all. Song Renze laughed heartily. I just remember what my mother used back in the city. So I thought I'd bring some along. Rising from Liang Ryue's small wooden box, he extended his hand forward. Here, take it. You've helped my mother with cooking and taught Xiao Tao to read these past few days. I haven't had the chance to thank you yet. Meng Jingtian lowered her head, gently caressing the watch face with her fingers, her voice as faint as a whisper. Well, thank you. Under the moonlight, her eyelashes trembled, and her cheeks flushed deeper than any rouge. Song Renze felt a flutter in his heart and quickly turned away. Ahem. Well, you should head back. It's chilly at night. Meng Jingtian clutched the cloth bag tightly to her chest and turned to jog back into the courtyard. Halfway, she suddenly turned back and waved at him. Song Renze, you are truly kind. With that, she dashed away, leaving only the swaying of the fence gate behind. Song Renze stood there, grinning foolishly, feeling as though a lively rabbit had taken residence in his heart. Watching the girl enter the house, he hummed a tune while making his way back. The night breeze carried the scent of the sea, which he found far more delightful than any perfume from the city. If only he could marry a girl like her. He kicked a stone, chuckling to himself. I'd gladly endure scolding every day. Upon reaching home, he found both girls already fast asleep on the new calm. Song Renze quietly closed the door, his consciousness drifting into his space. The fish pond shimmered with silver, the east star fish plump as a piglet. The fruit saplings he had planted had grown to half his height, with several green fruits hanging from their branches. The wheat and rice were heavy with grain. In just half a month, they'll be ready for harvest. He exited the space, collapsing onto the fresh calm. The bedding was fluffy, infused with the scent of sunshine. The sound of waves outside resembled a lullaby. As he drowsily pondered, tomorrow I'll buy some chicks. The day after, I'll go to the sea. The day after that. The sound of snoring gradually filled the room. Before dawn on the second day, Song Renze kicked open the rickety wooden door of Li Eru's house. Eru, get up. We're heading out to sea. Li Eru jolted awake, tumbling from the Kong, his pants on inside out. Songa, so early? Song Renze tossed the fishing net over his shoulder. Let us take advantage of the tide and catch some big fish. The previous days had seen rough winds and high waves. The sea was still somewhat unsettled. Yet in such weather, it was easiest to find good catches, especially around the small islands in the middle of the sea, where the beaches were sure to yield plenty of treasures. Indeed, upon reaching the shoreline, they found many fishermen already sifting through their catches, their buckets brimming. Li Eru rubbed his eyes and mumbled, Songa, why are you so suddenly enthusiastic? You usually sleep until the sun is high, and we don't need to compete for work points. Today, however, he had changed his tune, eager to set sail so early. Song Renze grinned widely. I'm saving up to marry a wife. What do you mean, Hurry up and get on the boat. The fishing boat surged forward, slicing through the waves, its diesel engine puffing out thick black smoke. Standing at the bow, the sea breeze billowed his clothing, creating a harmonious sound. Songa, your smile is nearly reaching your ears. Li Eru teased while steering the boat. Last night, after escorting Meng Jingtian back, one can't help but wonder if there is some delightful news afoot. Am I to be treated to wedding sweets? Go away. Song Renze, feigning a kick. Kuden Ti suppressed the smile that spread across his face. Suddenly, a warmth surged in his chest, an unusual sensation enveloping him. Is it a school of fish? Eru steers southward. Song Renze pointed emphatically to the right front. Li Eru's hand trembled. South? The current there is treacherous. Last year, Wang Lao's boat capsized in that very spot. I've heard. There are whales lurking. And sharks too. Song Renze squinted, the sensation in the air intensifying. What is there to fear? Can a whale swallow our iron vessel whole? But what? Song Renze snatched the helm. I'll take the wheel. You'll cast the net shortly. The small boat veered sharply, nearly sending Li Eru tumbling into the sea. With a despondent expression, he tightened his life jacket. "Brother Song, my mother is waiting for me to return for dinner. Don't worry." Song Renze focused on the distant, elusive reef, the warmth in his chest growing. "Today, I shall ensure your mother dines on dragon meat." The sea gradually turned a deep blue, the waves rising higher with each swell. Li Eru clung tightly to the boat's edge, his complexion paling. Yet, Song Renze's eyes suddenly gleamed. Beneath the surface ahead, a shimmering school of fish was faintly visible. "Wait!" Song Renze abruptly halted. The spirit bead in his right sleeve flickered again, brighter than before, even radiating a slight heat. "It glows again?" Oldie hurried closer, observing the bead shimmering with a faint blue light, akin to the phosphorescence near a mountain spring at night. Indeed. Song Renze pressed his hand on the cloth bag encasing the bead, which seemed to lean toward the eastern slope. Old Li's gaze sharpened as he looked in that direction. "Let us go," he commanded in a low voice, drawing his knife and descending the slope first. The slope was steep, treacherous enough to twist an ankle with a slip. After a half-climb, half-slide down, they found themselves in a clearing. A colossal stone stood prominently at the bottom of the slope, its back arched like an ancient tortoise bearing a shell. Astonishingly, in the center of this shell, a fissure worn by the wind revealed a faint chill emanating from within. "This is what I refer to as the tortoise backstone. It was here that your third uncle and I sheltered from the snow that year," Oldly murmured. "Do you think your third uncle lost his sanity? Is there something hidden within that fissure?" Song Renze crouched down for closer inspection. "I too have harbored doubts, yet I never had the courage to return. Now we shall see." With that, Song Renze pulled out a fire starter, igniting a resin torch, cautiously probing into the fissure. The crevice was not deep, barely large enough for a person to squeeze through. The flickering light revealed a faint stone staircase. "Oldly, look quickly, there's a staircase below." "What?" Oldly was equally astonished, leaning in to peer inside. "Be careful. I'll keep watch for you." Song Renze nodded, bending forward, sheathing his knife, biting down on the torch, and inching his way down the steps. The light cast elongated shadows on the stone walls, and a cold breeze rushed towards him, carrying a faint scent of decaying wood. After descending several steps, they unexpectedly entered a stone chamber. The stone chamber, though modest in size, was adorned with a plethora of ancient inscriptions upon its walls, resembling seal script, yet exhibiting a peculiarity that rendered them difficult to decipher. "Oldly, come quickly." Moments later, Oldly squeezed through the entrance, and upon gazing at the inscriptions, his expression shifted dramatically. "These are Miao patterns. The mountain scriptures passed down from our ancestors. Do you recognize them?" "Not entirely, but I do recognize this phrase. When the mountain spirits do not rest, the spring shall not dry. Should the spring cease, the guardian must take their place." A tremor coursed through Song Renze's heart. "You mean the spiritual spring?" Old Li's gaze was fixed intently on a stone platform in the corner, where a palm-sized indentation lay, seemingly designed for holding a precious orb. "Place the orb within," Old Li urged in hushed tones. After a moment's hesitation, Song Renze slowly retrieved the spiritual spring orb from his sleeve and delicately placed it into the stone recess. Suddenly, a faint vibration emanated from the recess, and the chamber's walls shimmered with a blue luminescence, as the ancient characters appeared to come to life, dancing upon the surface. This orb is no ordinary gem. It is a vessel of the spring's essence." Old Li's voice quaked with trepidation. "Do you recall how the water source at Shilling had suddenly diminished, prompting the town to issue a decree for well drilling? I fear there may be an issue with this artifact. Yet, my father once remarked that the mountain spring would not cease for decades." Song Renze whispered, "Unless it has been disrupted by someone." As they conversed, a stone door suddenly slid open with a resounding crack, revealing a narrower stone passageway behind it. Old Li squinted. "This is beyond our control. Renze, your fate appears to be entwined with this spiritual spring orb. Let us proceed. We must not miss this opportune moment for gathering." Song Renze declared, "The tide is turning, and we must act swiftly." Afu agreed with a smile, rolling up his sleeves. "The sun is setting. If we dawdle, the tide will return. Hurry." A chun called from ahead. "This mud flat looks promising." I just unearthed a giant clam beneath a pile of shells. There may be more treasures hidden beneath. Coming, Songrinja exclaimed, clutching a small spade and wading through the muddy waters to catch up. The evening tide was gradually receding, the sea reflecting a fiery red hue from the setting sun, resembling a boiling pot of crimson broth. The mudflat's wet sand emitted a satisfying crunch underfoot, as the briny scent of the ocean mingled with the earthy aroma of the mud, invigorating the senses. Look, look, Afu shouted excitedly while rummaging through a pile of shells. There's a hole, a deep one. Could be a flower crab. Quiet. Songrinja leaned in for a closer inspection. It certainly resembled one. Don't move. I'll handle this. As he crouched down, setting aside his spade, he began to excavate with his bare hands, first clearing away the top layer of sand, then methodically probing deeper. Just as his fingers brushed against a slippery mass, it suddenly burrowed deeper into the ground. Trying to escape, are we? Songrinja called out, firmly grasping the creature and pulling it forth with determination. Goodness! Afu exclaimed, his eyes wide with amazement. Rinja, your strength is incredible. It requires skill, he replied modestly. Songrinja chuckled, tossing the hefty flower crab, weighing nearly half a kilogram, into the bamboo basket. He tightened his grip around the edge of the shell, striving to restrain its formidable pincers and prevent it from escaping. Ah-chun leaned in to gaze at the crab, exclaiming in wonder. This one could fetch 2 yuan if sold in town. The city folk would be clamoring for it. Indeed, Afu grinned, remarking that they had struck gold on this beach. Their fortune was exceedingly good. But don't just chatter. Songrinja pointed ahead, where the mud appeared thicker, suggesting that the receding tide might yield a clam bed. The trio shifted their positions and squatted down to dig through the sand. With keen eyes, Songrinja spotted a series of small bubbles emerging from the mud and shouted, "Clams! Right here! Let me!" Before he could act, Ah-chun swiftly plunged her hoe into the ground, carefully prying it open. A plump clam surfaced, encased in both shell and mud. Goodness, this one is thicker than my pinky, Afu exclaimed in astonishment. And it's still alive, Songrinja remarked, feeling the shells opening gently open and close. He quickly stowed it away. Such clams needed to be soaked in muddy water to survive, or they would perish. No witties, Ah-chun assured, placing it in a bamboo basket designed for live creatures. My mother has already prepared brine at home. We'll soak it overnight and take it to town to sell tomorrow. Why does your mother make brine? Afu inquired curiously. She says clams need to be soaked in well water with a bit of salt to ensure they expel all the sand. An expert. Songrinja gave a thumbs up. We used to do the same, but your well water is cool. Timing is crucial. The trio worked enthusiastically, occasionally uncovering peculiar shellfish from the muddy creeks. Some were purple-shelled conchs. Others were over 3 inches long pen shells, and a few were sea hares tangled with seaweed, displaying oddly vivid colors. Can this be eaten? Afu asked, lifting a sea hare. No, it's toxic. Songrinja identified it at a glance, noting it contained sand and could only serve as bait. Then toss it. Afu discarded the sea hare, which fortuitously struck a distant yellow-haired puppy, eliciting a yelp as it bolted away. What are you doing? Ah-chun looked, nearly gasping for breath. You scared the poor dog. How was I to know it was trailing us like a shadow? As the sun began to fade, the sky transformed into a canvas of crimson hues, painting the beach like an unfolding ink wash masterpiece. Observing the dimming light, Songrinja clapped his hands and stood up. That's enough. It's time to pack up. Agreed. Afu, covered in sweat and mud, replied, my legs are numb from squatting. Yet Ah-chun remained engrossed, sifting through a pile of small shells, seemingly reluctant to leave. Chunzi, let us go. Songrinja called out. Save some energy for shelling later. Ah-chun responded with a hint of reluctance. I know. I'll be right there. As they gathered their fishing gear, they moved the filled bamboo baskets to the large grass mat by the shore. Each basket was heavy, brimming with the day's bounty. An assortment of flower crabs, clams, mud snails, sand clams, shells, and a few live fish they had collected. This must weigh several dozen pounds, right? Afu wiped the sweat from his neck. If sold in town, we could easily get over 20 yuan. Over 20? Ah-chun pouted. I reckon at least 30. That giant clam should fetch $5. The townsfolk are fighting over it. We shall see how the market fares tomorrow, Song Rinja replied, lifting his basket. Let us head back. I need to prepare dinner early. Once night falls, nothing will be visible. Isn't your mother at home? Afu chuckled. Why worry about meals? My mother has gone to a meeting at the brigade, Chun interjected. She mentioned discussing irrigation channels and will return late. Then we must hurry while there's still light. As they departed from the tidal flats, the trio carried their bountiful harvest, exchanging laughter and conversation along the way. The narrow path at the village entrance was cast in elongated shadows by the setting sun, and the low grass beside the road occasionally echoed with the croaking of frogs and the chirping of cicadas, imbued with the refreshing essence of early summer. Renze, Afu suddenly inquired in a hushed tone, are you truly planning to set up a stall at the commune tomorrow? Indeed, Song Renze nodded thoughtfully. I intend not only to sell, but also to inquire about sources for salt and dried goods, hoping to barter for firewood, oil, and rice in return. I've heard the commune is quite strict now, Chun interjected. Just the other day, Wang Erga was caught with a basket, accused of privately selling without paying his grain dues. He was secretly selling to private merchants, Song Rinja clarified. My plan is to negotiate with the supply and marketing cooperative to see if we can transport our goods via the main road. Do you have connections? Afu's eyes brightened. I have a slight lead. During the canal construction, I assisted a young man from the cooperative, and he owes me a favor. That is splendid. Chun clapped his hands. If we can finalize the deal, we want to have to carry our wares to the village square every day. However, let's not get our hopes too high. Song Rinja sighed. The situation over there can be quite complex. Should jealousy arise, we must be prepared. By the time they arrived home, dusk had settled in. A few oil lamps flickered to life inside the house, and a few elderly women at the village entrance whispered among themselves, off to the sea again. Are they? Young Renze is quite capable, far superior to those lads in the village. I saw he had some flower crabs in his basket. Such a delicacy now. They must be fried in oil to bring out their flavor. Should we not also organize a group to go to the sea? It requires stamina and knowledge of the tides. Without him as our guide, we wouldn't dare venture onto the flats. Song Rinja greeted them with a smile as he entered the courtyard. Upon crossing the threshold, his younger sister, Song Xiaohe, bounced out, exclaiming, Brother, look, I've warmed up the stove. Quickly pour the clams into the water. Well done. Song Rinja ruffled her hair. Tomorrow, I shall prepare clam and egg flour soup for you. Really? Xiaohe's eyes sparkled. You must keep your word. I will. Song Rinja laughed as he handed the bamboo basket to their mother. Mother, this harvest is quite good. Please take care of it while I check on yesterday's dried goods in the storeroom. Very well, their mother replied, taking the basket and sorting through it while murmuring. These crabs need to be tied, the clams need soaking, the fish must be gutted. Your sea forays are becoming increasingly meticulous. Ah, dear mother, you are unjustly accusing me. Song Rinja stood up, shaking off the sand from his feet. Had you not previously mentioned that this tidal flat was abundant with clams, I wouldn't have ventured out to test the waters during low tide. Indeed. Old Master Chun chuckled, patting Song Rinja on the shoulder. You, my boy, possess both diligence and a sharp mind, reminiscent of your father in his youth. I foresee that if anyone in the village is destined to lead us toward a brighter future, it must be you, young Song. His words carried weight, prompting several villagers, who were busily foraging for clams and turning over mud, to lift their heads in attention. A tall, lanky youth approached with a tattered bamboo basket, raising his eyebrows in jest. Oh dear, master, we've barely unearthed a few clams, and you're already proclaiming him the savior of our village? Surely, our village chief should be preparing for retirement. Cease your attempts to sow discord. Old Master Chin shot him a glare, though a smile lingered at the corners of his mouth. I speak nothing but the truth. If you possessed even half of Renze's industrious spirit, you wouldn't be lounging by the shore all day. Noticing the attention of the others, Song Rinja quickly waved his hands. Ah, please, master, no more flattery. If I managed to find these clams, it was merely a stroke of luck. If everyone put in a little effort, wouldn't each of us be able to gather a basket brimming with seafood from this stretch of mud? Indeed, a burly middle-aged man rose to agree loudly. We've had our eyes on this beach for years. It had never occurred to us that there were treasures hidden within the mud. Now, that Renze has pointed out, I'll bring my 2 children along to learn how to dig as well, instead of bickering at home. Laughter erupted among the group. At that moment, a bright female voice rang out from nearby. Song Renze, have you finished digging over there? Looking up, Song Renze saw Lin Wanzhao approaching. Her hair tied back with a floral cloth, her pant legs rolled up high, sweat glistening on her brow, yet her eyes sparkled with vitality. She was hauling a fish basket nearly as large as herself, limping slightly as she navigated the soft mud. Take care, don't slip. Song Renze hurried over, taking the heavy basket from her hands. Upon glancing inside, his eyes widened in delight. Wow, these clams are quite substantial. Of course, Lin Wanzhao replied, lifting her chin proudly, though beads of sweat dotted her nose. You were digging in the clam beds while I was on the clam flats. I sifted through for ages, nearly scraping the bottom to collect this haul. You'll have to carry it back to the village for me. All right then. Song Renze hoisted the basket onto his shoulder, grinning as he added, for the effort you've put in, it's certainly worth it. Old Master Chun cleared his throat, interjecting, young people should focus on their work. There's no need for flirtation while laboring together. We are engaged in collective work, so be mindful of your influence. Oh dear, Master, your words suggest, Lin Wanzhao blushed, tucking a stray lock of hair behind her ear. We are merely discussing work matters. There's no hint of flirtation here. Song Renze quickly interjected, Indeed, Master. You've misunderstood. Wanzhao is my partner. We are cooperating. She gathers clams while I dig for the others, and our efforts contribute to the collective. Oomph. Old Master Chun stroked his beard, casting a knowing glance at the pair, and smiled without further comment. Just then, a sturdy woman rushed over, panting, with a tin megaphone in hand. Song Renze, Lin Wanzhao, enough of your dalliance over there. The brigade has sent someone to announce that the commune officials are coming to inspect the results of the tidal flat development, urging you to quickly gather what you have harvested today and pile it up at the designated location. So soon? Song Renze was momentarily taken aback, glancing at Lin Wanzhao. This is fortuitous. Lin Wanzhao rolled up his sleeves, eager to demonstrate that our beach is not barren. It can yield genuine treasures. The gathering point was a stone platform not far from the shore, where 4 or 5 large bamboo baskets were already filled to the brim with an assortment of clams, shells, and shrimp, releasing a strong, briny odor. Brigade Secretary Qin Bao and Deputy Captain L. Chunlin stood on the steps, counting the baskets while conversing with the officials from the commune. Secretary Zhao, this tidal flat development was proposed by our Renze, Qin Bao said, his face beaming with joy. Look at this harvest. Although it has only been 3 or 4 days, it has already matched our previous weekly output. The official, Secretary Zhao, donned a straw hat and liberation shoes, his narrow eyes scrutinizing the piled seafood. There's some merit to this. The clams are large and uniform, and the snails are plump. You say this is newly developed tidal flat? Indeed, Qin Bao quickly replied. Song Renze and his team have explored this systematically. We are not just speaking idly. There is tangible evidence. If you doubt it, you may inquire with him. At that moment, Song Renze was setting down a bamboo basket, and Lin Wanzhao, wiping his sweat, stepped forward upon hearing his name called. Secretary Zhao, I am Song Renze. This beach was originally barren, but over the past few days, we have been experimenting with the tides, rotating shifts to test different areas, gradually summarizing the patterns. Oh, Secretary Zhao smiled slightly. You, young man, show promise. It is not just me, Song Renze replied, glancing at Lin Wanzhao. Everyone in our group has contributed. Without Comrade Lin leading the exploration of water channels in the morning, I would have been fortunate enough to uncover the king clam. The king clam? Secretary Zhao's eyes lit up. Are you saying there is a king among the clams? Indeed. Elder Chen stepped forward, carefully extracting the king clam from the basket, rinsing it with water before handing it over. Secretary Zhao, look at this. It's nearly as thick as a cucumber, and our village hasn't seen one of this size in decades. Secretary Zhao took the king clam, examining it with approval. This is intriguing. If you take this to the town for sale, it will surely be in high demand. If you can systematically utilize this tidal flat, not only will our village benefit, but the brigade will also achieve commendable results. Qin Bao hastily added, "We are preparing for it. We are just waiting for Secretary Zhao's approval to embark on a significant endeavor." Secretary Zhao nodded and cast another glance at Song Renze, stating, "Young man, if everyone were as intelligent and diligent as you, our grassroots work would have already transformed." Song Renze rubbed his hands together, smiling modestly. "It still relies on organizational leadership. We are at the grassroots level, merely cogs in the machine. If tightened, we can set it in motion." "Well said," Secretary Zhao chuckled. "I shall remember you." Once the officials departed, everyone finally exhaled in relief. "Oh dear, my back is soaked through." Lin Wanzhao twisted the cloth draped over his shoulder. "But it was all worth it." "Worth what?" Song Renze lifted the king clam, shaking it playfully. "This clam may very well become the emblem of our Zhoushan village." "Less boasting." Lin Wanzhao cast a glance at him. "Didn't Secretary Zhao mention that this stretch of beach must be systematically utilized? Don't you dare abandon it later." "Rest assured." Song Renze grasped her hand. "And as long as you work alongside me, not only will I develop this beach, but I also dare to take you." Cough, cough. Suddenly, Grandpa Chun beside them coughed vehemently, saying, "Youngsters, while it's good to talk, refrain from discussing private matters in front of everyone." Laughter erupted from the crowd, the sound mingling with the setting sun on the tidal flats. Grandpa Chun stroked his chin, nodding repeatedly. "You are absolutely right. This Clam King is no ordinary catch. Last time, a relative of mine traveled by sea from the south and mentioned that the seafood stalls in town become envious upon seeing such plump wild clams." Xiao Mei clapped her hands from the side, exclaiming, "Is this not the greatest treasure we've found today? I must jot this down." "Go ahead, little girl," Song Renze chuckled, tousling her hair, "but there are plenty of treasures to be found. We ought to hurry towards the tidal flats before the tide retreats. Perhaps we might even find a large clam." Ah Fu, carrying a small basket, approached, saying, "Brother Renze, I just caught a glimpse over there. Some rocks seem to be hiding crabs. I'll find a stick and check it out." "All right, but don't just rush in. Be cautious of your footing. Getting pricked by a sea urchin will hurt for days," Song Renze replied, rolling up his pant legs as he walked ahead while turning back to remind them. Grandpa Chun followed closely, stepping on the soft mud and reminiscing, "Your generation is much more clever than we were back in our day. We had no idea about such techniques when we went clam digging. We would just boil everything we caught, without regard to their sizes. Unlike now, where you know to select the king clams, pick the fat crabs, and observe the brightness of the fish's eyes." "Hey, Grandpa, this is not about cleverness. It's a lesson learned from experience," Song Renze laughed. "When I was a child, I was greedy and caught a heap of snails, only to have my mother stir-fry them at home, resulting in a mouthful of grit. It was only later that I learned they needed to be purged in water for a couple of days. Everything has its techniques." As they chatted merrily, Xiao Mei suddenly pointed ahead and screamed, "Oh no, a flower crab. It's huge." Song Renze looked up and saw the flower crab hiding beneath a sunken rock, its shell the size of a palm, its pincers moving rapidly, clearly a male crab. "Don't move, don't scare it." He quickly crouched down, withdrawing a strip of bamboo from his waist, carefully probing from the side. "Be cautious of its pincers. They can be quite powerful." Grandpa Chun widened his eyes, watching intently. "In my youth, my finger was pinched until it bled. And it thinks it can pinch me?" Song Renze chuckled, and with a swift flick of his wrist, he deftly lifted the flower crab from its rocky hide and plopped it onto the burlap sack he had prepared. Ah Fu immediately lunged forward to secure it, exclaiming, "Got it, got it. Look at those pincers. They must weigh half a tael." "No exaggeration," Song Renze said, lifting the flower crab to inspect its underside, confirming it was male but not fully matured yet. "We can keep it and let it grow." He placed it in the bucket, adding some seaweed for comfort. Xiao Mei's eyes widened in astonishment. "We can keep it alive? Didn't they say crabs die once out of water?" "That's true for those caught in the wild." Song Renze smiled and waved his hand, saying, "You must understand their habits. Lay wet seaweed in the bucket, change the seawater twice a day, and not only will they survive, but they will also fatten up." Uncle Chin's eyes brightened. "Oh, I must learn this trick. My old Chun is craving crabs so much that he might as well jump into the water to catch them." Suddenly, Ah Fu jumped up. "Brother Renze, come quickly. There seems to be a large sea snail in this rock crevice." I tapped it with a stick, and it still moved inside. Song Rinja hastened over, and there, between the rocks, a shell was barely visible, gray with a hint of green, its surface slightly protruding. It was a horned snail. He squinted at it for a moment, reached in, and gave a tug. Oh my goodness. Song Rinja nearly lost his balance. This must weigh at least 3 taels. Heavens, can this be eaten? Xiao Mei asked, her eyes wide. Absolutely. Uncle Chin exclaimed, this is a delicacy. Chop it into slices, stir-fry it with ginger and garlic. Then steam it. Mouth-watering. Song Rinja laughed heartily. Uncle, you're making my mouth water just by talking about it. Let us keep these larger ones. My mother can prepare a delightful garlic snail dish. You brat. You have quite the discerning palate. Uncle Chun teased, but you truly have a deft hand. It's much more enjoyable to gather the sea with you. We rely on experience and keen eyesight. Wiping the sweat from his brow, Song Rinja gazed at the setting sun, which was tilting towards the west. The tide will recede for another half hour. We should wrap up soon, as it will be difficult to walk back if we delay. Ah, my basket is nearly full. Ah Fu exclaimed, lifting his basket to show him, filled with plump crabs, small lobsters, and clams. I'll make another trip over to the rock cave. I've heard there are sometimes oysters there. Oysters are not easy to catch. Uncle Chin shook his head. They grow deep, their shells as hard as stone, and they hide in the crevices beneath the water. I'll try my luck, Ah Fu said, already running off in excitement. Xiao Mei approached Song Rinja with a small bucket. Brother, do you think we could sell these sea goods in town? How much do you think we could make? If we carry a balanced load, around 100-jin, we could sell it for 20 or 30 yuan, Song Rinja replied, his tone contemplative. If we categorize them, like separating the razor clams and horned snails to sell individually, the profit could easily double. Uncle Chan sighed nearby. Ah, the sea has sustained so many of us. Gathering from the sea is hard work. But as long as one possesses skill, there is still hope to be found. If the village truly organizes a fishing team in the future, with sea gathering, fish drying, and selling all in one go, it might even be better than farming, Song Rinja mused. Xiao Mei asked excitedly, will our village then have a fish drying workshop? Drying razor clams and making shrimp paste? As long as everyone is united, anything is possible, Song Rinja said, gazing at the distant sea where birds were returning home, his eyes reflecting a sense of determination. When the time comes, not only will we fill our stomachs, but we will also earn the respect of others for Qingshan village. As the sun began to set, its golden light spread across the damp tidal flats. Song Rinja gathered the last bamboo basket and called out to everyone, all right, today as harvest is quite good. Let us head back. We should soak the clams and secure the crabs while it's still light. Tomorrow morning, I shall venture into town to sell these goods. Ah, splendid. Ah Fu, with a basket on his back, hopped along cheerfully, while Xiao Mei, with a smile, held on to Song Rinja's coat. Old Chin swayed with each step, humming a little tune. The group traversed the muddy tidal flats left by the receding tide. Their pace was slow, but imbued with a sense of steadfast determination. Old Li, stuffing wild vegetables into her basket, sighed thoughtfully. Indeed, in these times, having a literate and thoughtful person at home can lead to a good life. If your father were still around, sigh, he would surely be pleased. Song Rinja paused momentarily, responding softly. He turned his gaze toward the field, where a few chickens were flitting about. Clucking as a hen led her chicks in search of insects amid the grass. In the distance, one could see old Zhang's ox slowly plowing the field, a coarse rope digging into its shoulder, while old Zhang bent over, occasionally cracking his whip. Once we have a harvest, I wish to cultivate that barren land behind the house. Even if it's modest, I could plant sweet potatoes or pumpkins, remarked Song Rinja, gazing at the overgrown patch. Oh, that is fertile land. The old Sher family grew sweet potatoes there for several years, and they thrived. Old Li perked up at this, lamenting, it's a pity that his grandson is so careless. He let the land go to waste while playing cards. It pains me to see it. Not only does the wasteland grow wild, but it also attracts snakes and pests. Song Rinja shook his head. Just then, Old Li approached, wielding a hoe. A damp towel draped around his neck, his pant legs rolled up to his knees, caked in mud. Old Li, have you been to the fields today? Asked Song Rinja, clasping his hands in greeting. Indeed, that lowland is thick with sludge. I couldn't dig deep enough to drain the water, and my back is nearly broken from the effort. Shall I accompany you? We could see about digging a small ditch to divert the water, suggested Songrinja. Hearing this, Oldly chuckled. You rascal. I was just thinking of bringing you along. You're clever and know what to do. Tell me how we should dig the ditch and where to direct the water. Songrinja nodded. All right, let us go and take a look. The three of them walked along the ridge to the lowland, where they found the waterlogged area overrun with weeds. Several frogs croaked as they leaped into the water, and bubbles rose in the surrounding muck. At the base of the land, a small ditch, once used to channel water, had become blocked by earth and debris. Look, this was the original ditch for water diversion. Pointed Oldly at a sunken area that had collapsed after heavy rains. Songrinja squatted down to inspect, using his hoe to dig a bit. This one do. We must excavate a new ditch from the higher ground, directing it downhill to prevent blockage. Oldly nodded in agreement. You decide, sketch a plan, and I shall follow your lead. Very well. Songrinja rolled up his sleeves, retrieved a pencil from his pocket, and found a dry patch to sketch a simple diagram. We shall proceed in 3 steps. First, clear this sludge. Second, create a water channel connecting to that ridge. Finally, construct a stone embankment to stabilize the base. Oldly nodded vigorously. Excellent. I shall bring Xiao Fu and the others tomorrow. With 3 or 5 strong hands, we can dig the ditch by midday. Songrinja finished speaking and resumed measuring the slope. As soon as he finished speaking, Xiao Fu hurried over, panting and exclaiming, Renze go, Renze. Someone from the commune has come, saying they need to check the trial planning application you submitted a few days ago. You must return at once. Renze was taken aback and looked up at Oldly. Why are they here so quickly? Oldly grinned. Perhaps it's a good sign. If approved, your plot will become a model field. Then I must hurry back to see. Renze replied, turning to Xiao Fu. Where are they? At the village hall. Captain Sun is also there. All right, I'm on my way. He quickened his pace, striding back to the village. Upon reaching the village hall, he noticed villagers gathered in small groups around an official clad in a blue uniform, with a badge pinned to his chest, engaged in conversation with Captain Sunday Comrade. I am Renze. He introduced himself. The official scrutinized him from head to toe. So you are the one who applied for the trial planting of hybrid sorghum? Yes. Renze nodded. We have reviewed your materials. You provided quite detailed information, including the irrigation system and land structure. You claim you can complete the preliminary modifications within 2 months. Is that true? There is a hint of skepticism in the official's gaze. It is indeed true. Renze asserted confidently. I have ways to prepare the land. Relying solely on manpower is insufficient. I plan to enlist some oxen and borrow additional tools. And I can also work late into the night. Captain Sun interjected. Renze is not one to lie. He recently took the lead in clearing that patch of wasteland, and the villagers all witnessed it. The official nodded. Very well. We will tentatively approve your request to trial plant 2 acres. If your subsequent performance is satisfactory, we can consider expanding the area. However, remember that the State S experimental fields are not to be taken lightly. Results must be meticulously recorded, and you will need to submit a summary report. I understand, comrade. Renze affirmed with a nod. The official then added, as for your application regarding the livestock support, specifically the pig farm and fodder plan, that is now on hold. We will reconsider the next steps once your trial planting yields results. Understood. Renze thought deeply, knowing that the crops in his space had grown remarkably after irrigation. An early trial planting would surely yield a harvest. If he could present results ahead of time, the approval for the pig farm would not be out of reach. Before departing, the official patted his shoulder. Work diligently. Do not bring shame to our production team. Yes. Renze replied loudly. Once the official left, Captain Sun couldn't help but laugh. Renze, you are bringing glory to our Zhoushan Ton. If your uncle were still here, he would be overjoyed. It's not that exaggerated. We haven't accomplished anything substantial yet. Renze chuckled. Enough of your modesty. Prepare yourself. A village meeting will be held in a few days to promote the trial planting plan. And you must say a few words on stage. Captain Sun patted his shoulder. Don't be nervous. I'll lead the way. Renze scratched his head. But I'm not good at speaking. I'll help you write the speech, and you can simply read it. Captain Sun laughed heartily. As they conversed, Wang Zuoyan walked by, carrying a bamboo basket filled with a few vegetables and some farm-fresh eggs. She glanced at Song Renze and, smiling, remarked, "Renze go, you are quite famous now." "Hey, stop teasing me. I wasn't pushed out," Song Renze chuckled, a faint blush creeping to his ears. Mother said, "Had it not been for your suggestion to irrigate the land with pond water, our saline alkali field this year might not have yielded anything." Wang Zuilian replied earnestly, "I also told Mother that if we have a good harvest this autumn, I will borrow more hand from you to tend to your plot as well." "Truly, I must thank you for your faith in me," Song Renze smiled. Wang Zuilian glanced down, chuckled softly, and suddenly raised her head, whispering, "If we try the irrigation again tonight, I will bring some supper over for you." "That would be splendid." Song Renze felt warmth spread through his heart. After she departed, Captain Sun clicked his tongue, exclaiming, "Ah, it seems not only the fields are promising, but your marriage prospects are also nearing fruition." "Not at all," Song Renze quickly deflected. "Zuilian is simply kind-hearted. A kind heart must be cherished." Captain Sun teased, "Just be careful not to let someone else cut in line." "Rest assured," Song Renze chuckled, though his mind was already calculating. As evening approached, he, along with Xiaofu and Zhao Daniu, set out for the lowland, carrying hoes and shovels. The moon had yet to rise, and the night was filled solely with the chirping of insects and croaking of frogs. "Renze, are you truly planning to dig the ditches tonight?" Zhao Daniu asked, yawning as he spoke. "Let us get to work. If we finish tonight, we can plant earlier." Song Renze waved his hand. "If we accomplish this today, it will save us considerable effort later." The young men nodded, rolled up their sleeves, and set to work, the sound of hose ringing out and soil flying as their enthusiasm surged. Before long, Wang Zuilian indeed arrived, carrying a basket filled with boiled corn, sweet potato chips, and several pieces of fried flatbread. "Why did you really come?" Song Renze exclaimed in surprise. "Mother insisted I bring this, saying you all must eat something warm after toiling all night," she replied with a smile. "Your mother is quite sensible," Zhao Daniu said, snatching a piece of flatbread and taking a bite. "Ah, delicious." Under the moonlight, the freshly dug ditches shimmered, with several shallow channels taking form and the sound of water flowing melodiously. Song Renze stood atop the slope, shovel in hand, letting out a sigh of relief. "It's done. Xiaomei, come and take this basket. Be careful not to spill it," he said, extending the clean basket towards her. "All right." Xiaomei squatted down, receiving it with both hands, her eyes narrowing into joyful slits. "Brother Renze, how much can we sell these oysters for?" "This basket weighs at least 4 to 5 pounds. If we head to town early tomorrow, at current prices, the best ones can fetch 7 to 8 cents a pound. We could easily make 3 yuan. 3 yuan. Xiaomei gasped, quickly covering her mouth and glancing cautiously at Old Chun. Old Chun, however, chuckled heartily, nodding. 3 yuan. That's quite a sum, enough to buy some oil, salt, and vinegar for the household, and perhaps even some fabric coupons for a new pair of shoes. Our family's rubber shoes are nearly worn through, Xiaomei murmured softly, her voice tinged with hope. Song Renze smiled and ruffled her hair. "If this sells well, I'll save up for you and get you a new pair." "Really?" Xiaomei's eyes sparkled with excitement. Young Renze has always been a man of his word. Grandpa Chun chuckled and interjected, "Don't just talk. We still need to collect the crab baskets over there." "All right," Renze replied, rising to his feet and carrying the fish basket forward. The sea breeze caressed the edges of his clothing as the setting sun dipped below the horizon, gradually erasing the scattered footprints on the beach with each gentle wave. "Come look." Renze suddenly halted, bending down to retrieve a small bamboo basket nearly buried in the sand. These crabs are truly adept at hiding. Upon opening the basket, he discovered it brimming with crabs, including several with striking blue claws and a few rare patterned ones. "Good heavens!" Grandpa Chun approached, his eyes sparkling with excitement. "These are genuine meat crabs. The restaurants in town crave these. Each can fetch several dimes. Then let us set off early tomorrow to catch the morning market." Renze tightened the basket's opening and headed toward the shore. The group chatted and laughed as they tidied up, with Xiaomei assisting in washing and counting, while Grandpa Chun occasionally weighed the catch. The sea water slowly receded, and the sand beneath their feet began to dry, revealing shells, sea snails, and urchins. "Xiaomei!" Renze called out, hoisting his basket. Let us head home. Okay, Xiaomei replied, carefully securing the old fishnet basket on her back, and turning to pick up a few small snails that had fallen on the shore. On their way back to the village, the trio chatted amiably. Renze, Grandpa Chun suddenly inquired, "Are you contemplating a long-term endeavor? I've noticed you have been bustling about these days, even keeping records. Are you plotting something?" Renze glanced at the colorful clouds on the horizon and smiled slightly. "To be honest, I aspire to establish a stable livelihood in the future, perhaps a small cooperative seafood stall or a dry goods shop. Specifically collecting seafood to dry and sell to the folks in town. I intend to start small in our village and gradually involve everyone." Grandpa Chin nodded approvingly, stroking his beard. "This idea has potential. You must think long-term. If you can involve a few young men from the village, the commune might provide some support." "Yes," Xiaomei chimed in. "I can help too, collecting snails and cleaning oysters. I'm quite swift." "You," Grandpa Chun chuckled affectionately, "with your little arms and legs. Don't just talk. If you truly wish to work, you must rise early and labor late." Renze nodded with a smile. "She can manage. I've seen it. She is more capable than some adults." Xiaomei blushed and scratched her head. "That's because I learned from Brother Renze." As they continued walking, they neared the village entrance, where they could see a crowd gathered in front of the team house, seemingly in a commotion. "Hurry, come see. Renze is back," someone shouted from a distance. Renze's heart stirred, and he quickened his pace to the entrance of the team house. "What is going on?" he asked. An older woman turned back and said, "Aunt Song came looking for you. She said her husband went fishing and hasn't tea returned. He left last night and still hasn't tea shown up. She fears something has happened." "Oh no," Xiaomei gasped. Could something have truly happened at sea? Song Renze remained silent, promptly setting down his backpack and turning to Grandpa Chun, saying, "Grandpa, please help me tidy these up. I shall take a brief trip to the seaside." "You cannot go alone. I will accompany you," Grandpa Chun replied, placing his burdens aside as well. "I want to go too," Xiaomei exclaimed, stamping her feet in frustration. "Do not create chaos," Song Renze admonished sternly, then softened his tone. "Please return home and inform your mother that our return may be delayed." "Then do take care," she urged. "Rest assured." At the seaside, the night gradually deepened, and the sea breeze carried a hint of chill. With a flashlight in hand, Song Renze searched through the mudflats and among the rocks. Not far away, Grandpa Chun was also inspecting the surroundings with an old lantern. "Renze!" Grandpa Chun suddenly called out. Song Renze hurried over to see an old, worn wooden boat half buried in the mud, with some tattered fishing nets hanging in the crevices nearby. "This is Old Five's boat," Grandpa Chun whispered. "He must have been here." As Song Renze moved aside the fishing nets, he discovered an empty can and a damp shoe beneath. "There is someone," he exclaimed, springing to his feet. "Old Five cannot be far." Without a moment's delay, the two hastened along the coastline, ultimately finding Song Old Five curled up in a shadowy crevice between the rocks. He was alive, but clearly injured, with a rag wrapped around his leg and his face pale. "Old Five," Grandpa Chun exclaimed, squatting down. "What happened to you?" "I capsized." Song Old Five's voice was weak. "The wind was strong last night, and I fell into the water. When I climbed back, I twisted my ankle and cannot move." "Quick, Renze, carry him back to the village," Grandpa Chun urged, anxiously stamping his feet. "Kulme." Song Renze immediately crouched down, carefully lifting Song Old Five onto his back, and quickly making his way back to the village. By the time they returned, it was already deep into the night. Aunt Zhao, the village doctor, was brewing herbal medicine inside her home. Upon hearing that Song Old Five had been found, she hurriedly brought out her medical kit. After a careful examination, she sighed in relief. No broken bones, just a sprain. "The wound is not severe. A few days of rest will suffice." "You truly frightened us," Song Old Five's wife said, her eyes red as she handed over a bowl of hot soup. "Renze, we owe you a great debt. It was merely a small effort." Song Renze waved his hand dismissively. "In the future, we must carry ropes and flashlights when going to sea. One should never venture out alone." Yes, I shall remember," she replied earnestly. Old Ding, the village secretary, arrived as well. After hearing the entire account, he clapped Song Renze on the shoulder, saying, "Well done, young man. Such matters require the courage of youth like yours. Uncle Ding, I did not work in vain, Song Renze smiled. If the seafood sells for a good price tomorrow, you must grant me some work points. Absolutely. Old Ding slapped his thigh. I will mark you down for special labor points. Ah Fu chuckled and rolled up his sleeves, shaking off the mud from his hands. This stretch of mud flat is truly bountiful. Just a moment ago, I dug up 3 crabs and a clam the size of a fist. Heaven has smiled upon us. Li Xiaoyun was also squatting nearby, sifting through the mud, adding, I have found some here as well. Come quickly and take a look. The sand here is quite loose. There must be something lurking beneath. Upon hearing this, Song Renze hurried over and, with keen eyes, spotted a small mound of dirt rising beside her. He bent down for a closer inspection, and upon touching it, realized it was alive. Judging by the commotion, it was likely a blue crab, and it was not going anywhere. Just as he finished speaking, he deftly dug in. And indeed, he unearthed a large blue crab, its claws flailing energetically, glistening with a bluish sheen. Afyu was delighted and leaned in for a closer look. This creature must weigh at least 1.5 pounds. If we take it to the supply store in town, we could exchange it for 7 or 8 pounds of salt. We have truly struck gold. We can't sell it all, Li Xiaoyun replied with a smile, shaking her head. We should save some to bring back as a tribute to my mother. She adores steamed crab roe eggs. This one will suffice to satisfy her cravings. Song Renze nodded in agreement, carefully placing the crab into a bamboo basket and thoughtfully covering it with a few damp clumps of mud. We ought to adhere to principles of fairness. When we return, we can distribute a few to each person, and the remainder shall be given to the public team for work points. That way, our efforts won't go unrewarded. Afyu remarked casually, Renze, you have a kind heart. If it were someone else, they would have stashed it all away in their backpack without a second thought for fairness. Hey, you mustn't speak lightly of such matters. Song Renze replied earnestly as he continued to shovel dirt. This land belongs to everyone, and we must abide by the rules, for if we let selfishness take hold, we may find ourselves unable to even claim a spot on the beach in the future. Li Xiaoyun chimed in. He speaks the truth. In these times, we must uphold a sense of collective responsibility. After all, what we gather is a lifeline provided by the state. We cannot betray our conscience. Afyu exclaimed, slapping his forehead. Oh, don't misunderstand me. I only meant to voice my thoughts. I understand the importance of fairness, regardless of who it is. All right, you should quickly dig a bit more in that shallow pit over there. There are plenty of clams. Song Renze chuckled as he handed over the shovel. We won't stop until we fill a whole basket today. The trio continued their jovial banter as they worked. The sun began to dip lower in the sky, and the sea breeze carried a mixture of muddy odors and the damp saltiness, bringing an indescribable sense of contentment. Just as they were engrossed in their task, a voice called out from a distance, Hey, Renze, Afyu, Xiaoyun, come quickly and see. We've found something rare over here. It was old Chun from the village, who had accompanied them, but, due to his age, was moving slowly and had been wandering on the other side. Song Renze rushed over, panting, and asked Uncle Chun, What treasure have you found? Don't keep us in suspense. Old Chun's face crinkled into a delighted smile as he pointed to a washed-out tidal ditch beneath his feet. Look here, is this not a sea eel? I just saw it flash and then dive in. A sea eel? Afyu exclaimed, drawing closer to take a look. Indeed, a dark, elongated shadow lay motionless in the muddy trench. Don't move. Song Renze whispered urgently, swiftly grabbing a small bamboo fork nearby. He carefully probed into the ditch. This creature was slippery, and he needed to be steady and precise. The group held their breath, their eyes fixed on the fork and the end of the trench. Suddenly, with a splash, Song Renze thrust down, and a strong force rebounded. I've got it. With a vigorous tug, he indeed caught a dark green sea eel, measuring nearly 2 feet in length, with froth lingering at its mouth. This catch is surely valuable. Old Chun, stroking his beard, beamed with delight, envisioning the dried eel as a prized delicacy not to be indulged in even during the new year. Li Xiaoyun opened her mouth to speak but hesitated, only to finally remark, Be cautious when killing this creature. Eels bite fiercely. It is essential to handle it properly afterward. Song Renze carefully placed the eel into a basket, securing it with a knot before clapping his hands together, exclaiming, "Today's harvest is truly commendable." Afu rubbed his hands together, suggesting, "How about returning tomorrow? We started early today, and I reckon we could unearth more treasures by tomorrow evening." "Absolutely," Song Renze readily agreed, but stressed the need to rise early, as the tides rise swiftly, and a missed opportunity would be in vain. Old Chin added, "You three should tidy up your gear tonight. Tomorrow morning, I'll take you to another spot where the seabed is rich, teeming with clams and flower clams." At the mention of clams, Li Xiaoyun's eyes sparkled. "My mother just mentioned the other day that she longs for salted clams stewed with eggs. But the commune's supply shop sells dried clams for $2.50 a pound. Who could afford that? Then let us dig for them ourselves." Afu chuckled. "We rely on our own skills and savor the fruits of our labor, ensuring a truly fulfilling meal." Once they finished packing up, they trod over the damp earth towards the shore, their baskets heavy with catch. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the twilight painted the clouds in hues of crimson, casting elongated shadows of the group. Just as they reached the shore, a voice called out, "Renze, come help. Aju has twisted her ankle." Upon hearing this, Li Xiaoyun's expression shifted, and she turned to run. Wasn't Aju with the girl from the second team, digging for clams? How did she injure herself? Hastening over, they found a girl of 17 or 18 sitting at the edge of the mudflat, clutching her foot, her eyes glistening with tears, while several younger girls fretted around her. "Oh dear, what happened?" Song Renze asked as he set down his basket and crouched to inspect the injury. "Did she twist her ankle or scrape it on a rock?" "It's a twist," the girl lamented, her tear-filled eyes revealing her distress. "I stepped into a sandpit, my foot slipped, and I twisted it." Li Xiaoyun immediately pulled a cloth strip from her basket. "Quickly, Renze, support her while I bind her foot to stabilize it." Without hesitation, Song Renze hoisted Aju onto his back. "Afu, help me carry the baskets. I'll take her home first." Afu complied, grasping all their baskets in hand. "Hurry up. Nightfall is approaching, and be cautious on the road." Li Xiaoyun, supporting Aju's arm, reassured her, "Do not worry. We will apply some sea salt and herbal poultice, and you'll be fine soon." The group hurried back to the village entrance, the sky completely darkening. In the distance, lanterns flickered to life in the village, resembling scattered glimmers of hope. The village women, upon spotting them, gathered around, inquiring about their haul. "Oh, so much. Have you struck it rich? What happened to Aju? Is everything all right? We should find the team leader to see if she needs to go to the clinic." Li Xiaoyun wiped the sweat from her brow. "It's nothing serious. She just twisted her ankle. We'll take her home to rest for a few days." Song Renze nodded. "The items in the basket should be delivered to the production team first. The team leader will come to distribute them shortly. We have nothing to hide." Someone whispered, "This young Song is becoming increasingly competent. He surpasses those mere talkers among the officials." The team leader soon arrived, and upon seeing their bountiful harvest, he nodded in satisfaction. "Excellent. This is what a member of the cooperative should look like. Starting tomorrow, we will form groups to regularly go to the beach and establish a sea-catching team, with the three of you leading." Afu grinned. "Rest assured, team leader, we will certainly accomplish this splendidly." However, Song Renze gazed at the pitch-black sea and murmured, "This ocean still conceals many treasures." "Brother Renze, are they poisoned?" Aunt Li Sin asked tremulously, her eyes filled with dread. Just this morning, they had eaten some wild fruits by the field, which they claimed resembled mountain jujubes and were quite sweet. "Mountain jujubes? What mountain jujubes?" Song Renze's brow furrowed deeply as he hurriedly pried open the fingers of one person, who was tightly clutching a half-eaten fruit pit. He lifted it to his nose for a sniff, and his expression changed drastically. "These are not mountain jujubes. They are red bones, a poisonous fruit." Those nearby were instantly thrown into uproar. "What? Red bones? Does that mean it could be fatal? Curse it! Who allowed them to eat that? Quick, quick, Renze, save them." Silence. Song Renze abruptly stood up and shouted, "What are you shouting about? If their lives cannot be saved, you will all have reason to weep." Chapter 59. Ahead lies a bounty. Li Eru's eyes nearly bulged out of their sockets. "Brother Song, this must be a school of fish? Heavenly deities. Truly, it is the manifestation of Mazu. In the past, whenever he was here, Had he ever encountered such a multitude of fish? They were all gathered on the surface of the sea, as if it were a bustling market in the county town. The sight was breathtaking. Beneath the surface, a shimmering silver sheen emerged, the fish flowing like silken fabric, with no less than 1,000 in sight. "What are you dawdling for?" Song Renze kicked him in the rear. "Cast the net." Flustered, Li Eru hurriedly seized the fishing net, swinging his arms in a wide arc as he flung it into the sea. Splash! The net bloomed open like a grand flower on the surface of the water, gradually sinking. "Brother Song, we are about to strike it rich," Li Eru exclaimed, his hands rubbing together in excitement. "If we haul this in, it could fill an entire boat." Song Renze squinted with a smile. This is merely the beginning. Secretly, he urged the space within him, feeling a surge of warmth in his chest. Suddenly, the fish seemed startled, scattering in all directions. "Oh no!" Li Eru stamped his feet anxiously. "They're getting away. It's all my fault for casting the net too slowly." The waves rolled, yet it was evident that many fish were fleeing in panic. As it appeared the fish would slip away, Song Renze remained unperturbed, gently touching his chest. "Do not fret." A miraculous scene unfolded. The scattered fish, as if responding to a command, abruptly turned around and swam back in unison. "My goodness!" Li Eru's jaw dropped, nearly hitting the deck. "The fish. They have returned." Not only had they returned, but they were gathering in even greater numbers. The sea surface resembled a boiling cauldron, with fish leaping and shimmering, dazzling to the eyes. "This is extraordinary, truly extraordinary. Brother Song's net must possess some magical power, drawing the fish back." Li Eru beamed with delight. "That should suffice. Haul the net." Song Renze gently tugged at the net line, noticing it had tightened considerably before he slowly spoke. "Let us wait a moment longer, else the net may burst." Yet the fish, in a frenzy, continued to dive into the net, even as the line quivered under the strain. The netting could scarcely contain them, with fish tails splashing around, creating a cacophony. The two gripped the net line with all their might. "Goodness, it's heavy." Li Eru's face turned crimson, veins bulging on his arms. "Brother Song, the net is going to break. Just the weight alone must be 500 or 600 pounds. Heavenly deities, when had he ever caught so many on a single haul? Not to mention, one could spend an entire day at sea without such luck." As the net emerged halfway from the water, it was filled to the brim with fish, their scales glimmering in the sunlight. "Let us put in more effort." Song Renze gritted his teeth. 1, 2, 3. Heave. Splash. In an instant, the net burst forth from the water, resembling a great sun. A wave of fishy odor rushed towards them, the seawater splashing into Li Eru's eyes. Song Renze strode forward, swiftly untangling the net line. Splash! A net brimming with fish thudded onto the deck, the vibrant creatures flopping energetically. The net burst. Indeed, it truly burst. Li Eru plopped down on the ground, laughter illuminating his face. Song Renze, panting heavily, casually seized a struggling large yellow croaker. Goodness, it must weigh no less than 5 pounds. Observing the deck further revealed ribbon fish twisting like silver belts, pomfret flapping noisily, and several plump bass with their gills puffing rhythmically. The most striking sight was 2 resplendent golden yellow croakers, standing out prominently amidst the catch. Brother Song, Li Eru's voice trembled. In all my years, I've never seen fish this fat. He held up a ribbon fish for comparison. This must be over 1 meter long. It's as thick as my arm. Song Renze wiped the sweat from his brow, grinning widely. This is just the first net. Why the rush? Are we dropping the net again? Li Eru stammered. What a silly question. Song Renze kicked him playfully. While the fish are still gathered, let us hurry. The two swiftly emptied the fishing net and cast it again. This time, Li Eru had learned his lesson, casting the net farther and wider. Brother Song, look over there, he suddenly shouted, pointing excitedly at the distance. The sea's surface shimmered with silver, and the school of fish seemed to swim eagerly into the net. Unbelievably, Eru rubbed his eyes vigorously. Are the fish actually coming to us? Song Renze stifled a laugh. This is what we call luck that cannot be thwarted. When the second net was pulled up, it was even heavier than the first. I can't take it anymore, really can't. Li Eru collapsed among the fish. Groaning, My hands feel like they're about to break. Just cleaning the fish on the deck would take at least half an hour. Little did they know, they had only been at sea for less than an hour. Li Eru lay amidst the fish, panting heavily. Brother Song, our boat is going to sink. Song Renze kicked the pile of fish. Stop pretending. Get moving. The two donned thick rubber gloves and high rain boots, beginning to transfer the fish into the live well. Ouch! Li Eru yelped as he grasped a grouper, a barbed tail pricking him painfully, causing him to shake his hand. This thing is sharper than a needle. Song Renze laughed and scolded. Serves you right. You should have worn proper gloves. He deftly pinched the gills of a large bass and tossed it into the live well. Be careful. Those fins are sharp too. Li Eru grimaced, gripping the fish tail gingerly as if handling a bomb. Brother Song, we've really struck it rich this time. With this many fish, we could easily sell for $200. Impressive. Song Renze wiped his brow. After this, we'll head to the supply store and get you some fine fabric for a new outfit. Really? Li Eru was so delighted he nearly jumped, only to slip on a slick ribbon fish and land flat on his back. The two burst into laughter, their movements becoming even more rapid. The live well soon brimmed to capacity. Even a few small fish wedged between the deck cracks. Li Eru, exhausted, began to massage his waist. Brother Song, should we head back? If we catch any more, the boat really will sink. But Song Renze squinted towards the horizon, the warmth in his chest igniting anew. What is the rush? There's more bounty ahead. As soon as the words left his mouth, the crowd surged forward with a resounding uproar. Make way. Clear the path. Hu Xianfeng's face turned ashen, his voice wavering as he desperately shielded the drawer on the table, exclaiming that this was the commune office and no one was allowed to rummage through it. Song Renze let out a cold snort and yanked open the weathered, rusted drawer, revealing its stuff to the brim. Stacks of account books piled beneath bundles of cigarettes, alongside 2 bottles of partially consumed sorghum liquor. Li Eru, with keen eyes, swiftly pulled out the topmost account book and flipped through a few pages, his brows knitting in confusion. Ah, how cleverly it's written. It states that on March 17th, 50 bags of hemp were purchased, yet our storeroom received only half of that. Where did the other half disappear to? You're talking nonsense. Hu Xianfeng lunged to snatch the account book back. Get away. Song Renze forcefully pushed him back and called out over his shoulder. Thousand-jin. Weren't you in charge of the storeroom back then? Come and verify if these accounts are accurate. An elderly man with graying hair, yet standing tall and straight, squeezed his way in, his gaunt face clearly etched with fury. Very well. Let me see. He donned a pair of reading glasses and trembled as he flipped through a few pages. Suddenly, he pointed to a specific spot, snorting, Hu Xianfeng. Do you recall that batch of hemp rope? Your account states 100-jin, yet I distinctly remember only receiving 50-jin. And I had to borrow from the team to cover the shortfall. Are you bold enough to claim there's no foul play? That was a mistake. Hu Xianfeng's face flushed with alternating colors, beads of sweat trickling down his temples. A mistake? The crowd erupted in a cacophony of outrage. How can one make such frequent mistakes? Why is it always the errors that inflate the numbers? The hard-working villagers toil for their labor points, only to have them siphoned off by this unscrupulous scoundrel? Why is it that our salt supply is perpetually insufficient each year? Is it all due to your errors in accounting? Damn it! A young, robust man rolled up his sleeves, ready to confront him, but was swiftly restrained by Aunt Zhao beside him. Don't act impulsively. We must reason this out and not provide him with excuses. Song Renze also spoke in a deep voice. Everyone, calm down. We are here to expose the truth, not to enact a chaotic form of justice. He turned his icy gaze towards Hu Xianfeng, as sharp as a blade. If you're truly innocent, then open the drawer and the filing cabinet completely. Hu Xianfeng's lips trembled, as if frozen in place. At that moment, Li Eru stealthily approached from the other side and kicked open the old wooden cabinet. Oh dear! Several women gasped in shock. Inside the cabinet were not only several bags of exquisite tea leaves and 2 loose packs of cigarettes, but also 2 tightly wrapped cloth bundles secured with towels. Li Eru tore them open on the spot, revealing a stash of crumpled banknotes. My goodness! Thousand-jin exclaimed this. This must be several hundred yuan, right? Where did this come from? This is... Hu Xianfeng stammered, his voice caught in his throat. Speak. Song Renze slammed the table, sending dust swirling into the air. As a deputy director, how could you possibly possess such a fortune? Even the frugal families in the village cannot save up this amount in a year. The crowd murmured in astonishment. No wonder his son bought a pair of leather shoes last time, claiming they were a gift from his nephew. The jar of old liquor buried beneath the wall of the Hu residence. I'm inclined to believe it wasn't tea left by his father, but rather, it was stolen. The Hu family ought to cleanse their ranks. Under the guise of public service, they're siphoning our very livelihoods. Bind him swiftly. Dispatch him to the commune. Call the authorities. At that moment, a tall, slender youth emerged from the crowd, breathlessly exclaiming, "The police are coming!" A dilapidated Beijing jeep screeched to a halt at the entrance, and two officers clad in gray-blue uniforms leaped from the vehicle. "Who is Song Renze?" the leading officer inquired. His brow furrowed. "We received a report stating that there are disturbances here." "I am." Song Renze straightened his posture, pointing at Hu Xianfeng. "This is not a disturbance. It is the public exposing a corrupt official. He has falsified his accounts, hoarded money at home, and has been shortchanging goods. There is documentation and evidence. You may examine it yourself." The officer surveyed the scene and glanced at the scattered account books, receipts, and items retrieved from the drawers, his expression darkening. "Bring me those account books." "Certainly." Li Eru handed over several ledgers one by one. Another officer circled around the wooden cabinet, meticulously inspecting the concealed cash and cigarettes, subsequently jotting down notes, and instructed his companion, "Send for someone from the township to inventory the evidence. This matter must be thoroughly investigated." "Hu Xianfeng?" The lead officer fixed his gaze upon him. "You will accompany us to the station for questioning." Hu Xianfeng's lips turned purple as he staggered backward. "I'm being framed." "Framed?" Zhoushan scoffed. "How do you explain the matter of the sack? There's indeed a shortage of goods in the storeroom." "Exactly. The discrepancies between the reported and delivered quantities are not your doing. Year after year, the dividends shrink while the common people are left starving. And yet you reside in a new tiled house, indulging in fine liquor. What kind of person are you?" The police grew impatient and waved their hands. "Bring him to the vehicle." Two auxiliary officers advanced, restraining Hu Xianfeng's hands behind his back with a belt. You cannot treat me this way. I am a deputy director." "You still remember you are the deputy director?" Li Eru scoffed. "Is that a title meant for corruption?" The crowd erupted in jubilation, their shouts rising in fervor. "Take him away. Restore our justice. Investigate thoroughly and expose all those who have wronged us." The police gestured for calm. "Everyone, your emotions are understandable, but we will handle this matter according to the law. Please return home and await further notice." Indeed, Song Renze seized the moment to declare, "Rest assured, we will not let this go. Once the results are in, we shall hold a public meeting to announce them. Not a single penny will be allowed to slip through the hands of the corrupt." "Well said." An elderly woman wiped her tears. "In these times, we need young people like you to stand up. Otherwise, the common folk will continue to be exploited." The villagers gradually dispersed, each with reddened eyes, filled with fervor. Zhoushan grasped Song Renze's hand, overwhelmed with emotion. "Young Song, with you here, I feel at ease. You are a person of action." Song Renze smiled warmly. "Uncle Zhoushan, what we are doing is for every person in our community. Public resources must not be squandered by the wicked." "Well said." Li Eru grinned and exclaimed, "Let us go. Tonight, I shall treat you to a bowl of corn porridge. We must celebrate this splendid victory in our first battle." The last remnants of red light faded from the horizon as the evening breeze swept in from behind the mountains, carrying the scent of freshly turned earth. As soon as he finished speaking, Song Renze decisively locked the heavy iron door with a loud clang. "You dare to lock the door?" Hu Xianfeng's face turned ashen, struggling to rise, but was swiftly kicked back into his chair by Li Eru. "What is stopping you? Afraid you might flee at the last moment?" Li Eru's grin revealed sharp teeth, his gaze as piercing as a blade. "Where are the account books? Speak." I have no idea what you are talking about." Hu Xianfeng stammered, panic evident in his voice. "I am an official cadre of the commune. If you dare to lay a finger on me, it will be considered obstruction of justice. and you shall await imprisonment." Outside, the voices grew louder, and heads crowded around the window, chattering away. This old, who has been an accountant for so many years, he has grown quite rotund. Just a few years ago, the funds for our bridge construction were entirely in his hands. The bridge was never built, and the money disappeared. Indeed. And what about the mountain goods exchanged for grain last year? The accounts don't add up. My family worked for 5 days and received only 3 jin of cornmeal. Bring out the account books. We must examine them. Who the accountant? If you have nothing to hide, what are you afraid of? Quickly, call the militia team. This matter requires oversight. Song Renze turned to shout out of the window, "Taiju, hurry and notify the militia team. Tell Captain Zhao to come here. There may be substantial leads on corruption involving Hu Xianfeng that need to be investigated on the spot." "Got it." Zhao Taiju responded from the crowd, racing towards the village entrance. Inside, Hu Xianfeng was sweating profusely, his shirt soaked through, his eyes darting around. Suddenly, his gaze fell upon a cabinet by the window, and in a fit of desperation, he pushed against his chair to lunge towards it. "What are you trying to do?" Song Renze reacted quickly, grabbing the back of his collar and yanking him back. "Your scheming thoughts are written all over your face." Li Eru rushed over and opened the cabinet door, a musty odor wafting out. Inside, it was a chaotic mess of torn newspapers, greasy sacks, and paper bundles. At the very back lay a black-covered account book. "Found it." He yanked it out and flipped open the cover, turning page after page. Song Renze leaned in for a closer look, his brow furrowing. "What is this?" The writing is in small letters, as if it were intentionally encoded. "Let me see." A tall, thin figure pushed through the crowd, wearing reading glasses. It was Wang Wenli, the village teacher. He took the account book and flipped through a few pages, frowning. "Isn't this just substituting numbers with pinyin abbreviations?" A stands for 2, stand for 3. He is quite clever, using a cipher to evade scrutiny. Does it match up? Lieru prasa urgently. It does. Wang Wenli adjusted his glasses and turned to a page, reading aloud. On July 13th, 200 jin of mountain goods were allocated, but only 90 jin were recorded as shipped. The remaining 110 jin is unaccounted for. Good heavens! Li Eru's eyes widened in disbelief. That batch of mountain goods was under my supervision on the way down. It was clearly 2 large baskets full. How could only 90 jin be recorded? Continue flipping. Song Renze's face turned ashen as he demanded, "Find all the discrepancies immediately. Today, we shall expose every misdeed he has committed over the years." Wang Wenli continued reading, and after only flipping a few pages, he gritted his teeth and exclaimed, on the 5th of August, 400 yuan was recorded as expenses for purchasing cables and stakes, but I distinctly remember that we used timber donated by the village forestry and cables allocated by the military. "I recall that too." Li Eru interjected, his teeth clenched. "I was the one moving the wires. They were clearly public resources. How could there be an expenditure of 400 yuan? "Precisely." The villagers outside chimed in, their voices a cacophony of indignation. "Isn't this akin to pulling a fast one?" Wang Wenli flipped to the later entries, noting the numerous loans recorded. Borrowed 300 from Xiao, supplemented 50 to Sunday. Who are these individuals? They don't even have identification. These are fraudulent accounts, entirely fabricated. Li Eru seethed with rage. "Behold, this is the evidence of how he has embezzled our village's funds over the years." "Silence. Do not speak recklessly." Hu Xianfeng, pale with fear, struggled to seize the ledger, but was firmly pushed back into his chair by Song Renze. "Clarify this. Where has the money gone? What about the materials?" "I must have misremembered. It was a busy time. My notes are disorganized," he stammered. Yet his gaze kept drifting towards the door. Suddenly, the sound of polished shoes echoed. Captain Zhao had arrived. "Make way, make way." Captain Zhao entered with 2 militia members, and upon surveying the scene, his expression darkened. What is happening here? Song Renze stepped forward to explain the accounts and the situation. Captain Zhao opened the ledger, scrutinizing it with a frown before casting a glance at Hu Xianfeng. "Old Hu, do you have anything to add?" Sweat poured down Hu Xianfeng's forehead like rain. His lips trembled, rendering him unable to speak. "You are the accountant. You signed these accounts and must take responsibility." The discrepancies in the unclear fund allocation suggest embezzlement of collective assets. Captain Zhao's tone left no room for debate. I am ill. Hu Xianfeng suddenly clutched his head. My mind is not functioning properly. You cannot wrongfully accuse me. I haven't done anything wrong enough. Lieru Skufa. Just moments ago, you were threatening to call the police. Now you feign illness? Captain Zhao, Song Renze, pointed to a locked drawer in the corner. There is still one area that hasn't been searched. We must examine that lock cabinet as well. Captain Zhao nodded, and the militia immediately sprang into action. Prying open the drawer, a multitude of sealed envelopes tumbled out, along with several books of receipts stamped with red seals. At the very bottom, a thick stack of 100 yuan bills. My heavens! Militia member Xiao Li gasped. This must amount to 2,000 yuan. The collective harvest of the village this year hasn't even reached this sum. Captain Zhao's expression darkened further, his words deliberate. Hu Xianfeng, you will accompany me back to the forestry for investigation. The ledger, the receipts, the cash, all will be sealed and taken. I will not go. Hu Xianfeng struggled. You cannot detain me. I am a commune official. Stop your prattle. Captain Zhao replied coldly. You are guilty of abusing your power and embezzlement. The evidence is irrefutable, and being a commune official will not shield you. Take him away. With a wave of his hand, two militiamen immediately seized Hu Xianfeng, one on the left and one on the right. Outside, the villagers erupted in cheers. Well done. It was high time to investigate him. Where do you get the money to build those 3-tiled houses? There's definitely something amiss. Justice will prevail. Song Renze let out a sigh of relief, clapping his hands and proclaiming, Rest assured, fellow villagers, we will meticulously examine every account. Those who have taken from the collective must return what they owe. Anyone who obstructs the collective's path will bear the consequences. Indeed, Captain Zhao added, stepping forward. From today onward, the forest militia will assist the village in auditing all resources and financial flows from the past 3 years. No one shall interfere, or they will be prosecuted for undermining socialist construction. The crowd responded with a resounding cheer. Li Eru wiped the sweat from his brow and leaned closer to Song Renze, whispering, This time, we truly fought a commendable battle. Upon entering the room, Song Renze casually closed the door behind him, the lingering warmth of the heated Kong still present. He removed his broad-brimmed hat and hung it on a nail behind the door, bending down to extract a stained burlap bundle from beneath the edge of the Kong. Unhurriedly, he untied it to reveal 3 packages of medicinal herbs, along with a small bag of golden powder. Zhao Taizhu followed him inside, placing a fire poker by the door and leaning in with curiosity. Is this the medicine prepared for old Liang? Yes, Song Renze nodded, sealing the powder in a porcelain jar. This is a mixture of saltpeter and pine pollen, to be used as a catalyst when preparing the medicine in the evening. And the liquor, didn't you say it needed to be mixed with medicinal wine? It's ready, Song Renze replied, patting a nearby jar containing the sorghum liquor aged by the old San family. Though it hasn't steeped long, it has sufficient potency. Zhao Taizhu smacked his lips. Will that old man drink it without getting muddled? With his temperament? I hope he does, Song Renze chuckled, squinting. Weren't you just saying he secretly hoarded a few bags of local tobacco? Stubborn and frail. Does he really think he has still that old yellow dog from 10 years ago, chasing wild boars? Zhao Taizhu chuckled at the remark, scratching his head. Hey, I was just joking. By the way, what should we do with that yellow deer he hunted? The hide is still drying in the woodshed. Keep the hide. I'll ask Ann Eyre to have her niece make it into a mattress. I've already divided the meat. The lean parts were minced and mixed with mountain pepper and aged salt to make a meat sauce, sealed in a jar with clay. The remaining tendons will be used for broth. Old Liang's nourishing soup will rely on that marrow fat. As they conversed, the courtyard door creaked open, and a tall, lanky figure hurriedly entered, carrying a bamboo basket. Songo, are you here? Zhao Taizhu glanced over. Oh, here comes Xie Guzi, from the lower river bend, was slender with long legs and a small head, speaking in a hoarse voice. He placed the bamboo basket under the stove and pulled out 2 plump yellow-skinned chickens bound with grass twine. Didn't you say you wanted some mountain chickens in exchange for herbs? I've been waiting by the tree stump since morning and happened to catch this pair. Song Renze took the chickens, weighing them in his hands and nodding. They weigh 4.5 pounds. These are fine chickens. with their tails held high and claws sturdy. Good. You need 3 tails of astragalus, right? Yes, indeed. There remains a small amount of the herb duhua. My mother's chronic leg ailment flared up again the other day, causing her considerable pain. Very well. Song Renze bent down and retrieved a carefully folded packet of paper from his bundle. These 2 ingredients should be boiled first and then steeped. Consumed as a decoction, 1 bowl a day, and you shall see results in 3 days. Guzi accepted the medicine packet, tucking it carefully into his bosom, exclaiming with delight, "Your prescription is indeed effective, far superior to what I encountered at that health station in town. I had to wait in line for ages, and they looked down on me. Remember to advise your mother to avoid cold and damp foods, and to refrain from consuming overly salty dishes, otherwise. Even the finest medicine will be in vain." I will remember. I will remember. Guzi repeatedly nodded, glancing outside at the sun. "I want to take up more of your time. I have a pot of chicken stew at home that is still on the fire." Zhao Taiju chuckled as he urged him on. "Hurry along, or it will grow dark, and you won't make it back in time, leaving your chicken to turn to charcoal." Guzi dashed away in a hurry. The room fell silent. Song Renze looked up. "Taiju, later, please gather the batch of dried beef that has been sun-dried the most. I plan to send it to the Shepa village tomorrow morning. Old Kong and the others are organizing a winter festival and require some dried goods as gifts." Zhao Taiju frowned. "Shepa? That's over 20 miles away, and the mountain path is slippery. I've heard there are wild leopards in the area. Are you truly going alone?" "I will go, and I will also visit Secretary Li over there. Didn't he mention a while ago that the ginseng he cultivated was not thriving? I'll bring some polygonatum leaves and a hoe to assess the terrain. Then I shall accompany you." Song Renze shot him a glance. "No, you must stay home. Tomorrow night, after old Liang finishes brewing the first pot of medicine, someone needs to tend the fire." Zhao Taiju clicked his tongue. "Alas, why must I be burdened with this idle task?" As dusk descended, a fine drizzle began to fall outside. Song Renze rose and made his way to the firewood shed, gathering an oilcloth and a roll of coarse hemp rope, before filling his backpack with dried beef, chicken bone sauce, and 2 packets of dried mushrooms. He picked up a sturdy walking stick and secured it to the side of the basket, meticulously checking his supplies. Zhao Taiju leaned against the doorframe, unable to resist speaking up. "Are you really not taking me with you? If you encounter a leopard in the mountains, you might find it hard to handle alone." "Rest assured, I have brought a hunting crossbow," Song Renze replied nonchalantly, as he tucked items into his waistband. "Moreover, if a leopard truly appears, I shall not confront it directly. I will simply set a trap along the way." "Do you genuinely believe leopards are akin to wild dogs that flee upon seeing a human?" "Not at all." Song Renze raised his gaze to him. "But the mountain knows well who is the guest and who is the master. Those of us in this profession must possess an understanding." These words left Zhao Taiju momentarily speechless. After a brief pause, he nodded and refrained from further persuasion. The next day, before dawn, Song Renze set out with his basket on his back. He traversed streams, dense forests, and steep slopes, his feet slipping on the wet ground as he used his stick to probe the path, moving at a leisurely pace. Along the way, he encountered Zhou Laosan, who was returning from gathering firewood. They exchanged pleasantries, with Zhou mentioning that there had been an increase in weasel sightings in the mountains, advising extra vigilance for livestock at night. By noon, Song Renze rested at the edge of an old locust grove, taking out some provisions to nibble on and sipping from the earthen jar containing a decoction of buplurum. Suddenly, a soft crack echoed through the forest. He trembled slightly, positioning his walking stick defensively across his chest, crouching down to peer in the direction of the sound. The underbrush was pushed aside as a limping yellow dog emerged, its muzzle smeared with mud and blood. "Old Huang." Song Renze recognized this as the forest dog belonging to the village head of Shepa. "What brings you here?" The dog huffed twice, nudging against his leg, revealing a deep gash beneath its belly that appeared to be from a beast's claw. Frowning, he wondered, has the mountain leopard truly come down? The dog emitted another low sound, seemingly in response. Gently, Song Renze stroked the dog's back and whispered, "Lead me there." The yellow dog limped ahead, guiding him deeper into the forest. After approximately 20 minutes, they arrived at a hollow in the mountain, where the ground was stained with large swathes of dragged blood, scattered rags, and straw sandals. He crouched to examine the scene, his brow furrowing. Is someone injured? The dog whined softly, nudging a patch of congealed blood on the earth. At that moment, a muffled groan resonated from the woods. Help, help me! Song Renze abruptly looked up and unearthed a bloodied young man from the low underbrush, his face ashen, with a chunk of flesh bitten from his arm. Blood still oozing. He hoisted the man onto his back, holding the dog with one hand and a crossbow with the other, hastening towards Sheepa village. Upon hearing the news, the village head rushed over, nearly collapsing at the sight of his son. My jure. Without further ado, Song Renze fetched water, dressed the wound, kindled a fire, and prepared medicine, ensuring everything was taken care of. As evening approached, the village head grasped his hand, choking back tears. Brother Song, if only you had come a moment sooner. Jure might have been dragged away. Song Renze patted his shoulder. It's fortunate that his life has been saved. That patch of forest, we must not allow anyone to enter. I shall set a trap later to see if that leopard still lingers. Wang Fugui's face was ashen, clutching his stomach with cold sweat beating on his forehead. His body curled like a shrimp, continuously murmuring, "It hurts. It hurts terribly. Had I known that dish was poisonous, I would never have eaten that second bowl." Beside him, Zhoushan fared little better, her face pale and lips white, trembling on the ground, muttering, "It was him. He insisted I add so much lard. How was I to know your family sausage was so salty?" Silence. Wang Fugui, despite lacking the strength to curse, burned with fury in his eyes. "You wretched woman, was that deliberate? You knew all along that the sausage was meant to be mixed with rice. You intended to harm me. I am wronged." Zhoushan rolled over, tears streaming down her face. "If you hadn't shouted more oil makes it fragrant, would I have cooked up such a large pot? You even secretly added dried chili powder. You were just being greedy. You, be quiet." Wang Fugui was so enraged that his eyes nearly rolled back in his head. Song Renze knelt down, scrutinizing Wang Fugui's eyes and tongue, feeling his pulse without uttering a word. He then turned to Zhoushan, checked her pulse as well, and asked her to open her mouth, exhaling sharply. Zhoushan shuddered, releasing a breath that carried a mix of sour, rancid, lard, and bitter spicy odors. Standing upright, Song Renze tightened his cotton robe. Having consumed too many preserved foods compounded with chili oil, fermented black beans, and fried rice remnants, their stomachs could not bear it, resulting in mild digestive distress or severe food poisoning. "What shall we do?" Wang Fugui trembled as he grasped Song Renze's pant leg. "Brother Renze, do you think I can still survive? Just yesterday, I mentioned wanting to go to the commune for recommendations. If you don't save me, it will ruin my entire future. How can you still bring up recommendations?" Zhao Taiju burst out from the kitchen, grease stains from dried beef jerky on his sleeves, pointing an accusatory finger at him. "Everyone in the village knows how you slandered Brother Song back then. Now that you know pain, you come crying for help? Spit." "Taiju." Song Renze raised a hand, maintaining his calm demeanor. "Let us not speak of that now. Life is paramount." He walked back into the house at a measured pace, as if the two outside, writhing in agony, were nothing more than tattered rags. Zhao Taiju scoffed, muttering under his breath, "I wish they would suffer for half the night. Perhaps they would learn a lesson." However, shortly after, Song Renze emerged carrying a basin of medicine, a blue and white porcelain bowl in hand, from which wafted a faint bitter aroma. "This is the first batch of the decoction. Chuanpu, betel nut, and dried tangerine peel in equal parts, boiled twice, with a dash of ginger juice. Wang Fugui, drink this first." Wang Fugui struggled to sit up, tears and snot mingling. "Brother Song, I'll drink it. I'm nothing but a beast," sob. "Enough with the sweet talk. Steady your hands and finish it," Song Renze instructed. Wang Fugui held the bowl, his hands trembling from the heat, but he still sipped cautiously, grimacing with every swallow. "It's so bitter." "Bitter is effective," Song Renze replied calmly. "Bitterness can quell the fire within, and numbness can clear the passageways. If you vomit later, do not fear. That is a good sign." Zhoushan, shivering, reached out as well. "Brother Song, may I drink too? Your condition stems from a deficiency and stagnation." Song Renze did not offer her the bowl. "You must first place a warm cloth on your abdomen. Wait until this batch is ready before I serve you." Zhao Taiju watched with discontent, muttering quietly, in my opinion. This decoction should be mixed with some ash and the broth of worn-out shoes, so they truly remember the pain. They wouldn't remember it even then. Song Renze chuckled lightly, though his gaze was frosty. These two are driven solely by greed. If given another chance, they would indulge again and still blame others. Upon hearing this, Wang Fugue immediately fell to his knees, knocking his head against the ground. No, no, no. I swear I will never do it again. If I ever crave it again, I'll ensure my line ends. Weren't you already cut off? Zhao Taiju interjected, unable to contain himself. Last time, you claimed that your enteritis left you impotent. Be quiet. Wang Fugue nearly burst into tears. I truly have changed. I promise. Zhao Xiaolin chimed in. I will no longer covet your pig fat, even if it means eating nothing but husk and wild greens in my next life. I want to dare to use your goods to cook rice. Who forced you to take it? Zhao Tieju's face hardened. Wang Fugue told me to steal it. Zhao Xiaolin quickly shifted the blame. He said you weren't home, and we could sneak some fat without anyone noticing. You. Wang Fugue was about to leap up in indignation. You treacherous woman. Are you turning against me? That day, it was you who said your brother wanted something good. And that's why you rummaged through. You're the greedy one. Song Renze cast a cold glance, and suddenly spoke. You too. What is your worth in work points? Both individuals were taken aback. Zhao Xiaolin awkwardly replied, I can barely earn 5 points in a day. Wang Fugue, equally bewildered, added currently. When I work in the fields, the team leader gives me 7 points. Sometimes I go to the woods to chop firewood. Very well, Song Renze said slowly. The two of you combined will account for 20 work points for a 3-day course of medicine, including herbs, labor, and time lost. This is on credit. Once you recover, you shall venture into the mountains to gather firewood, exchanging a load for 1 work point. Wang Fugue, momentarily stunned, quickly bowed his head in agreement. All right. Brother Song, whatever you say goes. Even if I have to carry and chop with like a beast of burden, I will do it. Zhao Xiaolin nodded vigorously. Yes, I can collect pine cones or gather firewood ends. Then remember this. Song Renze narrowed his eyes. If there's any trouble again, do not call for me. The first time is for saving a life. The second is for assistance. The third is foolishness. And the fourth is a worthless life. Remember, as they acknowledged, they wrapped the hot cloth around their bellies, resembling 2 drenched, tattered sacks. Zhao Taiju scoffed. Serves them right. They used to shout that Brother Song was cheating them, threatening to report him to the commune for his arbitrary deductions. And now they are kneeling and bowing? People, Song Renze sighed. Only after enduring hardship do they realize the value of bitter medicine. Does the spirit pearl shine on its own? Is it possible you've discovered some treasure? Old Li spoke in a hushed tone, yet a glimmer of excitement flickered in his eyes, akin to a hunter spotting prey nearby. Song Renze wasted no time, seizing Old Li's arm and rushing towards the thicket in the southwest, whispering, It's right beneath that stone nest over there. Just now, the pearl suddenly warmed up, and I noticed that place was emanating a strong energy, the earth's energy surging forth, causing the pearl to glow. Old Li's breath quickened, urging, Let us go. Move swiftly and quietly. Don't let anyone overhear. The two traversed a stretch of dense underbrush and circled around a damp, green stone slope, finally arriving at the edge of the stone nest. Song Renze pointed at the pit's bottom. Look, this area was once barren, yet now steam is rising as if something alive is about to emerge. Old Li crouched down, placing a few leaves under his knees, and carefully peeled back a layer of decaying leaves. He inhaled deeply, then suddenly exclaimed, Oh my goodness, this scent. It's the essence of earth gall, and more. You can smell it too? Song Renze's eyes lit up. When I got closer, besides the pungent aroma of earth gall, there was also a strong medicinal scent. Like golden scale vine, Old Li blurted out, his eyes nearly popping out. If it truly was golden scaled vine, this nest of herbs could be worth at least 50 pounds of grain. Upon hearing this, Song Renze's breathing quickened. What are we waiting for? Let us open a corner and see what treasures lie within. Without hesitation, the two individuals procured wooden sticks and a small shovel, first clearing away the upper layer of fallen leaves and loose soil. Before long, They uncovered a glimpse of a bluish-purple vine, its surface adorned with delicate golden patterns, resembling serpentine scales closely adhering to the earth. Indeed, it was the golden scale vine. Old Li's voice dropped to a whisper, yet he could not suppress his excitement. This was a treasure of the highest order, seldom revealed before the chill of the frost, and here it was, emerging just after the onset of autumn. It was likely summoned by the essence of the spirit spring pearl. However, Song Renze furrowed his brow, sensing something amiss. "What is wrong?" Old Li inquired. "Look at this vine," Song Renze said, pointing to the base of the golden scale vine, which did not terminate but instead extended deeper into the ground, as if leading to something. Old Li paused, realization dawning. "You mean, it has a primary root below?" Song Renze's expression turned grave, and, judging by the direction, it delves further into the mountain. "Old Li, I suspect that beneath this lies more than just the golden scale vine." Old Li licked his cracked lips, lowering his voice even further. "Are you suggesting the mother herb vine?" "It is a possibility," Song Renze replied, his gaze heavy. "We both know that the golden scale vine only grows downward when it encounters the mother herb root, clinging to it. If this is indeed the mother herb vine, it is worth far more than 50 kilograms of grain. It would be calculated by weight, and the commune's herbal station would have to report it." Old Li swallowed hard, his eyes flickering. "Then, shall we keep this under wraps for now? Let us excavate it quietly and ascertain its value, so we have an understanding." Song Renze hesitated, but then calmly proposed, "I have a method. I can use the spirit spring pearl to probe the energy pulse, but it must be at night. The daytime sun is too intense for the pearl to respond." "Agreed. We shall wait until nightfall. During the day, you should return without revealing anything unusual. I will mark this spot, and when night falls, we will return equipped with our spades, oil lamps, and tarpaulin to dig slowly." "Very well," Old Li replied decisively, brushing off the dirt from his knees. "I will head back to the village, pretending to return to mushroom cultivation. Be cautious not to let Wang Fugue and his rascals catch wind of this." Song Renze nodded, watching Old Li's retreating figure, a glint of cold light flashing in his eyes. As night fell, the mountain winds howled. Dressed in black, Song Renze slipped out through the back door with a canvas bag slung over his shoulder, moving with utmost stealth, a fire starter and hunting knife secured at his waist. Upon reaching the edge of a small gully, he heard a faint sound, a click. It was the signal. Emerging from behind the bushes was none other than Old Li, drenched in sweat, carrying 2 short shovels and an oil lamp. "Are we all set?" "Yes," Old Li nodded. "Let us proceed." The two stealthily entered the forest, the serene stone hollow appearing even more tranquil under the moonlight, the surrounding sounds of insects sparse, with the occasional eerie hoot of an owl adding to the atmosphere. "You light the lamp, and I will place the pearls," Song Renze instructed. He gently set the spirit spring pearl on the ground and retrieved several copper nails from his pocket, securing them around the pearl. Under the dim glow of the oil lamp, the pearl emitted a faint blue light. Before long, tendrils of ethereal light like wisps of smoke seeped from the soil, swirling around the pearl in a continuous dance. "The earth's energy is shifting," Old Li exclaimed, his eyes wide with astonishment. The disturbance resembled the mother herb vine forming a nest beneath the ground. Song Renze spoke in a deep voice. "Open." The host struck the ground, digging deep. In less than a quarter of an hour, 3 sturdy vine roots emerged, the thickest one as wide as a thumb, its skin cracked and oozing with sap. "This one has been growing for 5 years." Old Li's voice trembled with excitement. "If we dry this and take it to the commune's medicinal herb station, it could fetch at least a ton of rice." "Don't rejoice just yet," Song Renze cautioned. "Look underneath." He carefully cleared the soil along the vine and suddenly paused, uncovering the last layer of dead leaves, revealing a small bronze box embedded in the earth. "What is this?" Old Li's eyes widened in shock. "By the looks of it, it resembles a Warring States bronze container." Song Renze's hands trembled slightly, yet he swiftly wrapped the bronze box in a cloth and gently lifted it. It had no lock and opened with a mere pull. Inside lay a small, desiccated medicinal root, resembling a human figure, complete with 5 limbs, yet sprouting a slender red beard atop its head. This is... Old Li's mind buzzed. It's ginseng, murmured Song Renze, a millennium-old ginseng. Song Renze. Old Li's expression changed in an instant. Should we hide this? Song Renze's gaze turned cold. Old Li, do not forget that I saved your granddaughter's life. I will share this ginseng with you, but if you attempt to keep it for yourself, I will not recognize our friendship. Old Li was momentarily stunned. Then his face twitched before he broke into a grin. My life was saved by you. Whatever you decide is fine by me. Sharing it is fine. Very well. Song Renze promptly tucked the bronze box away and meticulously filled in the surrounding hole. You must not breathe a word of this. Just say we dug up a few old vines. Do not speak further. Understood. Old Li's lips are sealed. Song Renze rolled up his sleeve, revealing the spirit's spring bead in his palm, shimmering with a faint blue light. This thing, just as I stored it away, suddenly leaped, as if drawn by something. Old Li furrowed his brow and scrutinized it for a moment before pulling Song Renze aside. Keep this quiet. Quickly take me to where you were just standing. Remember, not a word to anyone. What do you suspect it is? The spirit's spring bead has its own sensing ability. When it encounters highly spiritual items or anomalies in nature, it will actively signal. In my youth, I once witnessed something similar in the remote mountains of the Northwest, where a dead volcanic crater emitted a foul-smelling water, beneath which lay half a golden dragon's bone. Even the wolves dared not approach. A jolt of apprehension surged through Song Renze, and without further questioning, he turned his steps, leading Old Li back to the streamside. They circled around a small hill and paused behind a few wind-bent Chinese ash trees. Right here, Song Renze whispered. I came to collect a wild chicken leg bone from the stream, and that's when the spirit's spring bead jumped. Old Li squinted, crouching down to poke at the fallen leaves, rubble, and moss with a dry twig. Suddenly, he pointed. Look, between the stones. There seems to be a layer of fine sand that shines particularly bright. Doesn't it look different from the other colors? Song Renze crouched down and indeed discovered a small patch of pale golden sand at the bottom of the stream. Upon closer inspection, it was neither real gold nor mineral powder, but rather exuded a faint aura of spiritual energy. As he approached, the spirit pearl emitted a humming vibration. This isn't sand. It's... Old Li suddenly inhaled sharply. Spirit bone sand. Spirit bone sand? Is that not the residue formed from the marrow of a spirit beast after decades of its demise? Only found where water veins and earth veins converge. Old Li's voice tightened. Quick, seal off this area. We must not let others discover it. I cannot carry so much sand. Should we not extract a bit for study? Extract what? Old Li forcefully grasped Song Renze's hand. If you disturb this place, the entire energy source will dissipate. Should any spirit beast's lingering soul arise, it will seek you first. What shall we do then? Establish a sealing formation marker. As Old Li spoke, he retrieved a small banner carved from beast bone from his pocket and planted it by the stream. Let's set up a simple sealing formation for now. Later, I will bring some talismans from the village to completely seal this energy source. Do not mention this to anyone, not even Taiju. I understand. While they were conversing, a crack echoed from the other side of the woods. Someone had stepped on a dry branch. Song Renze raised his guard, scanning the bushes, and caught a glimpse of a scrawny figure darting past. Someone is eavesdropping. Old Li's expression shifted dramatically. Quick pursue. Song Renze sprinted after the figure, swiftly traversing the small grove, and saw the individual stumble, falling headlong into a pile of dry branches. Come out. He seized the person by the nape of their neck. Don't hit me. Don't hit me. The person pleaded repeatedly. It's me, Wang Xiaoyo. Wang Xiaoyo. Old Li arrived, his face darkening instantly. You little rascal, what are you doing here? Wang Xiaoyo was notorious in the village for his sneaky antics, a lad of 16 or 17 who shirked work and thrived on gossip. He stammered, I wasn't eavesdropping. I just heard you mention treasures, and I wanted to see if any money had fallen. Quit playing dumb. Old Li raised his hand to deliver a slap. If you dare leak a word of today's events, believe me, I will have you paraded naked from the village to the commune. Wang Xiaoyo covered his face, repeatedly bowing his head. I won't say a word. I truly won't. Or you can let me swear an oath. An oath is worthless. Song Renze interjected coldly. If you genuinely wish to remain silent, write a letter of acknowledgement. Henceforth, You are forbidden from coveting this land. Otherwise, you will be treated as a thief hoarding national property. All right, all right, Wang Xiaoyu lamented, his face contorted in despair. I have a cousin in the militia. If you report me, my whole family will suffer. Then be gone. Old Li kicked him. If I see you loitering in these woods again, I will treat you like a wild dog. Wang Xiaoyu fled in haste. This boy cannot be left unchecked. Song Renze frowned. His mind may be dull, but his tongue is sharp. If he overheard today, he could easily spread rumors to the supply and marketing cooperative for liquor. I turned back to find his father for a jug of aged wine to suppress this matter. Old Li took a breath and wiped his forehead. But we need to act swiftly. If the location of the spirit bone sand is discovered by others, it would not only spell misfortune for us, but it might also implicate the village. Can you set up a formation to seal it? Song Renze inquired. I can arrange a small formation for 3 days. Old Li replied. Within those 3 days, we must summon the mountain deity from the town mountain temple or borrow that colorful dragon bone from Old Mang. That old man won't lend it. Thus, you must take the initiative. Old Li gritted his teeth. You saved his grandson's life last time. He owes you a favor. I will visit his home tomorrow. By the way, Old Li suddenly added, do not let Taiju know you possess the spirit spring pearl. Song Renze was taken aback. Do you suspect him? It's not suspicion, it's precaution. Old Li's tone turned grave. Though he is loyal, he possesses a fiery temperament, being too headstrong and prone to disrupt the formation. If he inadvertently breaches the spiritual array in the future, not only would you be unable to protect the treasures, but he may also suffer a backlash. Understood, Song Renze responded. The two silently erected wooden stakes by the stream, marking the spot, and used withered reeds to create a cover. By the time everything was completed, the sun had already begun to set. Old Li smacked his lips and said, tonight, you should not return home to sleep. We will keep watch for the night. I will guard the first half, and you the latter half. Do not let anything go awry. Song Renze nodded. All right. You can sleep on that side. I will make a shelter on this side. As the night grew deep and the forest dark, with the moonlight casting a pale glow, Old Li nestled in the nearby grass shed, softly snoring. While Song Renze stood vigil at the spiritual mouth, the spirit spring pearl shimmering in his palm like a little sun, pulsating with light. Thoughts swirled in his mind. If this truly is the remains of a spirit beast, it could mean the fortune of the entire mountain may be affected. If handled properly, it might even attract genuine opportunities. However, if someone were to intrude recklessly, it could lead to injuries at best, or worse, destruction of the village. Song Renze raised his gaze to the densely canopied mountains, his lips pursed. We must hurry, he said. Nearby, Li Shunzhe approached, clutching a basket of freshly caught blue crabs. Interjecting with a smile, Renze, where did you find this treasure? I was digging on that sandbar for ages and saw nothing moving. Is there a secret to your good fortune? Song Renze's eyes glimmered as he feigned mystery. There is indeed a secret, but it relies on one's connections. If you truly trust me, next time we can go together, and perhaps you might stumble upon a nest. Old Chin chuckled. What secret? It's merely that the sea has opened. Renze is just lucky. Huh. Li Shunzhe pretended to spit. You old fellow, as soon as you hear profit, you're all smiles. Just a moment ago, you complained about the sun and your aching back, and now you are as spry as a rabbit. Huh. A little banter doesn't hinder my work. Old Chen lifted his bamboo basket, wiping sweat while laughing. Renze, our haul today is truly worth it. As Song Renze glanced at his pile of catch, satisfaction filled his heart. He looked down at the spirit spring pearl in his hand, its glow flickering as if it had yet to settle. Upon discovering the majestic clam, the bead unexpectedly illuminated, guiding him instinctively toward it, and indeed, he encountered a significant find. This bead, which he had unearthed some time ago from a cavern deep within the ancient forest, remained dormant until it came into contact with treasure or areas rich in Earth's energy. Its sudden brilliance led Song Renze to ponder the hidden wonders beneath this shoreline. However, he kept his thoughts to himself, merely chuckling as he patted Li Shunzhe's shoulder, urging him to expedite the packing of their goods before the tide rose, making their departure difficult. Yes, yes, quickly now, exclaimed Old Chun, his eyes glinting with mischief. Suddenly lowering his voice, he added, by the way, Renze, Could you possibly spare some room on your boat? I have a few private goods I wish to bring along. What private goods? Song Renze raised an eyebrow. Nothing troublesome. Just a few jars of pickled crabs that haven't been accounted for. Old Chen winked. My third son is still at the supply and marketing cooperative, eagerly awaiting fresh stock. Li Shunzhe chimed in. You folks are always trying to circumvent the rules. The cooperative isn't a place where just anyone can sell. It requires approval from the commune. You know nothing. Old Chun waved dismissively. Who still adheres to the rules these days? As long as the goods are of good quality. The shopkeepers would prefer to discreetly accept a few baskets to avoid the hassle of bookkeeping. Song Renze remained silent, his gaze betraying a hint of coldness. He was aware of Old Chen's slippery nature, capable of conjuring up all sorts of schemes. In these times, clandestine sales were commonplace. Yet he, Song Renze, had no intention of entangling his name with such petty dealings. Very well, he replied nonchalantly. You may secure your items, but keep them away from my fish basket. I can make some space for you in the rear hold, but do not let me find you stuffing it with disordered items. Understood. Old Chun grinned broadly, turning away to hum as he made his way back to his bamboo shelter. At that moment, a commotion erupted from the distant beach, with voices shouting, There has been an accident. Little son has slipped into the tide ditch. Quick, someone help. Upon hearing this, Song Renze immediately grabbed the wooden basket and dashed toward the source of the cries. Shunzhe, bring the rope. Without hesitation, Li Shunzhe sprinted toward the backpack to retrieve the rope. On the beach, a crowd had gathered around a muddy ditch where two women wailed on the shore, calling for little son, their voices trembling with despair. Where is he? Song Renze rushed forward, shedding his shirt and leaping into the water. In that muddy ditch. An elderly man kvafet. The boy just said he was going to catch a big clam, and then he disappeared beneath the surface. As Song Renze stepped in, he felt the mud give way beneath him, sinking him halfway down. Realizing the danger, he shouted, Shunzhe's the rope. Li Shunzhe tossed the hemp rope toward him, which Song Renze secured tightly with one hand while he plunged the other into the murky depths. Moments later, his fingertips brushed against a piece of fabric. With a sudden surge of strength, he yanked the boy from the water. Quick, he's still alive, he shouted. The crowd surged forward, arms reaching to pull the boy ashore. Little son, a thin lad of around 10, was covered in mud, his lips blue and unconscious. Water, quick! Song Renze carefully laid the child flat, gently pried open the little one's mouth, and with his fingers extracted the mud that had choked him. He then bent down, sucking the water out mouthful by mouthful. Alas, what a tragic fate! An elderly woman rushed forward, wailing. Silence. Song Renze frowned. He is not dead yet. Why weep? Boil some water. Quickly. Prepare ginger soup. Li Shunzhe had already dashed out, borrowing fire and a pot from nearby villagers, shouting, Does anyone have old ginger? Hurry, hurry, we can't delay. Half an hour later, young son finally stirred awake, first coughing up water before choking and rolling his eyes in distress. Gradually, he regained his composure and opened his eyes to gaze at the surrounding crowd. Father, mother, oh dear, he is awake. His mother immediately embraced him and wept loudly, prompting a collective sigh of relief from the onlookers. Renze, you truly are a savior. An old man trembled as he clasped his hands together. If this child had perished, I would have lost all face. Song Renze wiped the mud from his face and waved his hand dismissively. Do not thank me. It is your ancestors' virtue that has saved him. Laughter erupted as the crowd gathered around, patting him on the shoulder, some offering tea, others towels, while a few children gazed at him in admiration. Their eyes filled with reverence. At that moment, Elder Chun approached with a click of his tongue. Renze, you have become the living deity of the entire beach. If the influential figures in town knew you had saved a life, they might commend you greatly. Commend me for what? Song Renze replied with a faint smile. I do not covet such accolades. I would sincerely appreciate it if someone could assist our community in constructing a pathway to the sea. Exactly. You have hit the nail on the head. Li Shunzhe interjecta. I just counted. It takes us over 10 miles from here to the mountain's mouth. If it weren't for this old road, which can barely accommodate a few ox carts, we wouldn't even be able to transport the clams. So what do you suggest we do? Elder Chun inquired. Song Renze spoke solemnly once we return. I will propose to the team leader that we exchange our batch of clams and blue crabs for funds and mobilize the community members to pitch in. We shall construct the road ourselves. Excellent, Zhoushan exclaimed, slapping his thigh. I will be the first to volunteer. Not for any other reason, but so that my daughter won't have to wade barefoot through the mud when visiting relatives in the future. Elder Chun nodded in agreement. My grandson will start working in the fields next year. I too hope for a clean path. I would gladly participate in road construction or even digging ditches. Song Renze laughed, his gaze catching the glimmering spirit pearl, a thought flickering in his mind. Perhaps this excursion was not mere chance, but rather an opportunity. The sea breeze picked up once more, and the distant sound of waves crashing against the rocks resonated like drums, beckoning him. Turning around, Song Renze called out loudly, "Everyone, do not dawdle. Gather the clams, blue crabs, seaweed, and shrimp roe, and fill the baskets. Tonight, we will head to the sea and gather enough to cover tomorrow's travel expenses." Upon hearing this, the crowd erupted in excitement. Agreed. Let's give it our all today. Renze led the charge. I am determined. I'm not quite sure, Song Renze whispered as he ran, but just now, while crossing the mountains, the pearl suddenly shone, and it seemed to flicker towards the southern rocky hills, as if pointing the way. Upon hearing this, old Li's gaze sharpened, and he immediately halted his steps, abruptly flinging the carrying pole over his shoulder, causing the basket to clatter loudly. The stone ridge to the south? Are you certain? Absolutely, Song Renze gasped, coming to a standstill. It glimmered twice, just as we turned past that grove of elm trees. At first, I thought it was merely sunlight reflecting, but the light wasn't reflected. It emanated from within the beads, much like the incident in the spiritual spring cellar. That place feels wrong. Oldly furrowed his brow tightly, one hand resting on the short deer bone knife at his waist. That ridge, I ventured there 30 years ago when I was younger. It was the year of the heavy snowfall. Your third uncle and I got lost. We managed to squeeze into a crevice, opened up by the mountain winds, to shelter from the snow. And then, what happened next? Well, the following morning, my third uncle had gone mad. Song Renze's expression shifted dramatically, not feigning madness, but utterly insane. Upon returning to the village, he was locked away for 7 years, biting anyone who approached him, constantly muttering something about a well that can speak in something alive buried beneath the stones. Oldly sighed. Since that year, we have dared not approach that place. However, this bead of mine is no ordinary spiritual object. It only glows when near areas of strong energy fluctuations. In a hushed tone, Song Renze suggested, how about, you accompany me to take a look? I won't stop you. Oldly hesitated for a moment before finally nodding. But remember, we can only stay for a maximum of 2 hours. We must return before dark. That place becomes disturbingly ominous once the sun sets. The two examined their gear, each armed with a hunting knife, a crossbow, a bow, and 3 wolf-tooth arrows hidden within their boot shafts. Song Renze also procured an old copper whistle from his sleeve, placing it in his mouth, just in case they encountered mountain beasts or landslides, allowing for distant communication. Let us go. Oldly stepped forward, his expression serious. We'll approach from the southwest to avoid the ridge's frontal assault. Song Renze nodded in agreement, and the two lowered their bodies, stealthily maneuvering through the underbrush, cutting diagonally across a small path used for firewood gathering. After about half an hour, the forest ahead grew increasingly sparse, the muddy ground transforming into a stony expanse, littered with grayish-white gravel, as if it had been smoothed over by the winds. Chapter 60. The Senior Angler. What? Is there more? Li'eru exclaimed, his eyes wide with disbelief. Song Renze disregarded him, turning the boat's bow towards the depths of the sea. The diesel engine roared to life, and a briny sea breeze rushed toward them. Li'eru leaned over the side of the boat, eagerly gazing at the surface of the water. Brother Song, how do you know where the fish are? Song Renze flashed a grin. It's a family secret. You wouldn't be able to learn it. The boat ventured further into the vast ocean, the water shifting from a light azure to a profound blue, with the waves growing more formidable. Suddenly, a dark, rocky isle emerged ahead, the waves crashing against the stones, sending plumes of white foam spiraling into the air. Song Renze's eyes sparkled with excitement. We've arrived. Lieru shuayuwa narbosli. Brother Song, this place gives me the creeps. I've heard there are sharks. Yet Song Renze was already on his feet, grabbing a fishing net. What is there to fear? With me here, even sharks will serve as our bodyguards. Before they could even sort out the fishing net, both of them were busy baiting their fishing rods. As soon as Lieru cast his line into the water, the bobber sank with a sudden force. Whoa, that was quick. He scrambled to reel it in, and a plump black sea bream flopped onto the deck, its tail slapping against the wood. Song Renze chuckled teasingly. Look at you so eager. He leisurely threaded bait onto his hook, and not 3 minutes later, his rod bent into a crescent shape. Here it comes. Song Renze sprang to his feet, the fishing line zipping outward. Lieru quickly tossed his rod aside to assist. Brother Song, this one has got some serious strength. After considerable effort, they finally brought the fish aboard. A 7 or 8 pound grouper, its scales shimmering with a bluish hue beneath the sunlight. We've struck gold. Lieru exclaimed, rubbing his hands together in delight. This is exactly what state-owned restaurants love to buy. Just then, Song Renze felt a sudden warmth surge through his chest, more intense than ever before. He leaped up, even dropping his fishing rod into the sea. Eru, look over there. In the distance, a silver-blue silhouette leapt from the water, tracing a dazzling arc in the sunlight. Its sleek body and side-like tail fin. Lieru's fish slipped from his hands onto the deck, the sound shifting in pitch. Brother Song, is that a tuna? On the surface, the figure leapt once more, sending sparkling droplets flying like shards of diamonds in the sun. This time, both brothers clearly saw it. It was a yellowfin tuna, weighing no less than 100 pounds. Song Renze nearly drooled at the sight. It was well known that tuna were scarce, both in this era and the future. The price of a single tuna could easily exceed 1,000 yuan. If they caught a few more, they could become wealthy. Song Renze grabbed Lieru urgently. Quick, switch to a bigger hook. His voice trembled with excitement. Let us bring out our largest sea fishing rod. We can't let this yellowfin tuna slip away. Tuna sashimi. Seared tuna sushi. Just the thought of it makes one salivate. Lieru fumbled to retrieve the hefty sea rod that he seldom used, his fingers trembling. Brother Song, will this thing work? That fish looks more robust than I am. Enough of a nonsense. Song Renze exclaimed, pulling out a 3-pound base from the live well. We'll use this as bait. Seizing an opportune moment, he discreetly summoned a drop of divine spring water from his space and smeared it on the fish. With a splash, as the bait entered the water, a yellowfin tuna suddenly made a sharp turn from a distance, swimming toward them. It's coming. Lieru crouched at the edge of the boat, his eyes nearly popping out. It's heading our way. Yet, just 20 meters from the boat, the tuna abruptly halted, leisurely circling around. What's going on, Brother Song? Lieru anxiously stomped his feet. Why isn't it biting? Song Renze squinted. Be patient, it's observing. He slowly reeled in the line, allowing the bait to trace an S-shaped path in the water. Unable to contain himself, Lieru grabbed a handful of small fish and tossed them into the sea. Bait the area, draw it in. However, this reckless throw proved disastrous. As the small fish splashed into the water, a frenzy of skipjack tuna erupted, competing fiercely for the food. The yellowfin tuna, instead, lingered at a distance, leisurely watching the commotion. With a flick of its tail, it opened its mouth and swam forward, swallowing several skipjack whole. You fool! Song Renze was infuriated. Wanting to kick him, it's treating this like an all-you-can-eat buffet. Why would it care about our bait? Lieru mournfully replied, then, what should we do? Taking a deep breath, Song Renze declared, watch me. He abruptly shook the rod, causing the base on the line to dart frantically in the water. This motion finally captured the attention of the tuna, which suddenly surged forward. Prepare, Song Renze shouted, and as the words left his lips, the fishing rod bent into a perfect arc. Chapter 61. The tuna is caught. Buzz. The reel emitted a piercing cry, and the fishing line shot out with alarming speed. Quick, help me. Song Renze clutched the fishing rod desperately, his body being dragged forward unsteadily. Lieru rushed over, wrapping his arms around Song's waist. and together they pulled back like a tug-of-war team. The force was tremendous. Li Eru's face turned purple. Brother Song, I feel like we're reeling in a submarine. The tuna below surged wildly, dragging the fishing boat in dizzying circles. Gritting his teeth, Song Renze adjusted the drag. We can't go at it head-on. We must tire it out. He quickly loosened the reel, allowing the line to unfurl rapidly. For the next 10 minutes, the tuna alternated between deep dives and sharp turns, nearly pulling Song into the sea on 2 occasions. Li Eru could only maneuver the boat, following the fish's direction slowly. Once the yellowfin tuna was exhausted, they could haul it aboard. It's tired, Song Renze suddenly shouted. Indeed, the tension on the line had noticeably diminished. Seizing the moment, he began to reel it in, pausing every few meters to allow the fish to expend more energy. Finally, just a dozen meters from the boat, a silver-blue silhouette broke the surface. Under the sunlight, the tuna shimmered with a metallic sheen, its tail fin crashing against the water, sending up a massive spray. Li Eru hurried forward, preparing to reel it in. Suddenly, the yellowfin tuna flipped violently. Splash! The sea erupted once more. Oh my goodness! Li Eru plopped down on the deck, trembling like a leaf. Brother Song, is that really a fish? It feels more like a torpedo. Song Renze, drenched in sweat, his veins bulging, retorted, Stop whining. Steady the boat. It's heading toward the rocks. They couldn't let it tire for too long. Otherwise, the flesh would spoil, and they wouldn't fetch a good price later. Amidst the roaring of the diesel engine, the small boat traced a figure 8 on the surface of the sea, following the tuna. Li Eru, steering the boat while cursing, exclaimed, What the hell? Did this fish take steroids? Why is it so strong? Quit your cursing. Song Renze gripped the bent rod tightly. Let out more line. It's going to snap. Splash. The tuna dove again, and the line shot out rapidly. Li Eru, panicking, stomped his feet. Brother Song, the reel is about to smoke. Douse it with seawater. Quick. Song Renze's face turned purple. This fish is tougher than old Wang's stubborn mule. Li Eru grabbed a dipper and splashed water onto the reel, hissing as a cloud of white smoke rose. The line held, but the fish turned and surged in the opposite direction, jerking the boat violently. Oh no! Li Eru stumbled, hitting his forehead on the boat's edge. Is this creature trying to fly us like kites? Suddenly, Song Renze grinned widely. There's hope. It's losing strength. Indeed, the pull on the line began to weaken. Seizing the opportunity, he resumed reeling, his muscles straining. Don't celebrate too soon, Li Eru cautioned, rubbing the bump on his forehead. Last time, my second uncle mentioned the same thing while fishing for bass, and, as a result, a fish flipped and pulled his shorts right into the sea. Just as he was speaking, a magnificent tuna suddenly leapt from the water, its silvery body sparkling under the sun, and with a resounding splash. It drenched both of them in seawater. Ugh, ugh, ugh. Li Eru spat out the seawater. Does this fish even spit? However, Song Renze's eyes sparkled with excitement. What a splendid opportunity. He swiftly reeled in the line, driving the hook deeper. The tuna, in pain, began to thrash violently. Amidst the thudding sound of the diesel engine, the small boat swirled on the surface of the sea, following the fish. Li Eru, disoriented by the motion, exclaimed, Brother Song, I think I'm going to be sick. Hold it together. Song Renze fixed his gaze on the water's surface. It's about to give in. Indeed, after a mere 10 minutes, the tuna finally rolled over, revealing its white belly. Li Eru grabbed the gaff, his hands trembling. Brother Song, if we lose it, my second uncle's shorts will have company. Enough with the nonsense. Song Renze panted. 1, 2, 3. Heave. Splash. The enormous fish, weighing over 100 pounds, crashed heavily onto the deck, causing the small boat to sway. Both men, exhausted, lay sprawled atop the fish. Li Eru, feeling the cold body beneath him, suddenly shouted, Brother Song, this fish is still moving. Indeed, the tuna's tail slapped against Li Eru's face, leaving a red mark. Ha ha ha. Song Renze laughed heartily, slapping his thigh. Serves you right for your earlier banter. Li Eru covered his face, but couldn't help but chuckle. It's worth it. This slap is worth it. Brother Song, this fish is enough for me to marry 3 wives. The clumsy fellow scrambled to his feet, only to slip on the fish's blood and fall flat on his back. Song Renze was doubled over with laughter, With your clumsiness, how could you possibly marry 3 wives? Even the fish would reject you. Oh dear, Lieru, clutching his reddened face from the tuna's tail, suddenly sprang up. Brother Song, we can't leave the fish like this. I've heard that tuna needs to be processed quickly once on land, or the meat will turn tough. Song Renze snapped to attention. Right. Hurry, bring a knife. We need to bleed it out. Chapter 62. The black market on the island, he swiftly turned over and retrieved a sharp fish filleting knife from the toolbox. Lieru, in a flurry, searched for a bucket. My uncle mentioned that this fish is unlike others. It must be bled while still alive. Nonsense. Song Renze had already adeptly restrained the thrashing tuna. The fish's value lay in its tender flesh. If the blood were not completely drained, a lingering fishy odor would remain, and the state-run restaurant would not offer a good price. The two of them worked together to flip the hefty fish, weighing over 100 pounds. Song Renze pinpointed the area just behind the gills and thrust the knife in, causing bright red blood to spurt forth, splattering his face. Goodness gracious! Lieru exclaimed, hurriedly positioning the bucket beneath the gushing blood. Why is this blood spraying like a fountain? Song Renze wiped the blood from his face. No time for chatter. Hurry up and catch it. This blood is a treasure. Once dried, it can be used to make fish blood tofu. After a full 10 minutes, the blood finally began to ebb. Song Renze deftly made an incision at the fish's tail, starting to pour seawater inside to cool the flesh. What now? Lieru inquired, gazing at the now motionless fish on the deck. Are we just tossing it into the live well? Are you foolish? Song Renze smacked the back of his head. This fish needs to be iced. Go clear out the cooler we use for ice. The two scrambled, shifting the previously caught miscellaneous fish aside to make room in the largest cooler. Song Renze retrieved the pre-prepared ice blocks from the bottom of the ship's hold and dumped them into the cooler with a clatter. Come on, lend a hand. Song Renze grasped the fish's head while Lieru lifted the tail, and together they shouted in unison as they placed the tuna into the ice. 1, 2, 3, down! With a splash, the massive fish was entirely submerged in the ice. Song Renze added a layer of crushed ice over the fish's body and finally exhaled a sigh of relief. Done. This way, the meat will remain fresh for the return trip, and we're sure to fetch a good price. After completing their task, the sun was already dipping low in the sky. Lieru slumped down on the deck, gazing at the hold filled with their catch, grinning foolishly. Brother Song, we truly struck gold this time. Song Renze was equally exhausted, yet his eyes sparkled with excitement. Let us head back. Once we sell the fish, we'll show them what real tuna looks like. The diesel engine rumbled to life, and the small boat turned towards the shore. Suddenly, Lieru recalled something and turned to ask, Brother Song, how much do you think this fish can sell for? Song Renze smiled mysteriously and held up 2 fingers. 200? Lieru's eyes widened. 2,000. Song Renze burst into laughter. That is still a conservative estimate. Lieru let out a whoop, nearly slipping on the fish once again. The twilight sun cast a golden-red hue over the sea, painting the waves with its warm glow. The fishing boat chugged steadily towards the shore, while Song Renze contemplated the profits they would reap. Suddenly, Lieru pointed ahead, exclaiming, Brother Song, look at that boat. Squinting into the distance, Song Renze saw a fishing vessel, roughly 2 nautical miles away, quietly drifting under a black flag. The emblem on the flag was indistinct in the fading light, but several smaller boats surrounded it, with shadows of figures moving about. A black flag? A sudden thrill coursed through Song Renze's heart. Could it be? Lieru lowered his voice, excitement causing his hands to rub together. Brother Song, we've struck gold. This is the maritime black market. It opens only once a week, operating within a 20-mile radius, and its location is ever-changing. Song Renze's eyes sparkled. Selling to the black market would yield far greater profits than the supply and marketing cooperative. He immediately turned the steering wheel. Let us go take a look. What? Brother Song, this isn't in accordance with the rules, is it? What if we get caught? Fear not. Song Renze kicked him lightly. You stay here with the boat. I will go up and negotiate. If anyone inquires, just say we're here to sell fish. As they approached, the full silhouette of the black-flagged vessel gradually came into view. It was an old fishing boat that had been modified, its deck covered with waterproof tarpaulins and various goods were vaguely visible within. Alongside the boat were several small dinghies, and a few men in straw hats were busily transferring boxes aboard. Song Renze anchored the boat a dozen meters away, rummaging through the hold for his tattered straw hat, which he donned before lowering his voice to Li Eru. "You wait here. No matter what happens, do not come over." With that, he paddled the small dinghy closer to the black flag vessel. As he neared, two lean men leaped down from the boat, their waists bulging conspicuously, clearly armed. "What do you want?" The leader, a man with a scarred face, scrutinized him warily. Song Renze flashed a grin, producing a pack of cigarettes from his pocket and offering it. "Brothers, I heard there are fine goods here. I've come to broaden my horizons." The scarred-faced man accepted the cigarettes, his expression softening slightly. "What do you sell?" "Fresh tuna, as well as premium rice and flour." Song Renze lowered his voice. "Absolutely top-notch goods." The scarred man exchanged a glance with his companion, stepped aside, and said, "Come aboard, but don't try any tricks." Chapter 63. More fish deliveries? Come aboard, no tricks. As Song Renze climbed onto the black flag vessel, he immediately discovered a hidden treasure within. Beneath the waterproof canopy, several wooden tables were laden with an array of rare goods. Whole cartons of cigarettes, entire cases of Moutai liquor, pristine bicycle parts, and even a few semiconductor radios. A middle-aged man wearing sunglasses sat behind one of the tables, casually rolling two walnuts in his hands. A stranger indeed. Which path do you tread? Song Renze surveyed the surroundings with an impassive demeanor, smiling as he replied, "From Zhoushan Island. I've heard that your business practices are fair, and I've come to support you." "Zhoushan Island?" Tu Laosan raised an eyebrow. "Song Renze?" A jolt of unease coursed through Song Renze. This man recognized him? Maintaining his composure, he smiled and nodded. "I hadn't expected you to know me." The man in sunglasses burst into laughter, slapping the shoulder of a tall, thin fellow beside him. "Lao Lu, is this the guy you mentioned who caught that big yellow croaker?" The tall man squinted at Song Renze, nodding in acknowledgement. "Indeed, it is him. I hear he has even built a new house recently." Internally, Song Renze cursed, astonished at how quickly news traveled in the maritime black market. He decided to be forthright. "You have a keen eye, brother. This time, I brought a yellowfin tuna weighing over 100 pounds, along with 1,000 pounds of premium rice. I wonder if you'd be interested?" "Tuna?" Tu Laosan's interest was piqued. "Alive? Just bled and ice fresh? The meat must be incredibly tender." Song Renze leaned in closer. "And this rice is a new variety from the Agricultural Research Institute. It cooks up wonderfully fragrant." After a moment's contemplation, Tu Laosan extended 5 fingers. "Bring the fish over for me to inspect. If the rice is truly as good as you claim, I'll offer 50 cents per pound." Calculating swiftly in his mind, Song Renze noted that the cooperative only offered 30 cents, making this indeed a fair price. However, he feigned difficulty. "Brother, this rice is of special quality." "Enough, lad." The man in sunglasses interrupted with a chuckle. "At 5 cents, that's my final offer. If the fish is fresh enough, we'll settle at 23 per pound." Song Renze's heart raced. This price was significantly higher than that of the cooperative. He pretended to deliberate for a moment before reluctantly agreeing. "All right. However, the goods are hidden on the nearby reef island. I would appreciate it if you could send a boat with me to retrieve them." Tu Laosan regarded him with a knowing glance and waved his hand. "Lao Lu, take 2 men with him." Before departing, Song Renze casually scanned the shelves, suddenly pointing at a Butterfly brand sewing machine and several yards of cotton fabric. "How much for these?" "Interested?" Tu Laosan smiled mischievously. "The sewing machine is 180, and the fabric is 15 per yard." Song Renze then gestured toward a small generator and several boxes of snowflake cream in the corner. "And these?" "The generator is 250, and the snowflake cream is 3 per box." Tu Laosan tapped the table. "What is this, Brother Song? Are you planning to marry?" Song Renze chuckled, just preparing in advance. "So, I'll exchange the money for the fish and rice for these items. The remainder will be in cash." Tu Laosan nodded readily. "Deal." Half an hour later, in the sheltered area of Reef Island, Song Renze directed the black market workers to load the tuna and 2,000 pounds of rice onto the ship. Taking advantage of the moment when no one was paying attention, he discreetly retrieved several barrels of vegetable oil and 2 boxes of dakium and cigarettes from his space, quietly handing them to Lao Lu. "Brother, just a token of my appreciation." Lao Lu weighed them in his hands, a satisfied smile spreading across his face. "Brother Song knows how to conduct himself. Next time, we'll settle our accounts in the black market." Upon completing the transaction, Song Renze's small boat was now laden with a sewing machine, a generator, 5 bolts of quality fabric, and 10 boxes of snowflake cream, along with a thick stack of cash tucked securely in his pocket. An impressive total of 4,700 yuan. Upon returning to the fishing boat, Li Eru was drenched in sweat, anxiety etched across his face. "Brother Song, are you all right?" Those people. Song Renze smiled mysteriously, producing 2 large bills from his pocket and handing them to him. "Here, a little hush money." Li Eru's eyes widened in disbelief, stammering, "TW 20 yuan? Brother Song, this today's events are to stay between us." Song Renze lowered his voice. "Just say the fish were sold to the supply and marketing cooperative when we return. Understood?" Li Eru nodded vigorously, stuffing the money beneath the insole of his shoe, grinning from ear to ear. "Brother Song, rest assured, I saw nothing." On the journey back, Song Renze was in high spirits. He had initially thought these items would be wasted on the island's cooperative, but unexpectedly stumbled upon the maritime black market. These industrial goods would all be a boon for his family. As for the snowflake cream, Song Renze touched the tin box in his pocket. A vision of Meng Jingtian's dimples appearing as she smiled danced before his eyes. As dusk deepened, the sea breeze, laden with a salty tang, brushed against his face. Gazing at the silhouette of Zhoushan Island in the distance, a smile involuntarily crept across his lips. Life was truly becoming increasingly promising. Upon reaching the shore, the 2 parted ways, delivering their goods to their parents and sisters. Noticing that dinner was not yet prepared, Song Renze took the snowflake cream and stepped outside. With the cream in hand, he felt as if he were carrying a rabbit, bouncing with excitement. He selected 2 plump sea bays from his space, stringing them with straw and heading to find Meng Jingtian. The commune's youth center was located at the eastern edge of the village, housed in an old ancestral hall of the landlord, with its gray-tiled roof and blue bricks. Before he even reached the door, he could hear the lively chatter from within. "Jingtian, there is someone looking for you." A girl with braided hair poked her head out, her eyes lighting up at the sight of the fish in Song Renze's hands. "Oh, you brought more fish again?" Chapter 64. The Principle of Appropriation. Laughter erupted within the room. Meng Jingtian, her face flushed, dashed out, twisting the hem of her clothing. "You, what brings you here?" Song Renze extended a freshly caught fish towards her. "Just caught it. Thought you could use some nourishment." The fish's tail still dripped with water, shimmering silver in the setting sun. "Isn't this a bit too large?" Meng Jingtian fumbled to accept it, and as the fish flopped, she let out a startled cry. Song Renze quickly reached out to steady it. "Shall I help you carry it inside?" "No." Meng Jingtian's ears turned crimson. "If they see, they'll start teasing us." The 2 made their way to the well at the corner of the courtyard, where Song Renze swiftly drew up a bucket of water. "Place the fish in the basin, and I'll assist you with the preparation." Meng Jingtian squatted beside him, watching as he scaled and gutted the fish. Suddenly, she whispered, "Your hands are covered in cuts." Song Renze chuckled. What is there to fear for a man? Once the fish was prepared, just as Meng Jingtian was about to lift the basin, Song Renze unexpectedly produced a tin box from his pocket. "Here, what is this? Snowflake cream? Didn't you just give me some last time?" Meng Jingtian's eyes widened in surprise, and she hesitated to accept it, wiping her hands on her apron. "I bought it from a supply and marketing cooperative. It's of no use to me." Song Renze scratched his head. "I heard it prevents chapped hands." Meng Jingtian opened the lid and inhaled the fragrance, a small dimple appearing at the corner of her mouth. "It smells wonderful." Suddenly, a cough echoed from a distance. Zhoushan Islands, returning from the fields with a basket, spotted the 2 and frowned. "Oh, indulging in a private feast again?" Song Renze furrowed his brows and lifted the empty bucket. "I'll go fetch more water." As he walked away, Zhoushan Islands slammed her basket to the ground. Some people have no shame, constantly flirting with fishermen for food. Meng Jingtian tucked the snowflake cream into her pocket. "I'm helping Comrade Song's sister with her studies. He brought the fish as a token of gratitude." Is it a problem? Studying? Zhao Xiaolin scoffed. Right by the well? Who knows what kind of studies you re-engaging in? You. Meng Jingtian's hands trembled with anger. Why is your mind so filthy? Zhao Xiaolin rolled her eyes, relentless. Filthy? You don't even realize who truly is. Look at you, receiving snowflake cream and fish. Are you here as an educated youth or to enjoy yourself? All you do is mingle with men, chimed in a few of her friends, echoing her sentiments. Indeed, we eat cornbread every day while she comes here to indulge. From the moment she arrived in the village, she's been flirting with the locals. Who doesn't know your intentions? Now you're directing others to fetch water. How shameless. The female, educated youth gathered, drawn by the commotion. Zhao Xiaolin, are you looking for trouble again? They're a match made in heaven. What is it to you? Besides, they're not hiding their interactions. They're quite open about it. Are you all just bored? Zhao Xiaolin, caught off guard by the retort, shot a fierce glare at Meng Jingtian. We'll see about this. When Song Renze returned with the water, he found Meng Jingtian crouched on the ground, gathering scattered sweet potatoes. What's wrong? Nothing. Meng Jingtian tucked a loose strand of hair behind her ear. It's getting dark. You should head back. Song Renze glanced at the kerosene lamp flickering at the youth commune and suddenly lowered his voice. In a couple of days, the commune will screen a film. Shall I reserve a seat for you? Meng Jingtian's eyelashes trembled slightly as she softly responded with an affirmative hum. After walking a considerable distance, Song Renze turned back to see that slender figure still standing in the twilight, waving at him. His heart warmed, and he nearly stumbled in his steps. Meanwhile, Zhao Xiaolin observed Song Renze's demeanor, her clothing nearly torn from her agitation. That rustic fool. How could he possibly fancy that wretched Meng Jingtian? What does she have that is commendable? Is she even half as beautiful as I am? The two followers exchanged glances, nodding in agreement. Indeed, Xiaolin, in my opinion, you are the most stylish among this batch of female youth. That country bumpkin must have his head lodged in his posterior to be attracted to that wretched Meng Jingtian. What is there to be proud of? There are plenty of fish in the sea. We shall catch our own rather than rely on the offerings of worthless men. Upon hearing this, Zhao Xiaolin's expression softened slightly, and with a cold huff, she declared, just wait. In due time, once I have firmly established myself on the island, I will certainly deal with that pair of wretches. Chapter 65. The idea of establishing a farm. Meanwhile, Song Renze hummed a little tune as he returned home. Upon entering the courtyard, he was greeted by a delightful aroma of fish. Brother, his younger sister, Song Xiaomei, bounded over. Can you smell that? Mother has made delicious fish stew. His second sister, Song Xiaodao, poked her head out from the kitchen. Brother, Mother said she would wait for you to come back before serving dinner. Song Jianguo squatted by the door, smoking a pipe. Seeing his son return, he knocked the pipe against his shoe. You're back. How was your harvest today? Father, it was a bountiful harvest, Song Renze exclaimed, pulling 2 large banknotes from his pocket and handing them to his father. Here, take this. Song Jianguo's hand trembled, almost causing him to drop the pipe. This? So much. Yi Xiaolan emerged with a bowl of fish soup, her eyes immediately welling with tears. My son, your hands are all cut up. Mother. It's nothing, Song Renze said with a smile. I have an idea I would like to discuss with you both. At the dinner table, Song Renze took a few bites of rice. Father, Mother, I want to establish a fish farm. What? Song Jianguo paused, his chopsticks suspended in midair. Yes, a cooperative venture. Song Renze explained, gesturing animatedly. Our coastline is excellent. We can cultivate sea cucumbers and abalone. Fishermen rely on the sea, but when storms hit, they cannot go out. Moreover, if the harvest is poor, it means we might as well be starving at home. To prosper, we must engage in business. He had cultivated many types of marine fish in his space, but he needed a legitimate reason to bring them out. If he could establish a fish farm, raise the fish outside, and add some spring water, what fish wouldn't he thrive? Eventually, he could sell the fish from his space as well. It would be a guaranteed profitable venture. Yishulan vipit herius. My son is promising, far better than those urban intellectuals. Song Xiaotao's eyes sparkled. Brother, I can help. I can keep the accounts. Song Renze chuckled softly, affectionately patting his sister's heads before turning to his parents. Father, Mother, you are getting older. It's not reasonable for you to keep going out to sea for work. If the fish farm can be established, you can manage it and no longer need to venture out for labor points. Song Jiangwo fell silent for a moment before suddenly slamming his hand on the table. Let's do it. I support you. Yishulan quickly served her son a piece of fish belly. You decide on this matter. Your father and I will support you. Now eat slowly. We never had such fresh fish when we lived in the city. Song Renze felt a lump in his throat. He understood the burden his parents carried. Years ago, there was a mix-up at birth, and he had returned from the city, fearing he wouldn't adapt to rural life, worried that it had jeopardized his future. Father, mother, he said, focusing on his meal. Trust me, our family's good days are yet to come. Suddenly, Song Jiangwo stood up and rummaged beneath the cabinet, pulling out a cloth bag. This is what I've saved. 320 yuan. Take it to establish the fish farm. To do business, you can't start without funds. Yishulan also produced a handkerchief bag. I have 180 here. Song Renze nearly choked on his food. No need. I have money. He poured all the money earned from selling fish today onto the table. The entire family gasped in astonishment. How much could this possibly be? Song Xiaomei counted on her fingers for quite some time. Song Jiangwo's hands trembled with excitement. Son, this money, it is hard-earned. Song Renze smiled broadly. Father, tomorrow we shall go to the brigade headquarters and apply to the captain. Yishulan suddenly wiped away her tears. If only it had been earlier. Song Renze quickly urged his mother to eat. Let us eat. Let us eat, the fish is getting cold. Suddenly, Song Xiaotao giggled. By the way, brother, you went to the educated youth site again with gifts. Didn't you have your eyes set on Sister Meng? Cough, cough, cough. Song Renze spat out a mouthful of fish soup. The whole family burst into laughter. Under the flickering oil lamp, the small room was filled with the sound of joy. As Song Renze looked at the smiling faces of his parents, warmth enveloped his heart. This was truly the essence of home. Chapter 66. The Golden Clam King. The following morning, as dawn broke delicately, the courtyard was still enveloped in a thin mist. The eastern horizon revealed a pale light over the sea, while the briny sea breeze rustled through the window, causing the old raincoat hanging in the corner to flutter. Song Renze rolled out of bed, donned his cloth shoes, and lifted the door curtain to step outside, where the sounds of his mother, Yishulan, chopping vegetables echoed from the kitchen. Young lad, up so early? Inquired Song Jiangwo, squatting by the wall, puffing on his pipe while tending to the sun-dried fishing nets, a smile breaking across his face. Father, I'm off to catch the early tide. Song Renze replied, grasping a shovel, a dustpan, and a large wicker basket. I'm calling Eru to dig for clams. I plan to bring back a fine batch to sell. We need to establish our reputation. Bring the raincoat. Don't let the sea breeze chill you. Yishulan called out, poking her head through the door and handing him the sun-dried straw hat. Come back early for a meal. I've made kelp soup. Understood, mother. Song Renze accepted the hat and placed it upon his head, stepping over the threshold. The old wooden clogs creaked beneath him, yet his heart surged with excitement. Today, he intended to experiment by mixing the spiritual spring water with sea salt, pouring it into the small water channels along the receding tide, hoping to entice a nest of clam kings. Clams, in this era, were treasures, fetching $1.50 per pound, more precious than fish. If he could unearth rare finds, he would gain notoriety at the market the following day, paving the way for the aquaculture farm. Renze, I'm over here. From a distance by the embankment, Li Eru, already impatient, bounded over with a battered aluminum kettle. His feet squelching in the mud, his pant legs rolled up to his knees. You're quite the diligent one, remarked Song Renze, handing him a pancake. Your mother made this, right? It smells delightful. Hee, my mother said, work with Renze and there'll be plenty of food. Li Eru scratched his head. You're all talk. The two laughed as they descended the mudflat, heading toward a patch of salt and alkali wetland. This low-lying area, encircled by a ring of gravel embankment, was a natural depression formed after the last heavy rain, perfect for clams. Standing on a stone, Song Renze squinted at the small pool of water in the center of the mudflat. This spot, he murmured. He discreetly produced a ladle of spiritual spring water from his space, and with no one around to notice. He poured it into the depression while Li Eru was busy turning the soil, sprinkling in some pre-prepared sea salt granules. The spring water, clear as jade, created visible ripples the moment it touched the pooled water. What is this? Why is the water bubbling? Li Eru looked up, puzzled. There are air pockets beneath. Song Renze replied nonchalantly, though his heart raced with anticipation. It's happening. Within 10 minutes, small bubbles began to rise along the edges of the depression. Soon after, a flurry of grayish-brown clams emerged from the sand, densely packed, as if vying for air. Wow! Li Eru exclaimed, jumping in excitement. The clams have come alive? They're surfacing on their own. Keep your voice down, Song Renze urged, lowering his tone. Hurry and dig. This nest is unusually rich. It must be the entrance to the Clam King. The two individuals were assigned distinct roles. One diligently tilled the soil, while the other skillfully scooped up clamshells with a dustpan. In a brief span of half a stick of incense, the willow basket was nearly filled, brimming with plump clams, each about the thickness of a finger and glistening with a lustrous sheen. Renze, look at this! Exclaimed Li Eru as he unearthed a clam of resplendent golden hue from the muddy depths, his eyes nearly popping out in astonishment. How much could this fetch? Song Renze's eyes sparkled with excitement. At least $4 to start. The market is in a frenzy for these. Such a delicacy is exceedingly rare, particularly those of this substantial size, and according to current market trends, demand far exceeds supply. Chapter 67. Digging for Crabs. At least 2 dimes, the city is going wild. Song Renze's eyes sparkled with excitement. He weighed the golden Clam King in his hand. Its shell was thick and gleaming, measuring a good palm's length with clear striations. And even the siphon was adorned with a few strands of silvery soft flesh. This was no ordinary specimen. It was truly a prime clam. Goodness, if we sell this at the commune, we might just strike it rich. Li Eru exclaimed, his face brimming with enthusiasm as he cradled a handful of wet mud. Without hesitation, he swung his shovel and dug another scoop beside the burrow, speculating that there might be more than one king in this nest. Don't rush, Song Renze cautioned in a low voice. Clams are easily startled. We must proceed with caution. You clear the sand on the periphery while I keep an eye on the center. The two split up, with Li Eru carefully scraping away the outer silt. With each scoop, countless clams emerged, bubbling and colliding softly, the sound akin to delicate clicks. Meanwhile, Song Renze crouched down, mixing spring water with sea salt in a small ladle, pouring half into the depression and gently stirring the surface with his fingers. Before long, it seemed as if the water was disturbed by an unseen force, and a shadow rolled up from the muddy bottom. Here it comes, he whispered, narrowing his eyes. Another Clam King. This one was even larger, its shell adorned with a hint of bronze, and as it emerged, it knocked the nearby clams askew, bulging with the essence of mud. Quick, hand me the scoop. Song Renze raised his hand, and Li Eru immediately passed it over. Now we must be extra careful, he said, meticulously lifting the large clam along with the mud and sand, his movements as gentle as caressing a child's head. Hee. Li Eru's eyes sparkled with delight. They had stumbled upon a treasure. Just then, a loud splash echoed as a fist-sized blue-backed crab suddenly darted out from one side of the depression, its 8 legs flailing wildly, its shell glinting coldly in the sunlight, startling Li Eru so much that he fell right into the muddy water. Oh my goodness, he exclaimed, retracting his neck in fright. Where did that come from? Song Renze reacted swiftly, grabbing a small shovel nearby and promptly pinning the crab into the scoop, a smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. This is the magic of spring water. Those hiding in the mud can't resist coming up for air. Then I'll pour more. Li Eru rolled up his sleeves, eager to scoop more water into the puddle. Stop. Song Renze held him back. If we let them all out at once, it will be hard to manage. We need to proceed steadily and clear this area thoroughly. Li Eru grinned widely. I'll follow your lead, Brother Renze. You think on your feet, and I'll just keep working. The two worked fervently, and in no time, the willow basket was already half full of clams, mud snails, small sea snails, and 2 crabs that had come rushing up, all vibrant and lively. Wait, Song Renze suddenly squinted. There was movement in the water plants over there. Li Eru followed his gaze and indeed saw a patch of dark green water plants stirring slowly. I'll go take a look. Li Eru took off running but stumbled, nearly falling into the mud. Slow down. This place is slippery, Song Renze called out, hastening his steps to join him. As the two approached, they indeed discovered a large hole concealed beneath the aquatic vegetation, with the surrounding soil swollen, as though it had been disturbed by human hands. This is a crab burrow. A glimmer of excitement flickered in Song Renze's eyes, realizing it was the den of mature blue crabs. I shall extract it, exclaimed Li Eru, rolling up his sleeves and reaching into the earth. Use a hoe to pry it open, and be wary of its pincers, cautioned Song Renze, casting a vigilant glance around to ensure they were alone. He then retrieved a small pouch of dried spiritual spring grass from his pocket, crushed it, and sprinkled it at the entrance of the burrow to entice the creature to emerge. Chapter 68. Should you, being a woman, share the crab? Li Eru, while sifting through the mud, could not suppress a grin. If a giant blue crab truly emerges from here, my mother will laugh her head off. As soon as he finished speaking, a few bubbles suddenly rose from the muddy hole, and a shadow swiftly flickered. In an instant, a pair of pincers shot out from the hole, gleaming with a cold, dark sheen. By heavens! Li Eru exclaimed, instinctively recoiling. It's coming out on its own. Stay calm. Song Renze's gaze was sharp as he snatched the shovel from Li Eru's hands, taking a half-step back while bending his knees, preparing to spring forward like a leopard pouncing on its prey. With a loud splash, the blue crab leapt out of the hole, its legs propelling it forward, scattering mud in its wake, even more ferocious than the one before, with a piece of seaweed hanging from its shell. Shovel, Song Renze barked. Li Eru, in a flurry, tossed a spare, small hoe towards him. Song Renze caught it but slipped, executing a roll on the ground, the hoe's tip aimed forward, just managing to wedge itself against the crab's front claw. With a loud snap, the crab flailed its pincers wildly, nearly clamping down on the hoe's handle. Gritting his teeth, Song Renze pressed down, using his knee to pin the crab's shell, and then forcefully yanked back. Come out, you! He roared. The crab struggled vehemently, sending a spray of muddy water everywhere. But ultimately, it was no match for human strength, as it was firmly pressed into the dustpan. Li Eru, panting heavily, rushed over and plopped down in the mud, grinning widely. Goodness, this thing must weigh 3 pounds. It's nearly bigger than a wash basin. Top grade, without a doubt. The king crab of blue shells. Song Renze couldn't help but exclaim, his tongue clicking in disbelief. Such a specimen could feed 2 people for a day at the dock. He wiped the sweat from his brow, gazing towards the distant tide line. This outing has indeed been fortuitous. However, he paused, recalling the swollen earth at the crab's nest. There could be more. What do you mean? Li Eru was momentarily confused. It means there may be more than one. Song Renze raised his hoe, pointing at one side of the hole. Look here, there are bubbles at the seaweed roots, indicating activity beneath. Then let us dig quickly. Li Eru was invigorated once more. Wait. Song Renze suddenly furrowed his brow, his ears alert, his expression grave. What's wrong? Li Eru asked. Didn't you hear that? Was there a sound of footsteps just now? Both men instantly became vigilant, scanning their surroundings, and indeed, a figure emerged from the shadows of the seawall not far away. Ah, isn't that, Brother Renze? Working so hard. Have you unearthed something valuable? The figure stepped forth from behind the seawall, clad in a blue uniform typical of educated youth, the hem tucked neatly into their trousers, and donned a pair of pristine rubber shoes, their face exuding an air of superiority as if even standing on mud was beneath them. Zhoushan Islands. Song Renze narrowed his eyes, a hint of coldness in his tone. Li Eru stood up, his gaze wary as he fixed his eyes on her. What are you doing here? Zhoushan Islands feigned nonchalance as she raised her hand to shield her eyes from the blinding light of the dawn, smiling warmly as she remarked, I happened to pass by and heard that you have discovered something remarkable at the riverbank, so I thought I would come and take a look. That is our own find. It is none of your concern, Li Eru retorted impatiently. Zhoushan Islands glanced at the nearly overflowing basket filled with plump clams and blue crabs, her eyes flickering with interest. Eru, I have heard that your mother is unwell. These clams are quite nutritious. Could you spare me a small handful? I would like to make a soup for her. Would that be agreeable? Sure, your mother could take a hike. He snapped back dismissively. Chapter 69. Defamation. How dare you? Get lost. Li Eru yelled, rolling up his sleeves and glaring at Zhao Xiaolin while standing in the muddy water. What did you say? Zhao Xiaolin's expression shifted dramatically. Her previously smiling lips tightened, and her brows furrowed sharply, her face flushed with anger. If your hearing isn't impaired, you certainly heard me. Li Eru retorted without hesitation. We were out all night scouting, freezing our limbs to the bone, only to scrape together this meager yield. And you? You stand there unscathed, merely talking without feeling any strain, expecting to reap the benefits for free? Who do you think you are? You. Zhao Xiaolin seethed, her chest heaving with indignation. Suddenly, she stomped her foot, exclaiming, I was only trying to help. I was bringing soup for your mother. How dare you insult me? Spare me the theatrics. Song Renze's expression darkened as he interjected, Zhao Xiaolin, will you leave on your own, or do you insist on causing a scene? A scene? Zhao Xiaolin's gaze turned icy. She took 2 steps forward, then tore a corner of her blue cloth shirt, exposing her neck and collarbone. Her hair became disheveled, and as she bit her lip, tears welled up in her eyes. Song Renze, Li Eru, you are bullying me. Just moments ago, you touched my hand, taking advantage of me as a girl passing by. She suddenly screamed, help! Someone, save me. I am being assaulted by these ruffians. Her piercing voice echoed sharply, startling a few fishermen nearby who were drying their nets. One man, carrying a fish spear, turned to look in their direction, while 2 others, balancing burdens on their shoulders, halted in their tracks. Shut your mouth, Li Eru roared, his temper flaring as he lunged toward her. When did I ever touch you? You're lying through your teeth. Don't. Song Renze grabbed him, whispering urgently, don't fall for her trap. She's framing us. I can't believe she dares to scream. Li Eru's face turned crimson with rage. Touch her hand. I would rather handle crabs than lay a finger on her. Humph. Zhao Xiaolin shouted again, tears cascading down her cheeks. You know very well. Just moments ago, you touched my hand, commenting on how delicate it is, and attempted to pull me down a secluded path. Do you dare deny it? Bah! Li Eru fumed, practically jumping out his skin. When I said that, it was meant as you should go away. If you insist on getting close, am I supposed to hit you with a hoe? Go ahead. Zhao Xiaolin pointed to her chest defiantly. Strike me, and I will immediately report you to the youth brigade, claiming you assaulted a woman. Let us see if the team leader believes you. You. Li Eru was so furious he could hardly articulate a response. You are slandering me. Slandering? Zhao Xiaolin's eyes hardened as she suddenly clawed at her own face, her nails leaving several red scratches. She cried out, do you still dare to say it wasn't you who laid hands on me? Madwoman. Song Renze's eyelids twitched as he coldly inquired, what are you trying to accomplish? What am I trying to accomplish? Zhao Xiaolin's eyes were tinged with red, yet the corners of her mouth curled into a smug, icy smile. I shall ensure that everyone along the beach knows how you too have bullied a girl. Let us see if you will have the audacity to hold your head high in Beiwang again. Li Eru bellowed. You are nothing but a scoundrel seeking personal gain. Who doesn't team know that your meddling has driven several young female intellectuals to move out? We, the people of Beiwang, are well aware of your petty affairs. Silence yourself. Zhao Xiaolin shrieked with a sharp tone. What do you think you are? With your family's meager possessions, barely able to afford a meager meal, you still dare to speak so boldly. Your mother has been bedridden for nearly half a year, and yet you have the audacity to insult me? Chapter 70. If you dare, go and test the fingerprints your mother has been lying at home for nearly half a year, and you still have the audacity to insult me? Zhao Xiaolin's gaze was venomous, and her words pierced Li Eru's heart like a dagger. Shut your mouth. Li Eru's eyes turned red as he clenched his teeth and stepped closer. What is wrong with my mother? She raised me and even stitched my clothes at midnight. How dare you use her as a target for your insults? TSK, you dare call me a loose woman? Zhao Xiaolin sneered, flicking her disheveled hair, her eyes shifting towards the surrounding onlookers. Did everyone hear that? He called me a loose woman, claiming I approached him, Song Renze, in front of all these people. Let's see if you dare to speak the truth about whether you touched me or not. Song Renze shot her a cold glance. his tone icier than the tide on a barren shore. I dare to say it. If I truly laid a finger on you, I'd be a disgrace. Oh, your tongue is quite sharp, Zhao Xiaolin replied with a disdainful smile. But what does mere words amount to? I claim you all touched me and tore my clothes. If you and T laid hands on me, would I bear these scars? Repeat that? Li Eru trembled with rage. You inflicted those marks upon yourself. Just for a few clams and crabs, you would mar your own face? Aren't you afraid of disfigurement? Li Eru, stop pretending to be noble. Zhao Xiaolin crossed her arms, exuding a confidence that suggested she had them all figured out. You, a pauper, with your family struggling to make ends meet, would turn red with envy over a few blue crabs. I would be surprised by any actions you might take. Zhao Xiaolin, Song Renze, could no longer restrain himself, stepping forward with a gaze as piercing as a nail. Do not mistake others' tolerance for cowardice. You claim we touched you? Fine, provide the evidence. My face is the evidence. Zhao Xiaolin whirled around, pointing at the red marks on her face, as well as her torn clothes. She tugged at the ripped collar, exposing a section of her pale shoulder. Do you think I could fabricate such accusations out of thin air? Why not? Song Renze retorted with a cold smirk, his voice low and menacing. Everyone knows your character. The entire North Bay is aware of it. If you truly wish to fabricate evidence, why not scratch yourself a little more, tear your clothes thoroughly, and perhaps you could send us all to a labor camp. You. Zhao Xiaolin's expression changed dramatically. How dare you slander me? Slander you? Song Renze narrowed his eyes. Since you assert we touched you, let us proceed according to the rules. What rules? Zhao Xiaolin asked, a hint of insecurity in her voice. We shall go to the commune, Song Renze stated deliberately, to report to the Revolutionary Committee for an injury examination and fingerprint testing. You claimed we touched you and tore your clothes? Therefore, the blood on your collar and even on your face should bear our fingerprints. The onlookers around them were taken aback at the mention of fingerprint testing. Can fingerprints really be tested? A woman carrying a basket whispered in disbelief. Of course. Song Renze's gaze remained fixed on Zhao Xiaolin. Gritting his teeth, you accused us unjustly, didn't you? Let us go to the county and verify. We shall examine your collar and the skin debris beneath your nails to discover whose marks they truly are. Yes, Li Eru shouted in agreement. Didn't you say we assaulted you? Let us go for the examination. If it truly exists, I shall concede. If it does not, then prepare to kneel and write your confessions at the youth cadre station. The fierce expression on Zhao Xiaolin's face immediately diminished by 3 points, her lips quivering. Yet she refrained from responding. What is it? Are you afraid? Song Renze pressed on relentlessly. Just moments ago, you were shouting with great fervor, and now, when we are willing to confront you in court, you have fallen silent. I am not afraid. Zhao Xiaolin retreated a step, her lips turning pale from biting them. I am but a girl, surrounded by you two. Who knows if you might resort to trickery along the way. I will not accompany you. Then what are you doing here, babbling nonsense? Li Eru scoffed, daring to act, yet unwilling to face the consequences. I have never encountered such a loathsome and shameless creature. Be silent. Zhao Xiaolin shouted in exasperation. Your dilapidated house has leaks in the roof, and you cannot even light a lamp for dinner. How dare you insult others? Huh. Li Eru's skin twitched. You're not cursing me, but my mother. Dare to repeat that. Zhao Xiaolin was taken aback, about to retort again, when Song Renze suddenly interjected coldly. Zhao Xiaolin, I warn you, if you dare to bring up someone else's parents again, I will ensure you regret it today. You dare strike me? Zhao Xiaolin forced herself to say. I will not strike you. Song Renze's gaze turned frigid. I will accuse you of slander, sending you to the team meeting, allowing all at the youth cadre station to witness how you throw a tantrum and frame others. You are threatening me. Zhao Xiaolin's face flushed with anger. This is not a threat. It is a principle. Song Renze chuckled coldly. We do not engage in private battles, but we do adhere to evidence. If you're truly a victim, we shall seek justice at the commune. If you are lying, we will expose you on the spot. At that time, do not blame us for leaving you without dignity. Zhao Xiaolin opened her mouth, wishing to say more, but she realized that a crowd had gathered around her, men and women, young and old, each regarding her with a gaze filled with complexity. Chapter 71. Examining fingerprints. Zhao Xiaolin opened her mouth, intending to say something further, but soon realized that she was surrounded by numerous onlookers, men and women, young and old, each regarding her with a gaze rife with complexity. Xiaolin, if you truly have been wronged, the folks from our village will surely seek justice for you, spoke a middle-aged man in a blue coat named Zheng Yucheng, a respected elder from a nearby village, who was holding a bamboo basket filled with freshly picked seaweed. But you must have some evidence, right? Song Renze claims he can examine fingerprints. Why have you fallen silent? Exactly, Xiaolin. Those scratches on your face don't appear to be the handiwork of any boy, interjected an elderly woman, her brow furrowed. You speak boldly, but should the examination reveal no fingerprints, wouldn't that amount to slandering an innocent person? Upon hearing this, Zhao Xiaolin's face flushed crimson. You, what do you know? She retorted defiantly, tugging at her tattered collar. This isn't the police station, where we find fingerprint technology, with your primitive methods. How dare you pretend to be experts? Huh? Lieru scoffed. You seem quite clever, understanding that this place lacks the means for investigation. Yet you still dare to spout nonsense? What if we are wrongfully condemned by your words? Song Renze ignored her and crouched down, picking up the torn collar from the ground, examining the inner side closely. Look here, he exclaimed, lifting the fabric for all to see. It's spotless, not even a speck of skin flakes. If we had torn it, you would have cried out in pain at the time. How could there be no trace of hair or skin at all? The crowd erupted into murmurs. And those scratches on her face, Song Renze continued, his voice calm yet authoritative, were made by a single hand, all in a uniform direction, from below to above. Think carefully. If it were someone else, how could the marks be so orderly? That's true, a young villager whispered. I have 3 sisters, and when we fight, it's always chaotic. It's never so neatly done. Song Renze, stop talking nonsense. Zhao Xiaolin's face burned with indignation. What do you, a mere farmer, know about the concepts of directionality? I may not understand, but that's of no consequence, Song Renze replied with a faint smile. However, I do know some practical methods. Suddenly, he stood up and handed a dead crab to Lieru. Use the shell as a stamp and try it. What do I do? Use it as a stamp. Dip your fingers in the mud and press it against my sleeve. Let us see if any marks are left. Lieru was taken aback, but quickly grasped Song Renze's intention and complied. He dipped his finger in the damp mud, smeared it across Song Renze's old sleeve, and then gently pressed the crab shell against it. Upon lifting it, a small yet distinct palm print was revealed. Observe for yourselves. This is a human fingerprint, Song Renze declared, gesturing towards the injuries on Zhao Xiaolin's face. Her skin is dry, but if we use a bit of damp mud on her face, wouldn't any existing fingerprints be revealed? The crowd buzzed with excitement once more. Cool, Song Renze urged, not waiting for her response. He grabbed a handful of mud and presented it to Zhao Xiaolin. You claimed it was us who struck you. Surely, there must be some traces left on your face. Let us verify it here and now. Zhao Xiaolin flinched backward, nearly collapsing to the ground, her voice trembling as she stammered. You, please do not touch me. We mean you no harm. Let us call someone to verify, Song Renze replied, straightening up and gesturing behind him. Brother Zheng, could you lend us your assistance? We speak in earnest. Everyone trusts your judgment. Indeed, old Zheng, it is you we need. Several villagers chimed in, their voices eager. You are fair-minded. Without your involvement in this matter, we may find it difficult to clarify our stance. Zheng Yucheng, with a solemn demeanor, set down his bamboo basket and stepped forward to take the mud from Song Renze's hands. Allow me to examine this, he said, gently pinching a corner of the tear in Zhao Xiaolin's shoulder, pressing down on one of the scratches. Upon lifting it back, he observed, aside from the mud specks, there are no traces of fingerprints to be found. Chapter 72. Exposing the deceptive green tea bitch. I'll just press this, he said, gently pinching a corner of the torn fabric on Zhao Xiaolin's shoulder and pressing down on one of the scratches before flipping it open. Aside from a few specks of dirt, there were no fingerprints to be found. Do you see? Zheng Yucheng declared sternly, tossing the piece of fabric back into her arms. His voice, though not loud, fell like a heavy stone into a well. There's nothing here. What does this indicate? It reveals your guilty conscience. Zhao Xiaolin's face turned pale, her mouth opening in silent protest, unable to utter a single word. The murmurs of the crowd swirled around her, with some clearly leaning toward Songrinja and Li Eru. "I told you so," Li Eru sneered, turning to face the onlookers. The wounds on her face? She inflicted those upon herself. "Look closely, everyone. If we allow her to succeed in this, which young man in our village would dare speak to her in the future? What a disgrace." Beside them, the elderly member Wu Laotai shook her head with a sigh. For a young lady, her reputation and dignity are paramount. Isn't she just ruining her own standing? Seething with anger, Zhao Xiaolin trembled, unable to muster a defense. Her face flushed crimson, veins throbbing on her forehead, tears welling in her eyes, yet she was ensnared by the relentless gaze of the spectators. "She is nothing but a shameless scoundrel." Songrinja gritted his teeth. "If we allow her to continue this madness, how can we find peace in our community?" "Speak louder." Li Eru stepped forward, raising his voice. "You claim to be wronged, don't you? Well then, if it turns out you're falsely accusing us, do explain your motives." "I." Zhao Xiaolin's lips quivered, just as hurried footsteps echoed from the village entrance. "Stop! Don't let her escape." A commanding voice rang out from afar, and several young men wearing militia armbands swiftly made their way through the crowd, led by the militia captain, Wang Dezhu. "What has transpired? Why is there such a large gathering?" Wang Dezhu, a robust man with a dark complexion and eyes like shining copper bells, surveyed the scene. "Captain Wang, your arrival is timely." Li Eru immediately approached, recounting the events from start to finish, even mentioning Songrinja's rudimentary method of verifying soil samples with crab shells. "Nonsense." Zhao Xiaolin, sensing the situation turning against her, mustered her voice. "I am a victim. They are ganging up on me, trying to frame me. How can this be justified?" Silence. Wang Dazhu's furious shout sent a shiver down Zhao Xiaolin's spine. "You claim to be a victim? I intend to see how you justify that." Songrinja. "Li Eru, are you willing to testify at the village meeting?" "Absolutely." Both replied in unison. "Good." Wang Du nodded, addressing the gathered crowd with a respectful gesture. "Today, all present are witnesses. Our village upholds integrity. We shall not falsely accuse the innocent nor wrongfully condemn a good person. Zhao Xiaolin, if you're innocent, the village will ensure justice is served. But should you be lying and deceiving others, well." He paused, waving his hand decisively. "Take her back to the village. We will clarify every detail at tomorrow's critique meeting." "You dare? On what grounds do you arrest me?" Zhao Xiaolin screamed. "My father works at the supply and marketing cooperative." Silence. Wang Dazhu retorted, his eyebrows raised in indignation. "Just because your father is associated with the cooperative, does that grant you the right to slander others? Such behavior is not condoned by the cooperative." Two militia members seized Zhao Xiaolin, one on each side, as she struggled fiercely, cursing as she was forcefully subdued and dragged away. Gradually, the crowd dispersed, yet the murmurs of discussion persisted. Zhao Xiaolin, who typically appeared quite astute, had shown a truly malicious side this time. Who could fathom the venom concealed within her heart? Had it not been for the astuteness of Songrinja and his companions, they might have suffered greatly. If this matter were resolved against her, our village would certainly be much cleaner. The following morning, outside the ancestral hall of the Beiwang Youth Cadre Station, a banner inscribed with "Strictly investigate those who disrupt unity and slander fellow members" was prominently displayed beneath the flagpole. A blackboard bore the words in white chalk: "Critique target, Zhao Xiaolin, severely damaging member unity, attempting to falsely accuse others and spreading false rumors." In the center of the gathering stood a table, behind which sat Wang Shida, the deputy director of the Revolutionary Committee, alongside Lin Zhongshan, a cadre dispatched by the commune. The courtyard outside the ancestral hall was already filled with people. Villagers, youth, and group leaders had all arrived, and even several officials from neighboring villages had been summoned to observe. Chapter 73. Comrades of the Revolutionary Committee, please evaluate. Step back, everyone, and make way for the comrades of the Revolutionary Committee. Wang Dezhu, clad in a military cotton coat, stood at the entrance maintaining order, occasionally striking a small brass gong. In the center of the ancestral hall, behind a long table, Wang Shida remained expressionless as he flipped through notes, while Lin Zhongshan, wearing spectacles, nodded toward the crowd below. Silence. Wang Dazhu called out, striking the gong. The crowd immediately quieted. Zhoushan was escorted to the front of the stage by two militia members. She wore a tattered cotton coat from the previous night, with bruises marring her face, her hair disheveled, yet her eyes fixed fiercely on the audience, gritting her teeth in silence. According to reports from the masses, Comrade Zhoushan has severely disrupted the unity of the members, fabricated false statements, and maliciously slandered the village youth, Song Renze and Li Eru. Wang Shida cleared his throat and began to read the announcement, stating that the Revolutionary Committee was convening a criticism meeting and inviting the public to speak out and expose grievances. No sooner had he finished than a sturdy young man stepped forward. It was Li Eru, who had stood out the previous night. Today I, Li Eru, am unashamed to declare this. We, the educated youth in Beiwang, are here to support agriculture, not to serve as scapegoats. He slammed his fist on the table, the sound resonating. Zhoushan spoke recklessly in public last night, using her own injuries to slander Brother Renze, claiming he bullied her. She has no shame. Why should we show her any? Exactly. Someone in the crowd responded loudly. If it weren't for Brother Renze's clever method of verifying the seal last night. Just think, if she had truly branded us as scoundrels, how could we live here afterwards? Li Eru's face flushed with anger. Now, she turns around and bites back, claiming we are engaging in capitalism. Zhoushan, clarify for us. Where on us do you see any resemblance to capitalism? Zhoushan gritted her teeth, forcing out a few words. You conspired behind my back. You prepare the crab shells and mud deliberately to set me up. Nonsense. The crowd stirred. Set up? Why didn't you scratch your face a bit more when you were clawing at it last night? Shouted a woman in a cotton coat. My child is at the educated youth station, and it's the first time I've heard someone try to accuse others of misconduct by inflicting wounds on themselves. Isn't that madness? Wang Shida furrowed his brow and coldly asked Zhoushan, did you inflict those wounds on yourself last night with the intent to frame others? No. Zhoushan suddenly became emotional, her eyes reddening. They are jealous of my connections. My father works at the supply and marketing cooperative. I know they engage in speculation behind the scenes, selling wild game at inflated prices for tickets. And that Song Renze, the game he hunts, he doesn't turn it in. It all goes into private storage. If you want to investigate, start from his family's Konghole. As her words fell, the crowd erupted in chaos. Oh, Zhoushan, you really have the audacity. I personally saw Brother Renze deliver every badger, roe deer, and wild chicken he hunted to the brigade first. He even helps several weak households make soup and porridge. Just because you don't eat meat doesn't mean others are hoarding it. I have something to say, too. My husband has been unwell for many years. Last winter, he coughed so violently that he spat blood. It was Song Renze who generously gifted us a substantial piece of venison, which we simmered into a nourishing soup to pull through. If you truly claim he harbors selfish intentions, then I, Lin's family, would vehemently disagree. I can attest that all of us in this area who venture into the mountains have been guided by Brother Renze. Has there ever been a time when he did not bear the heaviest load himself? He allows others to choose their share of the hunt before he selects his own. And as for accusations of capitalism, pray tell, what capital does he possess? Zhoushan's complexion turned pale, her lips trembled, yet she could muster no retort. Chapter 74. Is playing the victim effective? Zhoushan's complexion turned pale, her lips trembled, yet she could not muster a single retort. However, she was not one to concede easily. Observing the crowd's rising anger, she rolled her eyes and suddenly knelt down, bursting into tears. I simply seek justice. As a young woman venturing alone into the countryside, my life is fraught with chaos. Why do you all protect the man? Is Song Renze truly virtuous? Can you claim that no one witnessed him entering my room in the dead of night? At her utterance, the crowd fell silent. Lin Zhongshan raised an eyebrow, adjusted his glasses, and coldly inquired, do you have any evidence to support your claim that Song Renze entered your room at night? Yes. Zhoushan's eyes darted around before she abruptly pointed at a slender man in the crowd. Wang Erlai. He was present at the time. He is a militia member on night patrol and saw it. A murmur rippled through the crowd as they turned their gaze toward Wang Erlai. He, who had been huddled at the edge of the group, trembled at the attention and hastily waved his hands. No, no, I didn't see anything. I wasn't on duty that night. It was old Li's turn. You lie, Zhoushan exclaimed sharply. I distinctly saw you wearing the militia armband there. That was the night before. Wang Erlai retorted, his face flushed with panic. Don't slander me. The night prior, I was on patrol and witnessed you standing at the kitchen door, signaling to someone. Where was Songrinja? Don't drag me into this. Enough. Li Eru stepped forward with a sneer. Zhoushan, even when throwing a tantrum, you should maintain some semblance of logic. If you were truly afraid of being bullied, how could you sneak to the back of the kitchen to whisper with someone? Do you think we are all blind in this village? Exactly. Zhao Taizhu pushed through the crowd to join in. Just yesterday, my brother and I were patrolling at night when we heard a commotion behind the kitchen, thinking it was a rat disturbance. To our surprise, a figure darted out, and it turned out to be a woman deliberately concealing her face with a cotton hat. Had it not been for your height, Xiaolin, we might not have recognized you. You are all fabricating stories. Zhao Xiaolin's face flushed crimson. You band together to bully a single woman. Suddenly, a dark object flew from the crowd, striking her squarely in the face with a resounding smack, releasing a pungent odor. It was a rotten egg. Is this what you call bullying? Look at the actions you've taken. It is utterly outrageous. A woman carrying a child shouted. Had we not witnessed you sneaking little notes into the kitchen, you might have truly deceived us. Did you not claim to be the daughter of the supply and marketing cooperative? Is this what the cooperative teaches you? Such deceitful behavior? Indeed, another woman chimed in. Don't just hurl accusations. Dare you reveal what was written on that note? Are you brave enough for team leader Wang to read it aloud for everyone? Read it. Let her see who the real troublemaker is. Wang Dezhu furrowed his brow at the suggestion and raised his hand, prompting a young militia member behind him to promptly produce a neatly folded piece of paper and hand it to him. Wang Du publicly unfurled the matter and recited, after midnight, at the back door, bring 3 or 2 silver ears and half a jin of white sugar, and there shall be rewards upon success. He raised his head with a cold smirk and said, Zhao Xiaolin, did you not claim your innocence? Your dealings are truly open and above board. Zhao Xiaolin's face turned ashen, and she suddenly wept inconsolably, clutching her head tightly as she crouched on the ground, trembling all over, murmuring, It was my fault. I was blinded by desire. I am not human. I deserve to die. Stop pretending to be pitiful. Li Eru stepped forward just yesterday. You had the audacity to accuse Renze of assaulting you, and today you are reduced to tears? Do tell. Are those injuries you bear a result of your own reflection in the mirror? Chapter 75. To the Commune. Pray tell, did you inflict that mark upon yourself while gazing into a mirror? As Li Eru's words faded, a chorus of agreement erupted from the crowd. Indeed, clarify yourself. Do not merely weep. How did that scar come to be? Was it from a weight or a cat's claws? Zhao Xiaolin crouched on the ground, clutching her head, her tears and snot merging into a wretched mess. Yet, her voice gradually diminished, her entire demeanor resembling a deflated balloon as she repeatedly murmured, It was my fault. I was bewitched. I truly did not intend it. I was simply confused. I should not have wronged Songrinja. I deserve this. The crowd erupted in further uproar. She has admitted it. Look, can we still keep such a person? We do not need her kind in Beiwang. Zhao Xiaolin lifted her tear-streaked face, timidly gazing at the several officials behind the long table, her voice hoarse. Secretary Wang, Director Lin, I acknowledge my mistakes. I was truly wrong, but I came to the countryside in response to the call. I wish to remain in Beiwang to contribute and build. I do not wish to leave. Lin Zhongshan remained silent, his eyes behind the glasses piercing into her, seemingly attempting to discern the truth in her every word. Wang Shida snorted coldly. Comrade Xiaolin, you express a desire to stay. I must inquire what you have accomplished in Beiwang these past few months. Have you come to build a future, or to sow discord and wreak havoc? Desperation surged within Zhao Xiaolin as she bowed repeatedly. I shall not dare again. I will toil diligently, reform myself, and demonstrate my worth. Please forgive me this once. I truly recognize my errors. At this moment, Zhao Taizhu, standing at the forefront of the crowd, scoffed contemptuously, retorting, You wish to construct a new society? You might as well construct a hammer. He stepped forward, grasping the long stick designated for militia use, his anger barely contained. You feign illness daily in the team, lazing about, spreading lies and rumors. You engage in friendly chatter with some, while whispering deceit to others. You pry into the lives of the young men, inquiring about their backgrounds. Whether they possess letters of introduction, if they have connections, are you truly here for agricultural work? Were you masquerading as a spy? The crowd erupted in laughter, though none dared to voice their mirth, their expressions cold and accusatory. Zhao Xiaolin's complexion turned ashen as she shook her head, retreating slightly. I did not. I truly did not. You cannot treat me this way. Li Eru showed no mercy, his expression stern as he addressed Wang Shida. Secretary Wang, I believe this cannot simply be overlooked. If she genuinely repents, there should be a tangible demonstration of her sincerity. Yet, she was just throwing a tantrum moments ago, and now seeks to gloss over her transgressions with a few tears? This is unreasonable. Indeed, an elderly villager stepped forward, leaning on a cane, pointing accusatorily at Zhao Xiaolin. We, the common folk, see clearly. She speaks of remorse while harboring ulterior motives. Today she wronged Songrinja. Tomorrow she might wrong others. If a person like her is allowed to stay, we shall have restless nights. Exactly. Zhao Taizhu waved his hand. Let us escort her to the commune. Whatever must be done, let it be done. This matter cannot be so lightly dismissed. Otherwise, who would dare to serve as a youth cadre in the future? Indeed, let us proceed to the commune. She must be subjected to scrutiny. Several young militiamen promptly stepped forward, flanking Zhao Xiaolin on either side, restraining her as she struggled briefly, yet found herself unable to resist, ultimately reduced to tears as she cried out, "You cannot take me away. What you're doing is persecution. It is an act of retaliation. You are driving me to despair." Chapter 76, The Consequences of Digging Potatoes. You cannot send me away. This is an act of revenge, an attempt to destroy me. Zhao Xiaolin's cries pierced the night sky, startling a few crows outside the courtyard, which took flight in a flurry of wings. However, the militia moved with swift precision, leaving her no room for resistance. With a wave of his hand, Wang Tizhu commanded, "Take her to the truck. We shall deliver her to the commune tonight for a decision from the higher authorities." A tractor had been waiting at the alley's entrance, its metal shelter adorned with a red cloth bearing the words Commune Militia Team, while the headlights blazed, blinding anyone who dared look. Zhao Xiaolin was forcibly lifted onto it, her wails echoing in the air. Zhao Taizhu observed coldly for a moment before turning to Li Eru, saying, "You escort her. I will remain in the village to tidy up." "Understood." Li Eru nodded, lifting the tarpaulin and leaping onto the vehicle. The tractor roared to life and thundered into the night, its tires kicking up a cloud of dust and snow. At dawn, within the courtyard of Qingshi Commune, the snow had yet to melt, and a thin layer of frost coated the ground. Cadres dispatched by the County Revolutionary Committee awaited in the conference room. Secretary Wang, the educated youth Zhao Xiaolin has been delivered. Wang Shida removed his hat as he entered, followed closely by Lin Zhongshan, whose expression was grave. At the center of the meeting room sat a figure clad in a cotton hat and a wool military overcoat, his posture rigid and gaze piercing. Hao Pingchuan, the deputy director of the County Revolutionary Committee and leader of the Educated Youth Work Group. "Please, take your seats," Hao Pingchuan intoned, his voice deep as he cast a glance at Zhao Xiaolin. At this moment, her previous arrogance had vanished. Wrapped in an old cotton coat, her eyes were swollen, and remnants of egg paste marred her face as she lowered her head, too ashamed to speak. "Summarize last night's events succinctly," Hao Pingchuan instructed in a calm tone. Wang Shida nodded. "Director Hao, we received a formal complaint from the masses last night, alleging that Zhao Xiaolin spread falsehoods, engaged in illicit activities under the cover of darkness, colluded with unidentified individuals, and attempted to slander the masses' officials, thereby undermining unity. The militia and the public exposed her on the spot, with irrefutable evidence. She also publicly confessed her faults. And the note? Here it is." Lin Zhongshan retrieved it from his briefcase and handed it over. Hao Pingchuan examined the note closely. His expression remained unchanged as he slammed it onto the table. declaring, "This is not merely an issue of personal conduct. It is a quintessential matter of class stance." His gaze, sharp as a knife, bore into Zhao Xiaolin's face. "What is your background?" My father was originally a business clerk at the county supply and marketing cooperative." Zhao Xiaolin's voice trembled. "And before the liberation?" "My grandfather ran a general store, but it failed," she murmured, her head sinking lower. Hao Pingchuan let out a cold snort. "Your origins are dubious, your conduct is toxic, and your ideology is reactionary. Do you know what this amounts to? This is inciting the masses, slandering revolutionary comrades, engaging in class division, and undermining the policies of sending educated youth to the countryside." "I was wrong, Director Hao. I truly realize my mistakes." Zhao Xiaolin knelt on the ground, covering her face with her hands, pleading, "Please, grant me another chance. I can change. I will change." "You wish to change?" "It is not enough to merely speak the words." Hao Pingchuan rose, his tone grave. "We advocate for class struggle and class lines. This is no trivial matter. If you wish to reform your thoughts, you must go to a genuine labor re-education base." He cast his gaze towards Zhang Deshan, the armed officer standing nearby. "Zhao Xiaolin, a youth sent down to the countryside, has been classified as a local class enemy and dispatched to Shieling Farm to undergo 3 months of compulsory labor reformation. She is to be placed on a strict monitoring list under the direct supervision of the labor reformation team leader, and her case will be reported to the county's archival system for record keeping." "Yes," Zhang Deshan responded sharply. In a sudden act of desperation, Zhao Xiaolin fell to her knees, fervently bowing her head. "I do not wish to go. I'm not a bad person. I merely spoke too hastily. I truly did not mean it. I implore you to spare me. Enough." Wang Shida interjected sternly. "Do you still have the audacity to weep? You wronged Song Renze, nearly ruining his life. And now you come to feign pity? One must bear the consequences of their mistakes. Take her away." Zhang Deshan waved his hand dismissively. Chapter 77. Zhao Baolai seeks financial assistance. Zhang Deshan waved his hand dismissively, commanding, "Take her away." The militia dragged Zhao Xiaolin out as she screamed, her voice fading into the distance until silence enveloped the space. Hao Pingchuan lifted a porcelain cup, savoring a sip of warm water, and rose to his feet, his tone calm yet authoritative. "We must properly manage the Beiwang Youth Station. We cannot allow a single Zhao Xiaolin to spoil the entire broth. Class struggle must be discussed daily, monthly, and annually." "Indeed," Wang Shida and Lin Zhongshan echoed in unison. 3 days later, in Beiwang, the courtyard was filled with curling wisps of smoke. Song Renze, clad in a patched military green cotton coat, rested 1 foot on a stool, rolling up his sleeves as he sharpened a hunting knife. "Taizhu, how is the beef jerky drying?" He called towards the kitchen. Zhao Taizhu, holding a fire poker in one hand and wiping his mouth with the other, replied, "It's nearly done, if it continues to dry for a couple more days. I can pack it in cloth bags. I'll seal it with rosin tonight." Song Renze nodded, putting away the knife and turning towards the house. As he reached the doorway, a loud knocking echoed from outside, reminiscent of vendetta. "Who is it?" Zhao Taizhu frowned, pulling open the courtyard gate. "Looking for trouble, are we?" Upon opening the door, he was met with the greasy visage of Zhao Baolai, who wore a faded cotton coat, his hair disheveled, a smile plastered on his face, and a tattered leather bag in tow. I come to visit." He grinned. "Song Gu, Taizhu Gu, it's been days. I missed you both." Zhao Taizhu scowled. "You wouldn't dream of seeing us." Song Renze sauntered out leisurely, leaning against the doorframe with a cool demeanor. "What is this? Unable to secure funds from Qingluo Island. Now you've turned your sights on us in Beiwang?" Zhao Baolai remained unfazed, cheerfully entering the courtyard and casually pulling up a small stool. "Songgu, we're family. Why speak of schemes? I merely wish to ask for a small favor." "Are you planning to marry?" Zhao Taizhu interjected, recalling how his mother had lamented about needing money and hoped Renze would assist. "How can you have the audacity to ask?" Zhao Baolai, unashamed, replied, "In these times, without a decent betrothal gift, which girl would agree to marry? I'm nearing 36. If this doesn't work out, my life will be ruined. Why should I care?" Song Renze retorted coldly. "Well, my family was struggling. Your Zhao family turned your back on us when we asked for rice. Why should I now help you marry? But I truly have no other options. Zhao Baolai chuckled awkwardly, pulling a letter from his tattered bag. Look, this girl is Chun Ho Hot from our neighboring village. She is an orphan, and upon learning I have relatives in Beiwang, she agreed to marry me. But her uncle demands 200 yuan for the betrothal gift, plus 10 jin of pork and 20 jin of flour. Where am I supposed to find that? So you want me to give you money? Just a loan. Zhao Baolai quickly corrected himself, his smile eager. Just a little loan. I'll repay you when I earn money from work. We are relatives, after all. You're doing well in the city and have connections. My success comes at the cost of my life. Song Renze let out a cold laugh, pulling out a chair to take a seat. Your misfortunes are of your own making, he remarked. Zhao Baolai's expression stiffened, yet he retorted defiantly. If you truly refuse to assist me, I shall proclaim that the feng shui of this house is unfavorable, hindering my marriage. The Chen family may well abandon the union. And if I were to drown myself in the river, you would be responsible for my demise. Oh, is that so? Zhao Taizhu stood up, exclaiming, Are you openly resorting to extortion? Chapter 78, Sent to the Cowshed. Zhao Taizhu rose to his feet, rolling up his sleeves to his elbows, his temper flaring. Is this outright extortion? What is the matter? Zhao Baolai stood up defiantly. I am a man without parents, struggling to find a match, hoping this union will bring me a better life. If you, Song Renze, refuse to help, then just watch me perish. Do you really dare to die? Song Renze cast him a cold glance, his expression unwavering. Shall I fetch you a rope? There is a sturdy branch on the elm tree behind the courtyard. Perfect for hanging. You. Zhao Baolai was taken aback, the pitiful facade he wore nearly crumbling. Are you truly so heartless? We are, after all, related. I call you brother, and you can really stand by and watch me die? Song Renze calmly rolled up his sleeves, taking a step toward him, his gaze as sharp as a blade. Do not play such tricks with me. I know the character of your Zhao family. Your mother, Zhao Jinfeng, borrowed rice from my family years ago, only to turn around and insult my mother, claiming I was an outsider, that I was worth less than a dog. Now you, Zhao Baolai, come here with this nonsense. Thinking I am foolish enough to let you take advantage of me? Zhao Baolai's face flushed with embarrassment as he took a step back, yet gritted his teeth. I'm asking for your help, not stealing. Who told you your life is so good? You live in a brick house, eat white rice, and I can smell the meat you stew. You are an official, while I am merely a farmer. Our statuses are worlds apart, so I should pay the price? Song Renze scoffed, turning to shout, Taizhu, bring the leather rope. Let him extort however he pleases. All right. Zhao Taizhu chuckled, striding out with a bundle of coarse hemp rope, throwing it before Zhao Baolai with a thud. Go on, find a clean spot to hang yourself. Don't dirty our courtyard. Don't push me. Zhao Baolai's face turned crimson, his lips twitching, his eyes darting around, wanting to cry but unable to. You truly lack familial compassion. I am also the son of your aunt. Aunt? Song Renze took 2 steps closer, a cold smile on his lips. When my mother was nursing and had no milk for Xiao Tao, it was your aunt, Zhao Jinfeng, who said her chickens were sick and didn't give my mother a single egg. Your father, Zhao Wenshan, consumed the relief food for my family and then gossiped at the commune's dining table, calling my mother a jinx. What kind of relatives are you? Zhao Baolai could no longer contain himself, kneeling with a thud and clutching Song Renze's leg. Brother, I was wrong. Please, have mercy on me. I truly have no way out. Chen Ho Hot is already showing. Her uncle is forcing a marriage within a few days, or he will come at us with a sickle. If I cannot marry her, that child in her belly, my life will be ruined. Upon hearing this, Song Renze's expression turned icy. What did you say? She is already showing? And you dare to pretend to be innocent with that girl? Zhao Baolai attempted to justify himself. Wait. We were in love, and before discussing marriage, unexpectedly, her uncle insists on a banquet first to make it official. Be quiet. Zhao Taizhu, infuriated, brandished a firewood stick, nearly delivering a blow to his adversary. You are the epitome of a rogue. The young lady's condition is evident, yet there exists no acknowledgement or commitment from you. Your audacity surpasses even the stickiness of toffee. Do you presume our North Bay is merely a back garden for your Qingluo Island? You come and go as you please, extending your hand at will. Brother Song, can you bear to witness my ruin? Zhao Baolai lamented, his face a picture of despair, tears streaming down his cheeks. Though I may lead a reckless life, I yearn for a home, to marry. Marrying is your affair, not my obligation, Song Renze retorted, kicking him aside and lifting an old elm stick from beside the firewood shed, his gaze chillingly fierce. Should you dare to act dishonorably again, do not think I will merely resort to violence. I will cast you into the village's cesspool for the night. Zhao Baolai struggled to rise, employing a mix of threats and pleas. If I were to perish here, the Qin family would undoubtedly cause a ruckus in North Bay. Her uncle is unreasonable. You would all share my fate. Very well, I shall deliver your message, Song Renze scoffed, gesturing towards the door. You must leave. If you refuse, I will have Brother Zhu escort you to the commune, accusing you of extortion and ill intentions. In an instant, you could find yourself confined in the cattle pen for half a month. Chapter 79. Do you really think our family is a soft persimmon? Song Renze let out a cold snort, pointing at the door and shouting, "Get out!" Zhao Baolai's face turned an ashen hue. Frightened to the point of collapsing onto the ground, struggling for a long time before finally getting up, clutching his tattered bag, and retreating in disgrace. Brother, your temper is incredibly satisfying. Zhao Taizhu leaned his staff against the wall, gazing at Song Renze with admiration. If it were anyone else, that slippery-tongued Zhao Baolai would have already ensnared them. However, Song Renze remained stoic, his expression still grave. He turned his gaze towards the distant mountain peaks behind the house and suddenly remarked, "If my mother finds out, it will surely pose a dilemma." Indeed, shortly after lunch, Yi Xiaolan returned from the team, her demeanor somewhat off. She carried a basket filled with 2 pieces of coarse cloth and half a pack of vermicelli. Upon entering, she said, "Renze, shouldn't we help that child from the Zhao family?" Song Renze furrowed his brow. "Who came to see you? Who else could it be? It's Zhao Jinfeng's wife." Yi Xiaolan wiped her face and sighed. "She cornered me at the team entrance, saying that when we were young, we had also relied on their family for a meal. Now that her son is in trouble, we can't just stand idly by and watch him jump into the river." "What else did she say?" "She mentioned that when you had a fever as a child, she took you to the health station and that the first cotton-padded jacket you wore was filled with cotton she brought from her family." As Yi Xiaolan spoke, a look of distress appeared on her face. "Do you really believe her words?" Song Renze scoffed, pointing to the patch on his leg. "Mother, when I had a fever for 3 days, it was you who carried me for 20 miles to the health station. If Zhao Jinfeng had helped, would you have had to carry me? And that jacket was made from the hemp you harvested and spun yourself. I remember it clearly. But she speaks so convincingly." Yi Xiaolan's face revealed her hesitation. She also mentioned that Chun Hohat's daughter is already showing, and if the engagement falls through, Zhao Baolai will never be able to hold his head high. "Mother," a clear voice interrupted Yi Xiaolan. Little sister Song Xiaomei rushed out of the room, tugging at her mother's sleeve, her eyes red. "How can you listen to her nonsense? Brother relies on hunting and hard work to provide for us. Why should we let others take advantage of that? Don't you remember how the Zhao family treated us? That year when we could barely make ends meet? You begged Zhao Jinfeng for rice, and she agreed to lend it, but then turned around and scolded us at the village entrance, calling us freeloaders, saying we were worse than a dog. I still remember how you came back in tears." Yi Xiaolan was taken aback, her eyes also reddening, her grip on the basket tightening. She talked about family, saying my brother should make an effort. Song Xiaomei's voice grew louder, tears streaming down her face. "But when have they ever treated my brother as a person? If it weren't for my brother's good fortune, he would have been harmed long ago. Now they want to deceive us again. Mother, if you were soft-hearted, it would be unfair to all the hard work my brother has put in over the years." "Indeed, Aunt." Zhao Taizhu stepped forward, recalling how Renze had ventured into the mountains to hunt wild boars and waded into the waters to catch soft-shelled turtles. There were instances when he nearly fell into icy caverns, yet he managed to accumulate a modest fortune. Zhao Baolai, indulging in a life of ease, had the audacity to feign pity. Yi Xiaolan cast a complex glance at them, ultimately lowering her head and murmuring, "You are right. It is indeed my folly. Only then did Song Renze breathe a sigh of relief, moving closer to take the basket from her hands. This cannot be kept. I shall take it up the mountain tomorrow to share with Wang Dazhu and the others. Zhoushan Islands, employing a strategy grounded in reason and morality, offered a cold smile, resolutely thinking that they must not allow others to perceive them as easy prey. Chapter 80. The little sister shoots to scare away the villains. We cannot allow others to treat us as soft persimmons. As soon as Song Renze uttered these words, a cacophony of footsteps resounded from outside, followed by the shrill voice of Zhoushan Islands. Yi Xiulan, you ungrateful old woman. I, Zhoushan Islands, have wasted half my life calling you family. No sooner had she finished her tirade than the courtyard door was flung open with a crash. Zhoushan Islands stood there, one hand on her hip, the other clutching a cloth bag, with her daughter, Zhao Xiuji, trailing behind her. Oh, everyone is here today. Zhoushan Islands surveyed the scene with disdain. A smirk plastered on her face. I've truly arrived at the perfect moment. Zhoushan Islands, spare me your theatrics. Zhao Taizhu attempted to step forward, but was halted by Song Renze's raised hand. What brings you here? Yi Xiulan's expression stiffened as she forced out, you ought not to involve yourself in today's affairs. Not involve myself? Zhoushan Islands' eyes bulged as she slapped her thigh, wailing, our Baolai is nearly driven to his death by you. Am I not allowed to speak as an elder? She continued, let me remind you, Yi Xiulan, if it weren't for our Zhao family lending you rice and cloth back then, your son would have starved or frozen to death. Now that you're living comfortably, you dare treat us as enemies? You and your daughter are truly heartless. Zhao Xiuji piped up, pouting as she squeezed her way in. Who doesn't he know that your Renze rose to prominence through the canned goods factory? Why can't our Baolai achieve the same? Sister, you must help us. Help you? Song Xiaomei seethed, trembling with rage. Last time, your father got drunk and cursed my mother in front of her. The year before that, your brother stole the mountain chicken my brother hunted, and your family insisted it was his own kill. Now you have the audacity to mention the rice and cloth? Was alone? It was theft. Well, how dare this little girl speak to me like that? Zhoushan Islands' eyes flared with fury, her words nearly spilling out of her mouth. If your mother won't teach you, I shall take it upon myself. With that, she lunged forward to slap Song Xiaomei. How dare you? Song Xiaomei roared, darting into the house. Moments later, she emerged holding her brother's old-fashioned hunting rifle, aiming it directly at the courtyard entrance. Whoever dares to touch my brother's belongings, I shall shoot them dead today. Her words were icy, her gaze imbued with an unprecedented resolve. Zhoushan Islands was momentarily taken aback, stumbling slightly, her face drained of color. Are you out of your mind? You would actually pull the trigger? It's illegal to kill. Zhao Xiuji, trembling, sought refuge behind her mother. Illegal? Song Xiaomei sneered. If my brother were guilty of any crime, you lot would have long since seen him dead. She advanced step by step, the rifle held high. You come here to berate my mother, seeking to seize our possessions, all while pretending to be kin. But your hearts are as ravenous as wolves. I warn you, if you dare to step another foot into this courtyard, the bullets will fly. Suddenly, she raised the rifle towards the sky and fired. A deafening bang echoed. Birds erupted from the trees in a flurry, the air filled with the acrid scent of gunpowder. Oh my goodness! Zhao Xiuji fell to the ground in terror, wetting herself in the process. Zhoushan Islands shuddered, nearly collapsing, her eyes bulging in disbelief. Madness. This girl has truly lost her mind. Get out! With a furious roar, Song Xiaomei's voice pierced the heavens. Zhoushan Islands seized Zhao Xiuji and, with faces smeared in dirt, they turned to flee, hurling insults as they ran. Crazy girl, a family of lunatics. You will end up behind bars sooner or later. Bang! The second shot detonated with even greater ferocity, startling two old hens at the doorway in a flight over the wall. Zhoushan Islands' voice fell silent, not daring to utter even a sound. Chapter 81. In this era, only the ruthless can stand firm. I said, leave. Do you not comprehend human language? Song Xiaomei's gaze was fixed intently on Zhoushan Islands and Zhao Xiuji, her fingers tightly gripping the shotgun, her shoulders trembling like a spooked little leopard. My goodness, she's gone mad. Zhao Xiuji's legs weakened, desperately clinging to her mother's waist as they scrambled towards the door. Song family's mad girl. I curse you to remain unmarried for life. Nonsense. If you utter another word, I will make you weep on your bedding until next year. Song Xiaomei raised her voice, lifting the gun as if to fire a third shot. Oh no, Xiuji, run. Zhao Jinfeng fled, shouting as she ran. May your entire family meet a miserable end. Madwoman, madwoman, whoosh. The bullet whizzed past the treetops, producing a sharp whistle that startled Zhao Jinfeng, causing her to step into a pile of pig dung and fall face first into the mud. My goodness, get away. If you dare enter my yard again, I won't hold back. I'll shoot your dog right in the leg. Song Xiaomei exuded an air of ferocity, her shotgun held horizontally, her eyes menacing. The mother and daughter, covered in dirt, crawled away in haste, finally disappearing at the village entrance, not daring to utter another sound. The yard fell silent. Only the sound of Song Xiaomei's heavy breathing could be heard, her shoulders trembling, sweat dripping down her face. Good. Zhao Taizhu was the first to applaud, his face creased with laughter. Xiaomei, you truly brought honor to your brother. Today, you are the bravest woman in Beiwang. Indeed. Wang Dezhu emerged from the corner, wielding a pig-slicing knife. With such marksmanship and courage, should you wish to join the militia, I will be the first to write you a letter of recommendation. Yi Xiulan nearly collapsed, her legs giving way. Song Renze quickly supported her, reassuring, Mother, it's all right. They have left. Xiaomei, you. Yi Xiulan came back to her senses, her eyes reddening. You terrified me. How could you truly fire the gun? Mother. They were riding over us. Song Xiaomei wiped her face with her sleeve, insisting that if she hadn't shown strength, their family would have long been oppressed. Song Renze gently patted her head, whispering, Sister, I have not been remiss in caring for you. Today, your shot has vindicated our Song family. Overcome with emotion, she suddenly burst into tears, throwing herself into Song Renze's embrace. Brother, if they dare come again, I will shoot them. Fear not, your brother is here. Song Renze held her close, a tender light flashing in his eyes. Henceforth, no one shall bully our family. Zhao Taizhu chuckled and clapped his hands. All right, this farce has come to an end. If it continued, it would not just be a family disgrace, but the entire village would mock us. Wing datsu gaim din, kulme. Brother Renze, let us feast in celebration of our sister's triumphant stand. Indeed, Song Renze clapped his hands. Taizhu, go to the backyard and bring up the wild boar meat we chopped this morning. I will start the fire and stew a pot of pork belly. Song Xiaomei turned and rushed to the kitchen, her movements swift and efficient like a capable young wife. I will set the table. Song Xiaodao also stepped forward to lend a hand. As the sisters tidied up, they exchanged jokes, gradually lightening the atmosphere. In less than the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, a mouth-watering aroma wafted from the stove, where a large pot of stewed pork simmered, releasing steam that filled the courtyard with an irresistible scent, enhanced by the use of spring water. Song Renze lifted the pot lid and placed a piece of meat into Yi Xiulan's bowl, saying, Mother, you should eat more. You've been quite startled these past few days and need to replenish your strength. I'm just an old bone. It's nothing, she replied. Yi Xiulan stirred the contents of her bowl with her chopsticks and remarked, Xiaomei is truly capable. If it weren't for her today, who knows what chaos might have ensued in our home. Chapter 82. Hand, Foot, and Mouth Disease. A tantalizing aroma wafted from the stove, where several pieces of pork belly simmered to a glossy perfection, rich yet not greasy, with a few wild vegetable leaves and slices of ginger floating in the broth. Song Renze lifted the pot lid and placed a piece of meat into Yi Xiulan's bowl, saying, Mother, please eat more. You've been frightened these past few days. You need to replenish your strength. I'm just an old bone. It's nothing, she replied. Yi Xiulan absent-mindedly stirred her food. Xiaomei is truly remarkable. If it weren't for her today, Mother. Song Xiaomei's face flushed. I was only trying to scare them. I didn't really intend to hit anyone. You wouldn't dare, but I would. Song Renze chuckled, his voice lowered. If they come to insult our family again, I'll send them up the mountain to keep the wild boars company. Brother. Song Xiaodao giggled. You got quite a fierce tone now. In the past, I was soft-hearted. Now, I see clearly, Song Rinja declared with conviction. To protect family, one must be resolute. Laughter erupted in the room, steam rising from the heated table. The pork tender and flavorful. The sisters eagerly served their mother, while Zhao Taizhu and Wang Dezhu laughed and praised Xiaomei for her sharpshooting skills and bravery. After the meal, the family tidied up the table as night enveloped the surroundings. Yi Xiulan chattered, urging the children to sleep early. Tomorrow we have collective labor. We'll be clearing the land on the back mountain, and it'll be exhausting. Song Rinja nodded, softly comforting his mother to lie down. He lingered by the edge of the bed for a moment, his gaze steady until the wind outside ceased, before finally turning to lie down himself. As the night deepened, silence enveloped the world. A few days later, the weather gradually warmed. The collective labor in Beiwang village commenced with fervor. The men were clearing the land. The women were carrying baskets of water, and the children were collecting stones. Song Rinja wielded a hoe alongside Wang Dezhu and Zhao Taizhu in the fields. The sun scorching their skin, yet their spirits remained high. Dezhu, once this patch is turned over, deepen the irrigation ditch. Sure, Wang Dezhu replied, sweat pouring down his face. I'll send Li Si and the others to lift stones for the edges. Song Xiaomei was equally industrious, pulling weeds with the women at the field's edge. Her hands blistering, yet she remained silent, gritting her teeth. Oh no, this is serious. Just after lunch, as they were about to take a breather, Song Xiaoyong dashed over, panic etched on his face. Brother, something happened at sister-in-law's side. 2 people have collapsed at the field. Who? It's Granny Sun and Aunt Lier. They're frothing at the mouth and complaining of pain in their limbs. Their lips are turning purple. Let us go. Song Rinja's expression changed drastically. He abandoned his meal, sprinting towards the fields. Upon arrival, he found the 2 women being supported under the shade of a tree, their faces pale, with unusual red rashes at the corners of their mouths and swollen, hot hands. Several women nearby recoiled in fear. Brother Rinja, do you think they've been poisoned? One woman asked tremulously. Song Rinja knelt down, inspecting Aunt Lier's mouth and checking her pulse. His heart tightened. This isn't poisoning, it's hand, foot, and mouth disease. He had encountered this illness during his time in the military. While it initially seemed minor, it spread rapidly if not contained, and in severe cases, it could even be fatal. He steadied his emotions and spoke in a calm voice. It is not poisoning. It is hand, foot, and mouth disease. The crowd was taken aback. What disease? Zhao Taizhu scratched his head, wondering why it sounded akin to an animal ailment. This illness spreads rapidly, particularly affecting children and women. Song Rinja stated gravely, from today onward, no one is permitted to eat with their hands, to share water basins, to relieve themselves indiscriminately. And everyone must boil water for hand washing. Pots and bowls must be scalded with boiling water. Chapter 83. Manual for Disease Prevention from today onward. No one is permitted to eat hand-grabbed rice, mix water basins, or relieve themselves in public. Hands must be washed with boiled water, and pots and bowls must be scalded with hot water. As Song Rinja's voice fell, the crowd exchanged glances, and the air was momentarily filled with silence, save for the sound of the wind. Eru, go to the captain and fetch the emergency medicine box, he instructed. Understood. Li Eru sprinted away, surveying the group. Song Rinja solemnly declared, Grandma's son and Aunt Li must be isolated. After returning home, ensure they do not have contact with others. All tools and clothing they have touched must be boiled in hot water and sprinkled with ash. Can this illness be cured? Zhao Taizhu asked, rubbing his hands and furrowing his brow. It can be treated, but we must act swiftly, Song Rinja replied with a steady tone. I will go behind the mountain to gather some herbs and brew a potion for them as soon as possible. Do you, a young lad, understand these matters? Someone murmured softly. I learned a bit of field first aid in the army. Song Rinja responded succinctly. This illness cannot be delayed. Without further ado, he shouldered his backpack and took up his sickle, setting off toward the mountain. As he passed the edge of the forest, he seized an opportune moment, slipping into a patch of reeds. With a thought, the spirit spring space responded, opening before him. Buzz the spring water shimmered, and Song Rinja quickly filled half a ladle with the spirit water, pouring it into a metal teapot. He then retrieved several sprigs of wild chrysanthemum, half a lotus, and purslane, all traditional herbs known for their heat-clearing and detoxifying properties. He also plucked some honeysuckle leaves and ground ivy from the real world. After securing the pot, he continued to traverse the hills, his steps unceasing as he turned towards the eastern slope, where true medicinal herbs thrived. He gathered some external use herbs to conceal his intentions, binding them tightly with hemp rope before hastening back to the village. Upon reaching the village entrance, he found Yu Daong standing in the grain-drying yard, surrounded by several villagers who were listening attentively to his teachings. "Renze," Yu Daong exclaimed upon seeing him return, rushing forward. "Did you find the medicine?" "I did." Song Renze handed the herbs to Li Eru and gestured for him to take the teapot into the kitchen. "Eru, boil some water. I will prepare the medicine." "All right." The onlookers observed him bustling about, their hearts filled with questions, yet none dared to intervene. After all, no one wished to witness the villagers falling ill. Before long, a rich aroma of herbal medicine wafted from the pot, causing several women to wrinkle their brows. This herbal scent is quite potent. Sigh, a strong scent is far better than watching people suffer. Soon, the medicine was ready. Song Renze personally carried the bowl of medicine to the lips of Grandma's son and Aunt Li, advising, "It's hot, sip slowly." Though disoriented from the fever, they managed to drink under the assistance of others. "This medicine," Aunt Li's husband hesitated, glancing at Song Renze. "Is it truly effective?" "After drinking, let them rest. We will see in the morning," Song Renze responded calmly. "I will prepare some water to wipe down the areas they have touched." At that moment, a piercing laugh suddenly erupted from the crowd. "Oh dear, is that not Song Renze?" Wang Fugue stood at the edge of the grain-drying yard, arms crossed. A greasy smile plastered on his face. "When did our village acquire a miracle doctor? Will this herbal concoction truly save lives? Does the hospital have to make way for you then?" exclaimed Zhao Xiaolin, joining in the ruckus beside him. "Isn't this akin to a common cold or fever? It's as if the entire village is under siege. What? Are you not afraid that people will accuse you of staging this for sympathy?" "Silence." Song Xiaomei stormed over, hands on her hips, her eyes blazing with fury. "Do you wish for the villagers' demise? Or do you take pleasure in our family's misfortune? You're talking nonsense." Wang Fugue's expression darkened. "Your brother claims this illness is severe, yet now he finds solace in mere herbal remedies. If it were truly as alarming as he suggests, how could you allow others to take medicine so casually? Indeed, it's nothing but a performance." Zhao Xiaolin retorted defiantly. "Your brother is merely playing the hero." Chapter 84, Midnight Stomachache. Is your brother playing the hero? As soon as Zhao Xiaolin's words fell, a subtle stir emerged from the crowd. "Will you kindly shut your mouth?" A middle-aged woman scolded, tugging at her apron with a frown. "The village has just produced someone capable of thinking, and you seem to wish for their downfall, don't you?" "I concur that Renze is in the right." Old Sun stroked his beard. "Look at the logic in what he just said. It is coherent and knowledgeable." "Indeed," Li Era chimed in, rolling his eyes. "He's out there with a sickle, gathering herbs and boiling water, not doing it for your work points. If you want evaluation, go find Captain Yu." "Huh, can a sharp tongue cure ailments?" Wang Fugue scoffed, spitting on the ground. "In these times, the most feared are the self-proclaimed divine doctors. They should assess their own worth first." "We cannot place our full faith in him," Zhao Xiaolin interjected, pulling at Wang Fugue. "Everyone knows what he was like before. Only those with blind eyes would trust him." Upon hearing this, Song Renze finally paused his stirring of the medicine and, without raising his head, replied, "Those who do not believe are free to do so. I'm not doing this for you." After speaking, he rose and poured the prepared medicine into enamel bowls, handing them to a few literate villagers. "Note the time. We will brew another round tonight and observe the reactions tomorrow morning." "Understood." Li Eru accepted a bowl and immediately began organizing personnel for cleaning and care. Meanwhile, a few onlookers continued to murmur amongst themselves. "Perhaps he is deliberately creating a scene to draw everyone's attention to him," Zhao Xiaolin shouted. "If he is evaluated as advanced next year, won't that give him a chance?" "Hey, it's quite possible." Wang Fugue squinted, observing Renze's expression. "He is likely calculating something in his mind." Just then, a clear female voice interjected, "If you truly possess skills, why not go out and gather herbs? If you genuinely understand the ailments, why not try boiling the medicine?" It was Song Xiaomei, her eyes reddened with anger. "You only know how to speak sarcastically. Are you not afraid of divine retribution? Who are you threatening?" Zhao Xiaolin huffed. "I'm speaking directly to you," Song Xiaomei retorted, gritting her teeth. "If you don't believe, then don't drink it. But when something truly goes awry, don't come begging Renze for help." At that moment, Yu Daong approached with a stern expression. "Everyone quiet down. Are you all trying to stir up trouble within the team?" Wang Fuguei grinned. "Captain Yu, you should speak so recklessly. We're merely offering a reminder, so that no one makes a fool of themselves. If you disagree, feel free to ignore it." Yu Daong replied coldly. "But anyone who dares obstruct my arrangements will not receive work points tomorrow." "Oh, what an impressive display of authority." Wang Fuguei sneered, pulling Zhao Xiaolin away. "Let us not get entangled with these people. We'll see the results by morning." As night descended, the village fell into a serene quietness. With a few lanterns hanging under eaves and the aroma of medicine lingering in the kitchen courtyard, Song Renze swept up the ash scattered on the ground and meticulously cleaned the room of Granny Sun before finally sitting down to sip some cold tea. "Xiaomei Eru," he beckoned, "you two take turns keeping watch tonight. We cannot allow anyone to wander in." "Understood." The two responded in unison. "Brother, you should take a break," Song Xiaomei observed, noticing his weary expression and the fact that he had not eaten a single bite of dinner. "Wait until dawn." Song Renze shook his head, insisting that enduring the night would reveal whether the medicine would prove effective. In the dead of night, a piercing scream erupted from Wang Fuguei's home, causing an immediate uproar. "Quick, help me to the toilet." "Oh, my stomach. What happened?" Zhao Xiaolin gasped, her face drained of color. "Didn't you say you were fine?" My stomach feels like thunder. One moment it aches, the next it swells, and then it feels as if someone is stabbing me with a knife." Wang Fuguei rolled his eyes, his complexion ghostly pale. He leaned against the wall, clutching his abdomen, having already vomited twice and now suffering from diarrhea. "Oh dear, am I poisoned?" He bent over again, expelling a torrent of sour liquid that splattered all over Zhao Xiaolin's feet. "Could you please refrain from getting my feet dirty?" Zhao Xiaolin also doubled over, clutching her own stomach. "I feel terribly unwell as well. Will we be afflicted with that illness?" Wang Fuguei cried out in agony, beginning to writhe on the floor. "Hurry, go find Song Renze. He must have a solution. Quickly. I do not wish to perish." Chapter 85. Want to heal? Pay up. Zhao Xiaolin, enduring excruciating pain, trembled as she rose to her feet, pulling Wang Fuguei towards the Song family's residence. The two staggered, nearly collapsing several times, retching as they went. "Quick, hurry, we need to find Song Renze. He must still be awake." Wang Fuguei's voice quivered, froth lingering at the corners of his mouth. Zhao Xiaolin, gagging, spat out curses. "Didn't you say he was just pretending? Didn't you just spit at him? This is your karma." My stomach feels like it's been gouged out 3 times. Wang Fuguei lamented. "You cursed him too. You said he was just making a fuss to gain recognition, Wah. I was foolish and reckless." Zhao Xiaolin could no longer contain herself, collapsing to the ground in tears. "If I die here, I want tea accepted." In the small courtyard before the Song residence, a horse lantern flickered, illuminating Song Renze as he sat on a small stool, soaking his feet in medicinal water from a kettle. "Brother." Song Xiaomei was the first to hear the commotion, rushing out in her cotton coat, only to be taken aback. "What on earth are you two wailing about?" "Song Renze." Wang Fuguei fell to his knees, pleading, "Save me. I was wrong, truly wrong. You are magnanimous. Don't hold it against me. I'll bow to you. I'll bow to." Zhao Xiaolin exclaimed, kneeling with a thud, her head knocking against the ground. "Dr. Song, you are a divine healer, a living bodhisattva. I was blind to speak ill of you. Please, save us." The dim light inside the house flickered as Song Renze emerged, donning an old cotton robe, a towel in hand. He squinted at them for a moment, his tone calm. "Why did you wait so long? We are not human." Wang Fuguei cried, continuing to bow. "Consider us dogs. Please save us. My stomach feels like it's being sliced open. I'm at my limit." You drank contaminated water and ate leftover pickled vegetables recklessly. Song Renze crouched down, inspecting their eyelids and feeling their pulses. If this drags on, it won't merely be diarrhea. You could suffer from intestinal bleeding, and your lives will be at stake. Then, hurry and save us. Zhoushan clung to his leg in fright. If something happens to you, I'll keep vigil for you. Wah. I shouldn't have spoken so carelessly. Song Renze withdrew his leg, his expression devoid of emotion. I can treat you, but it will cost each of you 200 work points, payable now. Both were taken aback. You must be joking. Do I appear to be joking? Song Renze gestured towards the corner. Yesterday, I personally tended to Granny's son, changing her bedding. What did you do? Just stood by and watched. I owe you nothing. Nor am I a doctor for the commune. He rose slowly, his voice flat. Healing and medication are worth this price. But we have no work points, Zhoushan wept. Tears and snot staining her face. We hardly earn a few in year, and you're demanding 200. How will we survive next year? Whether you survive next year is uncertain, Song Renze replied coldly. At that moment, Li Eru arrived, wearing a look of disdain. What is going on? You were just saying he was pretending, and now your insides are about to burst. Do you now realize you need his help? Brother Eru, I implore you to intercede. Wang Fugue trembled as he clutched the hem of his trousers. I am truly terrified. I have 2 children at home, Lieru Skufa. The troubles you two have brought upon yourselves. Do you expect me to shield you from the consequences? You brought this upon yourselves. You deserve it. Chapter 86. Such is the treatment of credit. You brought this upon yourself. You deserve it. Li Eru's words rendered the two into a pallid state, fear evident on their faces. Stop it. Zhoushan sank to the ground, tears streaming down her cheeks. Wang Fugue, clutching his stomach in agony, grit his teeth and exclaimed, I'll pay. I'll pay you. 200 work points, right? I'll give you everything I earned this year. If that's not enough, I'll borrow from the captain, even sell chickens if necessary. Just remember, it must be settled immediately. Song Renze's tone was neither warm nor cold. You too. Zhoushan trembled, sobbing, I only have 90 work points left, the rest. I can't possibly gather anymore. Then do not seek treatment, Song Renze replied, furrowing his brow as he stood to leave. If one fears not death, so be it. Wait. Zhoushan rushed forward, clinging to his leg. I'll write an IOU. I truly will. Just tell me how much. And I owe you a penny less. Song Renze glanced at her and nodded. Write the IOU clearly. Even if you are cured, you must compensate the work points. No reneging. Writing, she exclaimed, gagging slightly as she rummaged through her pockets, producing a crumpled notebook from her bosom. Tearing out a page. I'll write it. I'll make it official. Song Renze entered the room, retrieving an old ledger sealed in red paper from the trunk at the head of the bed, flipping to the last page. Here, place the IOU here. After they finished signing, both with reddened eyes, they affixed their handprints to the IOU. Li Eru snorted, smirking, remember this well. Do not let your tongue wag in the future. Understood. A 1T dare again. Without further ado, Song Renze bent down to pick up a small earthen jar containing bitter medicine, scooping a ladle of water from the corner water tank. He then discreetly retrieved a porcelain bottle from his inner pocket, carefully dripping a few drops of miraculous spring water into the concoction. Instantly, the medicine emitted a faint glow, though it was soon overshadowed by the color of the medicinal powder. Take this. Song Renze offered 2 bowls, urging them to drink while it was still warm. Wang Fugue grimaced at the taste, this flavor. The more bitter, the more it saves your life, Song Renze remarked nonchalantly. If you don't wish to drink, it's not too late to regret it now. Drink. Zhoushan dared not hesitate, raising the bowl and downing it in one gulp, though she coughed and spluttered. Ugh, it's choking me. She stuck out her tongue, shivering. The medicine was more bitter than golden thread, akin to drinking coal ash. Life-saving substances cannot be sweet. Wang Fugue tightly shut his eyes, gritting his teeth as he swallowed it all in one go. As soon as he finished, he clutched his throat, gasping, goodness. I'd rather haul stones all day than drink another drop of this. You two stay by the eaves tonight. Don't move. Wait for the medicine to take effect and sweat it out before you sleep inside. Song Renze collected the bowls, stating matter-of-factly, if you can endure it, you'll be able to work by morning. If not, he left his sentence unfinished. Yet the two were already nodding vigorously, Fear etched on their faces. We can endure. We will definitely endure. Song Xiaomei rolled her eyes and moved the two to the earthen bed beside the kitchen. Sit and wait for the sweat. Don't move around. All right, we'll listen to you, Sister Xiaomei. The room fell into a tranquil silence, the lingering aroma of medicine filling the air. As midnight approached, a sheen of perspiration enveloped Wang Fuge, his face flushed with a tender glow. Ah, the pain has subsided, he exclaimed in astonishment. Indeed, his abdomen felt less distended. Zhao Xiaolin, also clutching her belly, sat up. I feel relieved as well. Could it truly be effective? Song Xiaomei entered with a cup of hot water, casting them a glance of disdain. Did you think my brother spoke in jest? If he were truly a charlatan, he would have long been reported to the commune. Indeed, Wang Fuge nodded repeatedly. A miraculous healer, we concede. Chapter 87. Taking advantage of the situation, Divine Doctor, we concede. Wang Fugue exclaimed, wiping the sweat from his brow, his grin reminiscent of one who had narrowly escaped the clutches of death. Had I not spent those 200 work points, I would surely be lying in the fields, serving as fertilizer. Quit your whining, Song Xiaomei retorted, casting him a disdainful glance. The medicine is ready. Now scurry back and stop being an eyesore. Go on, go, Zhao Xiaolin urged, pulling Wang Fugue along. We must prepare some ginger soup to ward off the chill. As they exited the courtyard, they continued their low murmurs of discontent. That's Song Renze, taking advantage of our misfortune, demanding 200 work points without a hint of compassion. Wang Fugue grimaced. That is all we have for the year. We even have to borrow from the team. We might as well slaughter the chickens. How can you still complain? Zhao Xiaolin rolled her eyes. If you and T insisted on snatching that pot of overnight stewed tofu, would I have had to endure this ordeal alongside you? It's your insatiable appetite that got us into this mess. And yet you join in the theft. Wang Fugue countered, growing more nauseated. Who could have known there was a dead toad lurking at the bottom of the pot? Ugh, just thinking about it makes my stomach churn. But then again, Zhao Xiaolin paused, lowering her voice. It truly worked wonders. After drinking that medicine, I began to sweat, and my stomach felt much better. Alas, that lad from the Song family possesses some remarkable skills. Even if it is effective, it is still rather unscrupulous, Wang Fugue lamented. Had I known he had medicine, he ought to have charged less from the start, instead of being so ruthless. Well, at least we are alive, Zhao Xiaolin mused. Tomorrow, when we see the others in the team, I shall surely flaunt our experience. With a glint of mischief in her eyes, she added, after all, we did return with a miraculous potion. We cannot let them laugh at our misfortune. Indeed, Wang Fugue exclaimed, slapping his thigh. We'll say we went to invite the divine and that a bowl of medicinal concoction saved our lives. Those gossips in the team will surely admire us for our survival. With their spirits lifted, the two chattered animatedly as they made their way back to the youth point. Upon entering the house, the first order of business was to recount their harrowing adventure as if it were a grand tale. Oh, you cannot imagine. The moment that medicine touched my lips, I saw stars, Zhao Xiaolin proclaimed, hands on her hips, her voice rising. It was precisely this bitter elixir that saved our lives. Really? Gao Fengying, who was boiling water in the yard, poked her head in. Weren't you both retching at the toilet door just the other day? How did you recover by the next day? Thanks to Song Renze's blessings. Wang Fugue elongated his tone deliberately. You all were quick to dismiss him as a mere quack. But we have experienced his remedies firsthand. They are remarkably effective. What was that concoction made from? Li Yinxian, another youth, inquired, leaning closer. It couldn't possibly be some sort of snake oil that fooled you two, could it? You know nothing. Zhao Xiaolin shot him a scornful glance. The moment that jar of medicine was opened, the scent nearly knocked me out. But after drinking it, I sweated profusely in the night, and my stomach pain vanished. I felt as light as a feather. I suspect those two brothers concocted some wild herbs, interjected another youth, Hu Ming. There are indeed some mountain folks who gather and process bitter herbs and roots. But we cannot trust everything we hear. Gao Fengying frowned. I have heard that someone once suffered a swollen mouth after mistakenly drinking the wrong medicine from their family. A swollen mouth is merely the consequence of being obstinate when faced with death. Wang Fugue once again assumed an air of authority. declaring that he was now an experienced individual, entitled to voice such opinions. So, is he still charging? Hu Ming inquired softly. 200 work points. Zhao Xiaolin replied, her tone darkening and her expression shifting noticeably. There's no room for negotiation. We have even written an IOU. The room fell silent for 3 seconds. Chapter 88. The cost of 200 work points. 200 work points. Zhao Xiaolin's voice deepened, her expression shifting, devoid of any negotiation. We even wrote an IOU. The room fell silent for 3 seconds. 200? Li Yinxian clicked his tongue. Goodness, that's enough to last an entire winter. Did you really give it? What else could I do? Wang Fuguei shrugged, a look of despair etched on his face. I was in so much pain, I thought about cutting it off and tossing it into the fields as fertilizer. Desperate times call for desperate measures. This song Renze is truly unscrupulous, Hu Ming murmured. I heard he charged Aunt Zhang, who had a corn callus, a whole basket of sweet potatoes. Sweet potatoes? He even took a mountain chicken. Gao Fengying scoffed. Last time I saw old Li send over a hen just to treat his daughter's injury. Is that so? That's just. Li Yinxuan's words trailed off when suddenly the door creaked open. A gust of damp wind swept in. Wang Fuguei shuddered, his face turning pale as he clutched his stomach, bending over and rushing outside. Mother, it's happening again. Fuguei, Zhao Xiaolin exclaimed, immediately chasing after him. Behind the educated youth dormitory, the bamboo grove led to the latrine. The crowd exchanged glances, each remaining silent. After a while, Zhao Xiaolin returned, supporting the pale Wang Fuguei. What is wrong this time? Gao Fengying frowned. Is the medicine ineffective? Li Yunxian inquired. What do you all know? Wang Fuguei plopped down on the Kong. Beads of cold sweat dotting his forehead. What I just went through was like pouring out beans. My legs went all weak. That song Renze clearly took the money, but only gave half the medicine. Damn it, what a scam. Hu Ming cursed. Enough. Zhao Xiaolin gritted her teeth. Tonight, I will confront him. 200 work points for half a remedy? That is unacceptable. No matter how unscrupulous he is, it can't be this outrageous. Without hesitation, she donned her coat and set out. Wang Fuguei shouted after her. Remember to ask clearly if more money is needed for a complete remedy. The educated youth dormitory was still a mile away from Song Renze's old house. The night had fully descended, and the wind screeched against the courtyard walls. Fueled by anger, Zhao Xiaolin's footsteps rustled through the grass, and in mere minutes, she arrived at the Song family's doorstep. The light was on inside, and the paper on the window was not tightly sealed, allowing faint shadows to flicker within. She raised her hand and knocked forcefully on the door. Who is it? Came Song Xiaomei's voice from within. It's me, Zhao Xiaolin, she replied coolly. The door creaked open, revealing Song Xiaomei with raised eyebrows. What's the matter? Back for more medicine? Spare me your sarcasm, Zhao Xiaolin frowned. Call your brother out. I have something to discuss with him. My brother isn't here. I see the light on. Just because the light is on doesn't mean I'm not reading. Do you believe that? Song Xiaomei. Zhao Xiaolin's expression changed. Just then, a cough echoed from inside, followed by the sound of footsteps. Let her in, came Song Renze's indifferent voice. Zhao Xiaolin snorted coldly, pushed the door open, and as it closed behind her, the room was instantly bathed in the soft glow of the kerosene lamp. Song Renze sat on the Kong, meticulously arranging a pile of dried, medicinal herbs. Had the medicine caused a relapse? Without lifting his gaze, he spoke in a tone as indifferent as that of an experienced traditional Chinese medicine practitioner. Are you still asking? Zhao Xiaolin trembled with anger. You claimed a bowl of medicine was worth 200 work points, yet only half was administered, and now Fu Gui has suffered 2 more episodes. You are deceiving us. No one is compelling anyone to buy. Song Renze replied coolly. What I charge is what you willingly offer. But you are charging for treatment. She retorted, gritting her teeth. What kind of treatment is this? I mentioned it was medicinal liquid, not that a single dose would cure everything. Song Renze finally lifted his head, continuing, the prescription is designed to be mildly warming and can only alleviate acute symptoms. To eradicate the issue, additional medicine is required. Why didn't you say so earlier? Would it have prompted you to contribute more work points? Chapter 89. The divine healer, stop spouting nonsense. Zhao Xiaolin retorted, her voice softened by a hint of guilt. We merely consumed some leftover rice and stir-fried a bit of sauerkraut. How long has that sauerkraut been soaking? Song Renze inquired. Perhaps 6 or 7 days. Isn't that tantamount to courting disaster? He scoffed, crushing the last handful of plantain leaves into 2 pieces and tossing them into the basket. I'm not a nurse. I am a healer. If your husband cannot control his appetite, indulging in whatever he fancies, who but he will suffer the consequences? Zhoushan gritted her teeth, her face alternately flushing red and pale, before finally managing to utter, "Yet you must take responsibility if you have accepted payment." Song Renze shot her a sidelong glance, rising to bundle the herbs together and securing them with twine. 200 credits reflect the labor of an entire night spent concocting medicine and crafting a suitable prescription. The remedy is not merely for the tongue, but for life itself. If your affluent husband ingests it and does not suffer the next day, it signifies efficacy. Should he relapse, it indicates further folly on your part. Then you should provide a complete dosage. Zhoushan's tone escalated. Wouldn't that resolve the issue? Song Renze let out a derisive laugh. Do you expect a single dose to yield miraculous results? Why not demand that I resurrect your husband from his grave? If I were to provide the full course, 3 bowls of medicine for 600 credits, could you afford it? Zhoushan fell silent, her gaze cast downward as she nervously fidgeted with the hem of her garment. At that moment, footsteps were heard outside the door, and a tall, lanky figure entered, disheveled and caked with yellow mud on the legs of his trousers. He grimaced, exclaiming, "Renze, I feel unwell in my stomach. What did you eat?" Song Renze continued to focus on the stove, reaching for a ceramic pot. My mother made some chicken offal last night. There was liver in it, seasoned with salt, but it was undercooked. Why not just eat arsenic then? Song Renze resumed boiling water without turning around. Chicken liver must be consumed with caution, particularly when undercooked, as it poses risks of parasites and bacteria. The lanky figure shrank back, murmuring, "I am truly in pain. It has been hurting since late last night, and I've made 3 trips to the latrine. Please, may I have a bowl of medicine too? I have credits, 70, right? You've only had 3 bouts, so 70 is not an unreasonable price," Song Renze replied, lifting the pot lid and letting out a plume of steam. "However, you must wait. This lady here has yet to negotiate her price." "You!" Zhoushan was incensed, pointing at him, her lips trembling. "This is outright robbery." Yet, Song Renze casually tossed a handful of honeysuckle into the pot, replying coolly, "If you truly cannot bear to part with your credits, then perhaps you should seek the health station instead. They offer diarrhea pills for a dime each, though I cannot guarantee their efficacy. If you trust me, adhere to the established terms. Medicine is for those who comprehend its significance. Those who act recklessly are akin to weeds." "Your words are eloquent," Zhoushan retorted, her eyes reddening after a prolonged silence. "But we are mere farmers earning credits, barely accumulating a few hundred a year. You demand 200 or 300 for a mere utterance. Who can withstand that? Then you must contemplate what holds greater value, life or credits," Song Renze replied, scraping the residue from the bottom of the pot with a neutral tone. "What I offer is not mere herbs, but the essence of life itself. Your husband remains alive because you have mustered the resolve to pay, should you decide against it. That is your choice, but do not blame me if he succumbs." With those words, an oppressive silence enveloped the room. The tall and slender figure glanced at Song Renze and then at Zhoushan, hesitating before speaking. "Brother Renze, regarding my 70 work points, if you find that insufficient, I got a bit more. My mother left some eggs last time. Shall I bring 2? Song Renze turned to look at him and replied, "Bring the eggs. And a bowl of medicine will suffice for your sustenance today. Come back for follow-up tomorrow." "Understood." The man sighed in relief and hurriedly turned to leave. Zhoushan stood there, gritting her teeth for a moment, before suddenly raising her hand to wipe away a tear, murmuring, I will return to fetch a ticket for 30 work points to make up the difference, and prepare 2 bowls for Fugue." Song Renze remained silent, merely nodding in acknowledgement. Once she exited, he slowly settled down, gazing into the bubbling broth, and muttered to himself, "Being a barefoot doctor is no easier than traversing the mountains. There are wild beasts in the hills, but the hearts of people in the village are far more treacherous." Chapter 90. Peril in the Mountains. Each option is utterly enticing. 50,000 yuan? In this day and age, even households with 10,000 are a rarity. 50,000 is an astronomical figure, one that could scarcely be spent. He swallowed hard, his heart racing, and his blood surged with excitement. What on earth is going on? Song Renze stared at the floating window before him, which resembled a system interface, his lips trembling uncontrollably. Task 1. Enter the mountains tomorrow morning and hunt down an adult wild boar. Reward, 500 yuan. Task 2. Go to the sea and capture 10 king kongs. Reward, 1,000 yuan. Task 3. Complete the hidden challenge task of the system. Reward, a total of 50,000 yuan. Note, Task 3 cannot be repeated. Time limit, 24 hours. He nearly leapt from his seat. 50,000. Song Renze rubbed his eyes vigorously to confirm he wasn't mistaken, then poked at the floating window, his finger passing through as if it were air. Terrified, he sat down on a wooden bench, muttering under his breath, "Damn it, could I be possessed?" At that moment, a clear female voice echoed from the doorway. "Renze, are you home?" Upon hearing this, Song Renze quickly stood up and hurried to the door, only to find Wang Suihua from the village, dressed in a faded cloth shirt, her hair tied with a hemp rope, looking anxious. "What's the matter, Suihua? Your dog went with us to the fields this morning, but it ran off into the mountains. Someone just said they saw it chasing a wild boar. We need to check it out." "A wild boar?" Song Renze's heart skipped a beat, and his eyes sparkled with excitement. "Where is it seen?" "At the eastern slope of the mountain. Hurry, or it might be too late." "Got it." He turned, grabbing his old hunting rifle, taking a machete, and stuffing a few shotgun shells into a cloth bag before sprinting toward the eastern slope. Wang Suihua called after him, "Be careful. That is a big wild boar." Without looking back, Song Renze replied, "I know. You go back to the village and get people to prepare a stretcher." Suihua hesitated. "Are you really going to hunt it?" "That is my dog. How can I not go?" he declared with righteous fervor, though inside he was practically trembling with excitement. This was the first task of the system, wasn't it? He was determined to secure that 500 yuan. The eastern slope was thick with forest and grass, and as summer waned into early autumn, the insects were still a nuisance, the ground muddy beneath his feet. As he reached the halfway point up the mountain, he suddenly heard a dog barking. "Wankai," he called out, and from the bushes sprang a dark figure, a white line darting toward his leg. "You're back, you foolish dog." Song Renze scooped up Wankai. Noticing blood on its legs as it panted and licked his hand, its eyes filled with terror. Whereas the wild boar? He scanned the surroundings, and then heard a series of grunts from the forest ahead, branches snapping under pressure. "It's here." Song Renze quickly retrieved his hunting rifle, loaded it with shotgun shells, and crouched behind a clump of grass. He heard the sounds of heavy breathing, grunts punctuated by the rustling of foliage. Suddenly, the wild boar emerged, its body half exposed, covered in black bristles and wet mud, its tusks sharp and its tail whipping like a whip. "Damn it, it's a mature male." A wave of apprehension washed over him. This old boar is ferocious, possessing not only thick skin and substantial flesh, but also a volatile temperament, not easily subdued by a solitary bullet. "System, I shall accept this task," he thought to himself. In an instant, the floating window flickered, the task was locked in, and the countdown commenced. Quite meticulous. Gritting his teeth, he seized the moment as the wild boar lowered its head to forage, suddenly rising to fire a shot. Bang! The bullet struck the boar's shoulder, unleashing a cloud of blood mist. The boar let out a thunderous roar, charging towards him with tremendous force. "Wankai, run!" Song Renze sprinted to the right, extracting his machete as he fled. The boar, moving with astonishing speed, closed the distance in mere seconds. He swiftly pivoted, grasping a tree trunk to dodge its lunge, the boar crashing into the tree, stripping off a large section of bark. "Damn it!" Song Renze lunged forward with a knife, striking at its neck, but merely breaking the skin and splattering blood across his face. Still not dead. He slashed 3 more times. The boar bellowed, charging at his legs. He rolled aside, seizing the opportunity as its belly exposed, plunging the blade in and twisting it. Huff, huff. The boar shuddered and finally collapsed to the ground. He sat on the earth, panting heavily, drenched in blood, as a notification from the system glowed before him. Task completed. Reward issued. 500 yuan. Immediately following, another line of text flickered. Would you like to attempt a hidden task? Wiping the sweat and blood from his face, Song Renze grinned. Why not? I fear nothing now. He pressed confirm, and the interface transformed instantly. Hidden challenge task, before nightfall tomorrow. Complete a dual hunt in the mountains and sea. Capture the mystical Bixingbei Zhang in the mountains and catch the He Luo Wang in the sea. Success reward, 50,000 yuan. Failure penalty, reset current system task rewards. Song Renze was momentarily stunned, his eyes wide. What did you say? Reset? He collapsed onto the ground. 50,000. But aren't the Qingbei Zhang and He Luo Wang mythical creatures? This can't be real, can it? At that moment, Wang Kai barked as if to say, let's do it. Song Renze stood up, his gaze resolute. Then let's go. He looked up at the sky, noting it was around 3 in the afternoon. He would finish hunting today and head to the sea early tomorrow, ensuring to avoid the villagers. He patted Wang Kai. Let us head to Eagle Rock. There are rumored to be Qingbei Zhang there. The dog barked twice, seemingly aware of his intentions. The duo ventured deeper into the forest. As night fell, Song Renze finally lay in wait beneath Eagle Rock. He scattered some chaff on the muddy ground, placed a few corn kernels, and set up traps and ropes. The Qingbei Zhang is said to feast solely on fresh corn and mountain spring grass, appearing only after 11 o'clock at night, its eyes glimmering with a blue light. He leaned against a tree, narrowing his eyes to rest, while the dog lay beside him, its nose twitching occasionally. After a couple of hours, the forest was eerily silent. Suddenly, the grass rustled, and the dog raised its head, its nose flaring with excitement. Is it here? He slowly tightened his grip on the knife, opening his eyes just a slit. Indeed, a verdant deer cautiously emerged, exhaling softly. It was the one. Song Renze held his breath, waiting for it to step into the trap. With a swift tug of the rope, whoosh, the deer was hoisted up, thrashing wildly in its desperate struggle. Quickly, he dashed forward, deftly covering its mouth with cloth and placing a knife against its neck. A system notification appeared. Mountain target achieved. Please complete the ocean target by noon tomorrow, Black Spiral King. He could hardly contain his joy. All right, I shall head to the sea at dawn. He hefted the greenback deer and slung the hunting rifle over his shoulder, tumbling down the mountain in haste. Before dawn on the following day, he arrived at the East Bay in his small boat. Black Spiral King, let's take a gamble. The voice in his mind, reminiscent of the system, resonated once more, clear and solemn. Song Renze's heart raced with excitement as he surveyed the surroundings. This expanse was at least 100 acres, with a central pond of azure waters. Crystal clear to the bottom, where several red fish darted gracefully. Encircling the pond was a stretch of rich, dark soil, exuding a faint earthy aroma. He crouched down, grasping a handful of the soil. It was soft and fine, undoubtedly prime farmland. If he could cultivate something here, this place would surpass any earthly paradise. He murmured to himself, would you like to utilize the 100-acre space rights? Note, the space allows for cultivation, breeding, storage, and healing. Upon activation, it will be permanently bound to the host. Activate. Without hesitation, Song Renze made his choice. In the next moment, a gentle blue light enveloped his body, warm and serene. Subsequently, a panel materialized in his mind, clearly displaying space status, land conditions, water quality, time flow rate, and a blank section for spiritual skills. Goodness, this contraption is astonishing. Song Renze scratched his head, his eyes brightening suddenly. Wait, since breeding is possible, could he perhaps introduce chickens, ducks, fish, and pigs? If he could concoct a mountain delicacies medley here, wouldn't he reap a fortune? As soon as the thought crossed his mind, a line of text appeared on the panel. You may project tangible objects from reality into the space with an initial mapping capacity of 10 pigs, 50 chickens and ducks, 500 pounds of assorted fish, and 3 acres of crops. Wow, this is truly miraculous. Song Renze was nearly ecstatic. He quickly exited the space, his surroundings blurring as he returned to the dilapidated wooden cabin. The sky had darkened, and outside, the cicadas chirped incessantly. Hu Jinxiang was already in the kitchen preparing dinner. "Renze, come help," he called. "Tonight we're having stewed chicken. The Zhao family sent over an old hen to thank you for helping carry firewood the other day." "Coming." Song Renze responded eagerly, rushing into the kitchen with a spring in his step. Hu Jinxiang glanced at him, noticing a distinct change in his demeanor, and inquired, "What has got you so overjoyed, as if you found a gold ingot?" Something like that," Song Renze chuckled, taking the cleaver and skillfully handling the chicken. When a pot of steaming stew was finally ready, the two sat at the wooden table, savoring the meal with delight. "Father, I wish to take a stroll. Tomorrow morning, I shall venture into the mountains to see if I can procure some wild delicacies," Song Renze unexpectedly declared. "Did you not mention that the mountains have been perilous lately, with black bears roaming about? I shall not venture deep into the mountains, merely explore the outskirts and take my chances. Perhaps I might even gather a few matsutake mushrooms," Song Renze replied, his eyes sparkling with eager anticipation. Hu Jinxiang furrowed his brow. "It is permissible, but you must exercise caution and not be reckless. As farmers, our lives are paramount. Rest assured, Father," Song Renze chuckled as he patted his chest. At dawn the following day, as the first light of day broke, Song Renze set out, a bamboo basket on his back and a machete in hand. The forest was tranquil, shrouded in mist. He trod along a familiar path, his steps light. After a while, he arrived at the old forest gully, situated 3 miles from the village. This low-lying area, heavy with moisture, was ideal for wild fungi and yams. "Let me first dig up some wild vegetables," he mused, crouching down to turn the earth while discreetly activating the spatial interface. "Would you like to project wild yam into the space?" "Project," he thought, and in an instant, the yam in his hand vanished, replaced by an entry on the panel, "Wild Yam 1, estimated maturation time, 15 days in the spatial realm." Goodness.